Chapter 1. Hey buddy, I heard your wife has passed away. Mind if I borrow her for a bit? Get lost. Alright then. Ironworker, Sean's Affinity 50. Dear sister, your father's corpse is just lying around. Why not let me take advantage of it? Taylor Penny's Affinity 50. Brother, I am willing to assist your brother in seeking revenge. What do you say? Apprentice Engel's Affinity 50. Oh heavens, at long last, I found a corpse. Damn it. Whoever killed the Necromancer must be a fool. In the novice area 3225 at Shibei Town. In the dilapidated basement of the church, Wang Yuan cursed at the corpse before him. Dawn of the Rising Sun is the third generation of holographic simulation MMORPG. It is said to be an epic masterpiece that first applied cutting-edge military and aerospace virtual reality technology to the realm of online gaming. Upon its public beta, it ignited a global frenzy. Billions of players worldwide became entranced. Wang Yuan was among them. Dawn of the Rising Sun offers 8 distinct professions: warrior, fighter, mage, necromancer, assassin, archer, paladin, priest. When selecting a profession, Wang Yuan resolutely chose necromancer. After all, the official description of one person is a legion was simply irresistible. However, once in the game, Wang Yuan quickly realized something was amiss. Damn it, the gaming company only mentioned that necromancers could summon undead legions to fight, but they never mentioned that summoning the undead requires corpses. As a level 1 necromancer, he had no skeleton soldiers, and the guards at the village entrance wouldn't even let him pass, mocking him with remarks about how dangerous the outside world was, stating that a worthless individual like him, without even a skeleton guardian, would only be walking to his doom. Can you believe this? Fortunately, the game had some semblance of humanity in these troubled times. Who hasn't lost a few loved ones? But in Shibei Town, there were only a handful of corpse respawn points, all claimed by powerful guilds. Wang Yuan had no choice but to visit each house, inquiring with every NPC. 3 days. A full 3 days. After exhausting his goodwill with the NPCs in Shibei Town, he finally found a secret door behind the bookshelf in the church, leading him to 2 corpses in the basement. Arise, my sons. With a gesture of his worn wooden staff, Wang Yuan cast the necromancer's summoned skeleton. The decaying flesh fell away, and 2 white skeletons sat up. My sons, your father has missed you dearly. After 3 days in the game, he finally summoned his skeleton soldiers, and tears streamed down his face. However, just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Huh, have I crossed over? Immediately, another skeleton's voice rang in Wang Yuan's ears. Whoa, is that you speaking, skeleton over there? Yes, it's me. Have you crossed over too? The 2 skeleton soldiers exchanged glances, the soul flames in their eye sockets flickering with intensity. Upon hearing the voices, Wang Yuan stared dumbfounded at the 2 skeletons before him. What on earth is happening? According to the game's design, skeleton soldiers were the lowest tier pets of necromancers, devoid of any intelligence, merely a set of data lacking AI. Yet, these 2 skeletons were clearly the souls of 2 humans. Moreover, from their words, it seemed they were also crossers. As a seasoned reader well-versed in countless crossover fantasy novels, Wang Yuan's mind immediately grasped the situation. Could these 2 unfortunate souls be protagonists summoned by me? Oh my god! Wang Yuan's brain buzzed with realization. Just like those protagonists in online novels who were often heartless orphans. And now there were 2 of them. Would they stab me in the back first? With this thought, Wang Yuan glanced at the rusty, sword-like weapon in the hands of the 2 skeleton soldiers. Have we become someone else's summons? This fool must be our master. Seems like it. If we kill him, will we regain our freedom? That's useless, I've tried. And he's an untargetable entity. Moreover, if he dies, we probably will too. Damn, am I destined to be his servant for eternity? A true man, born of heaven and earth, cannot languish beneath others for long. Come on, brother, at least we've been resurrected in other stories. Only protagonists get this treatment. That's true, it seems this is our golden finger. What a pathetic golden finger. How are we even talking without mouths? As undead beings, we evidently communicate through our souls. Fortunately, he can't hear us otherwise. He might just boil us for soup. While Wang Yuan was lost in thought, The voices of the two skeleton soldiers echoed once more in his ears. Can you refuse his commands? I cannot, even if I subjectively refuse. My body still executes the command. As they chatted, the two skeleton soldiers stood up and spun around. Good. Seeing this, Wang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It appeared these two were under his control. From now on, you shall be called Big White, and you shall be called Little White. After casually naming the two skeletons, Wang Yuan rose and exited the church basement. The square of Shibei Town was still bustling with people. Players of various professions streamed in and out. Standing at the church entrance, Wang Yuan observed the passing players while occasionally glancing at his two skeleton soldiers, wearing a smug expression. Damn, all those skeleton soldiers are mediocre pets. A necromancer capable of summoning them is a rare sight. The envious gazes from passing necromancers filled Wang Yuan with satisfaction. Attributes. Wang Yuan focused his thoughts and opened his character panel. Name, Neo Dali. Profession, Necromancer. Level 1. Health 100. Mana 100. Attack 5. Magic 5. Armor 5. Magic resistance 5. Strength 5. Constitution 5. Intelligence 5. Spirit 5. Agility 5. Skills. Summon Skeleton LV1. Active skill. Consumes 5 mana points to revive the deceased as skeleton soldiers. Maximum of 2 can be summoned. Equipment. Broken wooden staff. Pets. Big White Common. Race. Skeleton soldier. Level 1. Health 50. Mana 50. Attack 5. Defense 1. Skill / Little White Common. Race. Skeleton soldier. Level 1. Health 50. Mana 50. Attack 5. Defense 1. Skill / Character description. A fledgling necromancer. Though a necromancer by title, the attributes are quite mediocre, lacking any significant focus. After all, a necromancer's true prowess lies within their skeleton soldiers. Even though the attributes of these two skeletons are unimpressive, with 2 attacking 5 skeletons, their combined attack is 10, which is not to be dismissed. Closing the attributes panel, as Wang Yuan prepared to follow the novice quest line to receive a mission from the town mayor, the voice of the skeleton soldier Big White echoed in his ear once more. Huh, is this not Shibei Town? Oh crap, it really is Shibei Town. I could never mistake the statue of Hero Sage. Wait, buddy, you know Shibei Town? Could it be you hail from the Human Federation? Yes, I am Song Wushuang, captain of the first elite team of the Holy Light Special Forces, Big White replied. Wushuang the old dog. No, Wushuang Sensei. Little White exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name. You know me? Big White was taken aback. I am Gu Yidao, Little White responded. You were my instructor when you served in Vanguard City, but unfortunately, our team was unable to escape when Vanguard City fell. Dao, it's really you. Big White was also momentarily stunned upon hearing Little White's name. I never expected to run into you here. Teacher Wushuang, how could someone as formidable as you? Xiao Bei's tone suddenly shifted to one of profound melancholy. Then, doesn't that mean the Holy Light City? Alas, Da Bai sighed, leaving the matter unresolved. Casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, he remarked, our reunion is marked by such circumstances. Given the environment, it appears that Dawn of the Breaking Day is still a game and has only just launched. Having just launched, we have traveled back 120 years. Indeed, according to historical records, in a month's time, this game will become the origin of the apocalypse. At that point, half of the global population will perish in this disaster, and those players will become the first to awaken as professional adventurers. At this juncture, Dabei's voice turned sorrowful once more. 120 years hence, the Holy Light Special Forces will be annihilated, humanity's last bastion will fall, and we shall become mere dust in the annals of history. The origin of the apocalypse? 120 years ago? Upon overhearing the conversation between the two skeletons, Wang Yuan felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow wash over him. It turns out these two skeletal warriors were players from 120 years after the dawn of the Breaking Day. Moreover, it seemed that a terrifying event would transpire in a month, one that would lead to humanity's ultimate downfall, leaving them unable to defend their home. Wang Yuan found this revelation hard to believe, and a sense of unease began to gnaw at him. Yet, he hesitated to inquire further about the specifics. After all, he needed to feign ignorance regarding the skeleton's dialogue. Otherwise, with his meager strength, he might very well be dispatched by these two cunning individuals. It appeared that the world was on the brink of an apocalypse in a month's time. He must strive to grow stronger to survive in such an environment. Whether humanity endured or perished 120 years later was of little concern to him, so long as it did not happen while he was still alive. If it is indeed the newly launched West Bay town, the sacred artifact should still be in the possession of Mayor Hag, Dabai observed, glancing at the mayor. Damn it, that foolish NPC, Zika, has actually lost the sacred artifact. If I encounter him, I will surely stab him 10 times or more, Xiaobai declared, his words laced with indignation. What do you think about us assisting this fool in retrieving the sacred artifact? Dabai suggested. He is an exceedingly rare profession, a necromancer, in the aftermath of the apocalypse. If he obtains the sacred artifact, we could reclaim our powers, and with the might of the undead army, history may very well be rewritten. Huh? How do we help him retrieve it? This fool cannot hear us. And how do we inform him that the infiltrator from the demon tribe is Rake from the tavern? Xiaobai muttered. Moreover, the crucial challenge lies in how to accept the quest. It is a trigger-based quest. According to historical records, the sacred artifact quest requires several consecutive cancellations of the novice quest before it can be accepted. How do we make him cancel? Easy enough. When he attempts to take the quest, we attack the players nearby, forcing him into combat, thereby canceling the dialogue, right? With so many people around, he won't notice a thing, Dabai replied. Wow, that's quite clever. No wonder you're the illustrious teacher, Wu Xuan. Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Of course, I am a mage, unlike you lot with your simplistic minds. Ugh, so we can't play together, huh? Xiaobai lamented. What is this sacred artifact? It sounds impressive. Will necromancers truly be so rare in the future? Rake from the tavern is actually the target of the so-called sacred artifact quest. These two are quite crafty, thinking of such a scheme to help me accept the quest. Upon hearing the skeleton warriors converse, Wang Yuan maintained a stoic expression while squeezing through the crowd, exclaiming, "Why are there so many people here? I can barely keep my pants on." The two skeletal warriors exchanged glances, stifling their amusement. After navigating through the throng, Wang Yuan found himself before Mayor Hag. Is that not Bull Dolly? I've heard you have summoned your own skeletal guardian and gained the power to command the dead. The outside world is tumultuous. Could you assist me with a task? Aye. Bang. Just as Wang Yuan was about to speak, Dabai, feigning an accident, stabbed a nearby player in the back. Wang Yuan's quest dialogue was abruptly cancelled, and a system prompt flashed before him. System prompt. You have entered combat status. Seeing this, Wang Yuan pretended to be bewildered, shouting, "Who the hell hit me? Is it impossible to accept a quest anymore?" His acting was impeccable. The players nearby looked on in confusion. 20 seconds later, Wang Yuan exited combat status and attempted to speak with Mayor Hag again, only for Dabai to strike yet another player's leg, interrupting Wang Yuan's quest once more. 3 times. 4 times. After the 10th interruption, Mayor Hag finally relented. It seems, Dolly, you have little interest in ordinary tasks. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan felt a surge of joy, realizing he had triggered a hidden quest. Thus, he feigned ignorance and replied, yes. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I am a dragon among men, Mayor. Please assign me a task worthy of my stature. This lad truly has no shame. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, if the two skeletons had mouths, their jaws would surely drop to their rear skulls. Alas, good child, the mayor, Hag, cast a glance of admiration at Wang Yuan and said, in this current world, besieged by dark magic, the demon kin, sealed for millennia by the gods, are stirring restlessly. Just yesterday, a spy infiltrated our town. System prompt. You have triggered a hidden quest. Demonkin spy. Would you like to accept? Yes. Wang Yuan decisively clicked yes. Is that true? Can you elaborate on the matter? Wang Yuan inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Our Shibei town is a crucial border stronghold. Yet last night, someone stealthily entered my study, attempting to steal the border maps that I discovered him during our confrontation, and he wielded the dark magic of the demon kin. Although he managed to escape, I injured his hand, and he should still be lurking in the town. I hope you can assist me in locating him. System prompt. You have accepted the S-rank hidden quest. Demonkin Infiltrator. Quest details. Identify the Demonkin spy in the town. Quest reward. Unknown. This is the revealing potion. Immediately, Mayor Hag produced 3 vials of potion from his pocket and handed them to Wang Yuan. These are the revealing potions crafted by the Grand Alchemist Clade. They can dispel the disguises of the Demonkin, but there are only 3 vials, so use them judiciously. 3 vials? Wang Yuan frowned. Internally, he mused that this task was indeed quite challenging, not to mention the triggering conditions requiring 10 refusals of the mayor's novice quests. The process of the task itself was absurdly difficult. Although Shibei Town is a novice zone, it still has several thousand NPCs. Thankfully, he already knew who the spy was. Otherwise, with just 3 vials, where would he even begin to search? The quest is accepted, but how do we lure him to the tavern? Xiaobai eagerly asked upon seeing Wang Yuan obtain the quest items. He should pass by the tavern shortly. We will position ourselves there and wait. Then it will depend on his wits, Dabai replied. However, before Dabai could finish, Wang Yuan muttered to himself, the tavern is the place where the most NPCs gather in the town. Any suspicious individual is likely to be found there. With that, Wang Yuan strode directly towards the tavern. Wow, this guy is far more astute than he appears. Indeed, he possesses far more insight than I had imagined. The 2 skeletons were quite excited, astonished by Wang Yuan's cleverness. Moments later, Wang Yuan and the skeletons arrived at the tavern. Contrary to Wang Yuan's expectations, the tavern was not bustling. Given that the game had just launched, players were preoccupied with completing quests, leaving little time or coin to spend at the tavern. Ah, it's New Dali. Would you like to try a glass of the newly arrived Hellfire? Just 1 gold coin. The tavern owner, Brew, called out from behind the counter. Wang Yuan glanced at Brew's name above his head, quietly pondering that wasn't the spy supposed to be a fellow named Like in the tavern? This guy isn't even named Like. Could it be that these 2 have a memory discrepancy? Huh. This isn't Like. Is it? Could there be an error in the historical records? Xiaobai was equally perplexed. Dabai, however, asserted confidently, no way. It's only been 120 years. Major historical events will not be misrecorded. The book states Like is in the tavern, but it never said the owner was named Like. Upon hearing Dabai's words, Wang Yuan furrowed his brow and casually tossed the only 10 copper coins he had to the tavern owner, declaring grandly, bring me a glass of the cheapest malt liquor, and I wish to inquire about a few matters. With that, Wang Yuan settled into a corner of the tavern, seeing the copper coins on the counter. The tavern owner displayed a look of disdain, collecting the coins while loudly ordering, Like, take the drink to the customer. Indeed. Wang Yuan smiled faintly. The 2 skeletons paused for a moment, and Wang Yuan could even sense their admiration for him at that very instant. However, the next moment, he heard their derisive thoughts. This guy is both stingy and pretentious. Yeah, trying to gather information with just 10 copper coins at a tavern. Yet it seems he has stumbled upon the truth. Bringing the main culprit out, stingy and pretentious, stumbling upon the truth, Wang Yuan was left speechless. Moments later, Like approached Wang Yuan's table, carrying a glass of malt liquor. This Like fellow was slender, with a fair complexion, clad in a tavern servant's attire, and wore a rather miserable expression. Had it not been for the prior revelation from the 2 skeletons, Wang Yuan might never have suspected this individual. Of course, even now that he knew the truth, he had to feign ignorance and ask a few questions. How should he expose him? Would it be too abrupt to point it out directly? If those 2 realized he could hear their thoughts, it would be disastrous. I must act naturally. After all, I'm destined for the stage. I should at least win an award for Best Actor. Wang Yuan silently grumbled, just as Wang Yuan pondered how to inadvertently reveal Like's identity. Dabai unexpectedly stepped forward and collided with Like's hand. Hey, bro, I'm just here to help you out. Dabai looked at Wang Yuan with hopeful anticipation. Ouch, Like recoiled in pain from the contact with his injured hand. Huh? Wang Yuan feigned surprise, his gaze landing on Like's hand, displaying a genuine look of astonishment. Without waiting for Like to react, Wang Yuan swiftly tossed a vial of revealing potion onto him, with a sizzling sound. A cloud of smoke enveloped Like. In the next moment, Like's form split apart, black spikes emerging from his back, and his head transformed into a grotesque, demonic visage. Demonkin Spy, Silver, Level 10, Weakened, Health 5,000 Mana, 1,000 Skills, Disguise. Demon Fire Background. A spy of the demon kin infiltrating the human realm for intelligence gathering. Severely weakened due to an injury from Mayor Hag's sword energy. System prompt. You have discovered the demon kin spy. Report swiftly to Mayor Hag. Death during the quest will result in failure. Successful escape will count as success. If the boss is defeated, players will receive the highest rewards. What the? A silver boss? Wang Yuan was taken aback by the creature's attributes. Damn it. These two deceptive skeletons only mentioned the spy was like, failing to inform me that like is a silver boss. In the realm of Dawn, bosses are categorized into 7 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legend, and mythical. The higher the tier, the stronger the entity. Even the lowest tier, bronze boss, requires a fully equipped team of 10 of the same level to contend with. A silver boss in a novice village is practically invincible. Moreover, Wang Yuan was merely a level 1 necromancer. Without skeletons, he was akin to a blank slate, and with skeletons, he was merely 3 blank slates. How despicable. Human, now that you've seen through my disguise, I cannot leave any witnesses, like screeched, extending his right hand as a ball of black flames coalesced in his palm. Are you foolish? I'm a player. I can respawn. If you offer me something of value, perhaps I could keep your secret. Why resort to violence? Wang Yuan stepped back, raising his voice. Like seemed momentarily taken aback by Wang Yuan's words. This guy has no principles whatsoever. A traitor, selling out his own kind. Xiaobai exclaimed indignantly. Calm down. To him, this is merely a game. Naturally, he will help whoever offers the best rewards. Dabai replied with remarkable composure. True. So what shall we do? What can we do? Let us attack. We can't allow them to collude. With that, Dabai circled around to Like's back and thrust his sword into Like's leg. Wang Yuan shouted, You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? Upon witnessing the skeletal minions of Lei Ku launch an assault against him, Wang Yuan was instantly consumed by rage, unleashing a torrent of flames towards his adversary without a moment's hesitation. Just as a black fireball was about to collide with his head, Xiaobai, positioned nearby, abruptly overturned a table, shielding Wang Yuan from the impending doom. The explosion erupted with a thunderous roar, instantly reducing the table to ashes. The shockwave from the blast sent both Wang Yuan and Xiao by hurtling backwards. With Wang Yuan landing heavily at the entrance of the tavern, isn't it true that these skeletal minions can fight on their own? Wang Yuan feigned ignorance, his acting skills shining through. However, the 2 skeletal minions had no time to respond. As Xiaobai exclaimed, Damn, Lei Ku is far stronger than the bosses we faced in our previous dungeons. He nearly obliterated me. No kidding. We're just level 1 trash skeletal minions, and as a mage, I can only wield a dagger. Of course, we stand no chance against him, Dabai added anxiously. This is bad. Are we really going to perish here? Xiaobai lamented. To die right after being reborn is truly tragic. Someone, help, a boss has spawned at the tavern. As the 2 skeletal minions awaited their grim fate, Wang Yuan had already scrambled out of the tavern, calling out loudly to the players in the square. Boss alert! Boss alert! It is well known that when a game first launches, the newbie zone is teeming with players, particularly in the town square, which is a sea of humanity. The tavern is situated directly across from the square. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's shouts, nearly everyone was drawn to his call simultaneously. A boss signifies exceptional equipment, advanced skills, and a wealth of riches. In online gaming novels, countless players have soared to greatness after encountering a boss in the newbie zone. Their legends continue to echo within the player community. With opportunity right before them, the excitement of the crowd was palpable. Wang Yuan's shout ignited a frenzy among the players, who surged towards the tavern like a tidal wave. Wang Yuan deftly recalled the 2 skeletal minions, and then turned to flee, opting to keep his achievements modest. By the heavens, there truly is a boss, a silver boss, no less. Everyone, charge, came the chorus of astonished shouts from the players behind Wang Yuan. The enthusiasm for battling the boss was at a fever pitch. If Lei Ku were to be encountered on the streets, these level 1 novices would hardly be able to brush against his garments. Yet, fate had conspired against Lei Ku, trapping him within the tavern. Moreover, the resurrection point was situated just outside the tavern. Level 1 players fearlessly charged forth, undeterred by the prospect of death, creating a relentless wave of attackers. Even if Lei Ku, a level 10 silver boss, could eliminate opponents with a single strike, he could not withstand the overwhelming tide of the masses. Within mere 10 minutes, he was vanquished. Wang Yuan received a notification regarding the defeat of the demonic spy. What? How did the silver boss not drop any loot? What is this abysmal drop rate? He exclaimed in frustration. The public chat was soon flooded with players venting their grievances. A quest boss and no loot. What a joke. Outside the tavern, Wang Yuan wore a sly grin. What a rascal. This fellow is quite the cunning one. Unexpectedly clever rather than foolish. Cunning is better than foolishness. The two skeletal minions exchanged incredulous glances, marveling at Wang Yuan's seemingly innocent demeanor, which belied his sly behavior. Even the two time travelers could not help but be astonished. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover, despite their complaints. The two skeletal minions began to begrudgingly acknowledge Wang Yuan as their master. After all, if it weren't for him, they would likely have been reborn yet again. One could not deny that this opportunistic master had something of value about him. I have identified the spy. It is Lei Ku from the tavern, and he is now deceased. Wang Yuan reported to the town mayor, Hager, to complete the quest. Indeed, it is he. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Mayor Hager appeared taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and said, "Thanks to you, the consequences for the entire town, and even the empire, could have been dire. You are truly a hero of the empire." System notification. You have received the special title of Empire Hero. Empire Hero category. Title: all attributes. 6 title description. A title bestowed only upon those who have made significant contributions to the empire. Mayor, you cannot imagine how fearsome that demonic creature was. I nearly didn't make it back. Wang Yuan glanced at the title's attributes, adopting a pitiful expression. Surely, I won't just receive a title, right? Wasn't there supposed to be a sacred artifact? Could this title be the artifact? Ugh, this is truly infuriating. Thank you for your efforts, my child. I shall not let your bravery go unrewarded. Mayor Hager slowly produced a box from his cloak and presented it to Wang Yuan. This is the homeland of the hero Sag, and you are the second person to hold the title of Empire Hero after him, and also his successor. This is a relic of Hero Sag. Please be sure to accept it.is this the legendary sacred artifact. Wang Yuan exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the box from Mayor Hager. The box was entirely black, adorned with intricate engravings. Upon opening it, he discovered a book with a black cover. The cover bore a bizarre magical array outlined in gold, which seemed to shift and swirl. It has appeared, the sacred artifact left by the legendary hero Sag. The Book of Heroes. So this is what the sacred artifact looks like. It's my first time seeing it. Me too, but I have seen illustrations of it in the historical books at the Federation Library. Is it truly as powerful as the legends suggest? Who knows? Let us hope so. After all, we went through a lot to obtain this book. It cannot be in vain. The two skeletal minions whispered to each other as they gazed at the black book in Wang Yuan's hands. Meanwhile, a prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. System notification. Would you like to bind the sacred artifact, the Book of Heroes? Yes. Wang Yuan clicked the confirmation without hesitation. System notification. Binding of the Book of Heroes successful. You have obtained the Necromancer's sacred artifact, the Book of Heroes. Rebirth. Book of Heroes. Rebirth category. Offhand grade. Gold, upgradable. All attributes 10 evolution. Passive skill. Equipment level increases with the player's level. For each level gained, all attributes increase by 1. Graveyard. Passive skill. Creates an independent undead space. Summon units automatically return to the graveyard upon player death or logout. Summon units will no longer disappear upon death and will resurrect in the graveyard. Rebirth. Passive skill. Summon units gain the ability to use equipment and learn skills. Current item level. LV1 current status. Bound holding player. Neo Dolly required level. 1 required class. Exclusive to Necromancers. Item description. The ultimate artifact once possessed by Hero Sag. Possessing it grants one the power to turn the tide of fate. Seeing the attributes of the Book of Heroes left Wang Yuan in a state of astonishment. Gold equipment. How can this be gold equipment? The drop rate in the game Dawn of the Rising is notoriously low, prompting countless players to vent their frustrations on the forums. To date, the game has been live for 3 full days. Yet the vast majority of players are still clad in newbie gear. It is rare to find a player who has not spent money and has managed to assemble a complete set of whiteboard gear, let alone any attribute-enhancing equipment. The currently top-ranked weapon on the forum, the Rakshasa Battle Axe, is merely a piece of bronze gear. This underscores the immense value of a single piece of gold equipment at this stage in the game. Certainly, Wang Yuan's astonishment stemmed not solely from the fact that this was a piece of golden equipment, but rather from the attributes it bestowed in the realm of Dawn's Break. The skeletal warriors and other undead creatures summoned by necromancers do not persist indefinitely. Whether the necromancer meets their demise or the summoned entities suffer fatal injuries, the undead will vanish completely, necessitating a fresh leveling process and a search for new corpses to summon anew. This can be regarded as a significant flaw of the necromancer class, and, apart from the requirement for corpses to summon skeletons, serves as a primary source of frustration for necromancers. However, the cemetery attribute of the heroic codex directly compensates for the shortcomings and deficiencies of the necromancer, effectively providing Wang Yuan's undead army with a built-in resurrection point. Even more astonishing to Wang Yuan was the attribute known as Rebirth, as mere mortals. Players can challenge formidable monsters beyond their level primarily due to the enhancement of their attributes through powerful equipment and skills. Equipping the undead army and imparting skills essentially means leading a cadre of skeletal minions whose attributes rival those of players. One can only imagine the terrifying spectacle when a necromancer waves their hand, sending a throng of heavily armored skeletons, wielding whirlwind slashes, charging fearlessly into the fray. In contrast to these two attributes, the evolution attribute, despite its apparent strength, seems rather lackluster. It is no wonder that those two skeletal warriors placed such immense value on the heroic codex, going to great lengths to acquire it. While it remains uncertain what attributes other classes might gain from binding the heroic codex in Wang Yuan's hands as a necromancer, it undoubtedly resembles an existence akin to a bug in the system. What's more, this is merely a golden grade item. It is hard to fathom how terrifying the ultimate version of the heroic codex would be when elevated to the mythic level. Wow, truly as powerful as the legends suggest. Xiaobai exclaimed. With this, we can resurrect infinitely like players. Dubai echoed his excitement. Praise the hero sage, praise the god of death, praise our master Neodali. Come on, have a little dignity. You actually praise that scoundrel? Dubai retorted, speechless. Of course, we must praise our master. We can wear equipment now. Xiaobai chuckled. Seriously, your flattery won't be because... Exactly, the warrior's novice artifact set, Revenge of Scene, is in Shibei Town, huh? Xiaobai declared proudly. Back in the day, I exerted considerable effort to gather it in the secret realm of Shibei Town. Unbelievable. How shameless can you be? Dubai see that Diffie buys me a set of artifacts. I could be even more shameless, Xiaobai replied with a grin. Wang Yuan, intrigued by their conversation, felt a surge of joy. Shibei Town, this novice area, has such treasures. This game is quite the scam for hiding treasures in the novice zone. But now they are all mine. He then affectionately patted the heads of the two skeletons, saying, You two are in for a treat. Let us go. Daddy will buy you some equipment. With that, Wang Yuan led the two skeleton warriors straight to the blacksmith shop. Haha, he's indeed going to buy it. Praise Neodali, my master. Puffed. What a pathetic fellow. Inside the blacksmith shop, the blacksmith Scene was hammering away. Humph, what do you want now? Scene scoffed upon seeing Wang Yuan, suppressing the urge to smash him with his hammer. Due to a previous incident involving corpse searching, Wang Yuan had offended Scene, and as a result, Scene's favorability towards him was at a low. Of course, I'm here to buy something, Wang Yuan replied with a cheeky grin. Don't be so stingy. I was merely joking with you. Do you have any equipment for warriors? I'll take 2 sets. Humph. Although Scene despised Wang Yuan, he was still a functional NPC. Coldly, he stated. Steel armor, 50 silver coins. Steel greatsword, 50 silver coins. Steel helmet, 25 silver coins. Wait, that's so expensive. Wang Yuan quickly interrupted Scene. 50 silver coins means 500 for a single piece. In the novice village. That's an outrageous price for a whiteboard item. He recalled that just a few days prior, the whiteboard clothes and weapons were significantly cheaper, and nobody was buying them at this price. Others don't pay that much, but for you, I'll give you a 20% discount. Scene retorted curtly. Come on, is that really necessary? I'm at least a warrior of the Empire. Wang Yuan pointed at the badge on his chest, feeling disheartened. Empire warrior? Scene paused, momentarily taken aback, contemplating. Are you truly an Empire warrior? It seemed Scene struggled to believe how this buffoon had attained such a status. Absolutely genuine. Wang Yuan thumped his chest. Can you help me get revenge? After a moment of contemplation, Scene asked earnestly. System prompt. You have triggered the hidden quest Scene's revenge. Do you accept? Another hidden quest? Wang Yuan felt a thrill. Of course. What do you need help with? I wish to avenge my wife and child. If you can help me slay that vile wolf, I will reward you with a set of equipment. Scene gazed at Wang Yuan with tears welling in his eyes. System prompt. You have accepted the hidden quest Scene's Revenge. Quest level A. Quest content. Kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Quest reward. Scene's Revenge. Scene's son and wife had been slain by the Silver Moon Wolf King in the Shattered Stone Wilderness, and he hoped that Wang Yuan could avenge them. Now, can you part with that set of equipment? Wang Yuan gestured to his skeletons. Look at them. Their pitiful and wooden tea stand a chance against the Wolf King. They'd be devoured for afternoon tea. No way. Scene shook his head firmly. That's against the rules. Then can you give me a discount on your whiteboard equipment? Wang Yuan asked. All right. Scene nodded. Sighing, Wang Yuan reluctantly opened a recharge link, angrily spending 1,000 yuan to equip his 2 skeletons with 2 sets of whiteboard equipment. In other online game novels, the protagonists typically make money. It can't just be me who starts by spending money, Wang Yuan mused. However, considering the prospect of acquiring a set of artifacts, Wang Yuan felt it was a worthwhile investment. After all, according to the skeletons, a month from now, the real world and the game world would become one, rendering any currency as mere scraps of paper. Spending money now was akin to an advance investment. Damn, could this be a ploy by the game company to induce spending? Steel armor quality, black iron defense, 5 magic resistance, 5 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, armor forged from fine steel. Steel helmet quality, black iron defense, 3 magic resistance, 2 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, helmet forged from fine steel. Steel boots quality, black iron defense, 3 magic resistance, 2 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, boots forged from fine steel. Steel gauntlets quality, black iron defense, 3 magic resistance, 2 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, gauntlets forged from fine steel. Steel greatsword quality, black iron attack, 5 strength, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, longsword forged from fine steel. With the acquisition of a full set of equipment, the 2 skeletons underwent a remarkable transformation. Once merely fragile bone frames, they were now encased in formidable armor, resembling 2 iron knights, an awe-inspiring sight that thrilled Wang Yuan. It is worth noting that even players at this stage seldom splurge on whiteboard equipment in the novice village, yet his skeleton warriors enjoyed privileges beyond those of ordinary players, compared to the skeletons of other necromancers. His 2 armored skeletons were in an entirely different league. Wow, our master is truly remarkable. I am willing to serve him faithfully. After donning his armor, Xiaobai caressed the great sword in his hands and lavished praise upon Wang Yuan. Bah, you unprincipled scoundrel, Dabai scoffed in disdain. Damn it, forcing a mage like me to wield a sword. This fellow is utterly foolish. This wretched thing is so unwieldy. As he spoke, Dabai clumsily swung the long sword in his grip. Dabai, you seem rather inept. It appears wielding a sword is quite the challenge for you, Wang Yuan remarked, observing the duo's exchange and Dabai's awkward attempts at swordplay, a teasing smile gracing his face. Damn it, he says I'm useless. Dabai's anger flared, his eyes blazing with indignation as he glared at Wang Yuan. You cur, dare you provide me with a staff? Master Wushuang, please don't provoke him, don't stoop to his level. Xiaobai frantically interjected from the side. Wang Yuan contemplated procuring a staff for Dabai, yet such magical weapons were classified as high-end gear, purchasable only in the main city according to the game's lore. And for now, Dabai would have to endure the indignity. Attributes. After exchanging the 2 skeletal birds guns for cannons, Wang Yuan once again accessed his attribute panel. Name, Neodali class, Necromancer level, 1 health, 460 mana, 460 attack, 23 magic, 23 armor, 23 magic resistance, 23 strength, 23 constitution, 23 intelligence, 23 spirit, 23 agility, 23 skills, summon skeleton, LV1. Active skill, costs 5 mana, revives the deceased as skeleton soldiers, maximum of 2 summoned. Equipment, broken wooden staff, heroic chronicle, reincarnation pet, heroic chronicle, reincarnation Dabai, unclassed, attribute growth, strength C, constitution C, intelligence A, spirit A. Agility C race, skeleton soldier level, 1 health, 390 mana, 390 attack, 20 magic, 20 armor, 32 magic resistance, 28 skills, / equipment, steel armor, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, steel greatsword. Background: a heroic spirit recorded in the Heroic Chronicle, possessing boundless growth potential. Xiaobai, unclassed, attribute growth, strength A, constitution A, intelligence C, spirit C, agility C. Race: skeleton soldier. Level 1 health, 470 mana, 270 attack, 26 magic, 16 armor, 36 magic resistance, 20 skills, / equipment, steel armor, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, steel greatsword. Background: a heroic spirit recorded in the Heroic Chronicle, possessing boundless growth potential. Character introduction: the destined one with the title of Imperial Warrior. Impressive. Upon viewing his attribute panel, Wang Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed in dawn of the breaking day. The Necromancer is classified as a mage, but lacks the formidable damage output characteristic of elemental mages, resulting in a rather mediocre attribute panel. The attributes of the undead creatures summoned by the Necromancer are inherited from the Necromancer's own attributes. Generally, the higher the tier of the summoned undead, the greater the percentage of attributes inherited. For instance, the lowest tier first-level skeleton soldier inherits only 50 of the Necromancer's attributes, while the second-level skeleton warrior can inherit 70, and the third-level skeleton champion can inherit 90, and so forth, culminating with the 9th-tier skeleton dragon inheriting 210 of the Necromancer's attributes. This is precisely why the Necromancer is regarded as the most formidable class in the late game, albeit pitifully weak in the early stages, struggling to summon even a single skeleton soldier. However, with the Heroic Chronicle in his possession, Wang Yuan skeletons not only inherit his panel attributes, but, due to the Chronicle's influence, can also equip gear, learn skills, and even possess their own attribute growth talents. At this moment, the 2 skeleton soldiers under Wang Yuan's command exhibited attributes comparable to level 10 players. Truly, the legendary artifact capable of determining human life and death is indeed astonishingly powerful. I am grateful to my 2 skeletal brothers. Otherwise, if this artifact fell into another's hands, I might be consumed by envy and resentment. Wang Yuan mused inwardly. With preparations complete, Wang Yuan strode forth with his 2 armored skeleton soldiers towards the outskirts of the town. What the hell? What is this? Skeleton soldiers. How come they are clad in armor? Are they mutated? Could they be the fabled armored skeletons? Armored skeletons? Is there any mention of such creatures in the official documentation? None. I'm merely speculating. Along their journey, the 2 skeleton soldiers trailing behind Wang Yuan elicited gasps of astonishment. After all, in an era where players struggle to acquire equipment and necromancers can barely summon skeletons, the sight of 2 fully armed armored skeletons was nothing short of breathtaking. Those necromancers who had previously reveled in their success at summoning skeletons from corpses, upon witnessing the imposing figures of Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers, were sharply reminded of the disparities in their fortunes as they glanced back at their own skeletal minions wielding rusted iron swords. Upon reaching the town's outskirts, Wang Yuan observed that 3 days had passed since the game's launch. Yet the novice area remained teeming with players that a wild dog spawned at Wang Yuan's feet, lunging towards him. Not a chance of harming my brother Nyo. Before Wang Yuan could issue a command, Xiaobai had already stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the wild dog sprawling to the ground, followed by a decisive slice to its neck. Oh no! 54. The wild dog's health bar was instantly depleted, leaving behind a corpse that yielded a copper coin and a tuft of dog fur, drawing astonished glances from surrounding players. That was so sycophantic, Dabai remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Indeed, I am but a faithful servant to my brother Nyo, Xiaobai declared. After all, my brother Nyo's mission is to secure equipment for me. How pragmatic. Wang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Xiaobai was intent on eliminating him, yet now he willingly accepted the role of a loyal aide. Moonlit Plains, the training ground for levels 5-10. Here, the monsters that spawn include level 5 wild wolves, level 8 wind wolves, and level 10 silver wolves that in contrast to the rocky wasteland of levels 1 to 5. The monsters in Moonlit Plains not only boast higher levels but also tend to appear in packs, making them quite formidable. Even higher-level players must form parties to barely survive in this region. And the leveling efficiency speaks for itself. Thus, despite the game being live for 3 days, Moonlit Plains remains remarkably desolate, with few players to be found. The occasional players encountered are primarily treasure-hunting teams from various studios. Players like Wang Yuan, who dare to wander the moonlit plains alone, are indeed a rarity. Of course, only Wang Yuan himself knew that he was not truly alone. After all, this was still a game world. And these monsters were as dull-witted as could be. Indeed, just look at these wild wolves. They are so sluggish, utterly unlike the beasts we encountered during our wilderness training with Teacher Song. Need I say more? Those were genuine magical beasts. These are merely a collection of data point 2 skeletons, while ruthlessly slaughtering the wild wolves before them, engaged in a languid conversation. Wang Yuan trailed closely behind, soaking up experience and scavenging items. These two fellows were indeed the elite who had carved their way through the future apocalypse, true survivors of a brutal struggle for over a decade, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood as formidable warriors. The high-level monsters on the Moonlight Plain paled in comparison to the trials they had faced. IT was akin to a veteran player, seasoned by years of hellish challenges, suddenly finding themselves in a rudimentary low-tier match, an utterly overwhelming mismatch. In the eyes of the two skeletons, the wolf monsters of the Moonlight Plain were no different from moving targets, effortlessly dispatching foes along the way, causing Wang Yuan's experience bar to soar. By midday, he had reached level 6. What vexed Wang Yuan was that despite defeating monsters of a higher level all morning, he had yet to obtain a single piece of equipment. Indeed, the dismal drop rates in the game Dawn of the Breaking Dawn were no mere rumor. In this game, players gained 1 to their 5 core attributes with each level, along with 5 free attribute points to allocate as needed for their class. Warriors would enhance their strength or constitution, while mages would increase their intelligence or spirit. As for necromancers, there was no standardized approach to attribute allocation. Although necromancers belonged to the mage category, they were considered unconventional. The inheritance of attributes made their allocation methods unpredictable. Should they allocate points like other mages, focusing on intelligence, before summoning a lich? All undead creatures were physical type. If they solely increased strength, they would still be mages, possessing numerous curse-related skills. Consequently, there was no definitive guide for attribute allocation for necromancers on the forums. Currently, 2 major schools of thought prevailed. One focused on enhancing the skeletal minion's output through strength and constitution, while the other prioritized the necromancer's own curse-based magic, favoring intelligence and spirit. These two factions were at odds, constantly bickering. Wang Yuan, however, did not hesitate. He evenly distributed his free attribute points across the 5 core attributes. After all, with the heroic chronicle at his disposal, his primary output would undoubtedly come from his legion of undead. Moreover, Wang Yuan's skeletons were distinct from those of other necromancers. Thanks to the influence of the heroic chronicle, they possessed unique growth talents and could transition into various classes. Thus, he needed to consider all classes, ensuring a balanced allocation of points. Furthermore, the heroic chronicle granted growth attributes, so with each level gained, he received an additional 1 to his 5 core attributes, meaning that even with an average distribution, he would still have 5 more attribute points than other players, preventing him from becoming a jack of all trades, master of none. Moreover, if the two skeletons were correct, and the apocalypse was indeed imminent within a month, survival became paramount. While ensuring his output, attributes related to survival, such as constitution and agility, were indispensable. After much contemplation, he concluded that an even distribution of points was indeed the most prudent choice. At level 6. Wang Yuan's health and mana reached 760 points, and his attack and defense attributes climbed to 38 points. Naturally, the attributes of his two skeletons rose in tandem, and with their growth talents, the magical attack of Bai and the physical attack of Xiao Bai reached 43 points, while their defense attributes neared 50 points. What did this signify? A warrior with a full constitution build would barely possess 800 health and 40 armor. At this moment, disregarding other attributes, Wang Yuan's survival capabilities were already on par with that of a warrior. Not to mention, he had 2 fully equipped skeletons with superior attributes. One person was equivalent to an entire team. This was no mere boast. With 2 golden tier combatants by his side, Wang Yuan ventured deeper. Upon reaching the center of the Moonlight Plain, a distant wolf howl suddenly echoed. Immediately, a prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. A powerful magical beast has appeared nearby. Adventurers are advised to exercise caution. Leveling is arduous. Cherish your journey. It was the Silver Moon Wolf King. Someone had arrived before us, Xiao Bai exclaimed with excitement. How can you be so sure? Bai queried, puzzled. For revenge against Shan, I camped for half a year in the secret realm of Shibei, slaying him over 50 times that I could tell what he wore the moment he bent over, Xiaobai boasted. Moreover, with such a distinctive howl, it's clear someone is attacking him. Indeed, following the sound, Wang Yuan saw a group of players surrounding a massive wolf standing over 2 meters tall. The wolf's entire body shimmered silver under the moonlight, exuding an imposing aura. It was none other than the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King. Wang Yuan casually cast a detection spell. Silver Moon Wolf King, Silver, level, 15 health, 8,000 mana, 1,500 skills, Wolf King charge. Silver Blade background, the Supreme Lord of the Moonlight Plane, possessing formidable magical abilities. Goodness! Upon seeing the attributes of the Silver Moon Wolf King, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback that a level 15 silver boss, 5 levels above the demon race spy. Fortunately, he had 2 skeletons of the chosen ones. Otherwise, facing this creature alone would be no easy feat. Of course, the players daring enough to assault the Silver Moon Wolf King were no pushovers. The lead assassin was a female player clad in black leather armor, accentuating her perfect curves, with a dagger that emitted a green glow, clearly a piece of bronze equipment. The other 4 were also fully armed, with a well-rounded class configuration, demonstrating remarkable teamwork. Particularly, the warrior beside the assassin, donned in a new village steel set, looked like a twin to Wang Yuan's skeletons, currently drawing the Silver Moon Wolf King's ire. Even Dubai couldn't help but chime in sarcastically. Hey, Adao, that warrior must be your long-lost brother. Nonsense, I have no such worthless brothers. Look at his position. He is about to die, Xiaobai scoffed. Bang! Just as Xiaobai finished speaking, the Silver Moon Wolf King lunged forward, slamming a paw down upon the warrior's longsword. The warrior's steel sword was knocked aside, and simultaneously, the Silver Moon Wolf King opened its mouth, unleashing a silver blade that struck the warrior's neck. Swish! The warrior was instantly decapitated, split in 2. What the hell? How brutal! Seeing the warrior fall to a single skill, Wang Yuan was taken aback. The warrior's companions were equally aghast. That was a level 10 warrior, the main tank of the team, the player with the highest defense that TOB obliterated by a single skill. It was outrageous. Well, this beast is quite something, Dubai remarked. Genuinely surprised. Indeed, Xiaobai replied. The Silver Moon Wolf King has a hidden trait. If positioned beyond a certain distance, it can charge up to unleash a devastating attack, rendering the target's defenses, parries, and evasion attributes null for 5 seconds. You must keep the distance within half a meter, otherwise, it can charge up. No way. Master Wu Shuang, you didn't know that? I play in high-tier matches. I don't have time to mess around with low-tier bosses that could be taken down with a single fireball for a month. Damn it, Xiaobai grumbled. Listening to their banter, Wang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. These two, while outwardly displaying camaraderie, were secretly competing and throwing shade at one another, especially Dubai, who had a knack for making Xiaobai sulk. Now, when Xiaobai finally had a chance to shine, Dubai's words left him speechless. Perhaps age and experience, coupled with being a mage, gave Dubai a significant advantage. Meanwhile, with the tanking warrior eliminated, the remaining players immediately lost their defensive capabilities, laying bare before the Silver Moon Wolf King. Oh, the Silver Moon Wolf King howled, opening its mouth to launch a blade of light, striking the mage squarely in the face. It then leaped beside the archer, swiftly dispatching the archer with a single claw. The priest barely had time to react before the Silver Moon Wolf King turned and sank its teeth into the priest's neck. In less than 10 seconds, the 5-member team was utterly annihilated, leaving only the female assassin. Without a second thought, she turned to flee. Did she think she could escape after provoking a boss? It was far from easy. The Silver Moon Wolf King gave chase. Sister, do you need assistance? As the assassin found herself cornered by the Silver Moon Wolf King, Wang Yuan suddenly emerged, standing not far in front of the assassin and waving his hand in a loud greeting. Hey! The assassin was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yuan's appearance, but quickly retorted, 1 gold coin. Wang Yuan chuckled. There's no such thing as a free lunch, dinner, or midnight snack in this world. He traveled a long way to undertake this quest, and there are costs involved. The equipment on just these 2 skeletons is worth a gold coin, so if I lend a hand, naturally, someone must cover the expenses. This young lady holds weapons that are clearly of high quality. She is no pauper, and thus, assistance cannot be rendered for free. Humph, no need. The assassin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Yuan. Then I shall assist the boss. Wang Yuan's smile turned increasingly unscrupulous. Sister, the weapon in your grasp is worth far more than a single gold coin. It would be a pity to lose it. With that, Wang Yuan positioned himself directly in front of the assassin. You, how shameless, the assassin exclaimed, both startled and enraged. Even the two skeletons behind Wang Yuan couldn't help but comment. Wow, is our brother getting a bit too brazen? Taking advantage of the situation. Haha, I'm starting to admire him. He is someone who can achieve great things. Really, Teacher Wushuang? Are you serious? You know nothing. In this apocalyptic world, only individuals like him can survive fiercely. Wang Yuan pondered whether those words were a compliment or an insult. Sister, you have 1 second to decide. He glanced behind the assassin. The Silvermoon Wolf King was already less than 10 meters away. Humph! The assassin huffed. Stop him. Reluctantly, she threw a gold coin. Realizing that parting with a single coin was a small price to pay compared to the risk of losing her valuable equipment, as she had stated. Even a single piece of her gear was worth well over 1 gold coin. The choice was evident. Wang Yuan caught the coin just as the Silvermoon Wolf King lunged at the assassin from behind. A claw aimed directly at her back. Children, attack. Wang Yuan commanded the two skeletons to engage. Little White, who had been itching for action, took a step forward and struck the Silvermoon Wolf King in the chest with his sword. Bang! -74 The Silvermoon Wolf King staggered from the blow. Its attack interrupted. Seizing the opportunity, the assassin rolled away to create distance from the Wolf King and fled without a backward glance. The Wolf King's wrath was redirected towards Little White. Awoo! The Silvermoon Wolf King howled, slashing at Little White with a powerful claw. A level 15 silver boss. The Wolf King was far too formidable for Little White, a mere level 6 skeleton, to withstand without healing support. Normally, one would retreat to evade such an attack. However, Little White stood firm, stepping forward instead. Smack! The Silvermoon Wolf King's claw struck air, crashing against the ground, and it opened its jaws to bite Little White. At that moment, Little White thrust forward with his shoulder. Bang! -88 A dull thud echoed as he struck the Wolf King's throat. A critical hit. The Wolf King emitted a pained whine, its expression contorting in agony. Little White seized the chance to slip beneath the Wolf King, stabbing his sword into its belly. -258 The howl of the Silvermoon Wolf King resonated in the air, a massive damage number floating above its head. A critical strike. In the dawn light, the creature's design was impressively realistic, possessing vital areas. Striking these vital points would trigger a defense-ignoring effect known as a critical attack. Hitting a vital area for a heavy blow resulted in triple damage. Termed a critical hit. In the game, there existed a skill called Axe Precision. While it was not difficult for players to strike targets, hitting a vital point required remarkable accuracy, a skill of high caliber. Little White, claiming to have ambushed the Silvermoon Wolf King over 50 times, had evidently mastered its combat style, landing strikes with astonishing precision aimed at its vital points. Furious, the Silvermoon Wolf King turned to bite Little White. Anticipating this, Little White sidestepped 2 paces before the Wolf King could fully turn. The Wolf King faced him. Little White positioned himself directly beneath it once more, thrusting his sword upward with ferocity. Thud! -258 Another critical hit. Without pause, Little White shifted a few steps in another direction. The Wolf King, seemingly in sync with Little White, adjusted its position above him once again, prompting Little White to strike upward once more. -258 It was as if a poorly executed drama unfolded before them, one side leaping while the other swept low. A bizarre sight indeed. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Wang Yuan was left dumbfounded, despite Little White's slower movement speed compared to the level 15 Silvermoon Wolf King. He seemed to anticipate his opponent's maneuvers, consistently positioning himself beneath the Wolf King's massive form to deliver critical strikes. Each step was precise, every thrust unerring. Was this the mark of an elite fighter forged in the crucible of apocalyptic warfare? In the distant underbrush, the assassin, now safely hidden and in stealth mode, watched in astonishment. Initially, she had merely sought Wang Yuan's assistance to draw the Wolf King's attention while she made her escape. Never expecting him to actually hold the creature at bay. To her surprise, not only did he manage to do so, but he also appeared to have the upper hand, suppressing the Silvermoon Wolf King with a mere skeleton. It was well known that a Necromancer skeletons only inherited 50 of their master's attributes. Though Wang Yuan's skeletons seemed somewhat exceptional, they remained skeletons nonetheless, limited in strength. Furthermore, lowly undead beings like skeletons lacked any semblance of AI intelligence. requiring direct commands from the Necromancer for both attack and defense. Yet here was Wang Yuan, commanding a seemingly worthless skeleton to suppress a level 15 silver boss. What level of skill was required for such a feat? She had assumed him to be a mere opportunist, but it seemed he was far more capable than anticipated in that instant. The assassin's demeanor towards Wang Yuan shifted from contempt to a hint of respect. Of course, what she did not know was that the two skeletons were vessels for the souls of elite fighters who had traversed the apocalypse, empowered by the legendary tales of heroes, rendering them incomparable to ordinary skeletons. If a typical Necromancer skeleton was akin to a bicycle, Little White was more like a luxury car with automatic transmission. With just one command from Wang Yuan, Little White could operate with remarkable freedom. An entirely foolproof operation. An elite warrior who had slain the true Silvermoon Wolf King over 50 times. The mere data of the creature before him was insignificant to Little White. He danced around the Wolf King's attacks with ease, dodging them effortlessly while retaliating with strikes that consistently resulted in critical hits. 258 minus 258 minus 258 massive damage numbers floated above the Silvermoon Wolf King's head, visibly depleting its health. In a matter of moments, the Wolf King's health turned red, dropping to 30 suddenly. Little White sidestepped, creating distance from the monstrous beast. That a question mark appeared above Wang Yuan's head. Just then, the Silvermoon Wolf King transformed into a shadow, rushing past Little White. Wolf King charge. Wang Yuan was left speechless. The Wolf King's signature move had been so effortlessly evaded. Well done, Adeo. Little White couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, I could dodge that with my eyes closed. Xiao Bai displayed an utter lack of humility. After the Silvermoon Wolf King unleashed its formidable Wolf King charge, its movements slowed considerably. Once again, Xiao Bai raised his sword and pursued. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, each thrust aimed at the vital points. Finally, after delivering 7 more strikes, the blood bar above the Silvermoon Wolf King's head was completely depleted. A mournful howl echoed, and it collapsed into a lifeless corpse. With a clatter, a myriad of gleaming spoils tumbled from the Silvermoon Wolf King's body. System notification: you have slain the Lord-level Silver Boss. Achieving a first kill, you have gained 100,000 experience points, 150 reputation, and earned the title Wolf King Slayer. Title category: Title, favorability with all NPCs in Shibei Town. 100. Title description: awarded for the first kill of the Lord-level Silver Boss. Silvermoon Wolf King. With a flurry of golden light, Wang Yuan ascended 4 levels, reaching level 10. The 2 skeleton warriors also leveled up to 10. Their white skeletal forms transformed into a sleek black with a metallic sheen, exuding a sense of quality. You have completed the first kill of the Lord-level Silver Boss, Silvermoon Wolf King. Would you like to reveal your game ID? No. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan selected no. What is the point of gaming if not to gain fame? If it were merely a game, Wang Yuan would certainly seize this opportunity to show off. However, he understood that the current game was not purely recreational, and it was wiser to maintain a low profile in reality. System announcement: player from Newbie Zone 3225, Shibei Town, has successfully slain the Lord-level Silver Boss, Silvermoon Wolf King, achieving a first kill. His deeds will be recorded in history. The system announcement repeated 3 times. Players in the game were astounded. The game had only been live for 3 days, and the majority of players were still struggling to survive, lacking equipment and skills. Battling even the same level mobs was a challenge. Yet someone had managed to defeat a silver boss. Truly, it was evident that there were always those who excelled beyond others. Of course, these accolades were nothing more than superficial glory. The real treasure lay in the spoils dropped by the Silvermoon Wolf King. Wang Yuan swiftly gathered all the items scattered on the ground, as expected from a first kill of a silver boss, even in the notoriously low drop rate of the Dawn of Day world. The loot from the Silvermoon Wolf King was quite bountiful. In total, he acquired a skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, a dark token, and a neatly packaged wolf head. The wolf head was a quest item. Needing no further explanation, the token was called Death God's Proof, also a quest item, with little elaboration provided. The skill book contained an assassin skill, ambush category, martial skill rank, DA surprise attack skill targeting enemies from behind. Class requirement: assassin, a D-rank damage output skill, which was quite precious in an era where everyone began with F-rank skills that could conservatively be valued at 1 gold coin if placed on the market. The equipment included a pair of boots, a ring, and a staff. Wolf's foot quality. Bronze armor, 9 magic resistance, 8 agility, 7 wolf shadow. Passive skill, increases movement speed by 15 class requirement. Universal level requirement, 10 item description, shoes imbued with wind magic. These boots were clearly suited for agile classes, boasting impressive attributes, particularly the 15 movement speed, which made Wang Yuan reluctant to part with them. What is most crucial in the apocalypse? Survival. Speed is essential for preserving one's life. It matters not if one can outrun monsters, as long as they can outpace other players. That 15 speed is indeed a life-saving attribute. Wolf's fawn quality. Bronze attack, 7 magic. For agility. For strength, 2 wolf's kiss. Passive skill. Converts 10 physical damage into health. Class requirement. Universal level requirement. 10 item description. Forged from the teeth of the Wolf King. Possessing bloodthirsty power. The ring was also for agile classes, with standard attributes. But its additional property of lifesteal was notably practical. However, this item was intended for physical classes, and given Wang Yuan's reliance on his minions in combat, he casually equipped it on Xiao Bai. All hail my lord, Neo Dali, great necromancer. I shall be your eternal follower, Xiao Bai exclaimed, nearly swooning with excitement. How shameless. What a lack of ambition. Don't forget you were brought out by me, Bai scoffed derisively. Hee hee, Wang Yuan secretly chuckled, showcasing the attributes of the staff in his hands. Upon seeing the staff in Wang Yuan's possession, not only Bai, but even Xiao Bai was momentarily stunned. What is this? Silver Moon's admiration quality. Silver attack, 17 magic, 29 intelligence, 9 spirit. 6 Moon Goddess's blessing. Passive skill, restores 10 magic points per second. Arcane mithril, passive skill, amplifies magic by 15. Class requirement. Mage. Necromancer, priest level requirement. 10 item description. A wand crafted by the great alchemist Clyde, blessed by the moon, granting the wielder an endless supply of magical energy. A silver grade item. Moreover, a weapon, in the dawn of day. Weapons and armor are considered major items, significantly more expensive than other miscellaneous gear, especially weapons, which are undoubtedly the most crucial equipment for players. Players can forego any armor, but they cannot be without a weapon. At this stage, the vast majority of players couldn't even afford a basic weapon. Those wielding bronze weapons were the elite. The value of a silver weapon is, without a doubt, immense, though Wang Yuan viewed the staff's attributes as not particularly outstanding. After all, a 15 magic amplification isn't considered high, and a 10 magic recovery seems rather trivial. He realized that the lowest grade magic potions in the shop automatically restore 15 magic points per second, making this attribute merely a way to save on potion expenses. Magic recovery. This staff actually possesses a magic recovery attribute. Just then, Wang Yuan recalled Bai's excited voice. Isn't it just magic recovery? Why the excitement? Wang Yuan pondered, perplexed. In all the games he had played, magic recovery was never regarded as a top-tier attribute when potions were involved. Bai, being a future elite, shouldn't he lack such insight? Right? Could it be that there would be no magic potions in the future? As if confirming his thoughts, Xiao Bai exclaimed, Wow, this luck is unbelievable. A magic recovery item. Back in our time, it would have been considered a divine artifact. Indeed, if I had this staff earlier, I wouldn't have run out of magic. Bai's tone grew somber, evidently recalling past events before their rebirth. If only Clyde and his potion association had not been annihilated, humanity wouldn't be in such dire straits. Xiao Bai's voice turned sorrowful. Indeed, Bai sighed. According to historical records, a year from now, the potion association will cease to exist, and humanity will fall into despair due to the lack of medicinal supplies. If only we could avert this catastrophe. Seeing the two usually optimistic individuals suddenly turning despondent, Wang Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. From their words, it seemed that a year after the apocalypse began, the Alchemical Potion Association would vanish for some reason, leading humanity into decline. It made sense. Why were players able to effortlessly defeat bosses, beyond equipment and skills that enhanced their abilities? Wasn't it primarily due to ample supplies? While slaying monsters and consuming potions, as long as there was health left, no boss was truly invincible. Without sufficient magic potion supplies, humanity's seemingly invincible recovery capabilities would vanish, presenting a catastrophic blow to their survival. What a pity, if only he weren't a mage, that staff would be perfect for me, Bai lamented, gazing longingly at the staff in Wang Yuan's hands. Hee hee, Xiaobai chuckled mischievously. I told you to praise my lord. Now you're regretting it. Uffed. Do you think I am as lacking in ambition as you are? Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Are you coveting this staff? As the two exchanged disdainful glances, Wang Yuan suddenly turned his head and, with a smile, inquired of Dao Bai. Dao Bai trembled slightly, the flame of his soul flickering in his eyes as he beheld the staff in Wang Yuan's hand. Nodding with an insatiable longing, Dao, you can comprehend commands beyond mere battle directives? Wang Yuan pretended to be surprised, declaring, Did I not hear that the skeleton soldiers possess low AI? It seems both of you, accompanying me, are as clever as I am. How should I go about eliminating him? Dao Bai gritted his teeth, utterly disgraced by the audacity of it all. Here, take it. It is far more useful in your hands than in mine. Wang Yuan said, casually thrusting the staff into Dao Bai's grasp. What the hell? Wang Yuan's action left Dao Bai utterly bewildered. After a moment of stunned silence, he managed to utter, Praise my lord, Niu Dali. I shall forever be your devoted follower. How shameless and lacking in ambition. Bah, Xiaobai, standing aside, scoffed furiously. The plan is a success. Hearing Dao Bai's praise, Wang Yuan smiled faintly. The great philosopher Zen Heart Dao Bone was indeed correct. Fewer empty promises and more tangible rewards ensure the loyalty of subordinates. The previously obstinate Dao Bai was now easily swayed by a mere staff. Hey, I appreciate your assistance earlier. After tidying the battlefield, Wang Yuan was about to return to town when a familiar voice suddenly echoed beside him. Turning, he beheld a beautiful assassin with an alluring figure materializing from a distortion in the AI. It was indeed the girl from earlier. Dou, what thanks are necessary? It was merely a matter of monetary transaction. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. 1 gold coin for a boss kill? Quite the profit. The assassin retorted. Damn, this guy knows how to engage in conversation. I am Xue Linglong. And you? She inquired, suppressing the urge to strike Wang Yuan. Recognizing his prowess in single-handedly defeating a silver boss, she decided to overlook his somewhat annoying demeanor. Through the friend request, Niu Dali Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the two skeleton soldiers stirred with excitement. Xue Linglong? Is she not the Xue Linglong, the super-rich individual who influenced the global currency system throughout history? It is indeed her, the affluent player who invested a considerable sum before the game merged with reality. To think she was born in Shibei town as well. A wealthy individual. No wonder. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow. That girl, adorned in exquisite gear and wielding a bronze-grade dagger, must have invested a conservative 5-figure sum in the early stages of the game, an expense few would readily incur. Over 10,000 yuan, 2 months' salary to purchase a set of novice gear that could be obsolete at any moment. Only someone with an abundance of wealth would be so reckless. Niu Dali. What a name! Upon hearing Wang Yuan's name, Xue Linglong could not help but burst into laughter. Wait, did you add me as a friend merely to mock my name? Wang Yuan retorted, displeased. Not quite, Xue Linglong replied, stifling her laughter. What did the boss drop earlier? Is there anything I require? I am willing to pay a premium. How much? Wang Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. The girl was indeed quite attractive. Yet her haughty demeanor made it difficult to warm up to her. Does wealth make one significant? Regardless of the item, I will pay a minimum of 10 gold coins for each, Xue Linglong declared. Producing a coin pouch. Very well. Wealth is indeed noteworthy. Upon hearing Xue Linglong's offer, Wang Yuan immediately donned a sycophantic smile and handed over the stolen ambush skill book. That degrade skill book, a fine item. Do you have any more? Xue Linglong asked, glancing at the book before promptly learning it with a clap of her hands. None left. All else is of use to me. Wang Yuan fixed his gaze on Xue Linglong, warning her not to entertain thoughts of fleeing without payment. Tch. Xue Linglong tossed a coin pouch towards Wang Yuan, saying, What a virtue! Do you think a lady is in need of money? Should you find anything worthwhile in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. With that, she vanished from Wang Yuan's sight in a flash. Praised be the warrior of the empire, Niu Dali. At last, I have avenged my wife and child. Wang Yuan presented the wolf head of the Silver Moon Wolf King to Xian, who was weeping profusely, expressing his profound gratitude. Mourn as you may, but do not forget to thank me. Wang Yuan consoled him. Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten, Xian exclaimed, abruptly ceasing his sorrow and rummaging beneath the shelf behind him. How could one forget such a matter? Thankfully, I prompted him. This shameless NPC. Wang Yuan suppressed a smirk. Soon, Xian retrieved a worn wooden chest from beneath the shelf, were it not for Wang Yuan's prior knowledge of its valuable contents. He would have reacted in anger at the sight of such a shabby chest. This truly where you keep a novice artifact. Such lowly standards, Xian asserted. This is a set of equipment I painstakingly forged for my revenge. He continued, now that you, brave warrior, have avenged my wife and child, this equipment is of no use to me that I bestow it upon you. System prompt. Quest completed. You have received a reward, Xian's gift. At last, the equipment is finally mine. Xiao Bai eagerly rubbed his hands together, excitement evident in his hollow gaze. Could it surpass my staff? I pondered curiously about the quality of novice equipment. Wang Yuan, equally intrigued, opened the chest. With a swift motion, a radiant light burst forth from the chest the moment Wang Yuan opened it. The brilliance faded. 3 pieces of equipment materialized before him, a longsword, a shield, and a suit of armor. Xian's fury, set 13, quality, bronze attack, 20 magic, 20 strength, 10 constitution, 10 fire of revenge, passive skill, damage increased by 10 class requirement, warrior. Knight level requirement, 10 item description, forged by blacksmith Xian with his life's work for the purpose of avenging his wife and child. Xian's guardian, set 13, quality, bronze defense, 500 strength, 10 constitution, 10 heart of guardianship, passive skill. Armor and magic resistance increased by 10 class requirement, warrior. Knight level requirement, 10 item description, forged by blacksmith Xian with his life's work for the purpose of avenging his wife and child. Xian's resolve, set 13, quality, bronze armor, 20 magic resistance, 20 strength, 10 constitution, 10 soul of resolve, passive skill, maximum health increased by 10 class requirement, warrior. Knight level requirement, 10 item description, forged by blacksmith Xian with his life's work for the purpose of avenging his wife and child. From the attributes, it was clear that all 3 pieces boasted maximum primary values, quite impressive indeed, with additional attributes being decent enough. In the early stages of the game, they could be regarded as exceptional. However, to claim that they were artifacts would be somewhat of an exaggeration. Wang Yuan understood that the reason these items constituted a set was not merely due to their inherent attributes, but rather the hidden set bonuses activated upon gathering the complete set. Thus, he casually equipped the 3 pieces on Xiao Bai AI.as. The trio of equipment adorned Xiao Bai. The set bonuses were activated. Xian's Vengeance, passive skill. For every 1 point of health lost, the player's offensive and defensive attributes increase by 1. When health drops to 30, the Blood Fury attribute activates, restoring 1 health point per second during combat. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Upon gazing at the attributes of the set, Wang Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head, prompting him to exclaim "What the heck?" 3 times in rapid succession. The essence of a warrior lies in their high attack and defense, rendering them the core tank of the team. As long as the warrior can endure, no boss is insurmountable. Hence, the higher the warrior's survivability, the greater their value within the party, whether through enhanced attack and defense as health diminishes or automatic health regeneration during combat. Both significantly bolster the warrior's survivability. The attributes of Xian's revenge elevated the set from a mere fine piece to a stratum beyond its inherent quality. To label it a novice's artifact is no exaggeration. Attributes. With a flicker of thought, Wang Yuan eagerly opened the attribute panel. Name. Neodali class. Necromancer level. 10 health. 1060 mana. 1060 attack. 53 magic. 53 armor. 62 magic resistance. 61 strength, 53 constitution, 53 intelligence, 53 spirit, 53 agility, 60 skills, summon skeleton, LV1. Active skill, consumes 5 mana points, resurrects the deceased as skeleton warriors, summoning up to 2. Equipment, broken wooden staff, heroic chronicle, reincarnation, wolf's paw pet, heroic chronicle, reincarnation. By, untransformed, attribute growth, strength C. Constitution C, Intelligence A, Spirit A, Agility C. Race, Skeleton Warrior level, 10 health, 560 mana, 660 attack, 43 magic, 83 armor, 45 magic resistance, 62 skills, slash, equipment, iron armor, iron helmet, iron gauntlets, iron boots. Silver Moon Admiration, background, an ethereal spirit recorded in the Heroic Chronicle, possessing limitless potential for growth. Xiao Bai, untransformed, attribute growth, strength A, constitution A, intelligence C, spirit C, agility C. Race, skeleton warrior level, 10 health, 1232 mana, 480 defense, 500 attack, 104 magic, 51 armor, 124 magic resistance, 51 skills, slash. Equipment, Sean's Resolve, Iron Helmet, Iron Gauntlets, Iron Boots, Sean's Fury, Sean's Guardian, Wolf Fong. Background, an ethereal spirit recorded in the Heroic Chronicle, possessing limitless potential for growth. Character introduction, the Destined One with the title of Empire Warrior. The two skeleton warriors, under Wang Yuan's attribute enhancement, boast attributes that rival those of players of the same level, particularly Xiao Bai, whose armor value has surged beyond 120 due to the set's augmentation. At this stage, even a tank fully invested in Constitution pales in comparison to Xiao Bai. Closing the attribute panel, Wang Yuan opened the menu and selected to log off, having spent a considerable amount of time in the game. Hunger had already begun to gnaw at him. Removing his gaming helmet, he stretched lazily, casually turning on the television before heading to prepare some food. At that moment, the sound of a news broadcast filled the room. According to our station's report, an unidentified creature has been discovered in the Jiangbei region. This creature is exceedingly ferocious, having injured individuals before fleeing. Currently, experts have not found any information regarding this creature in known literature. We advise residents of Jiangbei to secure their doors and windows, and to take precautions when venturing outside an unidentified creature. Exceedingly ferocious. A chill ran down Wang Yuan's spine upon hearing this. It seemed the words of the two skeleton warriors were indeed true, that if all goes as expected, the game world will merge with reality in a month's time, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Countless beasts will invade the real world, wreaking havoc upon humanity. Players within the game will rise as extraordinary professionals, leading humanity in the resistance against these monstrous incursions. Before the apocalypse, there are always signs. The beasts of the game world have already begun to emerge into reality. When the doomsday arrives, half of the world's population is likely to perish in this sudden catastrophe. Given that Wang Yuan is privy to this information in advance, it is imperative for him to prepare diligently before the impending doom. Wang Yuan checked his bank account balance. As an unemployed young adult, he was hardly affluent, having heard that one could earn money as a professional player in the game. He had spent 10,000 yuan on a helmet, hoping to make his mark in the virtual realm. However, after 3 days of exploration within the game, he hadn't even left the novice village. Then came the news of the impending apocalypse. His life felt like a cruel joke. It was fortunate he remained lucid, or he might have doubted his sanity. This morning, he had infused another 1,000 yuan into the game, leaving him with just 2,000 yuan, his last reserve for living expenses. Contemplating that in a month, this sum would become worthless, he made his way downstairs to the convenience store, eyeing the face of impending doom. Food and clean water would undoubtedly be of utmost importance. While 2,000 yuan would not procure an abundance of supplies, it would suffice to sustain Wang Yuan for a period during the apocalypse. "Brother Wang, what's going on, buying so much instant noodles and water?" The store owner, Xiao Zhang, was taken aback by Wang Yuan's extensive purchases. Given the proximity of the store, food could be acquired at any time. "Why the sudden bulk buy? The world is coming to an end," Wang Yuan replied with a serious expression. On ordinary days, Wang Yuan had a decent rapport with Xiao Zhang, who often gifted him some nearing expiry ham sausages. Naturally, he wanted to lend a hand when able. "Huh? Brother Wang, you truly have a knack for humor. Since 2012, I haven't heard any predictions of the apocalypse," Xiao Zhang chuckled. Wang Yuan realized that if he were to utter any such nonsense about the apocalypse, no one would take him seriously. If he insisted on proclaiming such things, he would be lightly dismissed as delusional or, at worst, detained by the authorities for disturbing public order. It seemed that before the apocalypse, saving a few more people would not be an easy task. Although he harbored no ill intentions and was not one to push himself upon others, he decided against stirring up trouble, laughing to himself. Wang Yuan amended his statement. "I've been playing a game and plan to stay in for a month. I know. Dawn of the Breaking Day, right? I've heard many people are addicted to that game." Xiao Zhang replied, understanding that I'll find someone to help you carry your things upstairs shortly. Thanks. After settling the bill, Wang Yuan was about to leave when he suddenly paused. "Xiao Zhang, you should also stock up on supplies." "I understand," Xiao Zhang responded, "that I'm sure many people are hoarding food like you, so I'll make sure to fill up the warehouse." "All right." Wang Yuan nodded with a sense of relief, realizing that he could only assist up to this point. After a while, he gazed at the living room brimming with bottled water and an abundance of instant noodles, feeling a significant boost in his sense of security. Although he had exhausted all his savings, he harbored no regrets. After all, these were essential supplies for life. Even if the apocalypse did not arrive a month later, it would not be a waste, as they would suffice for several months. With the money he had on hand, he could only make these preparations, and once he earned more in the game, he would stockpile additional resources. After all, consuming instant noodles every day in the apocalypse would inevitably lead to nausea. Having completed these arrangements, Wang Yuan returned to his bed and donned his helmet. However, he did not immediately enter the game. Instead, he logged into the forum. Upon reaching level 10, players had to transition to the main city. So he needed to review the strategy in advance. Opening the forum, he was met with a flurry of chaotic posts. There were those boasting of their skills, seeking companions, asking for guidance, and even recruiting for guilds. The most popular post was a complaint about the game's drop rates, lamenting that after defeating a silver boss, not a single item dropped, and calling for the game's demise. Amidst the sea of trivialities, Wang Yuan finally found the post he was seeking regarding the job transition strategy. The official game website only provided information on the 8 primary classes, while the transitions required players to explore. It was rumored that numerous hidden branches existed within the game, leading to varied experiences and outcomes for each player. As it stood, the main conventional classes were divided into 16. Warriors could transition into weapon-focused berserkers or defense-oriented guardians. Fighters could become internal martial artists known as chi masters or technique-based brawlers. Mages were categorized by elemental choice into ice mages and fire mages. Necromancers split into curse-focused necromancers and undead legion summoners. Assassins had stealthers and assassins. Archers could choose between snipers and hunters. Priests were divided into holy priests and shadow priests, while paladins could become guardians or avenging knights, armed with the lore of heroes. Wang Yuan was undoubtedly inclined to pursue the path of the undead legion summoner. Have you noticed any peculiarities in your body? Wang Yuan exited the thread just as he was about to log into the game, when suddenly a newly posted title caught his attention. Peculiarities? Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the post. The author, a mage by the name of Dahui Wuliang, claimed to have experienced a sudden surge of energy in his mind after logging off. A sensation identical to that of magical fluctuations in the game. He sought assistance to determine if others were experiencing the same phenomenon. The post was sincere, yet the replies were characteristically humorous and mocking. "Oh, your bravado is quite refreshing, I must admit," another commenter quipped. Indeed, those equipment flaunters pale in comparison to the original poster. Wang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. Indeed, in a gaming forum, there was no shortage of ostentation, usually revolving around who defeated which boss, cleared which dungeon, or acquired what loot, all confined within the realm of gaming. The notion that someone could feel magical fluctuations was indeed unexpected and ripe for ridicule. While others might have questioned the post, Wang Yuan refrained, as he held 2 resurrection tokens in his possession, rendering him less astonished by the bizarre claims. The emergence of this thread only reinforced Wang Yuan's conviction that the words of the 2 skeletons were indeed true. The apocalypse was truly approaching. The world was on the brink of transformation. Only by stockpiling resources and enhancing his strength could he hope to survive the impending end of days. Logging back into the game, Shibei Town was as bustling as ever. Level 10 players could teleport through the village chief directly to the main city, closest to the novice area. With a flash of scenery, Wang Yuan found himself before the grand gates of the main city. Thunderstorm City discovered. You gain 1,000 experience points. This magnificent city, Thunderstorm City, stood in stark contrast to the refined charm of Shibei Town, its towering walls and rugged architecture imparting an epic grandeur. Having spent 3 days in the novice area, many players had already reached level 10 and transitioned to the city, and as he walked through, players were everywhere. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan, accompanied by his 2 skeleton soldiers, made his way directly to the graveyard of Thunderstorm City. Indeed, the place of transition for necromancers was the graveyard, also known as the resting place. What the hell? The game designers must have a vendetta against necromancers, Wang Yuan lamented, feeling a wave of frustration. Warriors had camps, fighters had dojos, archers had shooting ranges, and assassins had assassin guilds. Yet, the mages, as a magical class, occupied the center of the main city, residing in the most auspicious and costly magical tower. The only transition area for necromancers was this dark, filthy, and foul-smelling graveyard. Wang Yuan felt a deep sense of occupational discrimination. Even his two skeleton soldiers could not help but voice their discontent. No wonder in our era, necromancers became such a rare profession. Given these conditions, it's no surprise that no one chose this path. Indeed, the scarcity of necromancers led to a thin lineage, and in our time, no one could awaken as a necromancer. If there were a few more of us, those fallen heroes could be resurrected, and with the power of an undead legion, a single necromancer could defend an entire city. A single necromancer could defend a city. Wang Yuan felt a rush of excitement. That it seemed that the game's lore was not misleading. Indeed, necromancers became incredibly powerful in later stages, and no wonder the early game was so challenging. Listening to the two skeletons, Wang Yuan felt a sense of balance restored within him. The game designers in his mind shifted from canines to primates. When destiny bestows a great responsibility upon a person, he mused, such a powerful profession as the necromancer could not possibly have an easy beginning. However, from the conversation, Wang Yuan gleaned that after the game's integration with reality, humans could no longer freely choose their professions as they once did. Instead, they had to rely on the awakening of their bloodlines. This bloodline must be connected to the profession chosen by the current players. The more players who chose a particular profession, the more bloodlines would awaken post-integration, leading to a higher awakening rate. Conversely, fewer players selecting a profession resulted in sparser bloodlines and a lower awakening rate. It was precisely because the necromancer's design was so punishing that few players chose this path, leading to the profession being regarded as legendary over a century later. Curse those foolish guilds, Wang Yuan scoffed in discontent. Although the requirement of needing corpses to summon skeletons was indeed frustrating, the game company had provided corpse spawn points. The reason why ordinary necromancers like Wang Yuan could not summon skeletons was due to those large guilds monopolizing the corpse spawn points, preventing any necromancers outside their ranks from drawing near. Thus, most necromancers had never even seen what their skeletons looked like before opting to delete their characters and start anew. Wang Yuan, being stubborn, had persevered and eventually summoned Dezhong and Xiaobai in the church's basement. Adventurer, are you here to transition your profession? Upon arriving at the graveyard, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in Wang Yuan's ears. Looking up, he beheld a pallid figure clad in a gray cloak, a middle-aged man with a gaunt face devoid of color, resembling a zombie emerging from the grave. Atop his head floated the name Gravedigger Wang, necromancer profession mentor. Yes, I am, Wang Yuan affirmed with a nod. After all, who would visit this place for leisure? Please choose your profession, Wayne instructed. The necromancer class branches into two professions: the necromancer, who specializes in curse magic to enhance personal power, and the undead legion summoner, who focuses on summoning to strengthen the undead army. I choose the undead legion summoner. Wang Yuan acted without a moment's hesitation. Although the necromancer's curse magic was formidable, the heroic tome in his possession was specifically designed to combat the undead legions. Besides, with two children of the plains, Dabai and Xiaobai, at his side, it was only natural to choose the path of summoning. May the great Rasmar forever protect you, Wayne proclaimed as he raised his staff, enveloping Wang Yuan in a shroud of black light. However, at that moment, the dark radiance unexpectedly surged uncontrollably into Wang Yuan's body, vanishing without a trace. A look of astonishment crossed Wayne's cold visage. There exists within you a powerful force of death. Force of death? Wang Yuan inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Indeed, you are the hero chosen by Hero Sag, the destined child blessed by the heroic tome. Alas, my abilities are insufficient to facilitate your class change, Wayne replied, nodding and regaining his stoic demeanor. Cannot change classes? What should I do then? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow. It is not that you cannot change classes. Rather, I am unable to assist you in doing so, Wayne clarified. Who can? Wang Yuan pressed further. Haha, Wayne chuckled, disregarding Wang Yuan's inquiry. Wang Yuan fell into silence. If I have no idea where to change classes, isn't this all for naught? Is our brother Nyo perhaps lacking in sense? He knows not to offer assistance for free, yet when it comes to seeking help himself, he is so inconsiderate. Xiao Bai's puzzled voice chimed in. Our brother Nyo is an audacious fellow, advocating for leniency towards himself while being strict with others. Da Bai echoed in agreement. Damn it, Wang Yuan pondered for a moment, producing a copper coin from his pocket. Brother, could you do me a favor? Ah, well, that is quite perceptive of you, Wayne remarked. However, will merely offering a copper coin suffice for such a request? The two skeletons began to whisper among themselves upon seeing Wang Yuan produce the coin. Humph, are you insulting me? Wayne scoffed. Wrong coin. It's a silver coin. Silver coin. Wang Yuan quickly corrected himself, retrieving a silver coin. Wayne, am not easily bought. Wayne retorted dismissively. What are your conditions? Wang Yuan asked after a moment of contemplation. 1 gold coin. Weren't you just saying you aren't easily bought? Wang Yuan's anger flared. 1 gold coin is hardly an easy price. It is quite reasonable. Wayne grinned slyly. Fine. All right. You are impressive, Wang Yuan replied, exasperated at present. Wayne seemed to epitomize the game company's style, driven solely by monetary gain. You should head to the heroic graveyard behind the church. There is someone there who can assist you. With that, Wayne left behind those parting words after receiving the gold coin. Guided by Wayne's instructions, Wang Yuan soon arrived at the graveyard behind the church, where he encountered an NPC even thinner and paler than Wayne, resembling a zombie, amidst a group of light-aligned NPCs. This necromancer clad in a gray cloak stood out conspicuously. I am Zol, the high priest of Rasmar and a necromancer, he stated, sizing Wang Yuan up as he approached. My child, I have heard that you possess the heroic tome and are recognized by Hero Sag as the destined child. I believe I can assist you in your class change. Zol, is that truly him? The legendary necromancer who single-handedly held off the orc army at Thunderbluff for 16 years. The two skeletons stirred, expressing their astonishment at encountering such a legendary hero. At that moment, Zol suddenly paused, his gaze landing on the two skeletons. He then spoke gravely to Wang Yuan. Child, the first rule of necromancers, do not summon undead beings that possess souls. What? Wang Yuan and the two skeletons exchanged incredulous glances. This fellow can perceive us. Surely, we won't end up ground into bone powder to make starch sausage at the hands of Brother Nyo. If only we had been more discreet. What now? We still have to save the world. Our fate can't end here, can it? The two skeletons trembled, clearly frightened that as reincarnated beings, Dabai and Xiaobai had but two objectives, to live well and, if possible, save the world. Wang Yuan had treated them decently, and they were content with their current situation if they were to be dismissed or eliminated by Wang Yuan due to Zol's words. It would indeed be a tragic fate. Naturally, at that moment, the most shocked was Wang Yuan himself. He was not astonished by the revelation that his skeletons possessed souls, but rather by Zol's ability to detect his secret. This fellow was unfathomable. No wonder he was called a legendary hero by the two skeletons from the future. You say they possess souls? Wang Yuan feigned ignorance. Indeed, my child, I can sense the soul fluctuations emanating from them. Zol explained. Moreover, their intensity far surpasses yours. It is evident that they were powerful warriors in life. If you lack the ability to control them, you shall face dire repercussions in the future, Brother Nyo. Please do not be swayed by his words. We are your good brothers. How could we ever turn against you? The two skeletons glared at Zol, their disdain for the legendary hero reaching unprecedented heights. Does that mean I am the legendary protagonist? Upon hearing Zol's words, Wang Yuan felt no fear. Instead, he feigned excitement, exclaiming, true strength lies in being unique, to summon skeletons that possess souls. Indeed, I am the dragon among men. Ah, Zol paused, momentarily taken aback by Wang Yuan's line of thought. Truly, he is our brother Nyo, so audacious. The two skeletons, having narrowly escaped a grim fate, sighed in relief, their fondness for Wang Yuan burgeoning. That so, you prefer undead beings with souls over ordinary ones? Zol inquired, fixing his gaze on Wang Yuan. Absolutely. How cool would that be? Wang Yuan exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Excellent. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's response, Zol's previously stern expression softened. You have passed my first trial. You truly are the destined child chosen by Sag. Unlike those mundane individuals, you are a born necromancer at this juncture, Zol continued. Throughout my life, I have dedicated myself to the study of necromantic magic and discovered that the power of undead beings is intricately linked to the strength of their souls. The more powerful the soul, the greater its potential for growth. Thus, I guard this place, hoping to summon undead beings with the souls of warriors. Yet, for reasons unknown, no matter how powerful the warrior, they seem to return to oblivion after death, and their bodies fail to summon strong souls. Wang Yuan. So this old coot is just spinning tales. Thankfully, I have long known my two skeletons are extraordinary. Otherwise, should anyone else fall for his ruse, they would surely become powerless. The damn system is such a scam. However, it seems Zul was also committed to summoning undead with souls, yet had never succeeded. I feel as though I have entered a misunderstanding. Fixated on their physical forms, this must be a grave error. I should attempt to guide their souls instead. Yet, I currently have no leads. Zul muttered to himself that I have heard that deep within the thunderstorm forest lies a bone altar, upon which rests a soul-guiding lamp. Could you retrieve it for me? System notification. You have triggered the hidden class change quest, second phase. Guiding souls. Quest level. Quest content. Retrieve the soul-guiding lamp. Quest reward. Unknown. Wang Yuan was left with a furrowed brow. Wait, is changing classes really this complicated? After perusing the strategies on the forum, I discovered that the job transition is rather straightforward. One merely needs to converse with the occupational mentor and select a profession. Yet, here I am faced with the necessity of completing tasks, not just a single task, but an entire quest chain. The first phase involves the mentor persuading me to dispose of my own skeletal minion. The second phase is clearly a ruse to send me to my demise. Who knows how treacherous the third phase will be? This grand deceiver is filled with malice. You are not like ordinary folk, Zor remarked nonchalantly. You are the destined hero of the legendary chronicles, a true dragon among men that I wish to take you as my personal disciple, which naturally entails numerous trials to determine your worthiness. Really? Wang Yuan questioned skeptically. You may doubt my words, but you cannot deny that you are indeed exceptional, Zor asserted confidently. Just look at my serious expression. It is evident that I speak the truth. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, and I too believe that I am exceptional. Wang Yuan nodded. Before embarking on the tasks, I ought to learn some skills, right? Certainly. Feel free to choose. Zor replied enthusiastically as he opened his robe, revealing an array of skill books, reminiscent of a vendor at a street market. Wang Yuan spent 20 silver coins to acquire the level 5 Necromancer skill, Curse, and the level 10 skill, Rebirth, Curse, active skill, consuming 20 MP to cast a curse on the target, reducing all attributes by 10 for 60 seconds. The effect does not stack, and there is no cooldown. Rebirth, active skill, consuming a corpse to replenish the summoned unit's health. No cooldown. One skill is a debuff, and the other a restoration skill. The debuff skill is manageable, belonging to the dark curse category of magic, while the restoration skill is rather burdensome, as it requires a corpse. Wang Yuan realized that the Necromancer follows a summoning path, making corpses an indispensable resource. After mastering the new skills, Wang Yuan invested an additional 5 silver coins to elevate the Summon Skeleton ability to level 2. Summon Skeleton, LV2 active skill, consuming 10 MP to resurrect the deceased as a skeletal warrior. A maximum of 3 can be summoned, as the core skill of a Necromancer. Summon Skeleton is undoubtedly fundamental. The higher the skill level, the greater the quality and quantity of the summoned skeletons. However, the skill training system in Dawn of Day is rather vexing. The first 3 levels can be learned from the mentor for a fee, but after level 3, one must rely on grinding for proficiency. For other professions, skill grinding merely entails spending some mana to advance Summon Skeleton. One can only imagine the number of corpses that must be consumed. No wonder the major guilds monopolize the corpse respawn points. They are vital training resources to hone his craft. Wang Yuan departed from the cemetery and ventured to the warrior camp and the mage tower, where he purchased the level 5 skill Heavy Strike and the level 10 skill Charge for warriors, as well as the level 5 Fireball and the level 10 Fire Resistance Ring for mages, allowing his 2 skeletons to learn. Having completed these preparations, Wang Yuan headed straight for the outskirts of the city. Outside Thunderstorm City lies a leveling area for levels 10-15, teeming with level 10 slimes and level 15 wandering goblins. Unlike the beastly monsters of the novice area, these creatures are classified as low-level magical beasts, dropping items like mana crystals that can be exchanged for currency in the main city shop, serving as the current economic resource for players. Outside the city gates, players congregate in groups, pursuing monsters to slay. The entrance of the refugee zone beneath the city wall is the corpse respawn point of Thunderstorm City. Wang Yuan's Summon Skeleton skill has reached level 2, allowing him to summon not only Big White and Little White, but also an additional skeletal warrior, prompting him to approach the corpse respawn point. Hello there, what brings you here? As Wang Yuan neared the corpse respawn point, a few warrior players blocked his path, The leader, a bald man, scrutinizing Wang Yuan and his two skeletons that I am summoning minions. Wang Yuan replied, revealing his identity as a necromancer. This corpse respawn point has been claimed by our Black Dragon Guild. It will cost you 1 silver coin per summon. No negotiations. The bald man glanced at the large and small skeletons behind Wang Yuan. Very well. Wang Yuan casually tossed a silver coin and entered the respawn point. His primary objective now was to change jobs, and there was no need to waste time squabbling with these fools. Seeing Wang Yuan so readily produce a silver coin, the warriors exchanged glances, especially the bald man, whose eyes glimmered with greed. It is worth noting that level 10 players have only just emerged from the novice area and typically possess meager funds. Learning skills can be financially draining. A silver coin is no small sum that a person who can so easily part with a silver coin must surely be wealthy. Upon entering the corpse respawn point, Wang Yuan observed 7 or 8 players clustered in the center. Among them was only one necromancer. With a wave of his hand, the necromancer summoned 4 tall, black skeletal warriors wielding battle axes. The other players immediately rushed in to smash the skeletons to bits. Witnessing the skeletal warriors summoned by the necromancer, Wang Yuan was taken aback. Skeleton warriors. They were tier 3 undead skeletal warriors. This individual must be at least level 20. As tier 3 undead, skeleton warriors can only be summoned after reaching level 20 and mastering the tier 3 summoning skill, implying that this necromancer is at least level 20. Considering the game has only been live for 3 days, and the top players are only around levels 15 or 16. It is astonishing that this necromancer has already achieved level 20. However, what are they doing? Wang Yuan pondered in confusion. Who would have thought that in this age, such primitive skill grinding methods still exist? Little White exclaimed, "It is fortunate that this is within the game. Once the world merges, such tactics will no longer be feasible." Big White echoed his sentiment. Skill grinding? Wang Yuan realized. Good gracious, is this truly a viable method? What a waste of corpses, such extravagance. Yet, judging by their demeanor, they appear to be affiliated with those blocking the respawn point. Damn it, the large guild truly has an advantage. While other necromancers must pay for corpses, they use them for skill grinding. As expected, a player nearby remarked, "Boss, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to reach level 4 summon skeleton today, at which point you can summon a skeleton general." Summoning a skeleton general would make the boss the #1 necromancer in the entire server. You know nothing. The boss is already the #1 necromancer on the server. Just look at who else can summon skeleton warriors. Those trash can only manage to summon skeleton soldiers at best. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. The necromancer laughed, saying, "The game is filled with hidden talents. While it may not be rare to find someone who can summon skeleton warriors, as long as I can summon a skeleton general, I will undoubtedly surpass all other necromancers. Damn it." Wang Yuan scoffed, casually casting his summoning spell. Before him, a corpse lost its flesh and blood, rising as a white skeleton armed with a round shield in its left hand and an iron sword in its right, lumbering to stand behind Wang Yuan. Look at how foolish that skeleton warrior appears. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Wang Yuan's skeletal warrior. Wang Yuan, however, exited the respawn point without looking back. "Hey, buddy, say something. Are you also a reborn?" Little White and Big White began to scrutinize the newly summoned skeletal warrior. However, the skeletal warrior exhibited no signs of thought, mechanically following Wang Yuan. Clearly, this skeletal warrior lacked a soul. Although Wang Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, he was not surprised. If even a grand wizard like Zor could not summon a skeleton with a soul, then being able to summon 2 was already a stroke of luck. It was reasonable that the third lacked a soul. One cannot be greedy. Accompanied by his newly summoned skeletal warrior, Wang Yuan ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, a few players trailed behind him. Should Wang Yuan catch sight of these individuals, he would surely recognize them as the very ones outside the corpse respawn point, accompanied by several players of other professions. "Gunbrother, this fellow doesn't seem all that well equipped. Are we going to end up empty-handed?" One of the assassins furrowed his brow and inquired of the bald warrior, "What do you know, really? This fellow is exceedingly generous, not batting an eye at parting with a silver coin. He must be wealthy." The bald man, known as Gunbrother, replied, "Moreover, despite his rather shabby equipment, did you not notice his 2 companions? They are adorned with splendid gear, particularly that one wielding a staff. At the very least, he must possess bronze gear. Most likely silver. Silver gear? Is that true? Our leader doesn't even have silver gear. The crowd stirred with excitement upon hearing this. Haha, let us seize it and present it to our leader. We shall benefit as well. Gun Brother chuckled. When we defeat the boss and acquire the loot, won't we be free to choose whatever we desire? That makes sense. That makes sense. The crowd nodded in agreement, urging one another, quickly, let us catch up. We mustn't lose them. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan pondered aloud. By the way, do you two truly possess souls? You certainly seem far more astute than Bai-san. Throughout the journey, Wang Yuan keenly sensed the disparity between the reborn skeletons and the ordinary skeletons. Although the skeleton warrior was a second-tier undead, in terms of intelligence and combat skills, it paled in comparison to the battle-hardened reborn beings that it was akin to the gap between a top-tier professional player and a mere low-level monster. Even without equipment, it would be a trivial task for Bai and Bai to defeat a soulless skeleton warrior in a wonder Zuer devoted his life to summoning skeletons with souls. The advantage was too pronounced as Zuer's previous ramblings were not without merit, with Zuer elucidating the matter of souls. At the very least, Wang Yuan and the two skeletons need not feign ignorance any longer. In response to Wang Yuan's inquiry, the two skeletons momentarily exchanged glances. Teacher Wu Shuang, how should we respond? Do not appear overly intelligent. He might become frightened that we should only display a semblance of awareness. With that, Bai nodded vacantly like a simpleton, and Bai followed suit. Although they possess souls, they don't seem particularly clever. We must take it slow, Wang Yuan pretended to muse. The two skeletons exchanged triumphant glances, exclaiming, we deceived him. Our performance was superb. Suddenly, as the group engaged in their theatrical display, a sharp sound pierced the air from behind. Not good. An ambush. The two formidable beings, born from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, reacted with remarkable agility. Upon hearing the ominous wind behind them, Bai instinctively turned and raised his shield that a soft thud resonated as an arrow was deflected by Bai's shield. Simultaneously, a message flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. You are under attack by the player Bald Dragon's team. You have 180 seconds to defend yourself. During this period, killing the opponent will not increase your PK value. Wang Yuan whipped around to see a group of players closing in from behind. The bald figure at the forefront looked somewhat familiar, his fierce expression unmistakable, with the ID Bald Dragon emblazoned above his head. In the dawn of daybreak, players who initiate PK will have their names displayed automatically. Only those equipped with hidden identity items or gear can conceal their personal information. Behind Bald Dragon trailed 6 players. An archer, 2 mages, a priest, and 2 warriors, all clad in complete and competent gear. Unmistakably seasoned veterans. Damn it. A gang of robbers. It seems scoundrels exist in every era. The two skeletons exchanged glances, quickly grasping the situation, as a palpable bloodlust erupted from their flickering souls that even made Wang Yuan shiver. In the future era's century-long war between humans and beasts, the most detested were not the beasts, but those who took advantage of their brethren's misfortunes to profit. Robbers were among them. The first rule of the post-apocalyptic world explicitly stated that when encountering robbers, one must kill without mercy, leaving no trace as elite warriors among their kind. The two skeletons instinctively felt the urge to slay. Haha, my friends, we meet again. Bald Dragon grinned lewdly at Wang Yuan. Itsu. What do you want? Wang Yuan frowned, recognizing the figure before him, and promptly realized he had revealed his wealth. He swiftly commanded his skeletal minions. Prepare for battle. Oh, nothing much. I merely noticed your generous spending and wanted to borrow some equipment. Bald Dragon glanced greedily at the weapons in Bai and Bai's hands, already calculating in his mind that the warrior's weapon would belong to him, the mage's weapon to his leader, and the money would be divided among the others. Perfectly orchestrated. And what if I refuse? Wang Yuan retorted. Haha. He says he won lend. Upon hearing this, Bald Dragon turned to his companions with a hearty laugh. The others joined in, unable to contain their boisterous laughter. Is this fellow a fool? He thought we were being polite. Hey, is your brain functioning properly? Our leader's intention is for you to leave behind your equipment and money, or else we shall spare your life. Bald Dragon's followers clarified. Wang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. So you are indeed robbing us. Correct. You summed it up quite accurately. Bald Dragon exclaimed. I'm not fond of unnecessary violence that incurs PK values. You might as well strip off your gear, saving us the trouble. Well, that is quite kind of you. Wang Yuan replied with a smile. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's declaration, Bald Dragon and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in exaggerated laughter. Did you hear that? He claims he will kill us. 3 level 10 noobs daring to take down 8 of us. Haha. At the game's launch, players still lacked equipment and skills, and in player versus player scenarios, level and numbers were paramount. In Bald Dragon's eyes, Wang Yuan's group consisted of merely 3 level 10 novices, while they boasted 8 members. The lowest among them being level 15, their superiority in both level and numbers was overwhelming. Wang Yuan audaciously declared he would slay them all, which struck the others as the most comical joke. However, at that moment, Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes and issued a command to Da Bai and Xiao Bai. Go forth, leave none alive. Brother Niu, well done. I admire you more and more. Upon receiving the command, the 2 skeletons wasted no time and launched their attack. Da Bai raised his staff, and with a whoosh, a fireball hurtled toward the foremost Bald Dragon. By heavens, he truly dares to strike. Bald Dragon gasped, hastily raising his shield in defense. But just as Bald Dragon's shield was lifted, Xiao Bai charged to his side, delivering a heavy blow. With a thud, Bald Dragon was sent flying, his block disrupted. Boom! As the block faltered, Da Bai's fireball collided squarely with Bald Dragon's face. 182 minus 277. 2 massive damage numbers, 1 red and 1 blue, floated above Bald Dragon's head, causing his health to plummet by half. Before Bald Dragon could touch the ground, Xiao Bai swung his sword horizontally, cleaving into Bald Dragon's leg. With a clang, Bald Dragon was toppled onto his back, and Xiao Bai followed up with a decisive thrust, burying his sword in Bald Dragon's throat. From Wang Yuan's command to Xiao Bai's finishing blow, less than 3 seconds elapsed, and Bald Dragon lay lifeless on the ground, leaving everyone still reeling from the shock of what had just transpired. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was rendered utterly speechless. As teammates belonging to the same guild, they were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. Bald Dragon, their leader, was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Additionally, as a warrior, Bald Dragon possessed the finest equipment in their party, boasting high attack and defense stats alongside substantial health, making him the core of their team. Yet, astonishingly, he was taken down before he could even endure a single round of combat. This was outrageous. Even Wang Yuan could not help but exclaim in awe. Truly, he was a formidable character, one who had experienced real battles against monsters on the battlefield, standing in a dimension entirely apart from ordinary players. The seamless synergy between the 2 opponents, their brutally efficient strikes, was something that even a homebody like Wang Yuan had never encountered. How dare they kill me? Eliminate them. Meanwhile, as Bald Dragon regained his wits, he found himself back at the resurrection point, immediately issuing a furious attack command to his subordinates. The members of the Black Dragon Guild charged towards Da Bai and Xiao Bai. In the next instant, 2 warriors had already rushed to confront them. Just as Xiao Bai was about to be knocked away, Da Bai, with a smirk, deftly repositioned himself to shield Xiao Bai, bringing his staff down with force. A dazzling inferno erupted in a 360-degree radius from Da Bai, colliding robustly with the 2 charging warriors. The impact sent both warriors flying. Xiao Bai leaped forward, delivering 2 precise strikes that found their mark in the throats of the 2 warriors, inflicting critical damage. The warriors had no time to evade, swiftly becoming lifeless corpses. As Xiao Bai landed, he raised his shield. With a resounding crash, the fireballs from the opposing mage, along with arrows aimed at Da Bai, struck against the shield, creating a thunderous explosion. The powerful shockwave pushed Xiao Bai back a step. Simultaneously, Da Bai's fireball struck the opposing mage, resulting in a colossal blast that left the mage charred and lifeless. 3. A total of 3 foes. If the first round, where 2 skeletal warriors eliminated Bald Dragon, was unexpected, then the second round, which claimed 3 lives, was nothing short of astounding. After all, the previous encounter involved a 2-on-1 situation, which had its advantages. Now, however, it was a genuine case of the few triumphing over the many, particularly Xiao Bai's 2 strikes, which effortlessly dispatched 2 warriors, left everyone in a state of shock. Warriors are among the most resilient classes, and in player versus player combat, no class should be able to be so swiftly eliminated. Except for warriors and knights at this moment. The onlookers could only watch in disbelief as two warriors fell to a single player wielding a sword. The visual impact was staggering. What kind of outrageous attack power is this? In less than 10 seconds, half of the 8-member team had been wiped out, leaving no frontline fighters or backline mages standing. The remaining few were left aghast. Damn! Run! With a startled cry, they turned to flee. The two archers were the fastest to bolt. Yet, before they could cover much ground, two deep green beams of light enveloped them. The archer's speed diminished drastically. A curse. Wang Yuan, gripping a tattered wooden staff, chuckled coldly. You think you can escape after crossing me? It won't be that easy. Nice job. Niu Gu, Dabai praised as he saw Wang Yuan successfully immobilize the two archers. With his staff raised, Dabai unleashed a flurry of fireballs. Bang! Bang! The fireballs soared forth, reducing the archers to mere ash, leaving only a trembling priest behind. Don't kill me. I am a member of the Black Dragon Guild. Surely, you know the consequences of provoking us? And do you know the consequences of provoking me? Wang Yuan waved his hand. Xiao Bai's sword cleaved down upon the priest's head, ending his life in an instant. Spitting disdainfully at the priest's corpse, Wang Yuan declared, Who do you think you're fooling? What nonsense about the Black Dragon Guild or the White Dragon Guild? Am I really supposed to fear death over a game? Even if the game were to merge with reality, with two sons of destiny in hand, I, the protagonist among protagonists, would not be bullied by you lot. It's one thing to scavenge the corpses of other necromancers for resources, but to rob me directly? You truly ask for it. Damn it. ISNT, they're a single piece of equipment that drops. The two skeletons voiced their discontent as they surveyed the barren ground. They had expected that these foes, with their decent gear, would yield some loot upon defeat, yet remarkably, not a single item had dropped at all. The good old days, when one could simply strip equipment off a corpse. Xiao Bai reminisced. Wang Yuan remarked, Well, would you look at that? These two skeletal warriors are quite the thieves. Just then, Wang Yuan felt an unexpected chill. 42, a faint damage notification floated above his head. Turning around, he saw the air behind him warp, revealing a diminutive assassin who had stealthily approached. The assassin, with a dazed expression, could hardly comprehend why a mage clad in novice robes, wielding a basic wooden staff, had withstood his attack, only losing a mere 40 health points. Little did he know, Wang Yuan had invested his points evenly and was currently wielding the legendary heroic tome, resulting in an armor value exceeding 60. The assassin, having invested in agility, possessed an attack power of merely 60 or 70 points. Inflicting over 40 points of damage with a stealthy backstab was already impressive. However, the assassin's reflexes were sharp. Realizing his attack had barely penetrated Wang Yuan's defenses, he attempted to flee. Not so fast, Wang Yuan exclaimed, seizing the assassin by the collar. There's another one. The grip of Wang Yuan, with his strength of 53, was formidable, and he managed to hold the assassin in place. Meanwhile, a skeletal warrior delivered a decisive blow to the assassin's head, though lacking the intelligence of Dabai or Xiao Bai. The skeletal warrior was still empowered by the heroic tome, boasting attributes that surpassed even Xiao Bai's. With one swift strike, the assassin was dispatched. At that moment, Xiao Bai rushed forward, stepping on the assassin's back to deliver a piercing strike to his heart. With a thud, the assassin fell lifeless, and a ring tumbled from his body. Equipment drop? At last, equipment drop. Xiao Bai rejoiced. As a fellow melee class, many of the assassin's items could be utilized by warriors. Staff of the mage, Dabai muttered, bewildered by the oddity of a mage receiving an assassin's loot. Wang Yuan casually picked up the ring. Concealed illusion ring quality. Bronze attack, 17 magic, 10 agility, 6 strength, 5 illusion, passive skill. Stealth enhancement 15 class requirement. Assassin level requirement, 15 item description. A mysterious magical ring that renders the wearer's movements inscrutable. Holy cow, a top-tier item. Why is it assassin gear? Why not mage equipment? Upon observing the attributes of the ring, both Wang Yuan and the two skeletons simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Beside them, the skeleton warrior by Sanner wore a vacant expression, utterly out of place in this world. Much like the necromancer's summoned skeletons, stealth is the quintessential skill of an assassin, and indeed, it is even more fundamental than the necromancer's ability to summon the undead. After all, the necromancer has the sorceress branch of curse magic to rely on, not solely depending on the undead legion. Whereas for assassins, whether they are infiltrators or assassins, stealth remains paramount. An assassin devoid of stealth loses a staggering 80 of their combat effectiveness. Therefore, equipment that enhances stealth is undoubtedly the most exorbitant gear for assassins, even surpassing the value of their weapons. Moreover, due to the unique characteristic of invisibility, the assassin class holds a significantly high proportion in Dawn of Daybreak, with 1/3 of players currently embracing this profession. Consequently, the value of assassin gear is more than double that of other classes. A ring that enhances stealth capabilities, when placed on the auction house, is worth more than the staff currently held by Dubai. Wang Yuan swiftly opened his friends list, activated the chat box with Shui Linglong, took a screenshot, and sent it without hesitation. 50 gold. 3 seconds later, a message from Shui Linglong arrived. Where are you? I'm coming to trade with you. Make sure not to sell it to anyone else. Upon seeing Shui Linglong's message, Wang Yuan's hands trembled. That amounted to 50,000 yuan. Previously, he had to starve himself for an entire year to earn a mere 50 to 60,000. Now, a single ring in the game could fetch 50,000. This damn world deserves to be destroyed. Thunderstorm Forest. Wang Yuan casually sent a coordinate. Hurry up, I still have quests to complete. Here I come. Shui Linglong messaged back, and in the next moment, a flash of light appeared before Wang Yuan, revealing Shui Linglong's curvaceous figure. 100 gold for a teleportation scroll. Truly, the world of the affluent is utterly incomprehensible. Hand it over. Shui Linglong took the ring and nonchalantly stuffed a pouch containing 50 gold into Wang Yuan's hands. Wang Yuan, receiving the pouch, cautiously counted the coins, resembling a miser. Country bumpkin, would I cheat you? Shui Linglong looked at him disdainfully. What quest are you on? Do you need my assistance? The class transfer quest is something I can handle myself. Just as Wang Yuan was about to decline, Shui Linglong added, Don't worry, I won't ask for payment. Well, that sounds splendid. Wang Yuan quickly changed his tone. In Thunderstorm City, within the resurrection point, the bald-headed dragon and his comrades exchanged incredulous glances. How did you guys die as well? Of course, if you can die, why can't we? With the entire party wiped out, their mood soured, and they disregarded the bald-headed dragon's identity, retorting outright, Did we lose any equipment? Equipment. Damn. The group hastily checked their gear and sighed in relief. No. Thankfully, none of us lost anything. At that moment, a white light appeared at the resurrection point, revealing a rogue before them. You didn't escape either? Damn, this guy is too uncanny. I couldn't even finish him off with a backstab. The rogue cursed. What are you all doing? Checking equipment. Did you lose anything? Upon hearing this, the rogue hurriedly glanced at his equipment panel, and his expression darkened instantly. What's wrong, Lao Chi? Seeing the rogue's countenance, the others tensed up as well. Damn it. I lost my equipment. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lao Chi finally gritted his teeth and exclaimed, What did you lose? The group grew anxious. Not the ring, right? It was the ring that I lost. Lao Chi wept bitterly. How am I supposed to explain this to the boss? The group was engulfed in expressions of horror. Damn. Why did you have to lose the ring of all things? The bald-headed dragon's face also changed. In the Black Dragon Society, a commercial guild, all members' equipment is considered the guild's property. Players in the Black Dragon Society only have the right to use it, not ownership. Thus, whoever drops the equipment must pay to replace it. Therefore, the first thing the bald-headed dragons group did upon resurrection was check for lost gear, the concealed illusion ring, as an accessory for assassins. Enhanced stealth attributes and was undoubtedly a top-tier item. It could not merely be deemed priceless. At this current stage, it ranks among the most valuable equipment in the guild's arsenal. Yet now, it had been lost to someone else. The emotions of the bald-headed dragons group at this moment were beyond imagination. If they were fighting a boss or engaging in a guild battle, losing equipment might be acceptable, and the guild leader would not hold it against them. However, now they had taken guild equipment to attack someone and were subsequently killed, resulting in a personal loss. Moreover, there were 8 individuals against 1, and they were still defeated. Not only did they lose equipment, but the embarrassment of the incident would also spread. How could they continue to maintain their standing in the guild? How was I to know that the ring would drop? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it out? Lao Chi shouted anxiously. It's all your fault. If you hadn't led us to rob that guy's equipment, would I have died? The bald-headed dragon hastily replied. Now is not the time to assign blame. The key issue is how to retrieve the ring. Retrieve it. Hearing the bald-headed dragon's words, Everyone turned pale. Those who had clashed with Wang Yuan were acutely aware of his prowess, although Wang Yuan had not made a move. His two companions were astonishingly formidable. Their cooperation was seamless, and every strike was aimed at crucial points, reminiscent of professional soldiers descending from the battlefield. With not a single move being superfluous, the two of them could take on 7 or 8 opponents without sustaining any injuries. Birds of a feather flocked together. Being in the company of such exceptional experts, Wang Yuan's own strength could not be underestimated. 3 monstrous-level experts. How on earth could they contend with that? Attempting to retrieve the ring would only result in gifting more equipment away. So what do you propose we do? Lao Yun, the bald-headed dragon, helplessly turned to his companion, the mage Yunzhong. I think we should be honest with the guild leader. Yunzhong, he contemplated for a moment. Now that the situation has spiraled beyond our control, we must seek someone capable of resolving this matter. Otherwise, if that fellow sells the ring on the auction house, we'll be left with nothing. Sell it. Upon hearing Yunzhong, Yi's words, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. At least for now, they knew where the equipment was. If it ended up on the auction house and was purchased by someone else, it would be as if it had vanished without a trace. Very well, the bald-headed dragon nodded in resignation. Let us leave it to the guild leader to sort out. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and Shui Linglong had traversed the thunderstorm forest and arrived at the marked location deep within the forest. As expected, just as Weir had described, the interior of the forest revealed a vast clearing. The ground was littered with stark white corpses. In the center of the clearing stood a towering altar, over 2 meters high. Old Nyo, there won't be any ghosts here, right? Observing the scene, Shui Linglong's face turned pale with fright as she instinctively leaned closer to Wang Yuan. Of course. Do you know what I do for a living? Wang Yuan retorted, pushing Shui Linglong aside. Was this woman out of her mind? What are ghosts? Aren't they simply the undead? The necromancer is a profession that fights using the undead, yet she dares to ask if there are ghosts. Necromancers are truly an evil profession, Shui Linglong scoffed. Wang Yuan, the logic of women is utterly incomprehensible. Bone altar, unauthorized access prohibited. Just as the two approached the altar, a hollow voice abruptly echoed in their ears. Looking up, they beheld a figure standing atop the altar, clad in a tattered robe. The figure was shrouded in a cloak, clutching a green lantern that exuded an eerie aura. Wang Yuan cast a detection spell, and the information about Django appeared before him. Lich Guardian Django, Golden, level, 20 health, 50,000 magic, 10,000 skills, undead summon, soul guiding background, once a necromancer of the buried bone lands. In pursuit of the ultimate undead soul, he reincarnated as a lich, imprisoned at the bone altar, guiding the spirits of the fallen who perished in the thunderstorm forest. What the hell? Upon witnessing Django's attributes, Wang Yuan could not help but smirk. It was precisely as he had imagined. That scoundrel Zuer had nothing but ill intentions. This was clearly a death sentence for himself. A level 10 player challenging a level 20 golden boss. What were the game designers thinking? So, Django was merely a miser, it seemed. Just as Wang Yuan lamented the designer's folly, a voice echoed in his mind. Oh, you know him? Asked Xiaobai. Of course, replied Dabai. Back in the day, our mage graduation trial involved assisting Zuer in fending off the orc horde at Thundercliff. Django is one of Zuer's disciples, responsible for potion materials, and has swindled me out of quite a bit of coin. Even you, the great Wushuang, have been conned. Indeed, that is precisely why I swindled you. You don't seem to find your actions disgraceful. Not at all. It's all part of societal experience. Upon hearing Dabai's words, Wang Yuan pondered. So Django was also a disciple of Zuer, and he himself was destined to be Zuer's future disciple. Did that not make them akin to family? With this thought, Wang Yuan felt elated and hastily attempted to ingratiate himself. Mr. Django, I am sent by my mentor Zuer to borrow your soul lamp. Since they were brothers in the craft, surely borrowing a lamp would pose no issue. Zuer. However, upon hearing the name Zuer, Django's demeanor shifted dramatically, an aura of malice radiating from him as he snarled. That old wretch Zuer. He has imprisoned me here for over 30 years, and now sends his disciple to covet my soul lamp. Utterly detestable. Wang Yuan was instantly taken aback. What sort of misinformation had that fool Dabai provided? Was he not told that Django was also a disciple of Zuer? How had it turned into animosity? He had barely made a connection and had instead provoked the boss. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Dabai mentioned Django was Zuer's disciple during the defense of Thunder Cliff, which was decades ago. Surely they remained adversaries. It was a misunderstanding on his part. Despicable Necromancer. If you wish to claim my soul lamp, you must first defeat me. Just as Wang Yuan was lost in thought, Django suddenly roared from the altar, grasping the air with his empty right hand, conjuring a bone spear that he hurled down upon Wang Yuan from above. "That it's over," exclaimed Shui Linglong, utterly astonished. She could not have anticipated that this boss would attack without warning. At that moment, Wang Yuan stood merely 3 to 5 meters away from Django, and with Django's elevated position, the bone spear's speed was formidable. In the blink of an eye, it was already hurtling toward Wang Yuan. Django was a level 20 golden boss, whereas Wang Yuan was just a mere necromancer. Would he not perish instantly? Clang! Just as Shui Linglong believed Wang Yuan was doomed, a dark figure surged forward at breakneck speed. Raising a shield to intercept the blow, it was none other than Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier, Xiaobai. Smash! The bone spear struck the shield, producing a light sound as it shattered into fragments. The spear's tremendous force knocked Xiaobai back. Yet he steadied himself by pushing off the ground, creating a small crater with his foot. Witnessing this scene, Shui Linglong was rendered speechless that he blocked it. He actually used a skeleton soldier to block it. Although she regarded necromancers as vile practitioners, she was well aware of their mechanics. A summoning necromancer had to issue various commands to control their skeletons in battle, due to the necessity of first receiving commands before executing them. Skeletons were inherently slower than classes like warriors or mages. Given the distance between Wang Yuan and Django, even with Shui Linglong's agility surpassing that of a necromancer, she could not guarantee her ability to evade the bone spear before it struck. Yet Wang Yuan managed to command his skeleton to block it. What kind of reflexes were required to achieve such a feat? Even though Shui Linglong had witnessed Wang Yuan's prowess against the Silver Moon Wolf King in the novice zone, his ability to thwart Django's ambush left her incredulous. This fellow's reaction speed was akin to cheating. Shameless boss, attempting a sneak attack. Taste my curse. While Shui Linglong was still astonished, Wang Yuan had already retaliated with a curse aimed at Django. Swish! The curse landed on Django, only to be repelled by a burst of green light. Ineffective. Ignorant junior, daring to curse a great lich. Django paused momentarily before bursting into laughter as one who had transformed into a lich. Curses held no sway over him. After all, he was a product of curses. Boom! Yet, before Django could finish his sentence, a massive fireball struck him squarely in the face, exploding with a resounding bang. 385. A colossal damage number floated above Django's head. That bastard's laugh is as grating as ever. "I'll make you pay for swindling me," Dabai grumbled. "You dare to be blasted into a charred visage." Django fumed. Duan, just as Django began his tirade, a shield was thrust towards him, crashing heavily against his face. 167. Django staggered, nearly losing his balance. Infuriating, regaining his composure, Django extended his right hand, summoning a bone sword, which he swung menacingly at Xiaobai. Xiaobai ducked, evading Django's strike, and charged forward once more. Django, sensing the impending attack, attempted to dodge. Boom! Another fireball erupted in his face, interrupting his evasion. 444. Then came a resounding crash as Xiaobai's charge collided with Django's side. -199. A charge was among the most potent skills available to warriors. Though Django was a boss, he was still a mage at heart, and his fragile form could not withstand such an impact. Causing him to stagger backward, Xiaobai seized the moment, advancing a step to deliver a blow to Django's knee. 384. Thud. With his balance compromised, Django fell to the ground. Xiaobai followed up with a powerful downward thrust aimed at Django's head. 770. The staggering damage number was alarming. This duo of skeletons unleashed a relentless combination, reducing Django's health by nearly 2,000 points, leaving Shui Linglong at the altar in a state of shock. While necromancers could summon legions of the undead to overwhelm their foes through sheer numbers, it was generally true that with an increase in the number of undead, the necromancer's ability to control them diminishes. Controlling a single skeleton with finesse was already a remarkable feat. No matter how talented, managing multiple at once would stretch one's focus too thin. Yet this necromancer not only commanded his skeleton to subdue the boss, but also orchestrated another skeleton for ranged support. All with seamless precision that if Shui Linglong had not witnessed it with her own eyes, She would have doubted her perceptions that IT was akin to playing League of Legends, where one person simultaneously controlled both top and mid lane accounts. Executing team fights and ambushing enemies with remarkable skill, anyone else would be utterly flabbergasted. This was beyond the legendary ability to draw circles with one hand while drawing squares with the other. Was this even human? Even more absurdly, Wang Yuan appeared utterly at ease, shouting from the sidelines, "Well done! Finish him off! Kill that wretched son of a turtle." This left everyone bewildered. Did such a genius capable of multitasking truly exist in the world? The Django within the game is, after all, not the same as the Django found in the apocalyptic secret realm. The extraordinary prowess displayed by the two former comrades, Daba and Xiaobai, working in perfect harmony, transcends the simplistic notion of 1-1 to even a level 20 golden boss, endowed with overwhelmingly superior attributes, finds itself utterly powerless against their seamless coordination, each time Django attempts to unleash a skill to counterattack. Xiaobai effectively interrupts him with either a shield bash or a charge at the most critical moments. Whenever Django seeks to evade Xiaobai's control, Daba's fireball invariably seals off his escape route with impeccable timing. In Daba's words, these data monsters exhibit a complete lack of combat intelligence. Apart from their attribute panels, they possess virtually no fighting capability. Indeed, they are inferior even to the lowest-tier beasts of the apocalypse. One stands in front, exerting pressure in close combat, while the other harasses from a distance. One defends and retaliates, while the other strikes when opportunities arise. There are simply no flaws to exploit, even as a necromancer skilled in summoning the undead. Django has yet to successfully conjure a single skeleton warrior. 359-621-314. A series of damage numbers floated above Django's head. His health bar plummeted rapidly, soon reaching 30 and turning red. Does he truly need my assistance? Shui Linglong stood by, utterly stunned into silence. After all, this was a level 20 golden boss, yet it lacked even the ability to resist before Wang Yuan. Who is the real boss here? How infuriating! How dare he harm me? In that very instant, Django's health bar turned crimson. He suddenly let out a furious roar, a surge of green light erupting from his body. Xiaobai, who had been relentlessly attacking Django, was flung back by the green radiance, crashing heavily against the edge of the altar. Concurrently, the lantern in Django's hand blazed with an intense light. This is bad. It's the soul summoning technique. Daba urgently warned Xiaobai. Yet, at this moment, it was already too late for Xiaobai to evade. After all, with attribute limitations, no matter how quick his reflexes, the body of a level 10 skeleton warrior could not keep pace with his reactions. Clack, clack. Just as Xiaobai was about to be drawn in by the green light, a skeletal figure clad in white, wielding a shield and a long sword, stepped protectively in front of him. "Is it you?" Xiaobai exclaimed, visibly taken aback upon seeing the skeleton. This skeletal warrior was none other than the simple-minded skeleton, whom Wang Yuan had summoned at the city gate, affectionately dubbed by San'er by him. Xiaobai never anticipated that Wang Yuan would rescue him at such a critical moment. Daba also cast an incredulous glance at Wang Yuan. To be fair, although these two skeleton warriors had acknowledged Wang Yuan as their master, they held him in little regard in terms of strength. To them, Wang Yuan was merely a lowly game player, fundamentally different from the elite warriors who fought through the blood-soaked battlefields of the apocalypse. However, at this moment, they suddenly realized they had underestimated their master. This fellow possessed unparalleled battlefield insight, recognizing the shift in the battlefield's dynamics just as the boss's health turned red, deftly repositioning the skeleton warrior, which had been standing by, to aid Xiaobai and absorb the boss's skills. The essence of a summoner lies in command and leadership, and in the apocalypse, necromancers are regarded as the commanders of the undead legions. A keen ability to perceive the battlefield is fundamental to commanding combat effectively. Wang Yuan's remarkable battlefield insight suggests that, even without successfully summoning two skeletons endowed with souls, he would undoubtedly become a formidable necromancer in the future. Phew! From a distance, Wang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. "I'm glad I made it just in time." With the skeleton warrior shielding Xiaobai, the soul flames within its eye sockets seemed to be drawn forth, floating out and transforming into two blue orbs of light, which were absorbed into the lantern, merging with the green radiance. Splash! The soul flames vanished, and the skeleton warrior crumbled into a heap of bones. "What the hell?" Is it really this shameless? Witnessing the horrifying power of the lantern, Wang Yuan was left speechless. According to the game's lore, the soul flame represents the essence of undead creatures, with the heroic codex in hand. As long as the soul flame of his skeletons remained intact, they could be resurrected infinitely, just like players. Yet, Django's device could directly siphon the soul flames of undead creatures, which was quite brazen indeed. Seeing that Xiaobai's soul flame had not been drawn in by the soul lantern, Django hesitated for a moment before loudly chanting, "Oh, the undead under my command, follow the light before you. Traverse the eternal river of oblivion, until you reach the great eternal life." With that, the lantern's brilliance surged once more, enveloping the entire altar. However, Xiaobai remained unmoved, even somewhat perplexed. So this is the soul summoning technique? I thought it would be far more impressive. It's utterly terrifying. It shouldn't be this way. Daba also looked bewildered. I recall the soul summoning technique being quite fearsome. Any undead creature would have its soul flame taken away. Why are you unharmed? Are you hoping I would be harmed? Is that the crux of the matter? You fool. The two began bickering once more. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Earlier, Bisaner was clearly deprived of its soul flame. Why is Xiaobai unaffected? They are both undead creatures. Could it be that the soul summoning technique can only capture the soul flames of those without self-awareness? Django was utterly stunned. How can this be? Could it be that your undead possesses a soul? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To summon the undead with souls, I even transformed myself into an undead creature, and to this day, I have failed. You are merely an insignificant insect. A novice necromancer. How could you possibly summon the undead with a soul? Indeed, hearing Django's words, Wang Yuan confirmed his suspicions. Although the soul flame of undead creatures contains the term soul, it does not equate to a true soul. It is merely the unholy fire that governs the undead, devoid of consciousness, and only driven by instinct. Only higher-tier undead creatures possess wisdom and self-awareness, and it is only these beings that truly possess souls. The soul summoning technique is merely a skill for siphoning the unholy fire. It is ineffective against soul flames that possess self-awareness. At this moment, Django's mental state clearly began to unravel. From his background, it was evident that he too was a fanatic in the study of necromancy. In his relentless pursuit to summon undead creatures with souls, he had transformed himself into a lich, a living dead man, hoping to leverage his undead identity to summon the undead. Yet, even with such sacrifices, he had failed. Conversely, Wang Yuan, a level 10 novice, managed to summon the very undead that Django could not summon in his entire lifetime. One can only imagine the turmoil within Django's mind. That it would be akin to a mathematician who has dedicated his life to solving mathematical problems, only to be outdone by a child fresh out of kindergarten. Anyone would find it difficult to accept such a reality. What on earth is going on? I'm done fighting. This is pointless. Django waved his hand and plopped down onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair. As he tossed the soul lantern aside, crying out in resignation, "Just kill me already." Xiaobai looked towards Daba. Should we kill him? After all, he is an NPC for humanity in the later stages. Why are you looking at me? Look at Nyogo. If he says to kill, can you afford not to? Daba retorted with annoyance. Indeed, they were future beings, well aware of history. Django was not a villain, but rather a disciple of a hero who had contributed to the defense of humanity's homeland. However, at present, Django stood in direct opposition to Wang Yuan. As a boss meant to be defeated by players, if Wang Yuan wished to slay him, the two skeleton warriors under his command would be unable to intervene. Why would I kill you? I'm here to take the lantern, not to kill you. Wang Yuan smiled slightly. Hand over the lantern, and I shall spare your life. Although Wang Yuan may not be a paragon of virtue, he is certainly not a villain either. As the apocalypse approaches, those who can protect humanity are heroes and deserve our respect. We still possess fundamental principles in a way. However, upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Django resolutely refused. That lamp is my treasure. I will not surrender it to anyone, especially not to that old scoundrel Zudo. Are you feeling spirited now? Do you think I can't unleash my fury if you refuse to comply? Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he gestured, causing Xiaobai's long sword to press against Django's throat. That I have already transformed into a lich. Do you think I still fear death? Django sneered coldly. Rest assured, even if you kill me, you will not obtain the soul lamp. You bastard! Wang Yuan's expression darkened. What a resilient fellow, impervious to both threats and pleas. Either you kill me, or you get lost. I have no desire to live, Django declared, his face reflecting utter despair. What is the point of all this? Xiaobai appeared bewildered. Of course, he has devoted his life to a subject, only to have it muddled by Brother Nyo. His mentality has collapsed. Daba observed with clarity. It seems this fellow genuinely fears nothing. Such a fanatic is most dangerous when their goals remain unachieved. Wang Yuan squinted, contemplating for a moment, then said, Little Django, we are at least somewhat akin in our pursuits. It's not that my brother looks down on you. But wouldn't it be regrettable to die without mastering profound summoning techniques? Django was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, What can I do about it? Do you know the true purpose of Zuer sending me to borrow the soul lamp? Wang Yuan probed further. How would I know? Django replied. That old coot can't have noble intentions. Wang Yuan chuckled. In truth, Professor Zuer is researching how to summon undead with souls, and he is now in the final stages. Only lacking your soul lamp. Really? Django's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed. Wang Yuan nodded. If you present the soul lamp now, you will certainly receive a share of the research results. Wouldn't you be able to partake then? If you do not surrender it, you shall never unravel the mysteries of your studies at this point. Wang Yuan continued, Fear not. I will not kill you. I will allow you to live and witness all necromancers summon undead with souls. After all, you are a lich. You possess eternal life, and in due course, who will suffer will be clear. Hearing this, Django's expression shifted. Wang Yuan spoke the truth. Although Django harbored disdain for Zuer, the latter was indeed a paramount figure in the realm of necromancy. Second only to the god of the undead, Razama. Wang Yuan's assertion that Zuer's research had reached the final stages was not something Django could doubt, especially since Wang Yuan himself could summon soul-bearing skeletal soldiers. Just as Wang Yuan stated, if he relinquished the soul lamp, he would gain a portion of Zuer's research results. Conversely, if he withheld it, the findings would undoubtedly remain a secret to him, having pursued advanced summoning techniques for years. The culmination was now within his grasp, making it difficult for Django to resist temptation. Noticing Django's expression, Wang Yuan chuckled. A philosopher named Chan Xinduge once said that understanding a person is simple. One merely needs to consider what they desire and what they fear. What does Django desire? Naturally, it is the ability to summon undead with autonomous souls. What does he fear the most? Certainly, the thought that others might summon such beings while he cannot. With these two insights, Wang Yuan effortlessly ensnared Django with just a few words. Even the two skeletons could not help but comment. What a wicked person! Has Django truly been so easily deceived? Indeed, the life of a lich is eternal. Should Django witness other necromancers summon soul-bearing undead, he would be left in a state of unbearable frustration. No, he would not even die. Life would be worse than death. How sinister, how utterly black-hearted. No, I refuse. After a full minute of contemplation, Django ultimately shook his head. Are you serious? Seeing Django's steadfastness, Wang Yuan was taken aback. The philosopher's wisdom had no effect on him. What kind of extraordinary individual is this? Django replied. Without the soul lamp, Zuer may not succeed. Moreover, your conditions are insufficient to compel my submission. You truly are impervious to persuasion. Wang Yuan exclaimed in frustration. How did he encounter such an individual? Neither threats nor appeals seemed to work. A combination of both was futile as well. Just then, Shui Linglong approached from beneath the altar, curiously inquiring, What is going on? This brat is as tough as nails. Wang Yuan briefly recounted the situation. Less chatter. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's account, Shui Linglong's expression changed, and she quickly produced a purse from her bosom, questioning Django. 100 gold coins. Deal or no deal? Wang Yuan was taken aback. What good is talking about money with such a person? Before he could finish, Django's gaze was fixed on the purse in Shui Linglong's hand. Isn't that a bit low? How about adding a little more? Wang Yuan nearly spewed blood. Goodness, he had truly underestimated Django. Thinking he was some noble hero, completely oblivious to the allure of wealth, only to find that he was merely a money-driven individual. He had assumed Django was on the 18th floor, only to discover he was on the basement level. Had he known Django was so easily swayed, he could have simply offered him cash point 90. If you haggle further, I will reduce it. Shui Linglong boldly retrieved 10 gold coins from the bag. No, 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 100 is fine. Deal, deal. Django quickly stood, bowing and nodding to Shui Linglong. Wang Yuan and the two skeletons were left in stunned silence. What kind of statement is this? Is this the legendary power of money? Indeed, money can move mountains, and even a lich must bow down. I have one more condition. Django continued. Point 80. 80. Wang Yuan urged Shui Linglong in a frenzy. This fellow dares to make demands. No, you can meet my conditions. Django truly found himself ensnared, repeatedly shaking his head, fearful that Shui Linglong would lower the price. Speak, Shui Linglong replied, crossing her arms, that I must witness Zuer's research results with my own eyes, so you must take me back as well. At this point, Django cautiously asked Shui Linglong, that won't be a problem, right? Will it? Shui Linglong looked towards Wang Yuan. Aren't you imprisoned here? How can you return with me? Wang Yuan asked warily. What if Django's escape was merely a ruse? I am merely honoring my agreement with Zuer. What power does he have to imprison me? Django scoffed, exuding an aura of superiority. You need only agree in Zuer's name, and I shall leave this place. Very well, I agree in the name of my mentor, Zuer. You may accompany me back. Wang Yuan casually acquiesced. Good. Then let us depart. In truth, only I can utilize the soul lamp, if you do not agree to my terms. You will not take it. Wang Yuan reflected that Django was indeed a troublesome character. It was fortunate he had agreed, or the task would have remained incomplete. I owe you 50 gold. Wang Yuan counted out 50 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Shui Linglong. He always believed in clear accounting among friends. Such a sum should not fall upon the lady. 100 gold is no trifling matter. With only 60 coins left after purchasing skills and equipment, he could only repay her 50 now, promising to earn the remainder later. Did I say I wanted you to repay me? Shui Linglong cast a disdainful glance at the money pouch in Wang Yuan's hand, her eyes brimming with contempt, as if the mere sight of money repulsed her. Whether to give or not was a matter for you, yet it remained fundamentally my affair. I detest being taken advantage of, just as I loathe taking advantage of others. In the future, should you have tasks at hand, I would be willing to assist you free of charge. With that, Wang Yuan thrust the money pouch into Shui Linglong's grasp. She regarded the pouch with a furrowed brow, finding the man before her rather enigmatic. A person of considerable wealth, Shui Linglong was accustomed to a plethora of individuals scheming to benefit from her, each one seeking their own gain in their proximity. Yet Wang Yuan was distinctly different. He neither elevated himself above others due to his affluence, nor did he allow himself to be exploited as a fool. The equipment sold at exorbitant prices was merely a reflection of his own valuation. This 100 gold coins originated from his purse, granting him ample reason to keep the advantage for himself. Yet he returned it dutifully and even went so far as to issue an IOU, which struck Shui Linglong as exceedingly novel. That, of course, were Wang Yuan privy to Shui Linglong's thoughts, he would undoubtedly chastise her for her baseness. To repay debts and refrain from exploitation is, after all, a quality expected of any decent individual. Has society truly degenerated to such a state? How unexpected! It seems our esteemed brother still adheres to principles. How astonishing that a person so shameless would possess such integrity. No wonder he is able to summon individuals of our caliber. To be our leader surely indicates he is no ordinary individual. Quite reasonable. Yet, why has your tone of speech taken on such an audacious quality? TSK, 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 how amusing. Wang Yuan. In Thunderstorm City at the church graveyard, Master Zuer, look who I have brought back. He presented Django to Zuer. Shui Linglong had initially intended to level up, but, upon hearing that Wang Yuan was embroiled in significant news with an NPC, she decided to join in the commotion. Are all necromancers as sinister as you? Upon seeing Zuer, Shui Linglong couldn't help but comment. Not at all. I am quite amicable, Wang Yuan interjected, gesturing to himself. Compared to those emaciated, half-dead NPCs, Wang Yuan's robust and towering stature was decidedly uncharacteristic for someone in this line of work. Oh dear, Shui Linglong sighed, casting a glance at Wang Yuan. What do you mean by that? Wang Yuan retorted angrily. Django, my child, you have finally returned. Zuer greeted Django warmly, clearly an old acquaintance. Humph. Django scoffed, seemingly uninterested in Zuer's enthusiasm. I hear you have discovered a method to summon souls of the departed? Django inquired directly. Indeed. However, I require your assistance, Zuer nodded. Then let us commence at once. Django produced the soul lamp. Not so fast. Zhu'er interjected, we are still missing a crucial item. What item? Django asked, perplexed. The Reaper's proof, Zhu'er declared. Only with the Reaper's proof can your soul lamp ferry those high-tier spirits. The Reaper's proof. Where might one procure that? Django frowned. That is not for you to worry about. Zhu'er turned his gaze towards Wang Yuan. Surely you jest? You want me to go again? Wang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This old rascal seemed to think of him as a free laborer. Why must changing classes be so troublesome? There is no choice. This is Sir Sag's trial. Only the chosen one can accomplish it. And who else but you is the cream of the crop? Zhu'er stated. Your words hold some truth. Hearing the phrase cream of the crop, Wang Yuan nodded solemnly, acknowledging Zhu'er's assertion. Then please retrieve the Reaper's proof. Zhu'er smiled slightly. System notification. You have triggered the hidden class transfer quest. Third ring. Reaper's proof. Quest level. Quest content. Find the Reaper's proof 11. Quest reward. Unknown. Upon reading the information before him, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Typically, quest items display as 01, yet this task indicated 11, suggesting that the item was already in his possession. Realizing this, Wang Yuan promptly checked his inventory, and sure enough, a dark token lay casually in the far corner of his bag. Is there no quest prompt? Wang Yuan inquired, frowning. None. Zhu'er replied, if it were that easy to find, I would not have sent you on this errand. Isn't that akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? When will I ever locate it? Wang Yuan feigned exasperation. Oh, come now. Are you not a player? You could certainly find it. Or perhaps seek assistance on the forums or at the auction house. Zhu'er chuckled, his wrinkled face resembling a withered flower. You are aware of forums and auction houses? Wang Yuan was astonished. What level of AI was this old codger? Not only did he comprehend the distinction between himself and the players, but he was also aware of the existence of forums. According to game lore, this level of awareness should belong to a top-tier boss exceeding level 180. Of course, I am the great Necromancer High Priest, possessing the highest AI in the game, having long awakened my consciousness to perceive the world's truths. Zhu'er proclaimed proudly. Otherwise, how could I discern you as the cream of the crop? This endeavor will require considerable time and expense, especially at this stage, making it all the more challenging to procure. That is precisely why I tasked you with it, Zhu'er continued. Sir Bullpower, you are an imperial warrior, the chosen one acknowledged by Sir Sag, my future successor, and the hope of the Necromancer lineage rests upon your shoulders. You must bear this responsibility. That is not precisely my concern. Primarily, you have tasked me with a time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly undertaking without any compensation, Wang Yuan stated bluntly. He had come to realize that Zhu'er was merely a smooth talker. Unless one articulated their demands, he would prefer to recite various flattering titles for himself rather than address the matter at hand. I see. Zhu'er feigned understanding, saying, how about this? If you can find the Reaper's proof within 3 days, I shall reward you with a Necromancer's artifact. Is that true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Rest assured, I swear by my father, Rasmar, that I will not deceive you. Zhu'er patted his chest. Wonderful. Wang Yuan smiled slightly. Producing a dark token from his pocket, the token was black, adorned with peculiar inscriptions, and in the center, for characters read, Reaper's Proof. Upon seeing the Reaper's Proof in Wang Yuan's hand, Zhu'er was momentarily stunned. His expression quickly turning pale. He had never anticipated that Wang Yuan would possess such an item. Huh? Zhu'er, you old rascal. Look at you now. Django exclaimed joyfully, linking arms with Wang Yuan. Good brother, you truly are extraordinary. Ha ha, our leader is truly cunning. Indeed, I find this fellow delightful. Dabai and Xiao Bai chimed in, laughing. How intriguing. Shui Linglong found herself increasingly captivated by Wang Yuan. This man can even outwit NPCs. He is indeed on an entirely different level from anyone I have previously encountered. What an amusing character. All right, splendid. Now we can summon the spirits. Zhu'er quickly adjusted his demeanor, reaching for the Reaper's Proof in Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan instinctively pulled his hand back. What about the artifact? You wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you? Artifact? Did I ever mention that? Zhu'er indeed seemed to be trying to renege. What do you think? Wang Yuan feigned an intent to reclaim the token. Then added, if you continue this behavior, I shall be compelled to sue the gaming company. Wait, I was merely jesting. Zhu'er hastily retrieved a white bone ring from his pocket and presented it to Wang Yuan, saying, "This ring is a relic of Lord Rasmar, and now it is passed on to you. Undead Saint Ring, artifact, fragmented, quality, bronze attack, 10 magic, 10 all attributes, 10 undead evolution, passive skill, 10 chance to summon an undead of 1 tier higher than the skill level, class requirement, Necromancer level requirement, 10 equipment description, a sacred ring crafted from the finger bone of the Necromancer god Rasmar. Possessing immense undead power. It was damaged during the ancient war, but can be repaired and upgraded. Materials required for next upgrade. King's Bone, Prophet's Heart. What the hell? Is this really considered an artifact? Upon seeing the ring's attributes, Wang Yuan was infuriated. Although this item is touted as an artifact, it is merely a fragmented one, currently possessing only bronze quality. Zhu'er had the audacity to deceive him with such a trinket. Was this not an utter scam? Just tell me, is it an artifact or not? Zhu'er retorted confidently, don't be deceived by its current state. Once you repair it, it will truly be an artifact. Very well. I shall remember this. Wang Yuan glared at Zhu'er with fierce resentment before slipping the ring onto his finger. To be fair, while the ring may not be an artifact, its attributes are rather commendable. Furthermore, the additional attributes are exceptionally advantageous for a necromancer. Given Wang Yuan's current level, he could only summon tier 2 undead, but with this ring, he now has a 10 chance to summon tier 3 undead. It is essential to note that as one progresses, upgrading skills becomes increasingly challenging. Other necromancers need to reach level 10 to summon tier 10 undead, whereas he only requires level 9. Having this ring is certainly better than having nothing at all. Though it pales in comparison to the heroic codex, it is still far superior to his novice gear. Having obtained the Death Goddess proof, Zhu'er commenced his summoning ritual. Cast the summon skeleton spell. A skeletal warrior emerged from the graveyard, standing in place with a vacant expression. Subsequently, Zhang utilized the death proof to cast the soul guiding technique, summoning a golden flame of soul in the void. Zhu'er reached out and grasped the soul flame, gently pushing it into the eye sockets of the skeleton warrior. The blue flame within the skeleton's eyes was instantly consumed by the golden flame. In the next moment, the skeletal warrior became animated, seemingly endowed with a new soul. I did it. I succeeded, Zhu'er exclaimed with excitement. Zhang looked in disbelief at the skeleton before murmuring, he really has unlocked my talent. It seems my abilities are indeed lacking in comparison. Thank you, my student. Zhu'er, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped Wang Yuan's hand and said, without you, I could never have completed such a high-level soul summoning. So, can you grant me a job change? Wang Yuan sighed. It has not been an easy journey. All this trouble just to summon an undead. How tiresome. Of course, from this moment forth, you shall be my direct disciple, and your contribution to this soul extraction technique is invaluable. With a casual wave, Zhu'er sent a beam of light into Wang Yuan's body. Simultaneously, a series of messages flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. System prompt. You have gained the recognition of the High Priest of Necromancy, Zhu'er, and successfully transitioned to the hidden class, Necromancer Priest. Necromancer Priest, a high-tier necromancer possessing both curse and summoning powers, capable of learning all necromancer skills. Death Magic Mastery. You can practice high-tier death magic. Summoning Mastery. The undead creatures you summon inherit an additional 20 attributes. Soul Extraction. You have learned a new summoning technique developed by High Priest Zhu'er, allowing you to extract the souls of the deceased as soul flames. These soul flames can be placed within undead bodies, transforming them into your own undead battle pets, with no cooldown time. High-tier growth. You have received the blessing of the Necromancer god Rasmar, unlocking the Fountain of Potential, granting you an additional 2 free attributes per level up. A hidden class. It is indeed a hidden class. Upon reading the description of his new class, Wang Yuan could not contain his excitement. Conventional necromancers can only choose one primary branch upon transitioning. A necromancer cannot learn high-tier summoning spells, while a necromancer summoner cannot learn high-tier curse spells. However, Wang Yuan's class allows him to master both branches, granting him the ability to practice high-tier curse magic as well as high-tier summoning spells. Ordinary necromancer summoners have their undead inherit only an additional 10 attributes upon transition, whereas the necromancer priest can inherit an additional 20. Most crucially, Wang Yuan has an extra 2 free attributes compared to other necromancers, providing him with greater potential for growth. Moreover, The most unique aspect is the soul extraction technique. Technically speaking, this technique differs from Wang Yuan's direct summoning of the two skeletons. The summoning spell he used to conjure the two skeletons is the most basic skeleton summoning spell. As for why he could summon two beings from another realm, Wang Yuan himself is uncertain. It is an innate soul, the legitimate technique for summoning heroic spirits. In contrast, the soul extraction technique involves extracting independent souls and placing them onto the summoned skeletons, a form of acquired creation that is relatively less authentic. There exists a significant distinction between the two methods. Determining which is superior or inferior is not easily discernible at this moment, but it is apparent that the soul extraction technique is more convenient and expedient than random summoning. However, it also comes with greater limitations. Summoning skeletons requires merely a corpse, whereas soul extraction necessitates first summoning a skeleton from an ordinary corpse and then extracting the souls from the bodies of higher-tier monsters. For Wang Yuan at this stage, summoning skeletons proves to be more practical. System prompt. Transition successful. The skeleton you summoned also meets the conditions for advancement. Would you like to proceed with the transition? As Wang Yuan contemplated his hidden class, another message flashed before him. Skeleton advancement transition. Surprised by the information before him, Wang Yuan suddenly understood the implications. Normally, skeletons summoned by ordinary necromancers cannot undergo a job change. The tier of the summoned skeletons is entirely dependent on the necromancer's summoning level. The higher the level, the greater the tier of the summoned undead, while the summoned undead do have an upgrade mechanism. They can only reach a maximum level of 10. However, due to Wang Yuan possessing the heroic codex, both Bai Da and Bai Xiao were granted privileges akin to players. They could not only upgrade indefinitely, equip gear, and learn skills, but could also transition and advance like players, allowing for limitless growth. This is the power of the heroic codex. The undead army of an ordinary necromancer is merely a figurative expression. The existence of the heroic codex truly allows Wang Yuan to embody an entire adventuring party by himself. Advance. Wang Yuan decisively clicked confirm. With a flash, two beams of light erupted from Bai Da and Bai Xiao's bodies. Visible only to Wang Yuan, Bai Da and Bai Xiao gasped in astonishment. What is happening? We can also transition, Bai Xiao exclaimed, clearly shocked. Although he hailed from the future, he had only heard legends of the heroic codex and was unaware of its specific attributes. Bai Da, being a mage, quickly deduced, it must be the heroic codex. Truly a holy artifact, it not only allows us to equip gear and learn skills, but also enables us to transition. Is this the true power of the heroic codex? Does that fool Zika even comprehend what treasure he lost? Bai Da's voice quivered with emotion as he lamented. If the heroic codex had not been lost, humanity would surely have won that war. Wang Yuan understood the sentiments of the two at this moment. Had the heroic codex existed in the apocalyptic future, humanity could have used its power to reconstruct the cycle of reincarnation and safeguard their homeland in an eternal form. What are you planning to transition into? After the initial excitement, Bai Da inquired of Bai Xiao. Of course, I will become a shield warrior. Weapon warriors have no future, Bai Xiao declared resolutely. Excellent. Then I shall become a fire mage. Bai Da also made his choice. Why not an ice mage? Xiao Bai was perplexed. Wang Yuan was equally curious. After all, in terms of game mechanics, while the ice mage's output may not rival that of the fire mage, its superior control skills render it significantly more potent at this stage. Most mages who have undergone their class transition, unless they are specialized artillery from major guilds, typically commence their endeavors as ice mages. Haha, you are the shield warrior, so I shall focus on firepower. Why waste an opportunity for output? Big Bai chuckled. Damn, you crafty old dog. Wu Shuang, you are truly devious. With a successful class advancement, you have acquired battle pets, shield skeleton and flame skeleton. The transformation of the two skeletons was accompanied by a change in appearance. Initially, Xiao Bai was merely an ordinary skeleton soldier clad in armor, wielding a sword and shield, resembling a malnourished warrior player. However, after transitioning to shield skeleton, Xiao Bai's once white bones transformed into a robust, iron-cast black, gleaming with a metallic luster, and his physique became exceedingly imposing, standing over 2 meters tall, with a black tower shield in his left hand and a massive black sword in his right. The intricately patterned heavy armor exuded an unyielding sense of security. Big Bai's previous appearance was not much different from Xiao Bai's. Both donned armor, with the distinction that Big Bai wielded a blue staff. Now, Having transitioned to flame skeleton, his armor morphed into a flowing black magical cloak, the hood shrouding his skeletal head, revealing only two flickering flames of soul fire beneath the cloak, lending him an air of mystery and power. Has your skeleton soldier mutated? Upon witnessing Wang Yuan's skeleton's sudden transformation, Shui Linglong was left speechless in astonishment. Wang Yuan's skeleton had already differed significantly from others. Now, it appeared as if two entirely distinct beings had emerged. Even a third-tier skeleton warrior merely wielded a giant axe, appearing dull-witted and foolish, while Wang Yuan's two skeletons emanated an undeniable aura of strength and sophistication. Advanced, Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. Shui Linglong, understanding the nuances of gaming, recognized that everyone harbored their own little secrets. Thus, she refrained from pressing him for more details. With his class transition complete, Wang Yuan could now learn the skills associated with his new class. Beyond curses and resurrection spells, a necromancer at level 10 could acquire the skills of life enhancement and bone spear. After mastering these two skills, Wang Yuan focused his thoughts to access his attribute panel. Name: Neo Dali Class, Necromancer, High Priest of the Undead. Level: 10 Health, 1260 Mana, 1260 Attack, 73, Magic, 73, Armor, 72, Magic Resistance, 71 Strength, 63 Constitution, 63 Intelligence, 63 Spirit, 63 Agility, 70 Skills. Summon Skeleton, LV2. Active skill, consuming 20 mana points to resurrect the deceased as skeleton warriors, with a maximum of 3 summons. Equipment: Broken Wooden Staff, Hero's Chronicle. Reincarnation, Wolf's Paw. Undead Sacred Ring Pet, Hero's Chronicle. Reincarnation Big Buy, Mage. Attribute Growth, Strength C. Constitution C, Intelligence A, Spirit A, Agility C. Race, Flame Skeleton. Level: 10 Health, 1220 Mana, 1320 Attack, 83 Magic, 122 Armor, 75 Magic Resistance, 92 Skills. LV1. Fireball, LV1. Fire Resistance Ring, LV1. Explosive Flame, LV1. Equipment: Steel Armor, Steel Helmet, Steel Gauntlets, Steel Boots. Silver Moon's Admiration Background. An ethereal being recorded in the Hero's Chronicle, possessing limitless growth potential. Xiao Bai, Warrior. Attribute Growth, Strength A, Constitution A, Intelligence C. Spirit C, Agility C. Race, Shield Skeleton. Level: 10 Health, 2376 Mana, 1254 Defense, 500 Attack, 134 Magic, 86 Armor, 157 Magic Resistance, 124 Skills. LV1. Heavy Strike, LV1. Charge, LV1. Shield Bash, LV1. Block, LV1. Equipment: Xian's Persistence, Steel Helmet, Steel Gauntlets, Steel Boots. Xian's Fury, Xian's Guardian Background. An ethereal being recorded in the Hero's Chronicle, possessing limitless growth potential. Character introduction: a direct disciple of the High Priest of the Undead. Zur, recognized as a warrior of the Empire by the hero Sack. Initially, Big Bai and Xiao Bai had an inheritance of merely 50. After Wang Yuan's class transition, their attribute inheritance soared to 90, resulting in a qualitative leap in their stats. At this moment, the attributes of the two skeletons had far surpassed those of players of the same level. Furthermore, the two skeletons, now transitioned, automatically acquired class skills, marking a significant transformation compared to their previous forms. The only regret Wang Yuan harbored was the loss of the skeleton warrior by Sanner, whom he had summoned outside the city, having lost its soul fire. It was now irrevocably dead, and even the cemetery of the Hero's Chronicle could not revive it, leaving him one pet short. Wang Yuan now needed to fully summon his skeletons before venturing out to level up. However, this time, he could not summon recklessly. The corpse respawn point outside the city was occupied by the Black Dragon Guild. Having just slain several of their players, venturing out to summon skeletons would undoubtedly invite trouble. Moreover, the skeletons summoned at the outside respawn point lacked the soul essence of Big Bai and Xiao Bai. Why is it that, despite both being skeletons, the skeleton warriors lack souls? Is there a distinction? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Corpses, in essence, were indistinguishable. The sole difference was that he had summoned Big Bai and Xiao Bai not at the corpse respawn point, but in the church's basement. Could it be the environment? As this realization struck him, Wang Yuan felt as though he had grasped a crucial insight. Teacher Zur, Why aren't you in the Necromancer's cemetery? Wang Yuan suddenly inquired of Zur. Haha. Zur laughed heartily, saying, every city's church serves as the resting place for its heroes, the location closest to the Hall of Spirits, making it easier to summon powerful souls. Indeed. Upon hearing Zur's answer, a tremor coursed through Wang Yuan. His conjecture had proven correct. The cemetery within the church housed heroes, and the church itself was a sanctuary for the spirits of those heroes. Thus, he was able to summon powerful heroic souls within the church. Where is the Hall of Spirits? Wang Yuan pressed on. Unknown. Zur shook his head, explaining, according to the records left by the Father God, Rasmar, the Hall of Spirits is located at the burial site of heroes and is only accessible to the chosen. Only those bearing a mission can enter. Ordinary individuals cannot even perceive the entrance. Even if it stands before them. It is said that only those who have entered the Hall of Spirits can summon ethereal beings endowed with powerful souls, capable of transcending the limitations of time and space to summon formidable heroes from the annals of history. Only those burdened with a mission can enter, transcending time and space. The more Wang Yuan listened, the more astonished he became. With so many necromancers in Shibei town, why was he the only one to discover the church's basement, transcending time and space? Wasn't that precisely what Big Bai and Xiao Bai represented? Could it be? The dilapidated basement was not merely a basement, but rather the legendary Hall of Spirits. Indeed, it must be so. The church is the resting place for heroes, and that worn-down basement is the Hall of Spirits. Or perhaps, every church's basement serves as a Hall of Spirits. With this thought, Wang Yuan wasted no time and swiftly made his way back to the church. What are you doing? Shui Linglong followed closely behind, trailing Wang Yuan until they reached a bookshelf in the church's library. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped Wang Yuan, causing him to vanish behind the shelf. Despite Shui Linglong's frantic search, she could not find any trace of Wang Yuan. Can a necromancer truly become invisible? Shui Linglong was in a bit of disarray, and yet there was still a string of occupations at this moment. Wang Yuan had already arrived in the basement of the cathedral in Thunderstorm City. Observing the familiar surroundings and the corpse lying on the bed, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. This basement was identical to the one where he had summoned 2 skeletons in Shibei town. Even the bed used for refreshing the corpses bore no difference whatsoever. Just as he had surmised, this dilapidated basement was indeed the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Behind every church's bookshelf lay an entrance to the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Awaken, my child. Wang Yuan raised his tattered novice wooden staff and recited the incantation to summon a skeleton. The corpse on the bed shed its flesh and blood, slowly rising as a stark white skeleton. The newly summoned skeleton donned a straw hat, with a quiver of arrows at its waist and a longbow slung across its back. Upon standing, it first performed a 360 rotation of its head, followed by the classic bewildered queries of a traveler. Where the hell is this? What the hell is going on? How the hell am I alive again? Excellent. By the heavens, you truly possess a soul. Upon hearing the skeleton's bewildered exclamations, Wang Yuan finally felt a sense of relief that it appeared that this was indeed the correct method for summoning heroic skeletons. Zur's so-called soul siphoning was utterly pathetic. Haha, a newcomer has arrived. Dabai and Xiaobai rushed over excitedly upon hearing the skeleton's voice. You two are also travelers? The newly summoned archer skeleton's soul fire within its eye sockets flickered noticeably at the sight of the 2 skeletons. Indeed, you better not make such grand gestures. If Neo Good discovers you are a traveler, he might just turn you into soup. Xiaobai warned the newcomer with the wisdom of experience. Hiss, the archer skeleton. Upon hearing this, cast a wary glance at Wang Yuan and inquired, who the hell is this? This is Neo Go, our master. Nonsense. What kind of person has the audacity to be my master? This fellow is so hideous. He doesn't deserve it. The archer cursed, evidently possessing a fiery temper. Damn it. Hearing the archer's assessment of him, Wang Yuan suppressed the urge to deliver a beating. What is your name, buddy? Which main city do you hail from? Dabai asked curiously to my name is Zheng Yusen, from Lining City, part of the Elven Guardian Squad. The archer introduced himself. Zheng Yusen from Lining City. Do you know Zheng Yuan? Dabai inquired. That's my second brother. The skeleton archer exclaimed excitedly. Who are you? He is Song Wushuang from the Holy Light Special Forces. Xiaobai answered on behalf of Dabai. Song, you are the legendary Wushuang Laosher. Upon hearing Dabai's name, the skeleton archer was clearly as thrilled as Xiaobai had been earlier. It was evident that Dabai had been quite renowned in his living days. Yes, that's me. Dabai nodded. My brother often speaks of you. The skeleton archer remarked. What does he say about me? He said that beast is not human. The skeleton archer replied candidly. Haha, your brother speaks the truth. Xiaobai laughed heartily. Damn it, that beast. Dabai gritted his teeth. When shall we take action? The skeleton archer asked in turn. Take action? What action? Dabai and Xiaobai appeared utterly bewildered. Of course, to slay that fellow surnamed Niu. The skeleton archer shot a fierce glare at Wang Yuan. Aren't you currently preparing? Dabai and Xiaobai exchanged speechless glances. Wang Yuan felt like crying without tears. What a calamity! What good comes from summoning heroic spirits? Though these individuals possessed distinct personalities, their first thoughts upon being revived were astonishingly consistent. Each one wished to put him to death. Do you intend to serve as slaves for eternity? The archer skeleton shouted eagerly to in truth. Niu is rather decent, Dabai advised. Look at what we're wearing. He provided all of this. This mere trifling kindness has bribed you. Where is your bottom line? The skeleton archer's words dripped with disdain. Just as the skeleton archer continued to incite Dabai and Xiaobai, Wang Yuan slapped the skeleton archer on the head. Young man, by the name of your master, I bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Ma Saner. Ma Saner. Why am I called Ma Saner? The skeleton archer looked utterly baffled. Indeed, why aren't you called by Saner? Dabai was equally puzzled. Why is the naming convention altered for the skeleton archer? Of course, they could never guess that Wang Yuan named the skeleton archer Ma Saner because this fellow had uttered damn it 3 times in succession, showcasing an impressive level of cursing. Since Niu has named you, you shall bear this name. Do not feel wronged, for his name is hardly pleasant either at this moment. Dabai resembled an ancient madam coaxing a newcomer into the profession. What are your names? Ma Saner inquired. The weather is quite lovely today. Indeed, it is quite a sunny day. Having completed the naming of Ma San, Wang Yuan casually opened Ma San's attributes that A Saner, Archer, Attribute Growth, Strength B, Constitution C, Intelligence C, Spirit C, Agility S Race, Arrow Guardian Skeleton Level, 10 Health, 1140 Mana, 1140 Attack, 67 Magic, 57 Armor, 57 Magic Resistance, 57 Skills, Basic Shooting, LV1, Focus Shooting, LV1, Triple Shot, LV1, Evasion, LV1, Equipment, Bone Bow, Attack 1, Background, a heroic spirit recorded in the annals of history, possessing infinite growth potential. Upon seeing Ma San's attributes, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This seemingly unreliable individual turned out to possess S-level attribute growth as a skeleton. Based on Dabai and Xiaobai's current attributes, Wang Yuan had roughly grasped the correlation between skeleton soldier growth levels and attribute bonuses. C-level talents and below do not grant attribute increases upon leveling up. B-level talents provide a single attribute increase per level. A-level talents grant 2 points per level. Following this logic, S-level talents grant 3 points per level. Although Ma Saner, like Dabai and Xiaobai, gained 4 points in attributes per level, the game was not reality. Thus, higher singular attribute increases translated to greater occupational strength. Naturally, S-level talents were slightly superior to A-level ones. He still needed to procure a set of equipment for him. Wang Yuan inwardly lamented. Summoning these skeletons was quite a costly endeavor. Damn it, I end up spending all my money on these ungrateful wretches who wish to end my life. While I still wear the equipment gifted upon character creation, closing the attribute panel, Wang Yuan sighed as he exited the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Just outside, he encountered Shui Linglong, who was wandering in the library. Where have you been? Shui Linglong, noticing Wang Yuan's sudden disappearance and reappearance, couldn't help but feel curious. Nothing much. I went to summon a skeleton. Wang Yuan pointed at Ma San. This fellow is quite charming. Ma Saner immediately approached Shui Linglong, eagerly nudging closer, and couldn't help but murmur to Dabai, I think she is my master. Ah, your skeleton is adorable. Why does it wear a straw hat? Upon seeing Ma Saner sidling up to her in a friendly manner, Shui Linglong couldn't suppress her excitement that Ma Saner, hearing Shui Linglong's voice, became even more animated, stretching its head for her to pet. Meanwhile, it boasted, Did you see that? Did you see that? The lady likes me. I want to be her skeleton. She is an assassin, Dabai remarked, his expression filled with disbelief. Who says an assassin can't have a skeleton companion? Soon, we'll slay that fellow surnamed Nyo, divide his inheritance, and you'll regain your freedom while I wander the world with the lady. Tiskan SK, just the two of us, a person and a skeleton. What a beautiful picture. Damn it. Wang Yuan, upon hearing this, felt as though his lungs were about to explode with fury. This wretched creature, who had been resurrected by him as a second father, not only had the audacity to claim his belongings, but now intended to accompany a complete stranger with whom he had no ties. What kind of necromancer's skeleton exhibits such a low level of loyalty? Clearly, he needed to procure a whip and administer a few lashes to instill in him the understanding of who his true father was. That moment, as Wang Yuan ground his teeth in anger, a friend request suddenly popped up before him. Longxing Tianxiao, what a quaint name. Without a second thought, Wang Yuan dismissed it with a casual click. After all, he was now somewhat of an expert and needed to maintain an air of mystery. He couldn't just accept any random person's friend request, especially considering that the game was merging with reality. One could never know whether the individuals in their friends list were human or otherwise. Moreover, the very name of this fellow exuded an air of nouveau riche, suggesting he was likely not a person of good character. Inside the Black Dragon Guild's office, Longxing Tianxia stared at the notification of his friend request being declined. His mind swirling with confusion. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. The Black Dragon Guild was currently the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, and as its president, Longxing Tianxiao was confident in his reputation. It had always been others who clamored to add him as a friend. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to reach out. According to the script, the recipient should have been grateful and accepted his request, followed by a respectful apology, to which he would graciously respond, deeming it a misunderstanding. Ultimately, the individual would bow deeply, surrender an insignia, and request to join the Black Dragon Guild. Everything was meant to be so perfectly orchestrated. Yet, who could have anticipated that this fellow, Nyo Dali, would so decisively reject his request? For a moment, Longxing Tianxiao was left bewildered, utterly at a loss. What is happening, boss? Did he accept? Is he still going to hand over the insignia? Asked the anxious bald dragon, and Lao Chi. He is frightened. He is definitely frightened. Longxing Tianxia asserted confidently. Seeing my friend request, he didn't even dare to accept that. Is that so? At this moment, the priest named walked towards the light, whom Wang Yuan had killed, remarked, that kid is arrogant to the extreme. How could he possibly be afraid? Bald Dragon and Lao Chi bore expressions of skepticism. Of course, when Wang Yuan had dispatched them, he had been fully aware of their affiliation with the Black Dragon Guild and had shown no signs of fear. If anything, he had been even more ruthless. Could it be that he is afraid? Perhaps you should claim you're looking to purchase equipment, suggested Yunzhong Yi, who had remained silent until now. I'll give it another try. Longxing Tianxia decided, sending out another friend request, this time appending a note about purchasing equipment. It was accepted in an instant. Almost immediately, he received a message from Wang Yuan. Buddy, what equipment are you looking to buy? Wang Yuan was puzzled as well. How did the other party know he was selling equipment? At present, he had hardly anything of value. Could it be that he had set his sights on the staff belonging to Bai? That was indeed a fine item, but he had no idea if Bai would be willing to part with it. Meanwhile, Longxing Tianxia's expression darkened. Good heavens. So it turns out that the esteemed president of the Black Dragon Guild is considered less valuable than mere equipment in this fellow's eyes. What a blatant affront. Can we discuss this in person? Longxing Tianxiao inquired. Suppressing the urge to curse that moment, he was still trying to salvage his dignity, convincing himself that if this scoundrel refused to meet, it was out of fear of him. Where? But the next moment, Wang Yuan's message delivered a merciless blow to his pride. Han's Tavern. Longxing Tianxia trembled as he sent the address back. That I'm on my way. Wang Yuan closed the friend request window and made his way outside the church. Hey, where are you off to now? Shui Linglong asked, perplexed, as she trailed behind him. The tavern, by the way, why are you following me instead of leveling up? Wang Yuan inquired, bewildered. This girl seemed to have something amiss. He was merely selling her a few items, yet she had followed him back to the city from the wild and was now trailing him again. Did she fear he wouldn't repay her 50 gold coins? Wang Yuan pondered. He silently resolved that after selling his goods, he would first settle her debt. Otherwise, she might follow him every day, and his skeletons might end up being whisked away by her. Staying with you always leads to amusing encounters. It's far more entertaining than leveling up, Shui Linglong chuckled. This girl certainly had a knack for fun. The player transfer grounds were situated along Central Avenue, with the blacksmith shop, pharmacy, and tavern just a stone's throw away in the adjacent commercial district. Moments later, Wang Yuan arrived at the tavern with Shui Linglong in tow. Upon entering the tavern, Wang Yuan sensed that something was amiss. The game had only been live for a few days, and players typically didn't possess much gold. Furthermore, it was currently the peak time of evening, between 8 and 10 o'clock, when most players should be out leveling up. A consumable venue like the tavern should have had few patrons. Yet, to his surprise, the tavern was packed with players. These players regarded Wang Yuan with fierce expressions, and as he surveyed the room, he noticed that every single player bore a black dragon insignia on their chests. The Black Dragon Guild. Wang Yuan immediately became alert. In such a situation, even a fool would understand what was about to unfold. "Hey, have you offended the Black Dragon Guild?" Shui Linglong asked, taken aback by the tense atmosphere. The Black Dragon Guild had quite the notorious reputation in Thunderstorm City, known for monopolizing leveling areas, engaging in malicious PKs, and even occupying the corpse respawn points of necromancers. The forums of Thunderstorm City were rife with complaints about the Black Dragon Guild. However, with their overwhelming numbers and tyrannical methods, no one dared to provoke them. Even Shui Linglong, being well off, preferred to steer clear of such company. After all, one wouldn't want to step in foul-smelling dog excrement while wearing fine shoes. Yet now, witnessing Wang Yuan being targeted by the Black Dragon Guild, Shui Linglong couldn't help but be astonished. This fellow truly knew how to stir up trouble, having ruffled the feathers of such ruffians immediately upon leaving the novice area. Indeed, Wang Yuan nodded. "That ring of yours was dropped by them." "Wow. Impressive." Shui Linglong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In Thunderstorm City, it's always the Black Dragon Guild that loots others' equipment. This fellow actually managed to loot from the Black Dragon Guild. Truly a man of valor. "Just modesty," Wang Yuan replied with feigned humility. That moment, even the skeletons were whispering among themselves to no go here to seek revenge. "No way. Look at those guys. Aren't they the ones we previously hacked at to rob? How thrilling. Let us ditch him when the time comes. If he dies, we'll be free." Wang Yuan. "Who is Longxing Tianxia?" Wang Yuan ignored the useless chatter of Ma San'er and directly posed his question. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's inquiry, every player in the tavern turned their heads in unison towards the most prominent table where a certain player sat. This player appeared to be in his 40s. Clad in black armor and dressed as a warrior, Longxing Tianxia was flanked by several players: a bald warrior, a mage, an assassin, and a priest, precisely the group that Wang Yuan had previously annihilated. "I am he," Longxing Tianxia replied nonchalantly upon noticing Wang Yuan's gaze. Wang Yuan walked straight over and took a seat opposite Longxing Tianxia, casually pulling a chair for Shui Linglong as well. Shui Linglong, equally unceremonious, settled beside Wang Yuan, while the three skeletons stood behind them. Xiao Bai watching the tavern door, the Bai fixated on Longxing Tianxia, and Ma San'er guarding Shui Linglong's flanks. These fellows had prepared for an escape should the situation turn dire. Upon seeing Shui Linglong, Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Damn, there are already so few female players in the game, and a stunning one like Shui Linglong is even rarer. Although I have a whole gang of lackeys, I hadn't anticipated that this fellow would bring along a beauty, instantly diminishing my imposing presence. "Longxing, are you bringing so many people just to buy some equipment? Are you afraid someone might steal it from you?" Wang Yuan surveyed the room and couldn't resist teasing. "Hee. Longxing Tianxia chuckled. "No one dares to steal our Black Dragon Guild's equipment." "Not entirely, I suppose." Wang Yuan chuckled, seemingly implying, "There is indeed one sitting before you. How dare you?" Upon Wang Yuan's words, the companions of Longxing Tianxia could not help but draw their weapons, particularly the bald-headed dragon, who stood up and pointed his sword directly at Wang Yuan. The Black Dragon Society held considerable sway in Thunderstorm City, and no one had ever dared to provoke them face to face. Puffed. Shui Linglong could not contain her laughter. Having looted others' equipment and then flaunting it, Wang Yuan truly was something else. "Brother Niu, let us dispense with the pleasantries," Longxing Tianxia inquired with an air of indifference. "Surely you must know this gentleman?" As he spoke, Longxing Tianxia cast a glance at the bald-headed dragon. "Yes, I know him. I've killed him before," Wang Yuan unabashedly replied. The bald-headed dragon's hand trembled with rage, nearly plunging his sword into Wang Yuan's face. "And these gentlemen?" Long Xing Tian Xia pressed further. Yes, I know them all. I've killed them too. Wang Yuan showcased his exceptional conversational skills. Everyone. So you are aware of the purpose behind our invitation? Long Xing Tian Xia wore an expression that suggested he knew Wang Yuan understood. Indeed. Wang Yuan nodded, then called out to the bar, bring me 2 bottles of your finest wine, and put it on Boss Long's tap. Long Xing Tian Xia was momentarily taken aback, then grumbled, I did not summon you here merely to treat you to drinks. Then what is it for? Wang Yuan pretended to be oblivious. Less chatter. Where's the ring? The assassin's 7 knights listening to Snow slammed the table, demanding, What ring? Wang Yuan retorted, Of course, my concealment illusion ring. Handed over promptly, 7 knights listening to Snow shouted. The ring was his lost possession. And at this moment, he was the most eager to reclaim it. Why would your ring be in my possession? Wang Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. You 7 knights listening to Snow are infuriating. Long Xing Tian Xia spoke in a grave tone. Brother Niu, I believe you are new to Thunderstorm City and unaware of the Black Dragon Society's ways. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since vanished in this city. Since I have invited you here for a discussion, consider it a courtesy that I hope you will return the ring. Otherwise, well, you are not offering me any courtesy. Are you afraid that killing me would yield nothing? Long Xing Tian Xia's words were grandiose. Yet Wang Yuan perceived the truth behind them. I in the game. Player death could lead to equipment drops. But the odds were low. Even if he were to be killed, it was uncertain whether the ring would drop. The ring held significant value. And if Wang Yuan simply remained in the safe zone after dying, the Black Dragon Society could forget about retrieving it. Since Brother Niu is so well informed, I shan't beat around the bush. Hand over the ring, and we can discuss matters amicably. Refuse to do so, and the Black Dragon Society has all the time and patience to wear you down. Long Xing Tian Xia fixed his gaze on Wang Yuan. You are too late. I have already sold it. Wang Yuan spread his hands, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Damn it. I wonder who these fools think they are. They were the ones who attempted a robbery and ended up losing their equipment. If they had just apologized sincerely, perhaps there would have been room for reconciliation. Yet here was Long Xing Tian Xia threatening him in return. Was Wang Yuan the type to be intimidated? Sold? The members of the Black Dragon Society darkened their expressions in unison. Nonsense. Did you act so swiftly? The bald-headed dragon roared. I bought it. Shui Linglong shot a middle finger at the bald-headed dragon. I got it for 50 gold coins. See, I wasn't lying. Wang Yuan chimed in. That's even better, my dear lady. May I have the ring back? Long Xing Tian Xia turned his gaze toward Shui Linglong. 100 gold coins. No negotiation. Shui Linglong smiled faintly, sporting a look as infuriating as Wang Yuan's. Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, several individuals at the table sprang to their feet. It became evident to them that these two were merely toying with the Black Dragon Society. Having no regard for their stature, not even fearing a young girl daring to treat them as playthings. 100 gold coins. Why not ask for 1,000? What audacity to discuss currency in front of the Black Dragon Society. Huh? Even Wang Yuan couldn't help but glance at Shui Linglong. This girl truly had a knack for delivering a decisive blow. You are courting death. You think I'm showing you mercy? The bald-headed dragon, furious, bellowed and swung his sword at Shui Linglong. The two were merely a table's distance apart, and the bald-headed dragon's sword was poised to strike Shui Linglong's face in an instant. Just as it seemed she would be struck down, a shield suddenly interposed itself between her and the bald-headed dragon's mighty sword. The shield-bearer, clad in heavy armor and towering in stature, had 2 flames of soul flickering in his eye sockets. It was none other than Wang Yuan's top enforcer. Xiao Bai. With a clang, the bald-headed dragon's attack was thwarted. The bald-headed dragon staggered backward, momentarily unsteadied. At the same time, Xiao Bai thrust his sword forward, delivering a powerful strike that plunged into the bald-headed dragon's throat. Puffed. -750, a massive critical hit damage notification flashed, and the bald-headed dragon's health bar turned crimson. Witnessing such damage, everyone was left in shock. Although the bald-headed dragon was not a shield warrior, even a level 17 weapon warrior possessed over 1,000 health points. Yet here he was, reduced to a sliver of health by a single blow. Such damage exceeded everyone's understanding, particularly when several onlookers recognized the flames of soul in Xiao Bai's eye sockets. They were horrified to discover that he was not a player, but a skeleton warrior. What on earth did this mean? It indicated that the bald-headed dragon had been felled by a blow from a skeletal soldier summoned by a necromancer. Such an implausible event was indeed hard to believe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, still reeling from the shock, the bald-headed dragon had yet to regain his balance when 3 white-boned arrows soared through the air. Striking precisely at his eyes and throat, the bald-headed dragon uttered not a sound before collapsing on the spot. Clang! The bald-headed dragon's long sword fell to the ground. Wang Yuan, quick as lightning, reached down to retrieve the sword. Sword of the warrior quality. Bronze attack. 22 magic. 14 strength, 7 constitution, 6 warrior's soul. Passive skill. Each successful hit will stack 1 damage, with a maximum of 30 stacks. Required class. Warrior. Knight required level. 15 item description. A weapon only powerful warriors can wield. What a splendid item. Wang Yuan smiled slightly, casually stowing it in his backpack. Bronze weapons were considered high-end goods at this stage. Easily fetching 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin translates to 1,000 yuan. As Wang Yuan swiftly and effortlessly gathered the bald-headed dragon's weapon, everyone was left dumbfounded. In an instant, their tempers flared. Shui Linglong could not resist giving Wang Yuan another thumbs up. Goodness, while she was merely amusing herself at the expense of the Black Dragon Society, Wang Yuan had taken it a step further, brazenly killing and looting before their eyes. Long Xingtian Xia was nearly apoplectic with rage. Who were the Black Dragon Society? They were the foremost guild in Thunderstorm City, a group that had been publicly scorned on forums. They were known for killing and robbing others' equipment. Yet here was someone brazenly killing a subordinate in front of their leader and looting the equipment in broad daylight. If news of this spread, how could the Black Dragon Society ever maintain their reputation in Thunderstorm City? If this were to reach the World Forum, the Black Dragon Society would become a laughingstock. Henceforth, whenever there was a matter of looting, the Black Dragon Society would be ridiculed. How dare they show such disrespect? Kill them, strip them of their equipment. With that thought, Long Xingtian Xia could no longer contain his fury and issued a kill order. In an instant, the members of the Black Dragon Society in the tavern rose without hesitation. You better run. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yuan immediately turned to signal Shui Linglong to make her escape. However, when he turned back, he found that Shui Linglong had already vanished. Just then, her voice echoed in his ear. Fool, I can stealth. I'll fetch you some help. Just hold on. Wang Yuan mused. No wonder so many players choose assassins in this game. The stealth skill is simply overpowered. With Shui Linglong having fled, Wang Yuan felt no reservations and promptly pointed at the members of the Black Dragon Guild, issuing the command to attack. Kill them indiscriminately. Go. The mage Yunzhong Yi and the priest Zhou Guangming, closest to Wang Yuan, raised their staffs that a fireball and a holy light orb, one red and one white, were hurled towards him. The assassin Qiyu Shui also lunged at Wang Yuan with a dagger. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuan was oblivious to the imminent danger from behind, just as the trio believed Wang Yuan to be doomed. Xiao Bai swiftly lifted his longsword, flipping the table. Bang! First, the fireball and holy light orb struck the table, causing a tremendous explosion. Then, the table crashed down upon Qiyu Shui's head, shattering upon impact. Dazed, Qiyu Shui had no time to react before she saw a large foot descending towards her chest. In the next moment, she was pinned to the ground by Xiao Bai's foot, followed by a sword thrust that entered her mouth and emerged from the back of her head. Embedding into the floor, Qiyu Shui was taken out in a single strike. Zhou Guangming, holding his staff, watched this scene unfold with a look of utter bewilderment. As a priest, he found himself without even a moment to heal. After dispatching Qiyu Shui, Xiao Bai strode forward, delivering a shield bash to Long Xingtian Xia, who was about to charge in. Duong. Before Long Xingtian Xia could release his skill, he was stunned on the spot. Xiao Bai then thrust his sword into Long Xingtian Xia's chest, who transformed into a beam of white light, racing towards the resurrection point. Upon witnessing this, Yunzhong Yi and Zhou Guangming turned to flee. Xiao Bai pivoted, launching his flying shield, which struck Yunzhong Yi, and simultaneously stepped forward, cutting down Zhou Guangming with a swift blow to the back of the head. If a warrior could not withstand Xiao Bai's strike, how could a priest? Zhou Guangming let out a muffled groan as he departed for the realm of the divine. Xiao Bai extended his left hand, catching the returning flying shield, and with one final stroke, ended Yunzhong Yi. From the moment Xiao Bai took action to the annihilation of the four, it occurred in the blink of an eye. The ferocity and speed of his assault left Wang Yuan utterly unprepared for the chaos that had unfolded behind him. And the remaining members of Longxing Tianxia's group had already accumulated a hatred value of 50 towards him. Kill that Niu Dali. We cannot let him escape. Upon respawning, Longxing Tianxia was visibly agitated. Roaring in the guild channel. Whoever kills him will receive a gold coin. A gold coin. The members of the Black Dragon Guild, initially hesitant upon witnessing Longxing Tianxia's demise, suddenly felt reinvigorated. After all, they were in it for the money, and with their leader gone, what was the point? Yet, upon hearing of the gold coin reward, they surged forward, driven by fervor to confront Wang Yuan once more. Boom! Just as the members of the Black Dragon Guild surrounded Wang Yuan, a deafening explosion erupted, followed by a wave of scorching heat that engulfed them all. Explosive fire, the enhanced version of the mage's fireball skill. Not only was its power significantly greater than that of the standard fireball, but it also possessed an area of effect explosion capability, making it one of the primary output skills for mages in the early game. As the flames subsided, a clear space was left around Wang Yuan, having taken out a dozen players in one fell swoop. Humph! At that moment, Bai scoffed, charging in like a swarm. They clearly do not regard me as a mage. What the hell? Is explosive fire really that terrifying? Wang Yuan was momentarily bewildered. While he knew Bai was formidable, perhaps even more so than Xiao Bai, he found it perplexing that the explosive radius damage was merely 50. Could 50 damage truly be lethal? This was absurd. Not only was Wang Yuan confused, but Ma Sen Air also remarked, as expected of Master Wu Shuang, your explosive fire is far more powerful than any other mage I've encountered. Bai chuckled. Do you know why I allowed them to get so close? Why? Ma San Air was puzzled. Bai explained, because within a 3-meter radius, they would suffer another wave of damage from the protective fire ring. Using the protective fire ring to deal damage, this is possible. Ma San Air was astonished. Wang Yuan was equally shaken. According to the mechanics of explosive fire, it only dealt base magic damage and explosion damage upon hitting the target. However, upon casting, the mage would automatically activate a 3x3 protective fire ring, inflicting damage on targets within a 3-meter radius to deter melee classes. It was purely a defensive skill. Bai's ingenious tactic of utilizing this mechanism allowed him to unleash explosive fire the moment targets approached, effectively subjecting them to a third wave of damage from the protective fire ring. With the cumulative damage being terrifyingly high, it was clear that Bai had not only mastered this magic, but also possessed absolute confidence in his abilities. In one fell swoop, the players of the Black Dragon Guild within the tavern were decimated. The remaining players, now in a state of critical health, dared not take another step forward, while Wang Yuan remained at full health. His skeletal minions vibrant and ready for combat. Yet, Wang Yuan understood that he was far from safe. The Black Dragon Guild boasted over 2,000 members. This was merely the beginning. Let us go. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan charged through the tavern doors, leading his skeletal minions into the streets. Sure enough, Black Dragon Guild players were converging from all directions. Standing at the tavern entrance, Wang Yuan spotted the players streaming towards him. With a slight smile, he recalled his 3 skeletons into the realm of the undead and slipped into the crowd of onlookers, then pulled up the menu to log out of the game. 10-9-8-7-2-1. By the time the players of the Black Dragon Guild arrived, Wang Yuan had successfully logged off. With a swift disconnection, he severed all ties to the conflict. And no matter how formidable you are, can you still come offline to confront me? Boss, that guy has vanished. The players of the Black Dragon Guild rushed into the tavern, only to find Wang Yuan's presence completely absent, immediately messaging in the guild channel. Nonsense, he is not an assassin. How could he just disappear? Find him, search tirelessly. I refuse to believe we can't locate him, the bald-headed dragon shouted in the guild channel. Longxing Tianxia frowned and opened his friends list, only to see Niu Dali's name had turned gray. Damn. Realizing Wang Yuan had logged off, Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but curse. What's wrong, boss? The bald-headed dragon and others asked anxiously. Where did that guy go? He's offline. Longxing Tianxia seethed with fury. Offline? That bastard actually logged off? Upon hearing the news of Wang Yuan's departure, not just Longxing Tianxia, but the entire bald-headed dragon crew felt a surge of frustration. Well, that son of a gun is quite the coward, isn't he? after causing chaos and then simply logging off. This is infuriating. It's akin to reading a novel where the protagonist suffers at the hands of the antagonist for a million words. Finally gains the upper hand, only for the antagonist to conveniently pass away. One could fathom the level of frustration experienced by Longxing Tianxia and his crew at that moment. He is scared. He must be terrified. Longxing Tianxia consoled himself with a scowl. Indeed, otherwise he wouldn't have logged off. You coward. Trash. Looks like we've won. Others chimed in agreement. Should we continue to wait for him? The bald-headed dragon inquired. No need. Longxing Tianxia waved his hand. After our intimidation, he won't dare log in for a while. Leveling up is crucial. Let us disperse for now. It must be said that Longxing Tianxia, as the president, possesses an impressive resilience to criticism. Despite having been utterly defeated, one might mistakenly believe that it was Wang Yuan who faced annihilation at this very moment. Wang Yuan had already exited the game. He first took a trip to the restroom, then leisurely enjoyed a piece of fruit, before reclining back on his bed and donning his helmet. Rather than diving directly into the game, he opted to peruse the forums of Thunderstorm City for a while. The forums were abuzz with excitement. Breaking news. The Black Dragon Society has suffered a setback. The debacle surrounding the Black Dragon Society's equipment. Discussions regarding the Black Dragon Society. That paper tiger, Longxing Tianxia, must be feeling utterly humiliated. Posts were flooding in at an astonishing rate, detailing every trivial aspect of the tavern incident, embellished and exaggerated with each retelling. One user claimed that, right in front of Longxing Tianxia, a rogue had slain his underling and looted his weapon. What audacity! Indeed, I was there in person. That rogue single-handedly dispatched an entire table of Longxing Tianxia's comrades, stripping them of their gear and leaving Longxing Tianxia utterly bare. Nonsense. That rogue was a mage. My friend witnessed him obliterate dozens of the Black Dragon Society with a single fireball. An archer, perhaps. I've heard he wields a formidable longbow, capable of claiming heads within 100 meters, as if plucking fruit from a tree. Ridiculous. An archer proficient in fire magic and melee combat? You've clearly been influenced by too many online gaming novels. Time for a reality check. The Black Dragon Society has always had a tarnished reputation, and their recent misfortune has only fueled the flames of gossip. Under the collective narration of the forum denizens, Wang Yuan has transformed into a chivalrous avenger, wielding a staff in one hand and a sword in the other. With a bow slung across his back, single-handedly slaying the Black Dragon Society amidst a sea of corpses, Wang Yuan was left utterly flabbergasted. He could hardly fathom that the formidable figure described in the forum was none other than himself. After browsing the forums for a while, he switched interfaces and logged back into the game. Wang Yuan was not one to seek trouble, yet he certainly would not shy away from it. The incident was initiated by the Black Dragon Society's attempt to rob him. Had they approached him with humility and perhaps offered some form of compensation, Wang Yuan might have been inclined to let the matter slide. Instead, this group of ruffians not only expected to reclaim their equipment without spending a dime, but also dared to threaten him. Clearly underestimating his resolve, Wang Yuan had always harbored a vengeful spirit. Back in school, when he was bullied by the principal's grandson, who even accused him of lacking upbringing, Wang Yuan retaliated by smashing the windows of the school office and urinating on the principal's doorstep. The principal's grandson was so frightened that he transferred schools overnight. After entering the workforce, when his boss arrogantly withheld his salary for 6 months, Wang Yuan responded by dousing the factory floor with gasoline, teaching the boss what it meant to be truly fearful. Even later, when he returned to his hometown to farm, and the village chief encroached upon his land, Wang Yuan retaliated by tossing a box of firecrackers at the village chief's farm, leaving the chief haunted by nightmares. Children, do not imitate this behavior. Throughout his life, Wang Yuan had always been characterized by a quick temper and a long memory for grievances if he faced such indignities in the real world. How could he possibly tolerate being bullied in a virtual realm where killing bore no consequences? Hey, are you all right? I've contacted a few friends from outside the city. They're heading to Thunderstorm City as we speak. Once they arrive, I'll help you exact your revenge. Upon logging in, Wang Yuan received a message from Xue Linglong. Feeling a warmth in his heart upon reading her message, he was pleasantly surprised that she had indeed sought assistance, even reaching out to allies from other main cities. Given Xue Linglong's character, it was likely she had expended considerable resources. To be honest, Wang Yuan felt quite touched. After all, He and Shui Linglong had only met a couple of times. She was merely a guest of his in this critical moment. Her willingness to assist was genuinely commendable. It is important to note that Wang Yuan's adversaries were no ordinary foes, but a notoriously powerful guild. In the case of others, it would have been remarkable if they didn't distance themselves entirely, and no need for that. I can handle this myself. After some contemplation, Wang Yuan replied dismissively. Money is easy to repay. But favors are not. I'm already grateful for Shui Linglong's concern and wouldn't want to involve her further. Moreover, I have my own methods for resolving this situation. Hey, I'm not asking for your money. Shui Linglong quickly countered upon receiving Wang Yuan's refusal. Understanding his hesitation, she feared he might be reluctant to accept financial aid. It's not about the money. Wang Yuan clarified that I find it easier to handle things on my own. Involving you all would simply complicate matters. Shui Linglong was momentarily taken aback by his words, before erupting in anger. Are you implying that you're worried we'll hinder you? Huh. That's quite the accusation. Wang Yuan chuckled. Rest assured, if I find myself in a bind, I will certainly seek your assistance. Ugh, arrogant dog of a man, Shui Linglong cursed vehemently. Hey, we're almost there. Tell your friends to wait for us outside the city. It has been ages since I've had such an exhilarating experience. Just as Wang Yuan concluded his message, Shui Linglong received another from her allies, and no need for that. Shui Linglong replied irritably. He claims he can manage on his own. Didn't we hear he offended a rather significant guild? Her allies were perplexed by the contradiction in her messages. They had traveled great distances to assist Shui Linglong's friend, only to hear that he was confident in resolving the matter alone. Indeed, he is alone. Yes, he has crossed paths with a formidable guild, and he mentioned fearing we might hold him back. Shui Linglong recounted Wang Yuan's words without reservation. Her frustration palpable. What an arrogant little brat. How dare he belittle us? Her allies echoed, clearly taken aback. Having played games for quite some time, they had never encountered such audacity. We must pay Thunderstorm City a visit and see what kind of expert would dare to be so insolent. Indeed, I've seen plenty of boastful players, but never one quite like this. I half expect to see him flying a cow to the moon. Suddenly, the thought crossed their minds. Perhaps there was a reason the Black Dragon Society sought to take him down. What if we decided to assist the Black Dragon Society instead? Ah, that's a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? Everyone, get serious, Shui Linglong exclaimed, her frustration mounting to it's so difficult to find someone normal among my acquaintances. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan directly messaged Longxing Tianxia. Hey, where are you? Longxing Tianxia, upon receiving the message, was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination. Based on past experiences, those he had driven offline typically took days to muster the courage to return. Yet Wang Yuan had only been offline for a mere 10 minutes before reappearing. What shocked Longxing Tianxiao even more was that this individual had the audacity to send him a message, inquiring about his whereabouts. This was unmistakably a blatant provocation. You dare log back in? Longxing Tianxiao retorted. Of course. What do I have to fear? I wasn't the one who was slaughtered, Wang Yuan replied without hesitation. Striking a nerve. All right, you've got guts. Are you brave enough to reveal your coordinates? Longxing Tianxia's anger flared. I'm right outside the tavern. Just a moment ago, I logged off to post a live thread on the forum. Now the entire forum knows that I'm coming for you. If you don't show up, you'll be the coward. Wang Yuan sent a link to the thread as anticipated upon opening the link. It was indeed Wang Yuan's post. Live today. Slaying Longxing Tianxia, president of the Black Dragon Society. Current coordinates. Commercial Street 77454, 22131. All players are invited to witness that I await the Black Dragon Society as president to meet his doom. If he doesn't come, he is a coward. The Black Dragon Society shall henceforth be known as the Turtle Society. Wow, this guy is bold, declaring war on the Black Dragon Society. I'm impressed. Even if you end up being reduced to nothing by the Black Dragon Society, I still admire your courage. You're the first person I've seen willing to take such a stand. The Black Dragon Guild has brazenly occupied the leveling area, forcefully seizing resource points, inciting righteous indignation among the populace. Brother, you are indeed acting on behalf of justice. Regardless of the outcome, we shall lend you our support. The majority of players witnessing the post adopt a stance of solidarity, for the Black Dragon Guild has long been notorious for its misdeeds. and the players of Thunderstorm City are thoroughly exasperated with them. Naturally, there are also supporters of the Black Dragon Guild who deride Wang Yuan, proclaiming, "What a joke! Who does he think he is? Can he truly contend with the Black Dragon Guild? Is he unaware of their numbers?" Additionally, a group of self-proclaimed sage-like individuals responds, "This guy is merely seeking fame, a publicity stunt. It seems he has enlisted the Black Dragon Guild to assist him in his theatrics. Who knows? He might be some wealthy scion." How outrageous! The most incensed among the onlookers is none other than Long Xing Tianxia. Since the game's inception, the Black Dragon Guild has amassed thousands to dominate Thunderstorm City, routinely dictating who can thrive within its confines. Today, an unknown player dares to publicly challenge the Black Dragon Guild on the forum, even providing coordinates for a confrontation. Who could possibly tolerate such an affront? As the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, to ignore this would be to truly become a laughingstock. Very well, just wait, Long Xing Tianxia declares, making his way to the commercial street, this moment. The commercial street is teeming with curious players from Thunderstorm City. Though many doubt that anyone would genuinely dare to challenge the Black Dragon Guild, the spectacle is too enticing to ignore. What if it is true? Witnessing Long Xing Tianxia meet his comeuppance would be a thrill, even if one is not directly involved. Here he comes. Long Xing Tianxia has arrived. The audacity. He has brought company. From a distance, onlookers see Long Xing Tianxia approaching the commercial street with a cadre of henchmen, eliciting murmurs of disbelief. He was called out for a one-on-one duel. Yet here he is, accompanied by others, diminishing both his prowess and integrity before the contest has even begun. However, Long Xing Tianxia is no fool that he recognizes the formidable nature of Wang Yuan. To confront him alone would indeed be tantamount to courting death. To retreat would be to cower in shame. Yet to face him and be bested in front of such a crowd would be even more humiliating. Where is the one who issued the challenge to Long Xing Tianxia? Why has he not yet arrived? As Long Xing Tianxia takes his position, the crowd eagerly scans for Wang Yuan's presence. "Boss, that kid hasn't shown up," remarks one of Long Xing Tianxia's followers after a brief survey. "Humph," Long Xing Tianxia scoffs, then declares with misplaced bravado, "Such a coward can only make noise on the forum. Give him 100 times the courage, and he wouldn't dare." Bang! Before Long Xing Tianxia can finish his sentence, a shadow bursts forth from the crowd, colliding forcefully with him, sending him soaring through the air. The figure is remarkably imposing, wielding a shield in one hand and a colossal sword in the other, with two blazing blue flames flickering in his eye sockets, a veritable embodiment of a wraith. Upon recognizing the familiar undead warrior, Long Xing Tianxia's heart sinks. This individual is none other than the skeletal warrior under Wang Yuan's command. What the hell? The crowd erupts in astonishment. He truly has the audacity to show up. Incredible. A genuine warrior. In truth, even if Wang Yuan had not appeared, the spectators would not have been overly critical. Everyone is well aware of the Black Dragon Guild's notorious reputation. Even if Wang Yuan's bravado were merely bluster, it would be understandable, and they had mentally prepared for such an outcome. After all, such proclamations are typically just talk. Who would genuinely risk their life? Yet, no one anticipated that Wang Yuan would indeed show up. Goodness! Isn't this the one who annihilated the Black Dragon Guild in the tavern? Some in the crowd begin to recognize Xiao Bai. His imposing figure, a 2-meter-tall, heavily armored warrior with glowing eyes, leaves a lasting impression. Is this the ruthless individual who decimated the Black Dragon Guild's cadre in the tavern? I see now. No wonder. How courageous! Upon realizing that this person is the one who single-handedly obliterated Long Xing Tianxia's crew, the crowd is filled with excitement. Offending the Black Dragon Guild usually results in either being mercilessly hunted down or going offline to avoid persecution. Who could have anticipated that this matter would escalate? This individual not only pilfered the Black Dragon Guild's equipment without suffering retaliation, but also openly challenged them. It feels as if he is specifically targeting the Black Dragon Guild, intent on delivering a thrashing. What audacity! What confidence! What an unparalleled display of bravado! Such actions are beyond the realm of possibility for an ordinary person. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Yuan's audacious maneuver will, even if he is ultimately defeated by the Black Dragon Guild, become the stuff of legend in Thunderstorm City. By the heavens! Take him down! The followers of Long Xing Tianxia, upon spotting Xiao Bai, immediately draw their weapons and charge forward. Their gear reveals them to be elite players of the Black Dragon Guild. Long Xing Tianxia has evidently come prepared. Yet, Xiao Bai pays them no heed. He raises his shield and delivers a crushing blow to the airborne Long Xing Tianxia's head. With a resounding thud, Long Xing Tianxia crashes to the ground. Xiao Bai places a foot firmly on Long Xing Tianxia's face, immobilizing him, while simultaneously thrusting his colossal sword against Long Xing Tianxia's neck. The sequence of skills, charge, shield bash, stomp, heavy strike, flows seamlessly. Dash 312 minus 278 minus 466 minus 824 as four massive damage numbers appear. Long Xing Tianxia meets his demise. Once more soaring toward the warrior target range. With Long Xing Tianxia slain, the attacks from the Black Dragon Guild's players descend upon Xiao Bai. Just as it appears Xiao Bai will be overwhelmed, he suddenly vanishes from sight. What? Everyone stands in stunned silence. Did they not claim this individual was a melee archer capable of fire magic? Could he also be an assassin? Word will surely spread. Not only is this guy a melee archer with fire magic, but he also possesses the ability to turn invisible. He is nothing short of a full-time monster. Bull Dali is nearby. That skeletal warrior was his minion. At that moment, the voice of Long Xing Tianxia's furious roar echoes through the Black Dragon Guild's channel. The players of the Black Dragon Guild frantically search the crowd for Wang Yuan's figure. Yet he seems to have vanished without a trace. The forum updates with a new post. Suddenly, a shriek pierces the air. The crowd rushes to open Wang Yuan's post, as expected, after defeating Long Xing Tianxia. Wang Yuan has revealed a second coordinate, Central Avenue, at the entrance to the warrior target range. Long Xing Tianxia, do not linger at the resurrection point. Come out and face your doom. I can't believe it. He blocking the resurrection point. Wang Yuan's succinct update conveys a single message. He is waiting at the resurrection point to confront Long Xing Tianxia. Upon seeing this, all players erupt once more into a frenzy, blocking the resurrection point. This is the most ruthless act in the game. A notorious guild. The Black Dragon Guild has engaged in such tactics in other games and in the Dawn of Awakening game, mercilessly hunting down countless players who dared to cross them, trapping them at their resurrection points. Those with timid dispositions would log off and never return, while those with a fierce spirit would be reduced to nothing. Who could have imagined that the tides would turn and the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, Long Xing Tianxia, would be trapped at the resurrection point, broadcasted live? This is what is meant by karmic retribution. When others are blocked at the resurrection point, sympathy fills the hearts of the spectators. Yet, when Long Xing Tianxia is the one trapped, the crowd is exhilarated, thrilled, and filled with adrenaline. In a word, exhilarating. At that moment, within the soldier's target range, the recently revived Long Xing Tianxia appeared visibly distressed. In less than half an hour, he had already met his demise twice. Now, before the watchful eyes of all players in the city, he found himself cornered at the resurrection point. For anyone else, logging off to evade such a predicament would be forgivable. Yet, he was the leader of the Black Dragon Society, a figure whose mere stamp could send tremors through Thunderstorm City as the foremost guild leader. Not only would retreating to log off be shameful, but even hiding within the resurrection point would render him a laughingstock to all. How could he possibly navigate the game's social landscape thereafter? Even if the Black Dragon Society ascended to become the world's mightiest guild, this tarnished history would forever pin him to the pillar of disgrace, akin to picking up a lantern while bathing, an endless source of ridicule. The current situation was a guaranteed death, a humiliation of epic proportions. To not emerge would also be an affront to his dignity. This was maddening. Long Xing Tianxia felt on the verge of a breakdown, ensnared by a sense of inescapable fate. Fear not, boss. That scoundrel-esque skeletal warrior is melee. As long as we have enough warriors to protect you, he won't be able to close in. Just as Long Xing Tianxia grappled with his helplessness, a message from Yuncheng Iha flashed in the guild channel. Indeed, upon seeing Yuncheng Iha's message, others chimed in agreement. Long Xing Tianxia's eyes brightened that it was true, no matter how formidable Xiao Bai was. He was merely a warrior. As long as he was kept at bay, could he truly unleash his skills from afar? Warriors, rally to protect me. With this thought, Long Xing Tianxia issued his command. The warrior players of the Black Dragon Society surged towards the camp, encircling Long Xing Tianxia in layers as they marched boldly out of the resurrection point. Puffed. Ha! The onlookers outside the resurrection point could hardly contain their laughter at Longxing Tianxia's pathetic state. Had he emerged alone from the resurrection point, they might have respected him as a man. However, this spectacle was akin to broadcasting the word cowardice across his face. In this game, everyone could respawn infinitely. Being killed merely indicated a lack of skill, not shame. Yet, conceding defeat was a different matter entirely, one that reeked of disgrace. Moreover, with Longxing Tianxia bearing the title of guild leader, it exemplified a facade of bravado hiding a fragile core, a display of cowardice and cunning that was nothing short of spectacular. Haha. Once outside the resurrection point, Longxing Tianxia laughed heartily. This boastful Nadali was all talk. He couldn't harm him now. Boss, what are you laughing at? The bald-headed Long inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, nothing. Longxing Tianxia waved his hand dismissively, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, nearly uttering words akin to Zhuge Liang's lack of strategy, Zhou Yu's meager wisdom. Suddenly, just when Longxing Tianxia believed himself safe, a white skeletal arrow hurtled towards him. With a resounding thud, it struck him squarely in the forehead, embedding itself like a lightning rod. 322, the red damage numbers floated up as his health bar plummeted. What the hell? There's an archer. Quickly, protect me. With this arrow, Longxing Tianxia reacted instinctively, turning to flee back towards the resurrection point. The surrounding warrior players hastily raised their shields, peering in the direction from which the arrow had come. As Longxing Tianxia approached the resurrection point, mere 5 meters away, a towering skeleton clad in heavy armor, wielding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, suddenly blocked the entrance to the warrior camp. Having been killed twice in full view of the crowd by Xiaobai, Longxing Tianxia was gripped by a profound fear that now coursed through him. Seeing the fiery gaze of the skeletal figure sent shivers down his spine. He slammed on the brakes, turning in panic to shout, "Yes, behind me, behind." Yet, the other warriors had pursued the archer, oblivious to the looming threat. By the time they turned at Longxing Tianxia's frantic call, his lifeless body lay beneath Xiaobai's foot. In the next moment, Xiaobai vanished once more. Damn it. The warriors scattered in all directions, desperately searching for Wang Yuan's figure. But, as before, they failed to catch sight of him. What the hell? Where could that guy be? Longxing Tianxia was nearing the brink of collapse. In truth, he was not a coward in the face of death. Rather, it was the manner of his demise that terrified him. If he were to perish at the hands of a boss, or drown in water, or even fall to another in a duel, it would be inconsequential. However, what transpired now was a public execution of sorts. A spectacle before all players in the city. What was even more terrifying was that up to this point, Longxing Tianxia had yet to glimpse Wang Yuan's form. This was utterly chilling. This guy was a necromancer. Could it be that he had turned into a ghost himself? Another post had been updated. While Longxing Tianxia felt utterly helpless at the resurrection point, news of Wang Yuan updating his post reached him. It seems you're too frightened to leave the resurrection point. Fear not, the Black Dragon Society has others, does it not? From now on, anyone bearing the emblem in the streets will find themselves hunted, one by one. I shall slay you all. This was a declaration of doom. The third post from Wang Yuan ignited excitement among players throughout the city. They had never experienced such exhilaration before, especially while witnessing others engage in combat. They had seen formidable contenders, but never someone quite like this. First, he single-handedly challenged a guild, then cornered its leader at the resurrection point. And now he boldly proclaimed that as long as the guild leader remained hidden, he would hunt down the guild's players. The Black Dragon Society found themselves utterly powerless, even unaware of their adversary's whereabouts, unable to even grasp the hem of his garment, reflecting on the previous grievances the Black Dragon Society had inflicted upon Thunderstorm City. The players now felt a surge of righteous indignation, especially the members of the Black Dragon Society, who transitioned from anger to sheer terror. Damn it. The Grim Reaper wasn't just targeting individuals anymore. He was now collecting souls at random. Naming Longxing Tianxia was one thing. At least they had a target. Now, it was a lottery. They never knew when their number would be called. In an instant, the players of the Black Dragon Society felt as though a storm cloud loomed ominously above them, filling them with unease. I can't believe it. I was slain in the commercial district. That guy is now in the second trading street. He.s. returned to the central street. Rapidly, the guild channel was inundated with messages of Black Dragon Society players falling to Wang Yuan's skeletal minions. Witnessing the flood of messages, the players of the Black Dragon Society grew increasingly fearful. Wang Yuan truly seemed like a ghost, drifting through the corners of Thunderstorm City with an elusive presence. Just moments ago, he was in the central street. Now he had already reached the commercial district, and the next moment, he vanished again into the trading street. The unpredictability left them bewildered, with no discernible pattern to follow. Even more infuriating was that when they were numerous, he did not appear. Yet, when they were few, he would strike, easily overpowering 7 or 8 of them while disregarding dozens. The entire Black Dragon Society felt as though they were being led by the nose. Completely ensnared in the terror orchestrated by Wang Yuan. What should we do? What should we do? Longxing Tianxia, the guild leader, found himself equally at a loss. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. In the past, those who dared provoke the Black Dragon Society were simply cut down and had their resurrection points camped. Straightforward, brutal, and effective. Now, this foe was invisible, and even if they managed to kill him, they would merely slay a skeleton, with no clue as to the original body's whereabouts, vanishing like a phantom while executing guerrilla tactics. What on earth could they do? Now, even the guild leader was too afraid to step outside the resurrection point. Let alone the others. We must combat magic with magic. We have a necromancer too. Yunsheng Iha began to devise a plan. Yes, where is my brother? Upon hearing Yunsheng Iha's suggestion, Longxing Tianxia finally remembered that his guild also had a necromancer, the top necromancer in the national server. No less, the vice leader is leveling up, as you know. He isn't keen on getting involved in this mess. But now that we've been cornered and slaughtered, can he really turn a blind eye? I'll message him right away. Longxing Tianxia opened his friend list and clicked on a chat window labeled "Don't bother me unless it's urgent." Bro, I have been bullied. After a while, no one replied to my messages. Brother, there is a remarkably formidable necromancer pursuing me. A remarkably formidable necromancer? Where? I'm on my way. Longxing Tianding. Lingjia, your friend is quite interesting. Outside the resurrection point in Thunderstorm City. Witnessing the entire process, Shui Linglong's friends couldn't help but express their astonishment. Indeed, it is rather intriguing. This fellow has quite the audacity and strength, Shui Linglong remarked that in her eyes. Wang Yuan could be described as exceptionally skilled yet audacious. No. He is not only powerful, but he is also quite astute. A player dressed as a priest stroked his chin and commented nonchalantly. Really? Does someone like him even need to be clever? Shui Linglong was quite taken aback. Indeed, the priest nodded, saying, have you not noticed how the Black Dragon Guild has been following his lead? This fellow employs open schemes. Open schemes? What does that mean? It means he is blatantly setting a trap for you. And you must inevitably fall into it. Lingjia, how did you come to befriend such a person with your intellect? Isn't it said that people of similar minds flock together? I am quite intelligent. So it is only natural for me to know clever individuals, Shui Linglong replied. That aside, how did he set the trap? The priest, momentarily speechless, said, did you not discern what was happening? This fellow knows he cannot possibly contend against the entire Black Dragon Guild. So he explicitly summoned Longxing Tiantang to establish his authority. Do you think, given Longxing Tiantang's stature, he could refuse? Once he accepted the challenge, the matter shifted from involving over 2,000 players in the Black Dragon Guild to being a personal affair. And naturally, Wang Yuan would dominate him. The same applies to being cornered by Wang Yuan at the resurrection point. It can be said that from the moment Wang Yuan made that post, every step taken by Longxing Tiantang was calculated by Wang Yuan. Even more absurdly, Longxing Tiantang understood this logic, yet he found himself powerless, compelled to follow Wang Yuan's calculations, stumbling into one pitfall after another. What do we mean by open schemes? It means I clearly state my intentions to you, and you cannot refuse. I play my cards openly, yet you must still be led by me. Oh dear. There is something I cannot comprehend. Upon seeing Shui Linglong regain her composure, the priest displayed an equally perplexed expression. What is it that you do not understand? The necromancer's control over his minions has its limits. So why has no one been able to discover his whereabouts thus far? The priest pondered, stroking his chin. Who knows? Shui Linglong shook her head, suddenly realizing that she might not truly understand Wang Yuan. Of course, the reason Shui Linglong and her friends were confused was that Wang Yuan was far from an ordinary necromancer. According to the system's settings, necromancers possess their own undead space, which can accommodate summoned undead. Due to this space, a necromancer's control over the undead is limited to about 20 meters, a distance that increases with the necromancer's advancement in level. The higher the level, the further the reach. However, with the sacred artifact, the Book of Heroes, in his possession, Wang Yuan's summoned undead have independent graveyards. As long as the flames of their souls are not extinguished, they can resurrect infinitely. Thus, the undead summoned by Wang Yuan essentially exist as players in another form, maintaining only a mental link with him, unbound by the constraints of the undead space. Theoretically, as long as Wang Yuan wishes, his undead can appear anywhere. Therefore, Wang Yuan merely needs to conceal himself in a safe place while directing his skeletal minions to manifest at any location. The players of the Black Dragon Guild, naturally, would be unable to locate him. That I never would have guessed. Your leader is quite cunning. On the roof of the church, Ma San was engaged in conversation with Airbai. Wang Yuan's maneuvers had earned Ma San's admiration. He never anticipated that Wang Yuan, single-handedly commanding 3 minions, could toy with a large guild to such an extent that they now dared not even venture onto the streets. Enough chatter. It sounds as if Niu Gu is not your leader. Keep an eye on the resurrection point. Have any members of the Black Dragon Guild appeared on the street? Xiao Bai retorted with irritation. Everyone here is a true warrior, aware of the significance of a good commander in battle. After experiencing this skirmish, Xiao Bai found himself even more impressed by Wang Yuan, not merely because Wang Yuan had allowed him to shine, but because Wang Yuan's tactical acumen was genuinely exceptional. Utilizing the rules, centering on himself, maximizing his limited resources, and employing every possible strategy, he manipulated a guild of over 2,000 players at will. It is not only in this pre-apocalyptic game era, even a century and 20 years into the apocalypse, Wang Yuan's tactics would remain unparalleled. Being individuals who have returned from the apocalypse, everyone acknowledges strength. Previously, when Wang Yuan equipped himself, Xiao Bai recognized him only in material terms. However, after this collaboration, Xiao Bai had come to fully appreciate Wang Yuan on a spiritual level. He would no longer dare to underestimate a player from this peaceful era. Indeed, Ma San, having been reprimanded by Xiao Bai, found himself at a loss and resorted to activating his eagle-eye skill. Gazing around, turning his head, he spotted a figure clad in a gray robe wandering about the commercial street. Over by Teacher Song. Commercial Street, number 115. I see it. Da Bai, receiving the command, quickly turned around that he noticed a player from the Black Dragon Guild approaching him. That player, upon seeing Da Bai by the street, couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, so you really are a necromancer. Come out, don't hide. I can see you're undead. Had Wang Yuan been on the street, he would have recognized this individual as the necromancer he had previously encountered at the base of the city wall. The one who claimed to be the #1 necromancer in the server. This individual, named Mei Shirbi Fanhua, was not only the vice president of the Black Dragon Guild, but also the elder brother of Longxing Tianteng. He was a leveling fanatic, currently the sole player in the game at level 22, ranking first on the leaderboards. This individual typically only cared about leveling up. Had Longxing Tianteng not mentioned a powerful necromancer, he would undoubtedly not have shown up. Now, upon seeing the black skeleton before him, Mei Shirbi Fanhua was utterly dismayed. The black skeleton was evidently just a second-tier skeletal warrior. What nonsense about a powerful necromancer. Is Longxing Tianteng's brain filled with excrement? The wind rustled through the street, stirring up a few leaves. There was no response, nor did anyone appear. Only a black skeleton stood across the street. The two of them gazing at each other. The skeleton slowly raised its empty left hand and then raised its middle finger at Mei Shirbi Fanhua. Upon seeing Da Bai give him the middle finger, a series of exclamation marks appeared above Mei Shirbi Fanhua's head, his face contorted with rage. What the hell? What audacity! How dare that skeletal warrior disrespect me? Wait, hold on. Do necromancers undead have such a provocative command? Soon, Mei Shirbi Fanhua's expression shifted from anger to confusion. Not only was Mei Shirbi Fanhua a necromancer, but he was also the only player in the game above level 20. Possessing level 3 skeletal summoning capabilities that TO call him the #1 skeletal summoner in the server would not be an exaggeration. No1 understood the necromancer class better than Mei Shirbi Fanhua. Yet, even his third-tier skeletal warriors could not perform such a provocative gesture toward others. That it is known that the higher the level of the undead, the more complex their commands. The one before him was merely a second-tier skeletal warrior. Yet it could execute a gesture that even third-tier skeletal warriors could not manage, which was quite surprising that in the midst of a seemingly uneventful moment, a sudden transformation occurred as the Bai's middle finger morphed into a sword-like gesture. Pointing menacingly at Don't Bother Me, simultaneously, a fireball, the size of a basketball, hurtled towards Don't Bother Me. Goodness, it was a mutated skeleton. Upon witnessing the approaching fireball, Don't Bother Me couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. This necromancer opposite him possessed some remarkable abilities, having summoned a mutated skeleton. The mutated skeleton, a rare breed among undead combat pets, differs from the typical skeleton warriors and skeleton champions that are characterized by their physical prowess. There exists a possibility for a mutated skeleton to transform into other classes, such as a skeleton archer, a skeleton assassin, or even the exceedingly rare skeleton mage. While the attributes of mutated skeletons may not significantly surpass those of their standard counterparts, their combat capabilities exceed those of ordinary skeletons. Thus, for a necromancer, the ability to summon a mutated skeleton greatly enhances their fighting strength. This scenario is akin to a trio of warriors lacking versatility, being less practical than a balanced composition of a mage, warrior, and healer. Given that Wang Yuan possessed a mutated skeleton, it was evident that he was slightly more formidable than Don't Bother Me had initially surmised. However, no matter how powerful a mutated skeleton may be, it ultimately remains a second-tier undead, easily overpowered by third-tier undead. Moreover, there was only one of them. Don't Bother Me chuckled softly, raising his wooden staff. 4 skeleton warriors materialized before him. These 4 skeletons stood tall and robust, rivaling Xiaobai in stature. Though they bore no armor, their bones glistened like iron, and the massive axes they wielded shimmered with a sharp gleam. They were indeed the third-tier skeleton warriors of a necromancer. Faced with the oncoming fireball, Don't Bother Me commanded, "Defend." One of the skeleton warriors raised its massive axe horizontally, shielding its master, with a loud crash. The fireball struck the axe, exploding into a myriad of sparks. The tremendous force pushed the skeleton warrior back half a step. Is that all? Glancing at the health bar of the skeleton warrior, which had lost only about 1/5 of its health, Don't Bother Me couldn't help but smirked. He had expected the damage from this mutated skeleton mage to be significantly higher, but it turned out to be rather unimpressive. Under the overwhelming attributes of a third-tier undead, any notion of mutation seemed merely superficial. The skeleton warriors, regardless of their perceived ordinariness, were still third-tier undead. Charge. After absorbing Bai's fireball, Don't Bother Me denied him any opportunity to cast another spell. Pointing his wooden staff forward, the 4 skeleton warriors lowered their heads and charged forth towards Bai's eyes flickered with the fire of souls, and he took a half-step back. Retrieving a blue staff from his robe, observing the approaching skeleton warriors, he slammed the staff's tip onto the ground, initiating a chant. Explosive flame. Release. Just as the chant concluded, the 4 skeleton warriors had closed in within 2 meters of Bai, raising their massive axes to strike. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted from Bai, engulfing the 4 skeleton warriors in a crimson protective fire ring. Bang! A colossal fireball, 2 meters in diameter, collided with the 4 skeleton warriors simultaneously. Boom! An explosion resounded as the fireball detonated. Unlike conventional necromancers, Bai, endowed with the enhancements of a hero's legacy, stood apart. Even with the summoning proficiency boost, the attributes inherited from the necromancer's essence only amounted to a mere 100. In other words, these 4 skeleton warriors, despite their imposing appearance, possessed health and defense comparable to Don't Bother Me, the necromancer, and did not exhibit the exceptional attributes of Bai or Ma San. As a magic-based profession, a necromancer, even at level 22, possesses limited defense and health. Bai's fireball, without the aid of a staff, had already reduced their health by 1/5. Thus, the devastating damage of this triple-tier explosive flame was all too evident. In an instant, the 4 skeleton warriors were reduced to ashes. Your undead warriors have all perished. A system notification flashed before Don't Bother Me. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Don't Bother Me was evidently in disbelief at the unfolding events before him. It was known throughout the server that he was the foremost necromancer, and his 4 skeleton warriors were undoubtedly among the finest third-tier undead. How could 4 third-tier undead be vanquished by a mere second-tier undead? Yet the stark reality was that his skeleton warriors had been annihilated by this skeleton mage in a single skill. This is absurd. Don't Bother Me could hardly grasp the situation. A bug. It must be a bug. The system has malfunctioned. I shall report this exploitation of a system bug. Without hesitation, Don't Bother Me opened the game feedback and began to write a lengthy complaint. Meanwhile, Dabai advanced, striking Don't Bother Me across the face with his staff, causing him to stagger, and then unleashed a fireball that obliterated him completely. Observing the effortless defeat of Don't Bother Me, Dabai couldn't help but scoff. Is this guy mentally challenged? Does he think he can surrender resistance just because his skeleton guards are gone? Players in this gaming era truly lack combat awareness. Even without mana, I could still dispatch beasts with my staff. In a flash of light, Don't Bother Me respawned at the graveyard of Thunderstorm City. Simultaneously, a system feedback message appeared before him. Bug report invalid. All player data is normal. Thank you for your feedback. We hope you enjoy your gaming experience. Thank you for your cooperation. Damn it. Don't Bother Me was utterly devastated. Don't worry, boss. How are you? Did Neodali die? A message flashed across the Black Dragon Society channel. Of course, Don't Bother Me is the top necromancer in the entire server. Neodali must have encountered a formidable opponent. The title top necromancer was glaringly evident before Don't Bother Me. How could someone with his 4 third-tier undead be annihilated in an instant by a second-tier undead? How could he be considered the best in the server? What happened? Even Long Xing Tianxia couldn't help but inquire. Don't Bother Me remained silent and directly logged off. Upon noticing Don't Bother Me's name turn black, everyone in the Black Dragon Society was left in bewilderment. What happened? What happened? Could it be that Don't Bother Me was also killed by Neodali? Oh no, Don't Bother Me's level has dropped. He is now at level 21. A player checked the level leaderboard. Although Don't Bother Me still firmly held the top position, he had lost a level. What the hell? Long Xing Tianxia found himself utterly helpless. It is common knowledge that a well-trained necromancer possesses the most formidable single-target strength among all professions, despite claiming a disinterest in socializing with others in the guild. His summoned skeletons have consumed a significant amount of resources from the Black Dragon Guild and are on the verge of reaching level 4. And with 4 skeleton warriors accompanying him, he is nearly equivalent to a party of over 20 levels. In contrast, Wang Yuan is merely a low-level player at level 10. In terms of both the quality and quantity of skeletons, he is overwhelmingly superior to Long Xing Tianxia. Yet, despite holding such an advantage, it was Long Xing Tianxia who met his demise. He was even driven to the point of logging off in despair. This is utterly absurd. Not only was Long Xing Tianxia flustered, but the other players in the Black Dragon Guild also began to feel anxious. Furthermore, Wang Yuan was stealthily hunting Black Dragon Guild players throughout the streets, casting a looming shadow of death over the entire guild. Up until now, with so many members of the Black Dragon Guild having fallen, not a single one had laid eyes on Wang Yuan's true form. But a visible enemy inspires fear, an invisible one instills terror. In the commercial district, 6 Black Dragon Guild players were slain. In the trading district, 3, and in Central Avenue, 2. On the forum of Thunderstorm City, Wang Yuan's posts continued to update, each accompanied by a screenshot of his kill records. He also took the opportunity to mock them. Your subordinates are all going to be wiped out by me, and yet you still cower at the resurrection point. How can someone like you claim to rule the world? You might as well change your name to Turtle Retreat Taro. Huh. This fellow has quite a sharp tongue. The players on the forum were reveling in the spectacle, eagerly following along as the Black Dragon Guild was being slaughtered to the point where they dared not even step onto the streets. Now, seeing Wang Yuan's derisive nicknames for the Black Dragon Guild, they were utterly amused. This guy is not only ruthless and powerful, but also possesses exceptional verbal prowess. Physical harm is not enough. He must inflict psychological damage as well. A blade may wound the flesh, but words can pierce the soul. Every sentence strikes at the heart of the Black Dragon Guild players. Yet, faced with Wang Yuan's taunts, they were rendered utterly speechless. What more could they say? You claim they have the upper hand. One man is taking on your entire guild. You accuse him of deceit. He has openly revealed your coordinates and taken down your guild leader multiple times. No matter what they say, it only serves to embarrass them further. It would be better to hide their heads in shame and quietly endure Wang Yuan's mockery. Wang Yuan's hunt of the Black Dragon Guild persisted until dawn. That night, he live-streamed the slaughter of over 100 members of the guild and defeated Long Xing Tianxia 3 times, leaving the guild's elite players cowering at the resurrection point. Only then did the flames of anger within Wang Yuan begin to subside. After all, gaming is all about clarity of thought. Fortunately, he was able to vent this pent-up frustration today, had it been postponed until the next day. The Black Dragon Guild's fate would have been even more dire. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now, but I'll be back tomorrow. As long as the Black Dragon Guild dares to remain in Thunderstorm City, he can find them whenever he pleases. At the pinnacle of the magical tower in Thunderstorm City, after posting his final message, Wang Yuan logged off. It was a thoroughly satisfying act of vengeance. A mere intermission. While Wang Yuan slept, the players of the Black Dragon Guild and the onlookers remained wide awake. The Black Dragon Guild was too frightened to sleep, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the spectators were too excited to rest, continuously sharing Wang Yuan's livestream posts with their friends. Not only players from Thunderstorm City, but even those from other major cities flocked to the forum to witness the spectacle. The names of the Black Dragon Guild and Nyo Dali became widely known. Overnight, everyone in Thunderstorm City became aware of two nicknames: the Living Hell King Nyo Dali and the Turtle Retreat Taro Long Xing Tian Xia. What on earth should we do next? We can't possibly change cities, can we? At the resurrection point of the warrior camp, Long Xing Tian Xia glared at the multitude of posts humiliating him on the forum. His face pale with rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. The sheer audacity. Being mocked on the forum is one thing, but the real issue is what to do tomorrow. Wang Yuan has already declared his intent to continue until every member of the Black Dragon Guild is too afraid to show their faces in Thunderstorm City. Goodness, the Black Dragon Guild can't really just withdraw from Thunderstorm City, can they? That would be the ultimate disgrace for a guild. Presently, the Black Dragon Guild is merely being entertained by Wang Yuan's pursuit. They laugh at the guild's misfortune symbolically, but as long as the Black Dragon Guild remains in Thunderstorm City, their resources are intact. Aside from tarnishing their reputation, there is not much substantial damage done. However, if they are forced to change cities, that would be a true humiliation. To have a major guild driven from their main city by a single player would be a catastrophic blow to the Black Dragon Guild's prestige. With such a dark history, even if the Black Dragon Guild became the #1 guild in the national server, elite players would hesitate to join. Moreover, every major city has its entrenched local powers. Starting anew in a different territory is far from simple. They absolutely cannot change cities. Yin Zhong, he hastily advised. This kind of pros and cons is something Long Xing Tian Xia could easily comprehend. And so could the others. What do you suggest we do now that we've caught the attention of this scoundrel? Surely we can't have 2,000 people grinding levels together every day. Long Xing Tian Xia tossed the question to Yin Zhong. This. Yin Zhong, he felt equally exasperated. Boss, I don't know if this is appropriate to say, but just say it. Long Xing Tian Xia urged. At this point, what is there left to consider? Must we be enemies with that Nyo Dali? Of course, he is the one who has declared war on us, but we initiated this conflict. Yin Zhong, he murmured softly, he needs to level up too. There's no need for him to expend energy against us every day. You're suggesting we apologize to him. Long Xing Tian Xia frowned. That's not out of the question, but I must maintain some dignity. If you wish to preserve your dignity, merely apologizing won't suffice. What else is needed? Appease his interests. What does he enjoy? I don't know. But he surely likes money. Yin Zhong, he replied. The supreme deity of this world, Zenheart Dao Bone, once stated that good communication can resolve 50% of issues, while spending money can solve 90%. A combination of good communication and a bit of financial incentive can resolve 99.99% of problems. The next morning, upon logging in, Wang Yuan received a message from Long Xing Tian Xia. Brother Nyo. This is a misunderstanding. Can we sit down and talk? Upon reading Long Xing Tian Xia's message, Wang Yuan felt no surprise whatsoever. This has always been the case, whenever bullies sought to torment him. Turning the tables swiftly transformed them into someone resembling Long Xing Tian Xia now. Tolerating them only emboldens their behavior, allowing them to take advantage. Bullies will never feel remorse for your patience. Instead, they derive a sense of accomplishment from your retreat. Endless capitulation is far inferior to delivering a decisive blow. After all, it is far more costly to bully a villain than to intimidate an honest person. Good people ought to be shielded from threats. If they had settled matters sooner, they wouldn't have had to endure yesterday's humiliation. Wang Yuan calmly replied to the message. Long Xing Tian Xia's face darkened. There must be a resolution to this situation. Long Xing Tian Xia, Suppressing the urge to curse, spoke again. As the crane in the clouds aptly noted, the Black Dragon Society cannot afford to engage in a war of attrition with Wang Yuan. Alone, Wang Yuan could easily find ways to amuse himself, whether by camping at resurrection points or relentlessly hunting down members of the Black Dragon Society. However, as a prominent guild, the Black Dragon Society must focus on its development. Its players require experience points to level up. As the saying goes, one must row against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. The competitive dynamics between guilds far surpass those among solo players. If the members of the Black Dragon Society neglect their training and advancement for even a single day, rival guilds will inevitably begin to close the gap. Should 3 days pass without progress, others will be eager to seize the opportunity. After a week, it is likely that the Black Dragon Society's territory would be entirely usurped by other guilds. This is the stark reality the Black Dragon Society faces. Their predicament is not merely a matter of being intimidated by Wang Yuan. It is far more complex. Thus, this issue must be resolved swiftly. What do you propose? I am being hunted by someone from your guild, and it is utterly terrifying. Can you truly solve this matter? Wang Yuan feigned innocence. Long Xing Tianxia looked at the message sent by Wang Yuan, nearly spitting blood in disbelief. This fellow is utterly shameless. Who is truly pursuing whom? In just a few short hours yesterday, over 100 players from the Black Dragon Society fell to Wang Yuan's blade, and he himself was slain thrice. Now this scoundrel dares to claim he is the one being hunted and frightened. That I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Though exasperated, Long Xing Tianxia decided to be forthright. Name your price. He realized that if he continued to hesitate, he would be the one labeled as the mass murderer from yesterday. Now we are getting somewhere. Wang Yuan replied, pleased. Truly, you are the leader of a major guild, one who understands reason. In that case, how about 1,000 gold coins? 1,000 gold coins. Are you serious? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's proposal, Long Xing Tianxia leapt to his feet. What's wrong, boss? Seeing Long Xing Tianxia's reaction, the other players from the Black Dragon Society were taken aback, fearing he had once again been haunted by nightmares. He asked for 1,000 gold coins. Long Xing Tianxia gritted his teeth. What? 1,000 gold coins? Has this guy lost his mind? Everyone fell silent at Long Xing Tianxia's words. According to the current official exchange rate, 1 gold coin equates to 1,000 yuan. Even when purchasing gold from studios, it costs around 900 yuan. 1,000 gold coins translates to nearly 1 million. For a mere game, to demand 1 million outright. Has this fellow never encountered wealth? Or is he dreaming? Seeing Long Xing Tianxia's tone, Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, are you truly that unreasonable? Long Xing Tianxia scowled. Unreasonable? Wang Yuan chuckled. How much has your guild invested? What resources does the Black Dragon Society control in Thunderstorm City? The price you demand for the corpse respawn points is not insignificant, is it? Wang Yuan's demand for 1,000 gold coins was undoubtedly calculated as the largest guild in Thunderstorm City. The Black Dragon Society monopolizes various resource spawn points and leveling zones that TO illustrate. The corpse respawn point at the city gate costs 1 silver coin per spawn, even with fewer Necromancer players. There are still thousands in the main city. The daily income from just that respawn point can conservatively amount to dozens of gold coins if the Black Dragon Society is permitted to exploit other players. Then Wang Yuan is equally entitled to exploit the Black Dragon Society, such as the cycle of fate. 1,000 gold coins. Does that even amount to anything for the Black Dragon Society? Long Xing Tianxia was rendered speechless. If you believe my price is excessive, then we can draw this out. Once other guilds begin to seize your resource points, it may not merely be a matter of 1,000 gold coins. Wang Yuan sent another message, leaving Long Xing Tianxia in silence. How about 800,000 in cash? After a moment of contemplation, Long Xing Tianxia inquired. 1,000 gold coins would require an investment of 1 million yuan to purchase. If Wang Yuan were to exchange gold coins for cash, even with studio transactions and deducting fees, he would only net around 800,000. With offline transfers, Long Xing Tianxia could save 200,000. And Wang Yuan would receive cash directly. Professional players engage in gaming to convert their efforts into cash. Cash transactions are the most expedient means for any professional player to realize their earnings. However, Wang Yuan firmly stated, no, I only want game currency. What a jest! Trading in-game currency for goods is indeed playing a game. Private transfers in reality involve significant asset origins that remain unclear. Should Longxing Tianxia accuse him of extortion, Wang Yuan could easily face a decade or more behind bars. Why gamble his freedom on the morality of someone like Longxing Tianxia? Furthermore, in a month, all that cash will become worthless. Wang Yuan, already well-stocked with food and water, has no pressing need for cash. Rather, securing ample game currency would allow him to amass genuine resources. Must it be game currency? Longxing Tianxia was baffled, wholly unable to comprehend Wang Yuan's reasoning. The game does not prohibit purchases, and game currency depreciates daily. What purpose does hoarding it serve? It must be game currency. Wang Yuan reiterated. Very well, Longxing Tianxia sighed, reluctantly transferring 1,000 gold coins to Wang Yuan. The money has been sent. Now, Brother Niu, you shouldn't continue hunting us, right? As long as you don't provoke me. I certainly won't bother you, Wang Yuan replied. Rest assured, only a fool would provoke you, Longxing Tianxia vowed. That was enough humiliation for one lifetime. At this moment, Longxing Tianxia dared not doubt that Wang Yuan could single-handedly dismantle their guild. What's the matter? Noticing the furrowed brow of Longxing Tianxia relax, the Black Dragon Society players gathered around him. It's all fine now. We can roam the streets freely from here on out. Longxing Tianxia rose and walked towards the resurrection point, seemingly elated at the prospect of wandering the streets once more. However, upon exiting the resurrection point, he was greeted by a familiar figure. Sword and shield in hand, blocking the entrance. Longxing Tianxia was struck with horror, scrambling back into the resurrection point. Brother Niu, what is happening? Your skeleton is still here. I apologize. I forgot to inform them. Wang Yuan smiled slightly as he summoned back Xiaobai. Watching Xiaobai vanish, Longxing Tianxia nervously rubbed his neck, silently vowing never to provoke this individual again. With 1,000 gold coins secured, Wang Yuan made his way directly to the Alchemy Association. The Alchemy Association, also known as the Potion Research Society, is where potions and elixirs are crafted within the game, commonly referred to as the apothecary. Potions are the most consumed items by players in the game. The majority of the money players earn from monster hunting is spent on potions. It is often said that opening a potion shop is more lucrative than ambushing travelers. In terms of revenue, the Alchemy Association far surpasses blacksmiths and tailors. This underscores the immense importance of potions in players' daily lives. Yet, this vital item is set to vanish entirely within a year. According to Dabai and Xiaobai, the Alchemy Association has suffered a devastating blow. Not only will potions disappear, but the very discipline of potion making will be lost, leaving humanity bereft of this essential item. The absence of potions would irrevocably alter the dynamics of the war between humans and monsters, shifting humanity from a position of initiative to one of passivity. At present, Wang Yuan has no need for potions. But as his level increases and his undead minions multiply, he will inevitably face casualties when challenging high-level bosses. Potions may not be of use to him, but they will certainly be invaluable to others. If he can stockpile a batch of potions now, they will become an extraordinarily valuable resource in a year. Come and take a look, brave warrior. We have what you seek. As soon as he entered, a provocatively dressed female NPC approached him. Isn't this the alchemist Lillian? It turns out the real-life counterpart is just as impressive. Upon seeing the approaching NPC, Ma Sanner was the most excited. Impressive? Xiaobai looked puzzled. Of course. Indeed, you claim to be 36, yet you hardly appear older than your 20s, Xiaobai retorted. Are you out of your mind? I never mentioned my age. I stated I am a 36D. Xiaobai shot back, incredulous. Who could have guessed you were so lewd? You're fantasizing about characters from history books? Are you still a virgin? The tension escalated between the two. Had Wang Yuan not been present, a brawl would have surely erupted. What a pair of fools, Dabai exclaimed, exasperated. Wang Yuan thought to himself, having been reborn in this apocalyptic world, how can these two still be so immature? I wish to purchase some potions. Wang Yuan said, disregarding the bickering skeletons and addressing Lillian. Feel free to browse, she replied, opening the counter. However, upon glancing at the selection, Wang Yuan couldn't help but grimaced at low-level life potion. Health restoration, 20 seconds. Duration, 30 seconds. Price, 5 copper. Low-level magic potion, mana restoration, 15 seconds. Duration, 30 seconds. Price, 10 copper. Low-level antidote. The entirety of the offerings consisted solely of low-tier potions. leaving Wang Yuan speechless, although his current level necessitated only the most basic potions. As his strength grew, he would inevitably require higher-grade elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, he intended to acquire some mixtures to enhance attributes, as these would be invaluable for survival in the future. Wang Yuan had anticipated that as the main city, Thunderstorm City would boast a more advanced alchemical guild, but to his dismay, it was akin to the novice area's apothecary, offering only rudimentary potions that is this all there is. Wang Yuan couldn't help but comment. I can find these in the novice village. Surely there are no higher-grade options available? The current scarcity of materials means that advanced potions have yet to be developed, Lillian explained that I see. Wang Yuan nodded in understanding. Given that the game had just launched, it was only natural that many higher-tier items had not yet been released. Furthermore, based on the game's lore and the future plot described by Dabai and Xiaobai, it was evident that in the world of Dawn's Awakening, alchemy was not particularly advanced. In other games, alchemy was one of the three primary secondary professions alongside blacksmithing and tailoring. Yet, in Dawn's Awakening, alchemical knowledge was confined to the alchemical guild, indicating that the secrets of potion-making remained highly classified and had not reached a level accessible to all. Since I have come, I cannot return empty-handed. With a flourish, Wang Yuan spent 15 gold coins to purchase 100 sets each of health and mana potions, filling the backpacks of the three skeletons to the brim, and then set them to automatically use the potions. Wow, are all of these for us? Dabai exclaimed. Wide-eyed, Weavy struck it rich. These are potions, Xiaobai declared, brimming with excitement. Could it be that this fellow has an interest in me? I am but a pure little skeleton. She mused, feeling conflicted, but he hasn't even attempted to charm me yet. Massier was equally astounded. He had heard from her Bai about Wang Yuan's lavishness, but he never expected it to be this extravagant. Potions were legendary in the future. Most people had merely heard of them. Even Dabai, captain of the Holy Light Special Forces, had only been fortunate enough to see them once. Now, Wang Yuan had equipped each of the three skeletons with their own supply, and their spirits were undoubtedly soaring. Even Massier, who had long wished to eliminate Wang Yuan, found himself swayed. Remember to inform me when you come across advanced potions, Wang Yuan called to Lillian, turning to leave the alchemical guild. However, just then, Massier exclaimed, "Wait, is that not Master Clyde, the renowned alchemist? Why does he look so familiar?" Upon hearing Massier, Dabai and Xiaobai turned to follow his gaze. In the corner of the alchemical guild, a white-bearded elder hunched over a test tube, seemingly engrossed in his own research. Is that not the grand alchemist Clyde? Xiaobai gasped, unable to contain her surprise. Not surprising, Dabai replied. According to historical records, during this period, Clyde was persecuted by the church and had just escaped from the city of Holy Light. After the world merged, he became renowned for his alchemical skills. Who would have thought he was hiding in this humble place? Truly a master-level individual, Dabai's knowledge surpassed that of the other two. Does he have any quests? Massier inquired curiously. No, Xiaobai asserted. Alchemy has been entirely eradicated. The future Human Federation's Vocational Academy has no secret trials related to it. What a pity, Massier lamented. If there were a quest, we might have acquired some advanced potions. Advanced potions. Wang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Massier's words. Slowing his pace, he suddenly turned back to the counter. Warrior, do you require anything else? Lillian maintained her warm demeanor. I heard you mention a shortage of materials. Is there any way I can assist? Wang Yuan inquired. You would have to ask my teacher, Lillian replied, glancing with a smile toward Clyde in the corner. Indeed, upon hearing this, a smile spread across Wang Yuan's face. NPCs do not divulge meaningless information. Since Lillian indicated a lack of materials, it was evident there must be a quest for gathering them, and the elder conducting experiments in the corner was likely the quest giver. Of course. The most crucial aspect was that the three skeletons recognized Clyde. Otherwise, Wang Yuan would not have connected the dots to trigger the quest. Is there truly a quest? Brother Nyo is fortunate, exclaimed Massier. This is what they call the child of destiny. Do you understand? Being with Brother Nyo means we are bound for success. The three skeletons exchanged glances upon realizing Wang Yuan had received a quest from Clyde. Step aside. Do not disturb me. I am engaged in a most significant research endeavor. Clyde waved his hand dismissively as Wang Yuan and the skeletons approached. True to legend, the elder possessed a rather irritable disposition. Seeing Clyde's brusqueness, Xiaobai couldn't help but comment. Dabai, however, remained unfazed. It's quite normal. Those with talent often have poor tempers. During my time in the City of Holy Light, I encountered many such individuals. Yet, his choice of students is commendable. I wonder when your brother Nyo will summon a few beautiful women, he chuckled lewdly. You scoundrel! Erbai was left speechless by this fellow that it seemed he was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of women. Even if Wang Yuan could summon beautiful women, they would merely be skeletons, of little use. Master Alchemist, I have heard you are in need of materials for potion making. I believe I can assist you. Wang Yuan spoke sincerely. Oh, you can help me. Truly. Clyde paused his work to scrutinize Wang Yuan, saying, those fanatics from the Church of Light deny all powers equal to those of the Light God, forcing me from the Holy City. Otherwise, this research would have been completed long ago, and I would not require assistance from others. Are you certain you wish to aid me? Helping me may put you at odds with the Church of Light. The Church of Light? You mean those individuals from the cathedral? Wang Yuan inquired. According to the background story of Dawn's awakening, the Church of Light was a religion in this world. Paladins and priests were professions of the Church of Light. They could harness the power of light to fuel magic and martial skills, enhancing their allies' attributes and healing their wounds. In the future, humanity's practitioners would rely on the Church of Light's priests for healing. As alchemy had been lost as a result, the Church of Light rapidly ascended after the alchemical guild's demise, ultimately becoming the largest religion in the apocalypse. The City of Holy Light became the capital of the Human Federation, serving as humanity's greatest sanctuary. Indeed, it is they. Clater wrote, alchemy is an exceptionally noble discipline. Potent potions can enhance the attributes of adventurers, restoring their vitality and energy. My initial batch of low-level potions garnered considerable attention from adventurers in all the major cities. After which the Church of Light initiated my expulsion. It is evident that they wish to prevent others from wielding this power. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. Magic is one thing, and potions are another. One pertains to religion while the other to items, and the two do not belong in the same arena. Is the Church of Light truly this sensitive? Assisting Clater could offend the Church of Light. Why would they act in such a manner? Xiaobai shared Wang Yuan's confusion. For players, potions are indispensable tools in the game world. What could the Church of Light possibly have against the Alchemy Association? Competition, Dabai pondered for a moment and asserted. The emergence of potions must have posed a competitive threat to the Church of Light. The Light God is the one true deity, and thus competition cannot be tolerated. You mean to say that potions have stolen the followers of the Light God? Xiaobai was even more bewildered. This matter seems entirely unrelated. What connection is there between purchasing potions to level up and religious devotion? It may not be a matter of stealing followers, but rather offering them an alternative, Dabai continued. Moreover, it directly impacts their evangelism. Consider what the core tenet of the Church of Light is. Upon hearing Dabai's words, Wang Yuan and Xiaobai suddenly understood. The reason the Church of the Light has been able to spread in this world ravaged by monsters is because they can utilize light magic to heal ailments and enhance the attributes of adventurers, which inspires belief in the Light God. Conversely, the study of alchemy by Clater also heals and enhances attributes, thereby producing the same effect. Consequently, some individuals might choose to employ potions instead of adhering to the faith in the Light God. Thus, if we assist Clater in developing advanced potions, it would effectively dismantle the monopoly of the Church of Light and may even lead to the creation of items rarer than light magic itself. Naturally, this would position us in opposition to the Church of Light. In the future, if alchemy is eradicated, it will not be associated with the Church of Light, will it? Wang Yuan could not help but think to himself. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world devoid of potions, the Church of Light would be the greatest beneficiary. Damn the Church of Light. How could I have trusted them so much? They are the ones who have stifled the development of alchemy. Xiaobai exclaimed with righteous indignation. Indeed, Dabai summarized. Had it not been for the Church of Light suppressing alchemy, if even a handful of alchemists existed in the future, humanity would not have been so severely oppressed by monsters during the 100 Years' War. Ma Saner chuckled. What? Do you have a different opinion? Xiaobai inquired. No. What are you all discussing? Ma Saner appeared bewildered. What is so funny? I was reminded of the holy maiden Claire of the Church of Light. With her alluring figure, get lost. Erbai, with a face full of frustration, wished he could slap himself for asking such a pointless question. An alchemist. Wang Yuan, upon hearing Dabai's words, fell into contemplation. These two skeletons had indeed reminded him. The reason humanity has been oppressed is, in part, due to the disappearance of potions, but fundamentally, it is the vanishing of alchemy itself. Learn alchemy, and become an alchemist is far more beneficial than merely hoarding a stockpile of potions. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, who knows when it will end? No matter how many potions one stockpiles, they may last a year, 2 years, or even a decade, but can they sustain one for 100 years? So, young man, have you made your decision? Clater, observing Wang Yuan's silence, inquired with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, which also bore a touch of disappointment. I've made my decision. I will assist you, Wang Yuan declared resolutely. Alchemy is a magnificent discipline. One that can benefit humanity. Of course, if it were merely a matter of concocting some advanced potions, Wang Yuan would truly contemplate whether to offend the Church of Light. However, if this opportunity allows him to become an alchemist, then what does the Church of Light matter? They are nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. Excellent. You are indeed a warrior of the Empire, the hope of humanity. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clater was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Speak up. What materials do you require? Shadow Wolf Fangs, Blood Clan Blood, Heart of the Fallen, and Soul Recovery Grass. If you can procure these 4 materials, I can complete my current research. And I assure you, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Clater casually issued a quest to Wang Yuan. System notification. You have triggered the hidden storyline of alchemical potions. Quest level A. Quest content. Find Shadow Wolf Fangs X2, Blood Clan Blood X5, Heart of the Fallen X1, Soul Recovery Grass X1. Wang Yuan was aware that Shadow Wolf Fangs and Blood Clan Blood could be obtained from the level 15 dungeon, Shadow Castle, and occasionally appeared for sale at the auction house, albeit at a high price. However, he had never heard of the Heart of the Fallen or Soul Recovery Grass before. Oh dear, the Heart of the Fallen. ISNT that an item dropped by the Skeleton King, Leoric, Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. Precisely, Dabai concurred. The Soul Recovery Grass is what keeps Leoric's spirit unextinguished. It seems we are headed to the Shadow Castle. Hee, the Shadow Castle. My day has come, Ma Sanner chuckled excitedly. Are there women in the Shadow Castle? Erbai exchanged glances with Xiaobai. Pa, you underestimate me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who only thinks about women? Aren't you? Ma Sanner replied with a hint of sarcasm. Do you know that there is a hidden armory in the Shadow Castle? There, one can find weapons for all professions, including a unique undead crossbow specifically for archers. An armory? How come we didn't know about that? Erbai expressed his astonishment. The renowned vocational training academy you speak of only has a handful of rangers, and the armory requires a rogue's lockpicking skills to access. Ma Sanner said proudly. Erbai fell silent. This was indeed hard to dispute. The Vanguard City primarily trains warriors, and the Mage City, where Dabai graduated, focuses on mages. Later, Dabai worked at the Holy Light City, which serves as a training base for priests and knights. The training city for rogue classes like assassins and archers is Linian City, where Ma Sanner is from. Lockpicking is the specialty of rangers, and many treasures in secret realms can only be accessed by them. Other professions simply cannot compare. Does the Shadow Castle have these materials? Upon hearing the conversation among the 3 skeletons, Wang Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. Since the dungeon has them, why are they not available on the market? Could it be that this Shadow Castle differs from the future Shadow Castle secret realm? Suddenly, Wang Yuan was struck with realization. Indeed, the dungeons in the game and the future secret realms are not the same. Erbai had often complained that the monsters Wang Yuan encountered were of game difficulty. Although they resembled the monsters they had seen before, their strength was incomparable. The monsters they faced were genuine creatures with formidable and terrifying power. Even the training secret realms posed challenges that were no less daunting than the true monsters. In other words, the secret realms they faced corresponded to the highest difficulty of the dungeons in the game. In other words, only the highest difficulty of the Shadow Castle could yield the Heart of the Fallen and Soul Recovery Grass. If all goes as anticipated, that must be the case, Wang Yuan mused. According to game mechanics, dungeons require a party to tackle. The Shadow Castle, being the first dungeon players encounter, has a relatively low difficulty level and requires a minimum of 5 players to enter. However, as the difficulty level increases, the party size limit also rises by 5, with the highest difficulty, Hell difficulty, allowing up to 25 players, making it undoubtedly a group dungeon, and its difficulty is self-evident. Of course, the level of difficulty is inconsequential to Wang Yuan. The key is to find people to form a party. Wang Yuan opened his friends list, which contained only 2 names, Shui Ling Long and Long Xingtian. After a moment's thought, Wang Yuan sent out a group message. Is anyone interested in attempting the Hell difficulty Shadow Castle? What the heck? Hell difficulty, how thrilling. In the next moment, Shui Linglong replied, revealing that this girl seemed rather idle. Her words imbued with 3 parts excitement and 7 parts disbelief that in the early dawn, the dungeons were categorized into 5 levels: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty. It is important to note that at this stage, players were still in the initial exploration phase. Players above level 15 were a rare breed, with scarce equipment and lacking in skills. Even the normal difficulty dungeons were deemed too daunting by the majority of players. Elite teams from various guilds approached their explorations with utmost caution. To date, the number of teams that had successfully cleared the Shadow Castle was exceedingly few, with the official leaderboard for dungeon completion speed not even fully populated. This indicated that currently there were fewer than 100 teams capable of conquering the normal Shadow Castle. Yet, Wang Yuan sent a message expressing his desire to tackle the highest difficulty of the Shadow Castle. Shui Linglong's feelings were, of course, quite understandable. This man always seemed to conjure new amusements for her. Call a few more people, and once we have enough, we'll initiate the raid. Wang Yuan casually delegated the task of gathering players to Shui Linglong. Wait, Shui Linglong declared, promptly opening the team channel. Are we going to attempt the Shadow Castle? Everyone has already completed it today. It was exceedingly dull. Nothing dropped. Not going to do it anymore. Her disappointment was palpable. Soon, the team channel was inundated with messages. Hell difficulty. Shui Linglong sent another message. As soon as Shui Linglong's message was dispatched, the team channel erupted with a flurry of question marks. Hell difficulty? Have you lost your mind? Lingjia, what triggered this? Which man has broken your heart to make you act so irrationally? Do you want us to help you knock him out and stuff him in your bed? Damn, what a crazy woman. Clearly, this was not the first time Shui Linglong had engaged in such outrageous antics. Nonsense. My friend wants to clear the hell difficulty dungeon, so I'm looking for people. Shui Linglong explained. Your friend? Aside from us, do you have other friends? Everyone queried. That guy, Niodali. She replied that, oh my. Him. That makes sense. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's name, everyone immediately relaxed. After all, it was understandable that someone bold enough to take on an entire guild would propose the idea of tackling the hell difficulty Shadow Castle. This guy, much like Shui Linglong, possessed a certain brand of reckless madness. Dungeons aren't the same as PvP. His schemes and strategies won't work against the monsters in the dungeon, a player named Rin Zhawudi remarked. Indeed, monsters are not players. They do not possess complex psychological motivations. Just because Wang Yuan could outmaneuver Longxing Tianxia did not guarantee he could do the same against the monsters in the dungeon. The hell difficulty dungeons were not something one could simply attempt on a whim. He said, if you're afraid, find someone else. Shui Linglong retorted in response to Rin Zhawudi's skepticism. Afraid? As soon as Shui Linglong's words left her lips, the channel erupted in excitement. Goodness, this kid is rather arrogant. Thinking he alone is invincible. Isn't he? Where is he? He's waiting for us at the tavern. I am on my way. Shui Linglong responded. Let us see who arrives last. The last one is the coward. To hell with that. We're heading there right now. Without hesitation, everyone dashed toward the tavern. Meanwhile, Longxing Tianxia, observing Wang Yuan's message, nearly burst into laughter. What the hell? Has this guy's brain been kicked by a donkey? Boss, what is so funny? A player from the Black Dragon Guild inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at Longxing Tianxia's amusement. Haha, you won't believe this, but that Niodali is actually going to attempt a dungeon. Longxing Tianxia laughed heartily. Attempt a dungeon? What is so funny about that? The group was utterly perplexed. Although the Shadow Castle dungeon posed a significant challenge, it was not insurmountable for skilled players. Most guilds of the Black Dragon Guild's caliber could conquer it. The players of the Black Dragon Guild had witnessed Wang Yuan's prowess. Given his level, attempting a dungeon was not entirely inconceivable. So why the laughter? Is the boss losing it? Has he forgotten how he was cornered at the resurrection point? He is aiming for the hell difficulty Shadow Castle. Longxing Tianxia chuckled. And he even asked if I wanted to join. Hell difficulty? No way. Ha! Is this guy out of his mind? He really thinks he is invincible. Doesn't he? There's no place for him to hide in the dungeon. Upon hearing Longxing Tianxia's words, the players of the Black Dragon Guild couldn't help but laugh. Especially Tu Long and Yun Zhongyi, who laughed even more exaggeratedly. Despite the chaos Wang Yuan had caused within the Black Dragon Guild, Tu Long and Yun Zhongyi were still not fully convinced. In their eyes, The reason the Black Dragon Guild could not deal with Wang Yuan was primarily due to his uncanny ability to evade detection. They could never locate him. Merely commanding a few skeletons to roam the streets in search of isolated targets was truly infuriating. A large guild could not afford to exhaust its resources against a single player. Hence, they chose to temporarily concede that in terms of genuine strength, how could the Black Dragon Guild, with its numerous members, fail to overpower a mere player? Clearly, this Neodali had become overconfident, unaware of his own limitations, daring to boast about tackling the Hell Dungeon. Was he courting death? Dungeons were not the same as the wild. One could not simply hide in such a vast map. Once inside a dungeon, players were confined to that area. No matter how well one tried to conceal themselves, escape from the dungeon was impossible unless one failed and exited. The Black Dragon Guild was all too aware of the Shadow Castle dungeon's difficulty, having strategized through it previously. Normal difficulty was already beyond the capabilities of the current players, and even contemplating Hell difficulty was simply unthinkable. Even though the Hell difficulty allowed for a maximum of 25 players, to date, no guild that had attempted normal difficulty dared to challenge it. For a solo player to brazenly declare they would tackle the Hell Dungeon could only be described as a gross underestimation of their own abilities. It seemed they would have to face death a few more times to truly grasp their limits. Boss, did you agree to him? Yunzhong he couldn't help but ask. Oh, I look like I'm paying him any mind? Long Xing Tian Xia replied cheerfully. Respect others' choices, mock their lives. We're here for the spectacle, not to take it seriously. Haha. Yunzhong he laughed heartily, declaring, the strongest in Thunderstorm City is undoubtedly our Black Dragon Guild. If we don't agree to him, he'll appear even more foolish. No, I can't be the only one laughing at this. Old Yun quickly post a thread on the forum stating he's attempting the Hell Dungeon. I want everyone to witness his folly. Long Xing Tian Xia, having previously endured humiliation at Wang Yuan's hands, was not about to pass up the opportunity to relish in this spectacle. Damn it. If I'm allowed to embarrass myself, you'll have to endure the same. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yunzhong he hesitated for a moment. What's inappropriate? He didn't hesitate to make us look foolish. Long Xing Tian Xia retorted fiercely that I want everyone to see him as the joke he is, but we just reconciled with him. What if he holds a grudge? Yunzhong he expressed his lingering trepidation. Not being afraid doesn't equate to not being cautious. This living demon appears and vanishes without a trace, and those skeletal minions of his are fearsome, who wouldn't tremble at the sight. If he were to corner the Black Dragon Guild at the resurrection point once more, the guild would never lift its head again. You're foolish. Why not use an alternate account? Have a low-level character post on various forums to praise this situation. Do you understand what it means to praise someone to death? Long Xing Tian Xia smirked. Got it. I understand your intention. In the clouds, a crane revealed a cunning smile upon hearing the words. In Thunderstorm City. At Han's Tavern, Wang Yuan occupied the most prominent position, facing Shui Linglong. Flanking them were 5 players of various shapes and sizes. On Shui Linglong's left sat a middle-aged priest, appearing to be around 40 years old. His expression was serious, yet his eyes betrayed a lewdness that could not be concealed. To her right was a warrior with crimson hair, clad in armor that shimmered with a blue radiance, and wielding a great sword that gleamed with the same hue strapped to his back. The silver-grade weapon and armor hinted at his substantial wealth, yet his jovial demeanor exuded an approachable charm. Beside the warrior sat a youthful boy of about 14 or 15, who, with a bow slung over his shoulder, looked around and muttered to himself, in such a vast tavern, not a single girl to be found. What a disappointment. If I ever open a tavern, I will surely hire some delightful companions. The mage opposite the archer wore a black robe, his head bowed as he fiddled with a wine bowl. When he finally lifted his gaze, he nearly startled Wang Yuan, for his appearance was even more abstract than the 3 skeletons under Wang Yuan's command. Lastly, there was a remarkably handsome paladin, his armor impeccably pristine, appearing utterly spotless in a game where players often looked worn and ragged. This individual's flamboyance made Wang Yuan question his inclinations. This was Ren Zhiwu Di, a level 17 holy priest. Shui Linglong pointed to the priest and then to Wang Yuan, saying, "This is Neodali. I've long admired you. Your reputation precedes you." Ren Zhiwu Di clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture towards Wang Yuan, his smile growing even more lascivious. This guy's grin is more dubious than our brother Nyo's. He must not be a good person. Bai Xiao could not help but scoff. This is Yong Zhiwu Shuang, an 18-level weapon warrior. Shui Linglong continued. gesturing towards the red-haired warrior. Greetings, brother Nyo. I hear you're also a professional merchant? We should keep in touch. What audacity. He dares to call himself Wu Shuang. Dao Bai exclaimed, visibly agitated. This child is our collective son, casually named Sui Bian Luan Shi, an 18-level sharpshooter. Shui Linglong glanced at the boy. The others displayed satisfied smiles. I am your father. I am your father, the archer exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Look at his ID. It seems the archer's temperament is quite aligned. Bai turned to Ma-san. Scram, scram, scram. Ma-san fumed, resembling Sui Bian Luan Shi even more. I am the Grim Reaper. I've heard of Brother Nyo. The mage called out to Wang Yuan, then lowered his head again, perhaps fearing to frighten him. I am Hope, a 17-level light knight. Greetings, Brother Nyo. The paladin nodded to Wang Yuan. Upon seeing these individuals, a thought flashed through Wang Yuan's mind. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, Shui Linglong was surrounded by no novices. These individuals, despite their varying heights, weights, genders, ages, and appearances, were evidently formidable. Not only did they possess excellent equipment, but the lowest among them was already at level 17. Particularly, the mage named Grim Reaper appeared to be at level 20. This marked the second level 20 player Wang Yuan had encountered. Are all of these your friends? Wang Yuan looked at Shui Linglong. Feeling somewhat moved, he understood that these friends were summoned by her from other main cities to assist him in battling the Black Dragon Guild. Such high-caliber experts were not easily gathered. Shui Linglong was genuinely putting in the effort for him. For someone to offer such substantial assistance upon a chance encounter, Wang Yuan was keenly aware of the favor he owed her. Indeed, these are all comrades I met in other games. We're all friends here. No need for formality, Shui Linglong declared with great magnanimity. Indeed, as Sister Ling said, we are all brothers. Her affairs are our affairs. It's just a hell dungeon. After all, we've long wanted to give it a try. Rin Zhiwu Di echoed. Exactly. From now on, Brother Nyo is also one of us. Yong Zhiwu Shuang added. By the way, Brother Nyo, when will the others arrive? Hope inquired pragmatically, diving straight into the topic. Others? Wang Yuan paused momentarily. Yes? Didn't you call for anyone else? Grim Reaper asked in confusion. No, just us is sufficient. If it weren't for the limit on numbers, I would have gone solo, Wang Yuan responded earnestly. Wang Yuan was not blindly arrogant. The skeletons under his command were elite, having survived the trials of the apocalypse. A dungeon like the Shadow Castle, with its level of difficulty, was merely a practical assessment for them in their professional academy. Even in the face of a hell-level dungeon, Wang Yuan was confident he could guide 3 skeletons to victory. No, it was more accurate to say he would be led to victory by the 3 skeletons. However, upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, staring at Wang Yuan as if he were an alien. Even Shui Linglong, who was closest to him, was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens, before, Shui Linglong merely thought Wang Yuan was someone who sought thrills, but now she realized she had underestimated him. He actually intends to take on a hell dungeon solo. This fellow is clearly not just looking for excitement. He must have been through something extraordinary. Are you serious, bro? Sui Bian Luan she questioned incredulously. After all, while his friends were certainly not the best, they were far more restrained compared to the individual before them that a typical person wouldn't dare entertain such a thought unless they had consumed an excessive amount of alcohol. No, I'm not joking. Wang Yuan shook his head. What level are you? Sui Bian Luan she inquired again. Could he be a level 50 powerhouse, here to assist low-level characters? I'm level 10. Wang Yuan displayed his personal information. The group fell silent once more. After a long pause, everyone simultaneously raised a thumbs up. Impressive. Although the minimum entry level for the 15-level Shadow Castle was 10, any player bold enough to attempt the Shadow Castle was invariably above level 15. Equipped with fine gear, this level 10 player before them not only intended to challenge the hell-level difficulty of the Shadow Castle, but also aimed to do so solo. They had seen arrogance before, but never such audacity. All the words that could have been uttered in their minds ultimately coalesced into a singular exclamation. Impressive. They were at a loss for words to describe Wang Yuan. Had they not witnessed him single-handedly confront the Black Dragon Guild, a massive guild of 2,000 members, they likely would have left at once. After all, no one wished to associate with someone perceived as foolish, even if he was a friend of Shui Linglong. Hey, Brother Nyo, your intention to tackle the Hell Dungeon has made it to the forum. Suddenly, Yongzhou Shuang exclaimed amidst the astonishment of the group at Wang Yuan's audacious thoughts. What? What is going on? The group looked at one another, puzzled. Didn't Brother Niu only call us? I don't know. I just went on the forum to look for dungeon strategies, and it popped up. Yongzhou Shuang explained. The others quickly opened the forum. Sure enough, the Thunderstorm City forum was flooded with posts. The top player of Thunderstorm City, Niu Dali, is set to challenge the held difficulty Shadow Castle. Can Thunderstorm City's champion create another miracle? Niu Dali, the pride of Thunderstorm City, possesses the courage to challenge a hell-level dungeon, overshadowing all major guilds. Truly unprecedented. What nonsense about dominating the world in front of our brother Niu from Thunderstorm City. They are but mere children. Do you dare to challenge the hell dungeon? Good heavens! Upon seeing the posts, everyone exchanged glances. Although these posts were intended to glorify Wang Yuan's prowess, the language was harsh and the tone arrogant, targeting not only the major guilds of Thunderstorm City but even the prestigious old guilds of the national gaming scene, laden with extreme arrogance that felt quite discomforting. It was evident to discerning eyes that this was not merely flattery. It was a setup leading to conflict, setting Wang Yuan ablaze with enmity. Challenging a hell-level dungeon, winning would be commendable, but losing was not catastrophic. One could always attempt the normal difficulty repeatedly. Yet now, by publicizing the matter on the forum and doing so provocatively, making it known to the world, the situation had escalated dramatically. Should he fail, the newly risen ID of Niu Dali would inevitably plummet from grace. He had become overly ambitious and reckless, perhaps even on the verge of disaster. This will become Wang Yuan's lifelong label. Witnessing his rise to prominence, the lavish feasts he hosted, and then observing the collapse of his endeavors. Such events are what the masses find most entertaining. The higher one is elevated, the harsher the fall when failure strikes. Such malice is truly insidious. However, upon seeing the posts, Wang Yuan merely chuckled, exuding an air of calm as if everything had unfolded as anticipated. There were even betting odds introduced. At that moment, Brave One without equal proclaimed. The odds currently stand at 1 to 100 and are still on the rise. The 100 to 1 odds elicited no surprise from anyone. Not just the other players, but even they themselves felt uncertain deep down. They even sensed that the odds were too low. Place a bet of 1,000 gold on us clearing the dungeon. Wang Yuan casually tossed a pouch of coins to Brave One without equal. Who would have thought you possessed such wealth? Shui Linglong gasped in astonishment. Hee. The Black Dragon Society will cover the losses. Wang Yuan replied with a grin. Money comes easily, and spending it carries no burden. Everyone was intrigued, wondering why the matter between Wang Yuan and the Black Dragon Society had suddenly fizzled out. Concluding abruptly that it turned out that the Black Dragon Society had paid 1,000 gold merely to ensure their silence. You've wagered 1,000. I must wager 10,000. Shui Linglong nonchalantly tossed a red pouch, her expression as calm as if discarding a piece of refuse. The group was left speechless. These two individuals were increasingly formidable. What about the rest of you? Aren't you placing any bets? Shui Linglong inquired of the others. Us? They paused, momentarily taken aback. Haha, are you truly this lacking in confidence? Shui Linglong laughed heartily. Are you all afraid? Nonsense. Old Ling, do you dare look down upon me? Random Fire, enraged by the comment, threw out 10 gold coins and declared, I am all in. To boast about 10 gold coins was audacious. Those unaware would think him wealthy. Brave One without equal couldn't help but mock, pulling out a single gold coin, stating, I'll place one. Emphasizing participation, hee. Pa. Random Fire shot a defiant gesture at Brave One. Without equal 0.1 gold coin may not be trivial, but presenting only that amount in this context clearly conveyed Brave One without equal's lack of confidence regarding Wang Yuan's audacious actions. Of course, Wang Yuan was aware that he had yet to reach a level where others would unconditionally trust him, but I'm out of money. Old Ling, lend me a gold coin, the Grim Reaper lamented, his already abstract features becoming even more exaggerated. A mage. Each one was known for their extravagant spending, often operating at a loss in the early stages. How about you? Hope, what will you wager? I've spent all my money on fashions. Hope sheepishly produced 10 silver coins from within his pocket. This is all I have for now. Fashions. Wang Yuan couldn't suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. No wonder this fellow appeared so ostentatious. He was clad in fashionable attire. Fashions are akin to skins, typically adding no attributes, and only female players tend to spend on them if male players invest in such frivolities. They are truly extravagant. Can't you use some of your funds to procure better equipment? Brave One, without equal, couldn't help but interject. I can offer you a 10% discount on my gear. You know nothing. Hope replied resolutely. Attributes are only temporary. Looking good is a lifelong affair. Scoundrel. The Grim Reaper shot a furious glare at Hope. That I wager 50, just as Wang Yuan was at a loss for words. The formidable benevolent one reached into his pocket and pulled out a pouch of coins. Wait, are you out of your mind? Brave One without equal exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Wang Yuan's wager of 1,000 gold coins stemmed from the ease with which he acquired that wealth. Making expenditure feel light, Shui Linglong's bet of 10,000 gold was insignificant to her. However, Benevolent One was not known for his affluence, and as a priest, he was notorious for high costs and low returns. The fact that he presented 50 gold coins left Brave One without equal in disbelief. It is crucial to note that players at this stage, let alone facing hellish difficulty dungeons, would struggle even in elite difficulty scenarios. This betting game was originally a humorous affair since everyone knew the eventual outcome. Others placed their bets simply to avoid being seen as cowards by Shui Linglong, casually tossing in a coin for fun. But now, with Benevolent One staking 50 gold, a significant sum equivalent to 5,000 coins, it was no trivial matter. If you have so much money, lend me some, the Grim Reaper said. I'm nearly broke. And you're throwing money away to I just spotted a fashion I like. Lend me some, Brother Invincible, he pleaded. Get lost. Benevolent One waved his hand dismissively. You can't catch a wolf without risking something. What if we clear this dungeon? As someone older, he enjoyed a bit of thrill. You're bold, the others remarked, left speechless. Wang Yuan regarded Benevolent One with keen interest. Brother Nurture, you won't leave me destitute, will you? I place my trust in you. Haha. Wang Yuan chuckled. Rest assured, it's merely a dungeon. How challenging could it be? Just wait for your payout. Then I shall await eagerly. Benevolent One grinned even wider. The others looked on in disbelief. These two were indeed daring. One proclaiming boldly while the other believed wholeheartedly. Let us go. To the dungeon, Wang Yuan called out, and the group rose to leave the tavern, heading straight for the Shadow Castle. Upon arrival, they found the entrance already teeming with players eager to witness the spectacle. As Wang Yuan and his companions approached, those familiar with him couldn't contain their excitement, but a collective stir ran through the crowd. Is Nidali a woman? Are you blind? That large figure is Nidali. So this is what Nidali looks like. Quite ordinary, isn't it? Look at that mage behind him. What a creature. And Nidali. Huh. He looks quite handsome from this angle. The Shadow Castle is located at Thunder Cliff. According to the lore, it was the private estate of the ancient Storm City Lord, Leoric. Yet, for reasons unknown, the entire Leoric family perished overnight, rendering the castle a forbidden zone. A decade ago, the castle became shrouded in shadows, and eerie sounds frequently echoed on nights of the full moon, seemingly indicating life within. Countless adventurers flocked to the Shadow Castle seeking fortune, but those who ventured in vanished without a trace. Rumors suggest that King Leoric, who died mysteriously years ago, has been resurrected by a mysterious force. This is a brief overview of the Shadow Castle at present. The Shadow Castle stands as a dilapidated relic of years gone by, its walls crumbling and cloaked in a dense, gray fog. The tightly shut doors beckoned countless players eager for exploration. Wang Yuan and his party, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, made their way to the castle's entrance. The team leader, Wang Yuan, reached out to push open the door. You wish to explore the dungeon? Shadow Castle? Yes, Wang Yuan promptly confirmed. Please select the difficulty level, Hell. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan opted for the highest difficulty. Are you certain you wish to enter Hell? Note: Hell difficulty is the highest level, offering players the most authentic dungeon experience. Difficulty: 500, death penalty. 100, dungeon rewards. 500, first completion reward. 200, total team annihilation is considered a failure. Cooldown time: 7 days. The daunting quintuple difficulty level left Shui Linglong and her companions exchanging glances filled with apprehension. Quintuple difficulty is not merely a substantial enhancement of monster attributes. It also entails a significant upgrade in their combat strategies and artificial intelligence. For players at this stage, the challenges posed by ordinary dungeons are already considerable, rendering the quintuple difficulty unfathomable. Most critically, while death in a standard dungeon results in mere degradation of equipment durability, in hellish difficulty, The penalties for dying within a dungeon mirror those encountered in the wild. The cooldown period for resurrection stretches to an astonishing 7 days. Thus, a failed attempt today means the next challenge must be postponed for a week. Confirmed. As the group stood in shock, Wang Yuan had already opted to proceed. The world around them dimmed momentarily, transitioning into the confines of a castle. The once bright daylight was replaced by a shroud of night. A blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting an eerie glow upon the ground. Goodness, they actually ventured into it. They truly embarked on a hellish quest outside the Shadow Castle. A surge of crimson light erupted from the entrance, enveloping Wang Yuan and his 6 companions, igniting a wave of excitement among the players of Thunderstorm City. To be frank, the majority of players regarded the notion of challenging a hellish difficulty dungeon as a ludicrous endeavor in an era where even standard difficulty had yet to be conquered. The quintuple challenge was simply beyond the realm of imagination. It was all talk and no action. Who would dare to genuinely engage? Death in a hellish dungeon meant losing a level. Who had the time to grind levels? Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Yuan truly initiated a hellish dungeon. Was there truly no limit to this individual? Everyone was astonished. The name Niodali had been unknown just 2 days prior. Yet yesterday, he single-handedly took on the Black Dragon Society, achieving fame across the city. Initially, it seemed that facing an entire guild alone was the pinnacle of Wang Yuan's exploits, but he seemed intent on surpassing even that. He was relentless in challenging the perceptions of other players. What? He actually entered the dungeon. On the side of the Black Dragon Society, Longxing Tianxia learned that Wang Yuan's team had indeed entered the dungeon, eliciting both shock and delight. The astonishment stemmed from Wang Yuan's audacity to confront the hellish difficulty, while the joy arose from the realization that his rise to fame was indeed orchestrated by their own actions. Wang Yuan, in pursuit of reputation, had no choice but to accept the challenge. Everything unfolded according to their plan. Ha ha ha. With this thought, Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but laugh aloud. Not only in Thunderstorm City, but the news of Wang Yuan's challenge to the hellish dungeon had, under the momentum of the Black Dragon Society, spread to the main forums and other major cities. In Holy Light City, at the office of the Huaxia Longting Guild, the guild leader Long Tung Si-hai furrowed his brow upon hearing about the hellish dungeon. Niodali? I haven't heard of such a name. I wonder which prominent guild they belong to. It seems they are merely an assembly of obscure players, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. Long Tung Si-hai declared, "There's no need to pay heed to such news. They are merely a group of inconsequential low-tier players seeking attention. How is our team progressing through the dungeon?" "We've already reached the 2nd stage. Humph," Long Tung Si-hai scoffed. "It appears to be going quite smoothly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, our guild shall be the first to clear the elite difficulty. As for you all, what do you have to compete for the title of the #1 guild in the nation? My goodness! Is this the hellish difficulty of Shadow Castle? Must it be rendered so vividly real? It feels quite ominous and terrifying. Indeed, the scene has transformed into night. Just look at that moon. It resembles a drop of blood this moment." Within the dungeon, Shui Linglong and her companions gazed at the surroundings with a sense of poignant nostalgia. All of them had previously battled through the ordinary difficulty of Shadow Castle and were familiar with its landscapes. However, the current ambience was a stark contrast, as if they had been transported to an entirely different realm. Within the hellish dungeon, not only had the atmosphere grown increasingly sinister, but players could also feel a chilling breeze and the noxious scent of decaying corpses. Compared to the ordinary difficulty, they truly felt as if they had stepped into another world. Goosebumps crept across their skin. Even Wang Yuan, with his audacious spirit, felt a shiver run down his spine. Conversely, the skeletal companions behind him were exhilarated. "Wow, we are truly in Shadow Castle," Xiaobai exclaimed. "Since graduating from the Combat Academy, I haven't set foot in Shadow Castle again. Who would have thought I'd return to this place in a new life? Indeed, it's been over a decade since I last entered this secret realm. I've nearly forgotten how to navigate it," Dabai remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The so-called secret realms were dungeons that existed before the apocalypse, transformed into trial grounds for practitioners under the management of the federal government's Practitioners Guild. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, practitioners could utilize these secret realms to enhance their combat abilities, acquire experience, materials, and equipment essential for their professions, while also exploring fragments of history from before the apocalypse. The study of history after the apocalypse is fundamentally rooted in these secret realms, This is why every practitioner is well-versed in history. Prior to their graduation, they have already gleaned insights into the history of the world before the cataclysm. However, these secret realms are exclusive to the Combat Academy, designed for novice practitioners to undergo trials. Once practitioners leave the academy, they can no longer access these realms, for the true battlefield is far more terrifying than any secret realm. When practitioners step onto the battlefield, the benefits derived from secret realms become negligible. As the eldest among Wang Yuan's skeletal companions, Bai had been a mentor to Xiao Bai and Ma San'er. Having graduated over a decade ago, and thus had not ventured into a secret realm for a long time, what's so difficult about this? Ma San'er interjected. The bridge positioning in the first act and the real-time counterattacks in the second act are merely basic tactical maneuvers. Only the final act featuring Li Ao-like poses a greater challenge. But for us, it's manageable. True, these lower-tier secret realms lack advanced tactical complexities, Bai affirmed confidently. Bridge positioning? Real-time counterattacks? Wang Yuan listened, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend their so-called tactics. Was this some kind of dungeon strategy? Oh dear, why is there a bridge here? In the ordinary dungeon, we simply walked through the entrance. Just as Wang Yuan pondered this, he heard someone shouting nonsensically nearby. He quickly looked up, and sure enough, there it was before him. A suspended bridge. The other end of the bridge faced two barred iron gates. They crossed the suspended bridge and approached the gates. They could see a pack of black wolves pacing restlessly in the courtyard beyond. Shadow Wolf, Elite, Level, LV 30 HP, 10,000 MP, 1,000 Skills, Blood-sucking fangs, Shadow Strike monster description. Shadow wolves raised by Li Ao-like. Corrupted by dark energy, now possess greater power than in life. A cold sweat trickled down Shui Linglong and her companions. Good grief. Has the difficulty truly escalated fivefold? Why does the number of monsters seem to have increased fivefold as well? The valiant warrior gazed upon the monstrous creatures lurking behind the gate, drawing in a sharp breath. Within the ordinary difficulty dungeon, the courtyard was haunted by ordinary shadow wolves of level 15. Their attributes were but a fifth of the current monsters, and their numbers were merely 20. With cautious tactics, they could be easily managed. However, now the courtyard was teeming with shadow wolves, clustered closely together, forming an ominous mass of at least 100. This was not merely a matter of numerical superiority. Monsters possessed their own aggro ranges. When there were only 20 wolves, the courtyard was spacious enough for the aggro to be dispersed, allowing players to lure and eliminate them one by one. Yet now, with the courtyard unchanged but the shadow wolf population multiplied fivefold, it had become exceedingly cramped, and their aggro began to overlap. In such circumstances, any player daring to attack one would trigger the aggro of all. The prospect of 100 elite monsters descending upon them was dire indeed. The courtyard was the prologue to the Shadow Castle, a necessary passage to the final stage. Now, it was completely blocked by the multitude of shadow wolves. How on earth could they proceed? At that moment, while everyone stood helplessly, staring at the dense throng of monsters in the courtyard, Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed, suddenly understanding what Ma San meant by positioning at the bridge. Game designers do not create superfluous elements without purpose. Every scene, every line of dialogue could hold the key to overcoming challenges. In this instance, the bridge that had suddenly appeared was the pivotal point. You think Niu Gu and the others will perish here? Xiao Bai asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she observed the bewildered players before her. For the future professionals facing the apocalypse, the Shadow Castle was merely a simple secret realm. However, for players of this era, confronting 100 formidable elite monsters without a strategy posed a considerable challenge. Who knows? It's said that people of their generation, due to their ability to respawn infinitely, don't engage their minds much when tackling secret realms. They often need to die several times to discover the tricks. Should I go give him a heads up? Ma San suggested, beginning to stride towards the bridge. Everyone, step back. Retreat to the bridge. Wang Yuan commanded loudly, halting Ma San in his tracks. Whoa. Niu Gu is impressive. The three skeletons paused, taken aback by Wang Yuan's directive. This guy really that perceptive? He can spot this positioning terrain without our nudge. Wang Yuan replied, it's precisely because I heard your reminders that I realized the positioning opportunity. Otherwise, I would have had to die a few times to notice this bridge. Retreat to the bridge. What's the purpose? Shui Linglong questioned, clearly perplexed. Are we really going to fight on that rickety bridge? Sui Bian Wansha added, her expression filled with doubt that we can hardly stand on it. Falling would be far worse than being mauled by a shadow wolf. The valiant warrior couldn't help but glance down into the unfathomable abyss below the bridge. The Grim Reaper and Hope exchanged glances but remained silent. Clearly, before Wang Yuan's arrival, the commander of this team had been Ren Zhiwudi. Ren Zhiwudi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he made his way onto the bridge. Upon seeing him ascend, the others ceased their chatter and followed suit. Not invincible, yet you're so obedient, Suibian Luansha whispered. Though this fellow had climbed onto the bridge, he still harbored some dissent towards Wang Yuan's orders. Of course, if I were in charge, I'd insist you all get on the bridge too. Why? Suibian Luansha asked, puzzled. Didn't you notice how narrow this bridge is? Ren Zhiwudi glanced at Wang Yuan, privately marveling at how this individual could single-handedly dominate a guild, demonstrating such skill in utilizing terrain. Positioning is an essential tactic for any adept fighter. Ren Zhiwudi recognized Wang Yuan's strategic mindset. Yet he understood that had he been in charge, it would certainly have taken him several attempts to notice that the bridge could serve as a positioning advantage. Narrow? Hearing Ren Zhiwudi's statement, the others began to catch on. Wang Yuan felt gratified. Among experts, there was no need for excessive explanation. They were insightful enough to grasp the concept with minimal prompting. What of its narrowness? Shui Linglong still appeared bewildered. Everyone else responded with a collective sigh. Wang Yuan discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that she was the only one struggling to comprehend. Soon, everyone had ascended the bridge. Wang Yuan pointed towards the courtyard gate, instructing, Lingzi, go unlock the door. Once you've opened it, retreat swiftly. Okay. Although Shui Linglong remained somewhat confused, she complied with the command and hurriedly approached the imposing iron gate of the courtyard, employing her lock-picking skill to pry it open. Creak. The iron door swung open, and Shui Linglong turned to flee. Xiaoxi, engage the monsters, Wang Yuan directed once more. Xiaoxi, Suibian Luansha's head popped up with a question mark above it, her face contorted with displeasure. Don't call me Xiaoxi. Then how about little urine? Wang Yuan scratched his head. You might as well just stick with Xiaoxi. Suibian Luansha reluctantly raised her bow, knocking an arrow and aiming it at the shadow wolves within the courtyard. Whoosh! The arrow arced gracefully and struck the head of a shadow wolf. In an instant, all the shadow wolves in the courtyard raised their heads in unison, as if they had all been kicked. They then surged towards the bridge in a frenzied rush. Warriors, hold the line, Wang Yuan commanded. The valiant warrior had already positioned himself at the forefront, brandishing his great sword. Behind him, Hope raised her staff. Casting 3 radiant auras, Valiant Aura, increases attack power by 5 Iron Aura, increases defense by 5 Thorn Aura, reflects 5 damage. With the auras bolstering the entire team, the shadow wolves charged onto the bridge. At this moment, the advantageous trait of the terrain became apparent. Due to the narrowness of the bridge, only one unit could pass at a time. Consequently, the shadow wolves lined up in an orderly fashion as they surged onto the bridge. The valiant warriors stood firm, effectively blocking all the shadow wolves at the opposite end of the bridge, utilizing the bridge's design to perfection at that moment. Despite facing over 100 shadow wolves, only one truly confronted Wang Yuan and his party. Even though the shadow wolf was a level 30 elite creature, the valiant warrior, being an 18-level great warrior, boasted high defense thanks to his silver-grade armor. Even if he was not a shield warrior, the shadow wolf's damage, while significant, did not pose a serious threat to the valiant warrior. Moreover, he had a priest and a paladin behind him to heal and bolster his status. With the valiant warrior holding the line against the pack of wolves, Wang Yuan casually cast a curse, weakening the leading shadow wolf. Suibian Luansha followed suit, shooting an arrow that struck the shadow wolf's head. The shadow wolf let out a whimper, and the Grim Reaper's fireball followed closely behind. Boom! The fireball obliterated a portion of the shadow wolf's health bar, with the subsequent attacks from the others. Within a single round, the shadow wolf lost a third of its health point. 10 seconds later, it lay lifeless on the ground. Noticing the corpse that could yield a soul, a prompt appeared before Wang Yuan. Would you like to absorb the soul? Absorb the soul? Wang Yuan hesitated momentarily upon seeing the prompt. He suddenly recalled the skill imparted to him by Zuer, soul absorption. You have mastered a new summoning technique developed by the High Priest Zuer, allowing you to absorb the souls of the deceased as soul fire. Soul fire can be placed within a corpse, transforming it into your undead battle pet. Cooldown: none. Absorb. Wang Yuan's thoughts stirred, and a swirling mass of azure flames erupted from the shadow wolf, coalescing into a flame the size of a thumb, which wobbled gently before drifting into the ample folds of Wang Yuan's cloak. You have acquired Soul Fire 1. Soul Fire, Elite. Level 30. Soul Gathering. Can be infused into undead units below level 30, thereby generating new summoned entities. The undead units likely refer to skeletal warriors and the like, Wang Yuan surmised. However, this artifact seemed to hold little value for him. His skeletal warriors were elite beings transported from a post-apocalyptic future, endowed with advanced intelligence and limitless growth potential, far surpassing this meager soul fire in capability. Yet, any advantage is better than none. It occupies little space, and what holds no value now may prove useful in the future. As Wang Yuan absorbed the soul fire, the second shadow wolf was swiftly dispatched by the collective effort of the group. Indeed, a skilled tactical master can equate to an elite player for an entire team. Hundreds of shadow wolves posed a cataclysmic threat to any team at this stage. Yet positioned at the bridge, these elite monsters were rendered a mere joke, their only function being to line up for their demise. 1, 2, 3, falling in succession, a cycle repeating endlessly. With each shadow wolf that succumbed, Wang Yuan's collection of soul fire burgeoned, all of it comprising 30-level elite soul fire. When the final shadow wolf let out a wail, and its health bar was utterly depleted, Wang Yuan had successfully absorbed a full 100 soul fires. Delightful. Once the last of the shadow wolves was cleared, the valiant hero, Wu bellowed with exuberance. The others mirrored his satisfaction, astonished that the first act of the hell-level difficulty Shadow Castle had been so effortlessly surmounted. Thanks to Nyogu, they mused, for without him, such ease would have been unattainable. Rinja Wudi expressed his sentiments. Indeed, the others chimed in, their gazes toward Wang Yuan imbued with newfound respect and trust. For prior to this, they could scarcely fathom how to combat hundreds of elite monsters. Yet under Wang Yuan's command, they had effortlessly triumphed over the entire horde of shadow wolves. Merely coincidence. Wang Yuan humbly waved his hand. But was it truly coincidence? Were it not for his skeletal minions possessing knowledge of the strategy, he would not have discovered the breakthrough so swiftly. Just as the group began to relax, the voice of a skeleton echoed in Wang Yuan's ear once more. What are these fools doing lingering on the bridge? Do they not realize the Wolf King is about to respawn? If it appears on the bridge, they will be queuing up for death. Having just vanquished the minor foes, they had let their guard down. One cannot relax until the final moment. How have these people learned? They are players. What do they know? A bunch of hapless couch potatoes. Do you consider them seasoned warriors? Another boss is about to respawn. Hearing the skeleton's words, Wang Yuan was taken aback from the skeleton's remarks. It was evident that upon the death of the minor monsters, the Wolf King boss would respawn nearby the players. Damn it. I must say, the game designers are truly despicable. For players, facing 100 elite monsters is a formidable challenge. After succeeding, they will certainly let their guard down, focusing on clearing the battlefield, and will not leave the bridge. In such a scenario, spawning a boss right above the bridge is simply cruel, under hellish difficulty. The boss's strength is quintupled, far beyond what those elite monsters could compare to. With no room to maneuver on the bridge, even the strongest players at this stage would surely falter. But how could he alert everyone to vacate the bridge swiftly? Wang Yuan found himself in a quandary. Abruptly leading the team away from the bridge would surely expose his secret ability to hear the skeleton's thoughts. Remaining would likely lead to their demise. Quickly, lead them away. Just as Wang Yuan pondered how to reasonably guide the team down from the bridge, 3 skeletons dashed off the bridge on their own accord. Is this all right? Wushuang Laosher. Can he comprehend this? Ma Sano expressed his concerns about Wang Yuan's intelligence. Look at Nyoji's understanding, Debajian remarked casually. Have no fear. Nyogu is a dragon among men. He will undoubtedly grasp it. Staobai, Wang Yuan's most devoted admirer, brimmed with trust in him. What do you mean by that? At that moment, Wang Yuan, living up to expectations, feigned confusion for a moment before his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must leave the bridge at once." Haha, what did I tell you? I knew Nyogu would understand. Xiaobai beamed with delight upon witnessing Wang Yuan comprehend his Q.O. This fellow actually possesses a bit of sense, Ma San remarked in astonishment. Otherwise, how could he summon us here? Debajian smiled faintly, indicating he had grown accustomed to such displays. However, Shui Linglong and the others were left with a multitude of questions upon hearing Wang Yuan's command. The corpses of the shadow wolves still lay uncollected on the bridge. Why were they suddenly abandoning it? This was a hell-level dungeon, after all, with a tenfold drop rate for the first clear. Even ordinary miner monsters could yield equipment, and the materials from the shadow wolves were exceedingly valuable. Were they truly going to forsake them? Wang Yuan had no time for explanations, swiftly darting forward. Though the others were oblivious to the reasons, they promptly followed suit, hastily vacating the bridge. Howl. Just as Rinjawudi leaped off the bridge, a deafening roar erupted from behind them. Simultaneously, a cloud of black mist materialized, revealing a massive beast looming behind the group. The creature stood over 3 meters tall, its entire body shrouded in darkness, covered in scales. Two wolf heads, fierce and terrifying, one belching fire and the other exhaling smoke. Brandished massive claws tipped with razor-sharp talons. Hellish roar. Christian, golden, level, 30 health, 500,000 mana, 5,000 skills. Fiery conflagration, hellish breath, crippling claws, nightmare assault. Background. The Wolf King raised by King Leo Reek. Now corrupted by the forces of darkness, possesses formidable and terrifying hellish power, known for its brutal and aggressive nature. What the hell? A boss has spawned here. Oh my god. A golden boss. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the Wolf King behind them, everyone was left dumbfounded, casting anxious glances at Wang Yuan. That a rational person would never have anticipated such treachery from the game designers, who had the audacity to spawn a boss near the players. Moreover, it was a golden boss. It's worth noting that in the ordinary difficulty of the Shadow Castle, the final ultimate boss was merely a level 20 silver boss. Yet here, at the very first act, they had a level 30 golden boss spawned right beside them. Did the game mechanics have no sense of decency? It was outrageous to set such traps for the players. If this golden boss had trapped them on the bridge, just imagining it sent chills down their spines. Luckily, Wang Yuan's timely warning had spared them. Otherwise, they would have perished on the bridge. Howl. Just as everyone was momentarily stunned, Christian suddenly let out a roar, charging straight at Rinjawudi without so much as a greeting. Not good. Woody dodge, Wang Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, this hell-level boss exhibited intelligence akin to that of a true beast, immediately targeting the healer. In that instant, Wang Yuan cast a curse mark upon Christian. However, the curse had no effect on Christian whatsoever. In the game setting of Dawn of the Breaking Day, beast-type bosses possessed an 80 resistance to control and debuff skills. Thus, Wang Yuan's curse, which should have reduced attributes by 10, was rendered nearly insignificant, with only a mere 2 affecting Christian. For a level 30 golden boss, this was inconsequential. At this point, Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons had already reached the courtyard. It was evident that returning to assist was no longer feasible. Having lost their healer before the battle even began, the challenges ahead would surely be even more daunting. Bang! As Christian's claw descended, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the valiant Rinjawudi, a figure suddenly darted in from the side, intercepting him with a powerful charge. It was the indomitable Yongzhou Shuang. The collision caused Christian to stagger, his attack abruptly interrupted, while Yongzhou Shuang was forced to retreat a few steps. Barely regaining his footing, his health bar diminished by a third. Nonetheless, he had successfully blocked Christian's lethal strike aimed at Rinjawudi. Impressive, Wang Yuan was taken aback. Accustomed to the prowess of his 3 skeletal companions, his standards were exceedingly high, rendering most skilled players beneath his notice. Yet, Yongzhou Shuang's charge was executed with impeccable timing and reflexes. Of course, it wasn't just Yongzhou Shuang who was quick on the uptake. As he steadied himself, Rinjawudi's healing spell had already taken effect, showering Yongzhou Shuang with several beams of white light, completely restoring his health. With his initial attack foiled, Christian opened his mouth and unleashed a fireball towards Yongzhou Shuang. In a flash, Rinjawudi raised his staff, casting a golden aura that enveloped Yongzhou Shuang. The fireball struck him with a thunderous explosion, yet Yongzhou Shuang remained unscathed. The holy light shield, a priestly skill, rendered him immune to all damage for 3 seconds, before Christian could complete his skill's cooldown. Yongzhou Shuang, fortified by the holy light shield, delivered a devastating blow to Christian's head. 654, Christian's head swayed from the impact. Simultaneously, an arrow, glowing white, found its mark in Christian's eye. Precision shot. 1321 critical hit. A howl of pain erupted from Christian as he prepared to unleash a skill with his right head. However, At that moment, a fireball the size of a basin landed in his mouth. With a resounding boom, the fireball detonated, engulfing Christian's head in crimson flames. 1571 critical hit. Die, you fiend. As the fireball exploded, Shui Linglong circled behind Christian, delivering a vicious backstab with her dagger into a vulnerable spot. A piercing scream echoed as Christian roared in agony. 9999, that a colossal damage number floated above his head. Wang Yuan gasped in disbelief, instinctively tightening his grip. The others were equally drenched in sweat. Even the three skeletal figures marveled at the spectacle, exclaiming, "Goodness, these players are formidable." Indeed, it seemed Wang Yuan had underestimated this group of players. Clearly, Dabai and his companions were astonished not only by Shui Linglong's decisive strike against Christian, but by the collective skill displayed by all. Surpassing the skeleton's expectations of current players, these three had clawed their way through the apocalypse, and the fighting prowess of present-day players appeared juvenile in comparison. Players from large guilds like the Black Dragon Society were no exception, let alone those without a guild. Yet, they never anticipated that the coordinated efforts of Shui Linglong and her allies would leave even the arrogant skeletons momentarily awestruck, while these individuals had yet to reach the elite professional level. With a bit of training, they could easily graduate from a combat academy in a post-apocalyptic world. Particularly, Shui Linglong's final strike made the three skeletons secretly grateful for their current forms, sparing them from any tender vulnerabilities. The first act of the Shadow Castle posed challenges primarily due to the hundreds of elite monsters. Although Christian was a level 30 golden boss, he lacked exceptional traits and was merely a standard magical beast. For players around level 20, as long as the front line held firm and the healer maintained stability, they could easily triumph. Moreover, Shui Linglong's precise strike exploited Christian's weaknesses, dealing an astonishing 10,000 points of damage with every blow. In less than 10 minutes, Christian's health was depleted, and he lay on the ground, bemoaning his fate. Loot the corpse! Loot the corpse! With the boss down, excitement surged among the players as they rushed forward. Yet none dared to lay hands on the spoils. "Why aren't we looting?" Wang Yuan inquired, intrigued. "Brother Niu, you go ahead." Rinzhou Wu Di stepped aside, allowing Wang Yuan to approach. Looting a corpse was an honor, reserved for the player who contributed the most to the encounter, while Shui Linglong had dealt the highest damage, accounting for a staggering 60. Everyone understood that had it not been for Wang Yuan, they would have struggled to overcome even the elite monsters. Even if they had miraculously navigated past the elite monsters, without Wang Yuan leading them down the drawbridge, they would have been utterly annihilated. It was evident who had contributed the most. Initially perceived as a reckless individual capable of single-handedly challenging an entire guild, Wang Yuan revealed himself to be a true tactical mastermind. At this point, Shui Linglong and her companions were wholeheartedly convinced of his capabilities. "Well then, I shan't be modest." Wang Yuan, unpretentious, squatted down and began to loot. Soon, he unearthed a wolf-shaped helmet and casually opened its attributes. Christian's roar category: helmet, leather armor, quality, silver armor, 21 magic resistance, 23 agility, 7 strength, 5 wild aura. Passive skill: increases attack and movement speed by 15. Beastmaster's roar. Active skill: enhances beast type pet attributes by 15 for 30 seconds. Class requirement: none. Level requirement: 15. Item description: a helmet sealing the soul of the Beast King. Wow, Brother Niu, you're my savior. Upon seeing the helmet's attributes, Fan Bian, she leapt with excitement. Why does this good fortune always fall to this guy? The others glared at Wang Yuan's helmet, their frustration palpable. Although the helmet was a universal piece of equipment, only archers and assassins had proficiency with leather armor among the 8 classes. Most notably, the Beastmaster's roar attribute was tailor-made for hunters. Archers could capture beasts as combat pets, while hunters, upon reaching level 20, obtained a talent called Beastmaster, allowing them to summon 2 combat pets and enhance their attributes by 30. Thus, level 20 hunters were often referred to as Beastmaster hunters. A 15 boost to pet attributes would elevate their combat power by 50 over that of a similarly leveled Beastmaster hunter. For a Beastmaster hunter, that single attribute was like a divine artifact. In a wonder, Fan Bian, she was ecstatic. Such a splendid piece of equipment, and yet it ends up in someone else's hands. What a pity. Xiaobai lamented. What a pity. I'm not a Beastmaster hunter, Ma Sanair replied, unfazed. As long as I can get my hands on that treasure from the armory, this trip won't be in vain. The treasure from the armory? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering the treasures concealed within the armory that could incite such obsession in Ma Sanner. He continued to examine the corpses. The second piece of equipment was a robe. Silent Night category. Robe, cloth armor, quality, silver armor, 11 magic resistance, 33 intelligence, 11 spirit, 13 night curse. Passive skill, increases the level of curse magic skills by 1. Silent Lamb, active skill. Transforms the target into a sheep using curse magic, during which the target is silenced and unable to cast any spells for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. Class requirement. Mage, Necromancer, Priest level requirement. 15 item description. A cursed robe that paradoxically enhances its wearer, based on its attributes. This robe is tailor-made for necromancers specializing in curses. It not only boasts a formidable passive skill that increases curse magic level, but also includes a control ability that transforms enemies into sheep. As the sole necromancer in the party, Wang Yuan naturally claimed the robe, though regrettably, he was only at level 10 and thus unable to don it just yet. The final piece of equipment was a dagger. Christian's Fong category. Dagger quality. Gold attack. 52 magic. 37 strength, 11 agility, 14 flame. Passive skill. Adds 15 fire magic damage to attacks. Breach. Passive skill. Grants a 15 chance to ignore defenses. Blood Fong. Active skill. The next attack deals 300 critical damage and grants the user a bloodlust state lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Class requirement. Assassin level requirement. 15 item description. A magical dagger forged from the Fong of Christian, possessing potent magical attributes, though its power seems to influence the wielder's psyche. Lingzi exclaimed, "What a stroke of luck." The others regarded her with envy. A gold-grade weapon at this stage was an unparalleled find, and its attributes were equally impressive. While the 15 fire magic damage might seem insignificant, it compensated for the assassin's lack of magical damage. The ability to ignore defenses further elevated the dagger's value. Assassins thrive on burst damage, and the prospect of a skill set that bypasses defenses was unfathomably terrifying, although Bloodfong's damage bonus was only 300. The 15 seconds of bloodlust significantly enhanced the assassin's survivability. It was undeniable that this dagger was among the finest of the finest, worth at least 100 gold pieces on the market. However, Shui Linglong appeared despondent. Why must it be a dagger? Is this even reasonable? Her lament drew ire from the others, who felt she was being ungrateful. A golden weapon, and she dared to express disdain. Upon seeing Shui Linglong casually reveal the attributes of her dagger, the group fell silent. Indeed, 2 exceptional daggers. Anyone in her position would feel disheartened. Where did she acquire such a dagger with stealth enhancement? The group was thoroughly intrigued by the source of her artifact. I bought it at a high price, Shui Linglong replied, then showcased a ring. Look, with this ring, I gain a 30 in stealth enhancement. Where on earth did you find that? The old bull sold it to me. Shui Linglong pointed at Wang Yuan. Brother Niu, do you have any divine equipment for other classes? The group inquired eagerly. No, I only snatched this one from the Black Dragon Society. Wang Yuan shrugged. If you want something, let me know, and I shall retrieve it for you. No. Everyone hastily waved their hands. Truly, this gentleman was extraordinary. Treating the Black Dragon Society as a mere armory. Why must I be so unfortunate? Shui Linglong lamented. The dagger in her possession was purchased just yesterday, and now it seemed destined for obsolescence. What is there to be upset about? Wang Yuan chuckled. Assassins can dual-wield weapons. Can't you just acquire another? Yes, I do have the funds. Shui Linglong's eyes brightened. All right, enough? Please be quiet. The others glared at her, eager to silence her chatter. As the first team to conquer the Hell difficulty boss, in addition to the 3 pieces of equipment, Christian also dropped a skill book. Shadow Veil category. Skill book grade. D attribute. Shadow cast shadow magic to create a blinding fog within a certain area. Item description. Shadow magic comprehended by Christian, who was eroded by darkness. Don't look at me. I cannot learn shadow magic. The Reaper waved his hand, asserting his identity as a legitimate elemental mage. Nor should you look at me. I am a devoted follower of the light, Renja declared with disdain. Very well, I shall not hold back. Wang Yuan snapped his fingers, and Shadow Veil transformed into a dark beam, penetrating Wang Yuan's being. System notification. You have learned the magic Shadow Veil. Sighing, Wang Yuan opened his skill panel, only to find that as a mage, he possessed no offensive skills, only control abilities. It appeared he was inherently suited for a support role. After examining Christian's corpse, the group proceeded to clean up the battlefield on the bridge. While they did not find any additional equipment, they acquired a wealth of materials. Wang Yuan's shadow wolf Feng directly fulfilled the task requirements. However, he was somewhat disappointed that he could not absorb Christian's soul. The system explained that he was too weak to harness such a powerful soul. Alas, it seems the skill Zul developed still has many flaws. Souls that are too strong cannot be absorbed, rendering it inferior compared to his summoning magic. Passing through the courtyard, the group entered a corridor. After dispatching the scattered guards, they arrived at the next scene. The Shadow Library, the abode of Bar, the royal mage of King Lei in pursuit of eternal life. Leoric established this unparalleled grand library for Bar. Within its walls were tomes rivaling those of the Holy Light Cathedral's archives. Such a treasure trove of knowledge, however, became a relic of history following the calamity. Eternal life? Upon glimpsing the information before them, Wang Yuan and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Leoric certainly harbored grand ambitions, daring to explore the secrets of immortality. Indeed, all rulers throughout history seem to share a common trait. Once they attain ultimate power, they grow delusional. Yearning for eternal dominion. It seems Leoric's untimely demise was intricately linked to his pursuit of eternal life. This information was absent in the normal difficulty dungeons. Only in hell difficulty would players uncover fragments of history. This bore a striking resemblance to the secret realms of later ages. As Wang Yuan had surmised. The so-called hell difficulty dungeon was akin to the realms following the apocalypse. The Shadow Library was vast, spacious, with towering bookshelves lined along the walls, yet eerily emptied in the center of the library. A clearing held a cauldron surrounded by various vials and containers. This was likely the site where the Grand Mage Bar conducted his research on immortality. Adventurers, you have finally arrived. As Wang Yuan's party stepped into the library, a hollow voice reverberated from the heavens. They quickly looked up, only to find nothing. That old rascal Bar still relished in his air of mystery, who was unaware that he resided within the cauldron. The old mage's fate was tragic. In his quest for the elixir of life, he had reduced himself to mere ashes, not quite ashes. His remains still linger within the cauldron. 3 skeletal warriors could not help but voice their disdain within Wang Yuan's mind. This was not their first visit to this place. Everything felt so familiar. How pitiable, Wang Yuan thought, feeling a mix of laughter and tears that a grand archmage reduced to such a fate, lying in a cauldron while trying to show off. What a twisted sense of humor. Hey, no need to search, I am right before you, declared a voice, brimming with pride, as the crowd failed to locate its source. A ghost. Shui Linglong's face turned pale at the sound, and with a scream, she dove into Wang Yuan's embrace. Startled, Wang Yuan sidestepped, causing Shui Linglong to crash into Ma Sanner behind him. Feeling the essence of Shui Linglong, Ma Sanner exclaimed excitedly, "Praise my brother Niu, from now on. You shall be my dear brother." Wang Yuan was left utterly speechless. Shui Linglong, realizing something was amiss after her collision, looked up and was met with the sight of a grinning skull peering down at her. Its hollow eye sockets flickering with soul flames, exuding an unsettlingly greasy aura. Shui Linglong screamed, nearly losing her breath. The empty voice laughed even more arrogantly upon witnessing her fright. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Dubai raised his staff, unleashing a fireball that struck the cauldron. Boom! The cauldron was overturned, dust swirling around. Cough, cough, cough. You are all terribly rude. An old man's phantom slowly emerged from the ground, coughing. 9-star mage ball, gold, elite, level, 30 health, 300. 000 mana, 200,000 skills, mastery of magic background. Once a powerful 9-star mage, his soul is now trapped in the library, unable to dissipate. The 9-star mage. What the heck? Upon seeing Ball's information, not only Shui Linglong and her companions were taken aback, but even Wang Yuan was left in shock. Mages are classified from high to low into 9 stars. Levels 1 to 10 are 1-star magic apprentices. Levels 10 to 20 are 2-star apprentice mages. Levels 20 to 30 are 3-star junior mages. And so forth. Mages of levels 80 to 90 are the legendary 9-star mages, also known as grand sorcerers, mere steps away from the fabled mage god. What merit did he possess to encounter a 9-star grand mage in a level 15 dungeon? This so-called 9-star mage is merely level 30 now, devoid of a physical form. Where is his peak power? The 3 skeletons, however, wore expressions of disdain. It has been countless years. I have nearly bored myself to death waiting for you adventurers. Would you care to play with me? Without waiting for a response, the old man flickered and appeared before the group, his face alight with excitement, resembling a lonely elder who had not seen anyone for ages. "What shall we play?" Wang Yuan inquired curiously. Though this old man was a boss trapped in a dungeon, his intellect was no different from that of a human. He seemed to relish mischief but did not appear overly unpleasant. Hearing Wang Yuan's question, Bal's gaze immediately fell upon him. At that moment, Bal's eyes glinted with curiosity, and in the next instant, he was right in front of Wang Yuan, sniffing him intently. "You, my friend, possess multiple soul fluctuations. Whose disciple are you?" Bal asked, astonished. "My mentor is the Necromancer High Priest Zul." Wang Yuan replied truthfully, "In no wonder. So it is him. Has he succeeded? Splendid. At last, I shall escape this wretched place," Bal exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement. "Wang Yuan, quickly summon me. Let me become your undead," Bal eagerly commanded, tugging at Wang Yuan's arm. "Huh." The others were left dumbfounded, gazing at Wang Yuan with eyes full of admiration. Goodness, some people really are infuriatingly lucky. At this stage, a necromancer could at most summon a skeletal warrior. Yet here was a 9-star Grand Mage insisting on becoming Wang Yuan's undead. It was hard to believe such absurdity could occur. And even those witnessing it pinched themselves to check if they were dreaming. Although battling in the game comes without pain, self-harm still exists, as the system automatically determines that players who self-harm have certain tendencies. Inflicting a pain level of 500. After experiencing the excruciating pain, the onlooker finally realized this was real, not a dream. "Wow. I nearly fell to my knees before Wang Yuan." Wang Yuan himself was dazed. Although he wished to comply, it was beyond his capability. First, summoning a spirit required performing the ritual at the spirit temple beneath the church, and the spirits he could summon were elite from the future apocalypse. He could not specify the summon. "What, you are unwilling?" Bal's expression suddenly shifted to one of anger upon seeing Wang Yuan's inaction. "It is not that I am unwilling. I simply do not know how." Wang Yuan shrugged, genuinely perplexed. "Very well. You dare to play tricks on me. I am not pleased at all. Accept my wrath. Now, answer my question." "Answer a question?" The group was once again bewildered. "Isn't this boss supposed to engage in battle? Why is he making us solve riddles instead? Don't listen to him. Beat him. Beat him." The 3 skeletons began to shout frantically. Wang Yuan was filled with questions, but understood that this answering questions was clearly a ruse. What would happen if one did not respond? He inquired. "Hee hee," Bal chuckled. "As you know, noble mages do not relish employing violence like others. But should you provoke my displeasure, you shall face my wrath. So, you mean if we don't answer your questions, you will attack?" "Exactly. You have summarized it well. The first question shall be directed at you." Bal smiled slightly, pointing his finger, and a beam of light enveloped the onlooker. "Tell me, which is better, immortality or a fleeting life?" "Huh? How would I know? I have never experienced immortality," the onlooker replied without a second thought. "Incorrect. Next." Bal smiled faintly, and the light surrounding the onlooker vanished. "What the heck? I just lost 5 levels. What is happening?" The onlooker exclaimed in shock. The crowd was taken aback, and Wang Yuan cast a detection spell. Bal's level had risen to 35. Goodness. Wang Yuan gasped in astonishment. Is this even possible? This Bal is actually using this method to siphon players' levels. Do not answer his questions. Rinjawudi realized something was amiss and hurled a holy light sphere at Bal. The sphere wobbled through Bal's form. Rinjawudi's eyes nearly popped out. Holy light is the nemesis of all undead. It naturally counters undead creatures. And as a ghost, Bal should have been harmed by the holy light, yet he remained unharmed, not even grazed by the sphere. "Darn it!" Yongzhou Wushuang shouted, swinging his sword at Bal. Like Rinjawudi, his great sword passed through Bal's body and crashed heavily to the ground. "What the?" The crowd exchanged terrified glances, each reflecting shock. Every monster should be susceptible to player attacks. They might possess immunity to either physical or magical damage, but not absolute immunity. Bal appeared to be immune to both magical and physical assaults. Was this fellow truly invincible? "You reckless adventurers, truly a band of ignorant ants." In response to the onslaught of the crowd, Bal did not display anger. Instead, he offered a derisive laugh and casually posed a question to the valiant hero. "Wu Shuang, pray tell, which is superior, eternal life or a fleeting existence?" A radiant light enveloped Wu Shuang. "Eternal life, without a doubt, eternal life." Wu Shuang pondered for a moment before confidently replying that, "Have you ever experienced eternity? How can you ascertain that it would bring joy? How can you be certain it would not lead to monotony?" I find my current existence worse than death. With that incorrect answer, Ball's demeanor darkened, and the light vanished. Wu Shuang's level dropped by 5, while Ball glimmered momentarily, ascending to level 40. Alas, as they beheld Ball's ascending level, the crowd began to panic. At this rate, would Ball not directly reach level 60? A golden boss at level 60. What chance do we stand? Yet the dilemma remained. Attacks were ineffective against Ball, and they could only respond to his questions. Once more, I ask you, which is better? Eternal life or a fleeting existence? Ball posed his question for the third time. The Reaper shrouded in light. A fleeting existence is splendid. Incorrect. You ants. Ball sneered, and the Reaper too was reduced by 5 levels. This question is flawed. It lacks a correct answer, the crowd began to realize. Indeed, did I ever claim there was a correct answer? Ball retorted with a mischievous grin. How despicable. You are toying with us. The crowd erupted in anger. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Ball laughed heartily, extending his hand to point at Wang Yuan. However, at that moment, Wang Yuan raised his staff and hurled a curse at Ball. With a crack, Ball's radiant light dissipated, replaced by a curse mark upon his brow. Alas, I, such an upright and handsome paladin, would never utter a curse. I can only bestow blessings. That has no bearing. Wang Yuan waved dismissively. He only suffers damage when utilizing his skills. While Ball demanded answers from the crowd, Wang Yuan had been keenly observing him. He noted that although Ball was but a phantom, each time he employed a skill to ensnare those responding, he would momentarily become corporeal. Coupled with what Ma Sen Air had previously mentioned about the real-time counterattack strategy, Wang Yuan instantly grasped Ball's method of combat. By the heavens. So this is the pitiful mechanism at play. Thank the game designers for their ingenuity. You filthy necromancer, dare you curse a grand mage? Ball glared furiously at Wang Yuan, his right hand extending to wield a staff, yet he showed no intent to attack. A grand mage? You are merely a wretched creature imprisoned here. Your ashes have been scattered, and yet you dare call yourself a grand mage? Wang Yuan retorted defiantly. Preposterous. You have enraged me. Ball bellowed, conjuring a fireball from his staff and launching it at Wang Yuan. Now, focus your fire. At Wang Yuan's command, the crowd unleashed their attacks upon Ball. The benevolent and swift of hand, Rinjawudi, swiftly bestowed a holy shield upon Wang Yuan. Boom! The fireball erupted upon Wang Yuan. Yet he emerged unscathed. Whoosh! An arrow flew towards Ball's face. Heh! Ball chuckled, effortlessly catching the arrow in his left hand. Boom! Meanwhile, the Reaper's fireball hurtled towards Ball. Go! Ball, unhurried, casually tossed the arrow aside. Bang! The arrow embedded itself into the fireball, causing it to explode. Charge! Wu Shuang dashed forward, colliding with Bal. In a flash, Ball vanished from sight, reappearing behind Wu Shuang, and struck him on the head with his staff. Crack! Wu Shuang was left dazed from the blow. Die! Just as Ball attacked Wu Shuang, the air behind him twisted, and Shui Linglong materialized, plunging a dagger into Ball's lower back. As the dagger pierced Ball, Shui Linglong felt an emptiness beneath her hand. Ball had transformed into a specter. Losing her balance, Shui Linglong stumbled forward, nearly falling to the ground. The crowd was left in shock. Clearly, the Ball before them, though also a level 30, now 45, golden boss, was far more formidable than Christian. Indeed, the prowess of a 9-star Grand Mage was not to be underestimated. Even with his strength diminished, his combat skills remained, proving he was not an opponent to be trifled with by mere low-level players. The most astonished among them was Wang Yuan. That he had initially believed that mastery of the strategy would guarantee victory, but he never anticipated Ball's overwhelming strength. Shui Linglong and her companions, each a skilled fighter in their own right, found themselves unable to even graze the hem of Ball's garment. Was this the oppressive presence of a 9-star Grand Mage? Even the 3 skeletons were now bewildered. Is this elderly man truly so powerful? After those 2 moves, even if we all charged at him, it would be futile. Ma Sen Air exclaimed in astonishment. Something is amiss. In the secret realm we battled in, this old fellow was not nearly this strong. Xiaobai remarked, puzzled. Having faced Ball numerous times before, they realized that the Ball here was on an entirely different level. Could it be due to the first clear? Dubai pondered. It is said that the first clear of a secret realm triggers hidden narratives. There appears to be such a setting, Xiaobai and Ma San Air replied, their eyes lighting up in realization. Hidden narratives? Wang Yuan's heart sank at the thought. Indeed, I nearly sustained injuries from you lot. Ball chuckled. It seems you possess some measure of strength. Very well, I shall not bully you. You may set the rules, and should you defeat me, I shall allow you to pass. The crowd exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss. Despite their diverse professions, when it came to establishing rules against this old fellow, none could devise a means to best him. Shall we compare swordsmanship? They had witnessed Ball's prowess firsthand. While claiming to be a mage, his close combat skills were formidable, wielding his staff with the finesse of a seasoned fighter, entirely disregarding the decorum of a mage. Shall we compare assassination techniques? What form of stealth could possibly rival his phasing ability? In archery, this man can negate a mage's explosive fire with a mere unarmed toss of an arrow. When it comes to spells, who would be foolish enough to challenge a 9-star mage in the arcane arts? In blessings and healing, the 9-star mage is undoubtedly more adept than 2 low-level clerics. This is a deadlock. How do we compete? All right. How about a game of rock, paper, scissors? Just as everyone stood bewildered, Wang Yuan suddenly grinned. What? Hearing Wang Yuan's suggestion, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is that even allowed? Wang Yuan retorted. Well, the crowd fell silent once more. Indeed, Ball had merely asked them to establish rules, never specifying that they must compare martial prowess or magic. Logically speaking, rock, paper, scissors was certainly within the realm of possibility. The crowd gazed at Wang Yuan, their faces reflecting admiration. This man was truly remarkable. The 3 skeletons nearly choked on their laughter. All right. Truly a genius. Brother Nyo, how did he come up with such an idea? They marveled at his ingenuity. Even Ball was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Very well, you devious necromancer. You are indeed cunning. Do you not know that mages of my caliber are masters of telepathy? You think you can best me at rock, paper, scissors? Ah, is that so? Wang Yuan scratched his head. Then shall we see who can urinate the farthest? You fool. Shui Linglong nearly dropped her weapon. The others could not contain their laughter. How can I compete in my current state? Ball exclaimed in exasperation. Ball was filled with rage. Who possesses more weapons? Who has more? Wang Yuan swiftly introduced 3 additional rules. You must be here to cause trouble. Ball growled menacingly. At the very least, be somewhat reliable and refrain from these frivolities. Reliable? Wang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and suddenly remarked with a grin. How about we compare who is the most terrifying? Oh, competing in terror with a mere ghost. Young man, do you possess such courage? Ball chuckled immediately. Old dang, do not be so self-assured. Death, come forth and let him behold your visage. Wang Yuan beckoned to Death. Huh? Death approached Wang Yuan, bewildered, and exchanged a glance with Ball. Ball was momentarily stunned, instinctively stepping back and drawing his staff. After a full 5 seconds of shock, he finally regained his composure, his expression turning forlorn as he lamented. I have lived for so many years, and as a being of the undead, I am frightened by a mere human. Very well, I concede this round. Meanwhile, Death also regained his senses and lunged at Wang Yuan. You scoundrel, I shall contend with you. Do not act rashly. The others hurry to restrain Death. At crucial moments, it is indeed the mage who prevails. Damn it. I shall match you as well. Death began to unleash a flurry of kicks at the bystander. You can choose your equipment first. Wang Yuan quickly interjected. Is that truly the case, adoptive father? Death promptly quieted, his expression shifting from anger to sycophancy. Do not heed his coaxing. We have not slain the boss. So from where would the equipment come? The benevolent one, indifferent to the chaos, observed. Death glared furiously at Wang Yuan. Unfazed, Wang Yuan turned to Ball and inquired, Old dang, we have cleared the dungeon. It is unreasonable for you not to provide some equipment. By rights, you should receive it, Ball replied, but you have not met my requirements. Did we not defeat you? My requirements do not solely entail your victory over me, Ball stated. I have been isolated here for countless years. Today, your arrival brings me joy. Yet if you cannot take me with you, I am left unsatisfied and still wish for equipment. Dream on. How can we take you with us? Wang Yuan asked curiously. Summon me, and I shall become your undead servant, allowing me to leave. Although I cannot regain my freedom, at least I shall not be eternally confined here. Ball spoke with a pitiful tone. This fellow has come to a realization. Becoming the undead servant of a necromancer entails a loss of freedom, yet remaining here also offers none. Rather than being eternally trapped in tedium, it is preferable to choose the former, for at least one can witness the vibrant world outside. That is not feasible. Wang Yuan shook his head. I cannot summon a specified spirit. Then what is the point of your words? Ball retorted, clearly displeased. However, I do possess another method. I am uncertain if it will work. Wang Yuan continued. You are a 9-star mage, a golden boss. This trick may not be effective against you. What method? Transform your soul into soul fire, and I shall assist you in finding a suitable undead body. Wang Yuan explained. But with your potent soul, I cannot. You are truly a genius. What kind of mind could conceive such an ingenious notion? Before Wang Yuan could finish his sentence, Ball leapt up in excitement. Absorbing soul fire and utilizing an undead body to become an eternal being. How did I not think of this? Rest assured, as long as I do not resist, you may draw upon my soul fire. Is that true? Wang Yuan asked, somewhat skeptical. Of course, Ball affirmed. In pursuit of the art of immortality, I have dedicated my later years to studying the Necromancer's magic. No one knows better than I. The powerful souls released are unable to be absorbed as soul fire due to their inherent resistance to becoming the Necromancer's servant. If I do not resist, you can successfully tame and absorb my soul fire. Very well, I shall give it a try. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth, pointing his staff at Ball as he cast the soul absorption spell. With a flash, a blue light enveloped Bale's soul, subsequently contracting. Under the blue glow, Bale's essence diminished, until it transformed into a purple flame. Soul Fire Grand Mage Ball, Epic. Level 90 Soul Gathering. Can be infused into undead units below level 90. Generating new summonable units. Item description. The 9-star Grand Mage Ball has comprehended the essence of immortality. His soul shall become an undying spirit, with his essence enduring throughout the universe. System notification. You have successfully absorbed the soul of the 9-star Grand Mage Ball, earning 500 reputation points, and your soul absorption skill has leveled up. System notification. The 9-star Mage Ball has successfully broken free from confinement. A new program has been generated by the system. Following the dungeon reset, this new program will override the current difficulty. As Ball was absorbed into soul fire, 2 system notifications flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Indeed, it was as I had mentioned. Encountering hidden storylines occurs with a certain probability when clearing the Hell difficulty dungeon for the first time. Ball was one such hidden storyline NPC, according to the fragments of memories Wang Yuan had gathered. Ball was invited by Leoric to study the art of immortality. Ultimately, Ball focused on the study of necromancy. Only by converting humanity into the undead could one truly achieve immortality. Subsequently, Ball likely conducted some experiments that led to all the creatures within the castle losing their lives overnight. Although Ball comprehended the true meaning of immortality, he was forever imprisoned in this forsaken place. The price of immortality is boundless solitude. It was only upon Wang Yuan's arrival that Bale's soul found liberation. Henceforth, the true Ball became the soul fire in Wang Yuan's possession, while the Ball within the dungeon transformed into a treacherous NPC, far inferior to the real Ball. Ball vanished. A treasure chest fell to the ground, Bale's relic. Yet, at this moment, the onlookers' gazes were not directed at the chest, but were fixed intently on Wang Yuan, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Not Brother Nyo. What did you just do? Where's Ball? Just moments ago, Ball had been posturing, only to vanish at Wang Yuan's gesture. This bizarre scene, even within the game, evoked a sense of incredulity. Nothing much. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I merely guided him to the afterlife. Though these individuals were friends of Shui Linglong and trustworthy, their relationship was still in its infancy. They had yet to reach the level of complete openness. It is worth noting that in a few weeks, the apocalypse would descend, merging reality with the game. Naturally, it was prudent to keep one's secrets. Who could predict whether former comrades, having tasted life and death, would turn treacherous, guided to the afterlife? So Brother Nyo is a monk. The bystander exclaimed in astonishment. Can a necromancer even guide souls? Death frowned deeply. The benevolent one is also perplexed. If anyone should guide souls, it ought to be me, a priest, not a necromancer. Enough? Open the equipment. Death, you go. Wang Yuan pointed to the treasure chest on the ground, diverting the topic. Am I really to touch it? The Grim Reaper squatted on the ground, rubbing his hands in anticipation. First, he drew a cross over his chest, then brought his hands together in prayer, murmuring, May the God of wealth bless me, and may Lord Guan ensure my hands are always prosperous. With a sense of ritual, he opened the chest. In contrast to Christian, Ball was not particularly wealthy, possibly due to the fact that he had never truly been defeated by the players. Inside the chest lay but 2 items. The first was a robe. Bale's Apprentice Fiery Robe category. Robe, cloth armor, quality, gold armor, 31 magic resistance, 50 intelligence, 11 spirit, 14 fire magic mastery. Passive skill, Increases all fire magic skill levels by 1 fire magic resistance. Passive skill. Provides 30 resistance against fire magic. Fiery shield. Active skill. Creates a fire magic shield that absorbs 30 damage and converts the damage taken into magical damage rebounding. Class requirement. Mage, Necromancer, Priest level requirement. 15 item description. A calamity left Ball as nothing but bones. With only this robe he cherished since childhood, inherited from his most esteemed magical mentor, oh my, oh my, oh my. Upon seeing the attributes of the robe, everyone exclaimed in unison thrice, although it was also a piece of gold equipment. This robe was far superior to the dagger possessed by Shui Linglong. After all, that dagger had only 3 attributes, with the true anomaly being a mere 15 points of defense penetration. The other 2 attributes were not particularly impressive, especially the fire magic damage, which was frankly laughable. In stark contrast, this robe before them was a genuine artifact. The concept of increasing fire magic skill levels by 1 is nothing short of extraordinary. Undeniably a top-tier item. With a fire magic resistance of 30, it stood as a nemesis to mages. It is worth noting that the majority of mages' output skills in the game are fire-based. Thus, a fire magic resistance of 30 effectively reduces all mages' output by a third. The most remarkable aspect was the fiery shield. This ability, combined with 30 magic resistance, transformed a mage into a formidable tank. Not only could it ignore damage of up to 60, but it could also reflect damage back. Just imagine, a mage who can not only provide long-range fire support, but also withstand damage like a tank. What a spectacle that would be. The shield warriors fell silent, the paladins wept, and the mages silently raised their middle fingers. This robe was practically a priest's exclusive garment. Ren Zhiwu Di, exhilarated, was ready to seize it, justifying. If I survive. You all can survive. Nonsense. Just shooting randomly, interjected another. A priest wearing this is a waste. Give it to me. The archer should wear cloth armor. As long as I live, others will fall. The robe's vibrant red and flamboyant hue should be more fitting for someone as dashing as I. Mu Xiangyu. ISNT cloth armor meant for warriors? Which tank doesn't T wear defensive gear? The valiant hero beside him clenched his fist and suggested, how about we roll for it? Support. Ren Zhiwu Di exclaimed. Agreed. Random shooting chimed in. Absolutely, Xiangyu added. Several scoundrels promptly produced dice, eager to determine their fate under the system's scrutiny. Damn it. Are you even human? I earned this with my face, the Grim Reaper cursed while clutching the robe. Had he not frightened Ball away, he would never have obtained this robe. Forget it. The others glanced at the robe, then at the Grim Reaper, ultimately shrugging in sympathy and retracting their dice. What's the meaning of this? Although the Grim Reaper had acquired the robe, he felt even more dejected. Wang Yuan remarked, these folks are truly raucous. Beneath the robe lay a black plant. Resurrection grass category. Quest item description. This grass harbors the secret to immortality. What is this? The Grim Reaper was puzzled. The secret to immortality. My Wang Yuan shared the quest details. Quest item. Oh wow. Everyone immediately clicked to abandon the quest. Generally, quest items are not contested. Let us go. There's nothing left. Seeing the chest empty, the group prepared to move on. Wang Yuan squinted, seemingly waiting for something. Don't leave yet. The weapon vault hasn't opened. At that moment, Ma Sanner shouted as he approached a bookshelf. Then pretended to deliberately bump into it. With a crash, the bookshelf toppled, revealing a tightly shut iron door behind it. A subtle smile crept onto Wang Yuan's face. Our skeleton is quite accommodating. No need for commands. It just runs over to open the secret door. He found the clumsy act amusing. Are you serious? You just crashed into it? How foolish. Xiaobai remarked with disdain. Then what? Didn't teacher Wu Shuang just run straight in? Ma Sanna retorted. Well, I think you played it without a hint of subtlety, Xiaobai quickly amended. Hey, there's a door. At this moment, the ever-alert random shooting discovered the secret door behind the bookshelf and immediately exclaimed. A door? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, suddenly alert AS seasoned players. They understood the significance of a door appearing in a dungeon. It signified hidden maps, concealed scenes, hidden bosses, and hidden rewards. Anything hidden is invariably valuable. However, the door was locked. Lingjia, it's your turn. All eyes turned to Shui Linglong to end the game. Only assassins possess lock-picking skills, which require money to upgrade. Shui Linglong, a top-tier player, had maxed out her lock-picking skill on her first day of class. As long as it wasn't a system trick, there was no lock she couldn't open. You thought of me. Shui Linglong hurriedly approached the door, producing a gleaming golden key to insert into the lock. With a click, the door unlocked. "You have a key?" Wang Yuan was quite curious. "Simpleton, this is the universal key of lock-picking skills," Shui Linglong replied. "The higher the level, the more advanced the key," Wang Yuan remarked. "The skill system of this broken game is quite absurd. Who would have thought an assassin's lock-picking skill relies heavily on keys? Goodness." Upon entering the door, everyone was left speechless. Before them stood a warehouse, filled with 2 weapon racks, each brimming with weapons. System prompt: "You have discovered a hidden scene, the Dusty Armory. Here, it's the armory." Realizing the significance of the weapons on the racks, everyone understood they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Weapons are the most crucial equipment for players that are in the game. One may forego armor, but one must never be without a weapon. Otherwise, they may find themselves unable to cast even a single skill. Thus, weapons are not merely significant. They are among the most valuable equipment available. Players must select weapons first when acquiring gear. Now, before them stood 2 weapon racks filled to the brim with gleaming weapons. Clearly of exceptional quality. "Well done, Xiaozheng. There really is an armory." A few skeletons couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. "Of course. Do you think we're the type to build chaotically? Unfortunately, I already have a full set." Xiaobai lamented, as his equipment required 3 pieces to unlock the set bonus, rendering weapons unattainable for him. "I already have a staff that restores magic points," Dabai sighed as well. While he might have been interested in magical armor, he had no immediate need to change weapons. This means I get to take something for myself," Ma Sanner declared excitedly. "Haha," Dabai chuckled. "Don't get too carried away. There's an archer in the party. It may not even be your turn." A Sanner was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in his excitement at having discovered a treasure trove, he had seemingly forgotten his identity as a skeleton warrior and fancied himself a professional player. Were he a player, upon finding usable weapons, he would certainly be the first to claim them for himself. However, as merely a skeleton warrior, a pet of the players, it would be utterly absurd to equip himself while there were archers in the team. Unless there were surplus weapons, forcibly claiming one would be shameless. To acquire equipment through underhanded means would invite disdain from all. Ha. It seems Xiaobai is reveling in this misfortune. Damn it. Ma Sanner felt a wave of frustration wash over him. While the 3 skeletons were engaged in their futile banter, Wang Yuan and his companions had already procured the weapons they desired. Yongzhe Wushuang acquired a silver-quality one-handed shield. Although a weapon warrior lacked proficiency with heavy shields and could only equip a shield with lower defense, this particular shield came with the signature skill Shield Bash of the Shield Warrior, granting Yongzhe Wushuang an additional control skill. Rinzhe Wudi finally obtained a silver staff exclusively for priests, offering a 30 healing boost and a 15 cooldown reduction, significantly enhancing his healing and survival capabilities. Shinigami's face was somewhat unattractive, but his hands were indeed red, as he had surprisingly obtained a secondary weapon, a spellbook. This spellbook not only greatly increased magical damage, but also came with a built-in lightning spell. Known for being the highest damage and fastest casting magic property among all elemental spells, making lightning skills the rarest in the game. Hope, holding a grim-looking staff, lamented, "Why is this thing so ugly? I'll need to purchase a weapon skin. What attributes does it have?" Everyone was curious. "Skill enhancement, aura bonuses, and an inherent heavy injury aura," Hope replied. "Damn it, go die," the crowd exclaimed as they pinned him down, delivering punches and kicks. The most unfortunate of all was Shui Linglong, who, clutching a dagger glowing with blue light, was on the verge of tears. "Why is it another dagger? I already have 2. Damn it, why are my weapons so poor?" she exclaimed, violently slamming one of her longbows to the ground. "What's wrong?" Everyone crowded around, faces alight with schadenfreude. "This broken bronze bow is inferior to the one I have." Shui Bianwan's eyes lit up as he picked it up and activated the attribute display. Plague Wanderer's longbow category. Longbow quality. Bronze attack, 20 magic, 20 agility, 10 strength, 10 plague. Normal attacks inflict plague damage on the target, reducing movement speed by 10 while in a plague state. Class requirement. Archer level requirement. 10 item description. An old longbow of unknown origins. You truly are in a pitiful state. They laughed heartily. Shui Bianwan, you might as well delete your account and start over. What kind of luck is this? Seeing the bow in Shui Bianwan's hands, the others erupted into even more laughter. "I in this weapon cache." Most weapons were silver, and only Shui Bianwan, the unfortunate soul, had acquired a bronze weapon. How could they not find joy in this? First, They were relieved it wasn't their own misfortune, and second, they delighted in the misfortune of another. It seemed to reflect a certain psychological state. Wang Yuan. 2. Found it peculiar that such a shabby bow could cause Ma Sanner to covet it so fervently. Was there some hidden secret to it? If you don't want it, sell it to me. Wang Yuan said, patting Shui Bian-1 on the back. Huh, you want to buy this thing? Shui Bian-1 was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Bronze weapons, while still quite rare on the market, would become easier to obtain as player levels rose. At this stage, selling them for a decent price was nearly impossible. Perhaps today it might fetch 100, but by tomorrow it would only be worth 10, rendering bronze gear in a rather awkward market position. Yes, it was rare, but difficult to sell. A seasoned player like Wang Yuan would typically scoff at such items, yet here he was wanting to buy the bow, which was quite unexpected. Old Nyo, don't feel sorry for him. He doesn't lack money, others chimed in. These friends were truly the type to revel in another's misfortune, but don't worry, I have my use for it. Wang Yuan pointed to the skeleton behind him. My skeleton doesn't even have proper weapons yet. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Your skeleton can wear equipment. Yes? Didn't you notice? Wang Yuan retorted, incredulous at their lack of awareness. No wonder your skeleton looks better than others. I thought it was mutated. I thought it was mutated too. I had no idea skeletons could wear equipment. They were all in shock. In their understanding, the equipment on a skeleton warrior was always inherent to its summoning. And mutated skeletons typically sported superior gear compared to ordinary ones. They never imagined that skeletons could actually wear equipment. My skeleton can wear equipment. I have a hidden class. Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, leaving it ambiguous. The hidden class. No wonder, the crowd exclaimed in realization. In this game, there were many hidden branches, and no one could predict what bizarre setups a hidden class might entail. Name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll take it. Wang Yuan turned to Shui Bian-1. How about 1 gold coin? Shui Bian-1 asked cautiously. The market price for bronze equipment ranged between 1 to 5 gold coins, with weapons typically costing more, so 1 gold coin was not particularly high. Are you crazy? You want a gold coin for this broken thing? 50 silver, the others chimed in, condemning Shui Bian-1. Fine, 50 silver, Shui Bian-1 conceded. Deal. Wang Yuan produced 50 silver coins and handed them over, casually passing the longbow to Ma Sanner. Ma Sanner received the longbow, momentarily frozen in place. The flames of his soul flickering in disbelief. He actually got it for me. His voice was filled with incredulity. Wang Yuan quietly smiled to himself. Don't think this is just a bronze bow. Even if it were a golden weapon, I'd be willing to compete with Shui Bian-1 for it, as long as Ma Sanner desired it. He thought. It wasn't merely his fondness for this somewhat foolish character. Rather, Ma Sanner was the spirit he had personally summoned, a safeguard for his future in this apocalyptic world. In his loyalty with a weapon, Wang Yuan was more than willing to invest. Xiao Zhang, are you still going to kill Nyoge? Xiaobai asked with a mischievous grin. Nonsense. Who dares to lay a finger on my Nyoge? From now on, Nyoge is my brother. Harming him is equivalent to harming me, Ma Sanner declared loudly as he equipped the longbow, pledging his loyalty. Pa. How shameless. You were bought off with just 1 weapon. Dabai scoffed. Aren't you the same? Ma Sanner shot back. I'm wielding a silver weapon, Dabai asserted, claiming a higher moral ground. I'm wearing a full set, Xiaobai retorted, proudly asserting his superiority. You think this is a bronze weapon? Ma Sanner laughed heartily. You know what plague means, plague. Upon hearing Ma Sanner, Airbai paused in shock. Can the plague spread? Indeed, it can spread. Ma Sanner replied. You all thought I wanted just a weapon. What I seek are the attributes. Once I level up, I can find a high-level bow to combine with this, and it will become a divine artifact. Damn, who would have thought this could be such a treasure? Airbai couldn't help but curse. Spread? Wang Yuan's brow furrowed. He had learned a new term, and judging by Airbai's reaction, this spreading attribute must be extraordinarily overpowered. Nyoge, don't you have a weapon? Seeing Wang Yuan still clutching his wooden staff, everyone expressed curiosity. No, Wang Yuan replied, looking rather dejected. How could he be so unfortunate, still using a novice wooden staff, with not even a weapon for himself in the entire cache? That's quite normal, Ren Jawudi remarked. If there were necromancers in the castle, Li Ao Reich wouldn't need Ball to study the so-called immortality techniques. That makes sense. Wang Yuan nodded slightly. One must admit that the deductive prowess of the benevolent and invincible was indeed formidable, which explained why this unruly group had heeded his commands before him. As they traversed the library, Wang Yuan and his companions arrived at the final act. This act was titled The Lost Throne. In the normal difficulty dungeon, This scene featured merely a throne, and players could complete the quest by vanquishing the skeletal king Leoric seated upon it. However, in the hellish difficulty dungeon, the final act transformed into a battlefield of chaos. Bones littered the ground, and at the center stood a throne constructed of skulls, which was eerily vacant, surrounded by dozens of attendants garbed as servants. These attendants were referred to as blood servants. And according to the system's lore, they were once loyal retainers of King Leoric in the Shadow Castle. Corrupted by darkness, they had become bloodthirsty demons, yet they retained the elegance of their former lives. Though they were elite monsters, their numbers were significantly fewer than the shadow wolves at the entrance, and they did not share aggro. Under Wang Yuan's command, this group of vampires was swiftly dispatched. The fangs dropped by the vampires were among the quest items Wang Yuan needed. As the last blood servant fell, the lost throne suddenly shattered, and a hand erupted from the ground with ferocity. Soon after, the earth began to tremble, and a gigantic skeleton, towering over 3 meters, emerged from beneath. Its bones shimmered with a dark golden hue. Adorned with a crown and wielding a great sword, it radiated a dark golden light beneath the crimson moonlight. Skeletal King Leoric, dark gold, level, 30 health, 1 million mana, 100,000 skills, mastery of combat background. Once the Supreme Lord, a king with unparalleled power, he sacrificed his kingdom for the sake of immortality. Subsequently, he fell into corruption under the influence of dark forces, becoming the Lord of the Undead, thus fulfilling his dream of eternal life. A dark gold boss. The Leoric of hellish difficulty was unexpectedly a dark gold boss. This was quite shocking. Shui Linglong and her companions gazed at the skeletal king before them, feeling as though they had been transported to another world. It was worth noting that in normal difficulty, Skeletal King Leoric was merely a level 20 silver boss. Even so, the challenging combat mechanics had deterred many players, allowing only elite players from well-established guilds or affluent experts to barely succeed. Yet now, standing before them was a dark gold boss, with its level raised to 30. Naturally, the difficulty had multiplied several times over. In the face of such a formidable opponent, the margin for error was exceedingly slim. One misstep could lead to total annihilation. However, when everyone turned to Wang Yuan, they found him remarkably composed. His calm demeanor was attributable to the 3 skeletons behind him, who appeared even more unfazed. Engaging in light-hearted banter. Long time no see, Little Lee. Who would have thought we would become like you? Poor fellow, we used to cut you down daily, and now, after your rebirth, we still have to do the same. Truly unfortunate for you. You'll be facing our blades for another 100 years. Did these individuals truly possess such confidence? While Wang Yuan maintained a serene expression, he too was bewildered by the nonchalance of the 3 skeletons. Despite their past strength, they were merely 3 level 10 skeletons, and their attributes were evident. In contrast, Leoric was a legitimate level 30 dark gold boss, the first of its kind in the game. Before the players at this stage, he was an undeniable sovereign. Were the 3 skeletons truly too relaxed? It was hard to imagine how powerful they must have been in their prime. Nyogo. Do you have any confidence? At this moment, Yangzhe Wushuang gripped his weapon tightly, nervously inquiring of Wang Yuan. A level 30 dark gold boss. Mind you, prior to this, they had only encountered level 20 silver bosses. The difficulty had escalated from novice to extreme, leaving everyone uncertain, even Yangzhe Wushuang, who was an expert. Others turned to Wang Yuan, hoping for reassurance. After all, he had been leading them through every challenge. From the first act's army of shadow wolves to the second act's soul of Baal. None of this would have been possible without Wang Yuan's guidance. Now, they stood before a level 30 dark gold boss, and their success hinged entirely on his strategy, though Wang Yuan appeared calm. There was an undercurrent of anxiety among the others. It was crucial to understand that under absolute strength, all tactics were rendered futile. The highest level among them barely exceeded level 20, and facing Leoric, who was 10 levels above them, was akin to the disparity between a child and an adult. What level of command would Wang Yuan need to lead a group of children to defeat an adult trained in combat? Yet, in the face of their doubts, Wang Yuan scratched his head and replied, I don't know. We've come this far. We might as well give it a try. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Wait a moment. We've followed you this far because we trust your leadership, and you just casually say we might as well give it a go. What kind of strategy is that? Nyoga, don't joke around. Everyone is quite serious. The benevolent and invincible interjected. I truly don't know. This is my first encounter with Leoric. Wang Yuan admitted. If you all feel uncertain, I can take him on alone. If I falter, you can retreat. If you don't die, You won't lose any levels. I'm only level 10, so I'm not afraid of death. His tone was remarkably earnest. My goodness. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, everyone became agitated. Yogu, I must say I dislike that sentiment. As if we're a bunch of cowards. Yangzhe Wushuang retorted, visibly displeased. Indeed, if we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have come, the Grim Reaper scoffed. The benevolent and invincible added, we are all friends. Joking is acceptable, but we cannot allow such insults. Absolutely. The others nodded in agreement. They were all skilled players and valued their pride. Wang Yuan's words clearly implied that if they were scared, they could leave, while he himself was unafraid. Such a sentiment was intolerable to anyone. Well then, I refuse to leave. The boisterous Wanzai directly knocked an arrow and shot it at Leoric's crown. Clang! The crown trembled slightly upon impact. Leoric slowly raised his head, the dark golden flames of his soul burning like two bright lanterns in his eyes. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing everyone to instinctively step back. Greedy adventurers. This is not a place for your kind. Leoric proclaimed, surveying the surroundings, his authoritative voice resonating in their ears. The terrifying pressure rendered the group unable to meet Leoric's gaze. Truly, the skeletal king, despite being only level 30, exuded an innate regal presence far surpassing that of other bosses, evident even in the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, at that moment, the three skeletons in Wang Yuan's mind remained entirely unaffected. Though he still puts on a show. Why can't we speak, being skeletons ourselves? That sword of his is rather impressive. Wang Yuan declared, I offer you one chance. Leave this place and do not disturb the peace of the Eternal. Otherwise, you shall remain here as one of us. Leoric issued another warning, drawing forth his massive sword. The group exchanged glances, looking at one another, then up at Leoric, and finally back to Wang Yuan. Seeing the hesitation among them, Wang Yuan reiterated, You may, Pa. Do you see us as those who fear death? Before Wang Yuan could finish, Wanzai loosed another arrow, sending it hurtling toward Luoic. It was unclear if his words were meant for Leoric or Wang Yuan himself. The arrow flew swiftly toward Leoric's face. Upon seeing this, Leoric nodded, saying, Excellent. You are true warriors. I, King Leoric, accept your challenge. As the conversation unfolded, Leoric raised his longsword, positioning it before him. Clang. The errantly shot arrows were deflected away, just at the moment Leoric blocked. The death god raised his staff, unleashing a massive fireball that hurtled forth. It must be said, although the death god was not one for many words, he possessed a ruthless demeanor and a keen eye for opportunity. Adeptly seizing the moment to strike whenever his opponent showed a vulnerability, the haphazardly fired arrows were merely a feint. The real assault lay in the death god's magic. Haha. As the fireball was about to crash upon Leoric, he merely chuckled, twirling his longsword, which became enveloped in a shroud of black light, and with a swift horizontal sweep, whoosh, the oncoming explosive flames were cleaved in two by Leoric's blade. Boom, one half plummeted to the ground, creating a large crater amidst the white bones, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Boom, the other half soared diagonally into the sky, exploding midair into a shower of flames. Dazzling like fireworks. Before the smoke could dissipate, a figure emerged from within, rushing towards Leoric. It was the charging hero Wushuang. Leoric seemed to have sensed this beforehand, taking a half step back to create distance. Gripping his sword tightly as he brought it down heavily towards Hero Wushuang's head. The benevolent yet invincible Hero Wushuang's gaze sharpened, as a beam of golden light enveloped him. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Leoric's strike landed solidly. Hero Wushuang's charge was forcibly interrupted, causing him to stagger backwards several steps. Leoric, upon realizing his strike had not vanquished Hero Wushuang, displayed a fleeting expression of curiosity mingled with admiration. He had never anticipated that these seemingly feeble adventurers could engage him in such a back-and-forth exchange. The arrows served as a diversion, the magic as a covert assault, and the charge as a tactical maneuver. These individuals coordinated seamlessly without a single flaw. Had it not been for his vastly superior attributes, he might have already fallen prey, especially to that holy light spell, which had caught him completely off guard. Excellent. You have earned the right to challenge me. To demonstrate my respect for worthy opponents, I shall reveal the might of a king. Leoric bellowed, a surge of golden energy erupting from his being. Whoosh! Yet at that moment, a dagger pierced Leoric's rear, setting aside the question of whether the skeletal king Leoric possessed a backside. The blade had indeed penetrated. Shui Linglong materialized from behind him, and a profound silence enveloped the arena. Even from a distance of several meters, Wang Yuan could feel the chilling aura radiating from Leoric. The quiet lasted a full 3 seconds before Li Ao Reich erupted in a furious roar. Damn it! Immediately following, the energy surrounding him transformed to a dark golden hue. His once towering form rapidly diminished, shrinking to that of an average human. His bones glimmered with a dark golden light, and the flames of his soul became even more concentrated. Haha, I can't believe it. I've caused him to deflate. Shui Linglong exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing Li Ao Reich's transformation. The others were equally astonished. What skill had Shui Linglong employed to reduce the boss to such a state? However, Wang Yuan's expression shifted to one of horror, for at the moment Li Ao Reich diminished, he heard the banter of 3 skeletons nearby. Oh no, how did that woman manage to sneak up on us? Wait, Li Ao Reich has entered his 3rd transformation. Impressive, impressive. When we battled before, we had to deplete his health to trigger that. Yet this beautiful lady managed to accomplish it with a single stab. Reiko, run, Wang Yuan shouted urgently. But it was too late. Li Ao Reich stepped back, delivering a kick to Shui Linglong's midsection. Assassins are not known for their high health, and had it been any other rogue, a kick from Li Ao Reich would have likely spelled instant demise. Yet who was Shui Linglong, the #1 player in the realm of wealth, destined to be recorded in history books a century and 20 years hence? The strength of her equipment was beyond question. An assassin's armor and health could rival that of a tank. Li Ao Reich's kick landed, but astonishingly, she remained unscathed, her health bar barely dented, losing only a third of her vitality. Damn. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this woman's extraordinary resilience. Indeed, it is not the profession that defies the heavens, but rather the players with deep pockets. A mere assassin had transformed into an output tank under Shui Linglong's prowess. Truly outrageous that, of course, Shui Linglong did not emerge unscathed. Li Ao Reich's kick bent her over. Li Ao Reich turned, his sword tracing a gleaming arc in the air, poised to strike at Shui Linglong's head. Bang! Just as Shui Linglong was about to be cleaved in two, an arrow, imbued with a white light, flew in from the side, striking her. The tremendous force sent Shui Linglong crashing onto the ground. Whoosh! Li Ao Reich's sword barely grazed past her forehead. Beads of sweat trickled down Shui Linglong's face as she executed a backward roll, activating her stealth. Incredible! What a save! The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening at the sight of the errant shot. That arrow was nothing short of miraculous, using its impact to assist Shui Linglong in dodging the attack. And due to the teamwork mode, she suffered no harm. To fire such a precise and timely arrow amidst such chaos spoke volumes of reflex and combat intelligence. It was nothing short of astonishing. Not me. Not me. The errant shooter vehemently shook his head. Hey, is this really the arrogant and shameless kid I know? The crowd was even more astonished. Just then, Li Ao Reich, enraged by his missed strike, turned his fierce gaze towards the skeletal archer, Ma San, standing beside Wang Yuan. Insect, do you dare challenge me? As he spoke, Li Ao Reich blinked, transforming into a blur, swiftly covering the distance of several meters to stand before Wang Yuan. Holy crap, what speed! Damn, is this guy really that fast? Witnessing this, everyone was filled with dread. Moments ago, Li Ao Reich had appeared formidable, yet not particularly speedy, comparable to the players. But now, he had transformed entirely. Clearly, this individual had shifted from a mode of attack and defense to one of pure speed, protecting yoga. Despite their astonishment, the group remained composed. Hero Wushuang turned, raising his shield and charging once more at Li Ao Reich. Meanwhile, Li Ao Reich had already thrust his sword towards Wang Yuan's throat. Clang! Just as Wang Yuan was about to be pierced through, a shield suddenly interposed itself before him. Huh? Everyone stared in disbelief. Momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the sight before them, that it was Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier. How is this possible? Hero Wushuang was left questioning his very existence. That it is well known that compared to players, the intelligence of a necromancer's skeleton soldiers is exceedingly low, and they can only act under specific commands, which typically renders them a beat slower than players. Moreover, skeletons are weak and fragile at the start. During dungeon runs or leveling, their role is merely to serve as fodder or mindless attackers, incapable of executing the precise operations required in high-stakes scenarios. Thus, within a dungeon, Wang Yuan's trio of skeletons had merely been regarded as decorations. No one had considered that these creatures could actually prove useful in a boss fight. Yet, against Li Ao Reich's lightning-fast strike, Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier had successfully blocked it. Indeed, it had successfully blocked. Not only was Wang Yuan unharmed, but the skeleton also withstood Li Ao Reich's strike without losing any health. It is worth noting that even the formidable heroic duel, known for its prowess, would suffer greatly if faced with a single blow from Li Ao Reich. Yet here stood a mere skeleton. Little did they know, Xiaobai inherently possessed growth attributes, supplemented by Wang Yuan's enhancements. And donned the so-called novice artifact set, Revenge of Shan, a shield armor focused primarily on defense. Its attack and defense attributes surpassed even those of a level 20 heroic duel. After transforming, Li Ao Reich experienced a significant increase in speed. But his defensive capabilities diminished, causing his strike to land upon the shield, thus sparing Xiaobai from harm. However, Xiaobai was not without discomfort. Absorbing Li Ao Reich's blow resulted in the shield's durability plummeting to 0. Nearly leading to its destruction. With determination, Xiaobai thrust his sword upward after parrying Li Ao Reich's attack. Li Ao Reich's soul fire flickered within his eyes as he swiftly evaded Xiaobai's sword. Just then, Xiaobai advanced a step, bringing his shield crashing down upon Li Ao Reich's head, accompanied by a resounding explosion of flames erupting from Li Ao Reich's form. The substantial damage was evident as two massive numbers indicating health loss floated above him. The heroic duel team, initially poised to assist, stood frozen in disbelief, murmuring to themselves, He can truly solo a boss, although they were aware that Wang Yuan had previously challenged the Black Dragon Guild alone. They had never witnessed the true extent of his power. After all, the members of Heroic Duel were seasoned players themselves, acutely aware of the limits that even the most skilled individuals faced in the game. The prevailing thought was that Wang Yuan's ability to dominate the Black Dragon Guild was primarily due to his tactical brilliance, having grasped the essence of targeting vulnerabilities and manipulating the psyche of the Dragon's Way Guild into a trap. While his personal strength was undeniable, it was presumed not to be significantly higher than that of his peers. The tactical acumen he displayed within the dungeon had further cemented this belief. Yet, at this moment, they truly began to comprehend Wang Yuan's capabilities and why he could single-handedly confine the Dragon's Way Guild to their respawn point. To their astonishment, it became clear that this individual was not only a master tactician but also possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Here was a level 10 Necromancer commanding his skeletal minions to suppress a level 30 Dark Gold boss. What a remarkable feat! Even more astonishing was his ability to execute simultaneous commands, coordinating two skeletons to deliver synchronized attacks. This level of mastery was almost unfathomable. It is essential to note that controlling skeletons is not akin to direct combat, as other classes might experience. It resembles more of a keyboard and mouse ARPG approach. The typical Necromancer operates skeletons in a manner reminiscent of a real-time strategy game, issuing commands without nuanced control, relying on overwhelming numbers rather than precision. However, to manipulate skeletons with the finesse of a MOBA game's heroes, executing intricate techniques, elevates one to the status of a top-tier Necromancer. Such Necromancers typically prioritize quality over quantity, treating one skeleton as the main operative while the others serve as support. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, maneuvered his skeletons with the skill reminiscent of a pure fighting game, executing a 1-to-2 control dynamic. Can one envision an individual simultaneously controlling Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami to duel against a single opponent? And doing so with coordination? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the initial thought was disbelief, followed by the impression of encountering a player with an apparent edge, had they not seen it with their own eyes. The members of Heroic Duel would never have imagined such absurdity existed. Of course, the absurdity did not end there. After enduring a devastating fiery explosion from Xiaobai, Li Ao Reich regained his composure amidst the disorientation and prepared to retaliate. However, at that moment, an arrow imbued with a radiant white light struck true, embedding itself in Li Ao Reich's eye. The tremendous force sent his head reeling backward, and yet another mark appeared above his head. It was shock shot. Just as Li Ao Reich regained control, he was stunned once more. Boom! Another thunderous sound resonated as Xiaobai's fireball struck Li Ao Reich's 8.2 colossal critical damage numbers materialized above him, leaving everyone speechless. 1 controlling 3. 1 controlling 3. Does he have no limits? Expressions shifted from incredulity to sheer horror. The ability to multitask to such an extent transcended the realm of normal human capacity. It was the stuff of legends. This individual could indeed control 3 entities at once. Goodness, was this still a person? He was a whole squad unto himself. Was this what it meant to be a top-tier player? No, even top-tier players could not achieve such control. Even Xue Linglong, who had previously witnessed Wang Yuan's strength, stood in awe. Acknowledging Wang Yuan's unusual capabilities, she now realized the extent of his extraordinary prowess. It was no wonder. Observing the three skeletons that had effectively suppressed Liao Reich, alongside Wang Yuan, who incessantly cast curses upon him, the members of Heroic Duel were left in disarray, and it finally dawned on them why Wang Yuan dared to challenge the hellishly difficult dungeon. Originally, they thought Wang Yuan's claims of soloing were mere bravado, but now it was evident that he possessed the strength to back those words. However, the realization that Wang Yuan's prowess was genuine only deepened their discomfort. After all, it is one thing for a friend to boast. It is entirely another when that friend proves to be genuinely superior. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wang Yuan understood that his ability to dominate Liao Reich was not solely due to his own strength, but rather a testament to the capabilities of his three resurrected skeletons. While Wang Yuan himself was competent, his skill level was comparable to that of Shui Linglong and her companions. However, the overwhelming combat prowess of his three subordinates rendered Liao Reich insignificant in comparison. If one were to ask whether Wang Yuan felt embarrassed about being mistaken for a master, the answer would be a resounding no. After all, he was a necromancer, and necromancers thrive on the strength of their minions. Each of these skeletons was a battle-hardened warrior, emerging from the sea of corpses. Before Wang Yuan's three skeletons, Liao Reich posed no real challenge. Even with their level 10 status, the seamless cooperation among the three left Liao Reich with no opportunity to retaliate. Just as Ma Sanara's shock shot stun concluded, Xiao Bai's charge and shield bash were ready to unleash once more. As Xiao Bai's shield bash ended, Ma Sanara's shock shot was back off cooldown. Poor Liao Reich remained in a continuous cycle of stuns, his head adorned with an unbroken mosquito coil mark. Meanwhile, behind them, Xiao Bai unleashed a barrage of fireballs, seamlessly transitioning from explosive flames to fireballs in a relentless onslaught, effectively transforming the ARPG game into a side-scrolling shooter. Shui Linglong and her companions were left utterly astonished. Damn, level 10 attributes are truly lacking. The mana consumption is a bit excessive. Wang Yuan overheard Xiao Bai's lament. I am down to half my mana as well. Ma Sanara added that I'm faring better than you. However, if you can't control him, with my current attributes, I won't be able to handle a fully transformed Liao Reich. Upon hearing the skeleton's conversation, Wang Yuan glanced at Liao Reich's health, which had barely dropped by 1/5. Immediately, he called out, "Hey, are you all just here to spectate? Lend a hand." On one hand, individuals stood on the platform, engrossed in the art of crosstalk, while this group of fellows was preoccupied with observing their own prowess in battling the boss within the dungeon. Huh, do you still require our assistance? The crowd fell silent. Of course, I'm only at level 10. What do you expect? Wang Yuan's forehead was laden with frustration. How are we supposed to help? We won't disrupt anything. Experts are well aware that during the boss's suppression phase, one must refrain from recklessly attacking, lest they disrupt the rhythm of combat. With a grand gesture, Wang Yuan declared, "Just focus on dealing damage. Nothing else matters." At this proclamation, the crowd was instantly invigorated. Excitement bubbling forth. As a damage dealer, what is one's greatest desire? Undoubtedly, it is the unrestrained freedom to unleash their full potential. Unfortunately, whether in dungeons or the wilderness, boss encounters come with a threat mechanic. Thus, to prevent the boss from shifting its aggro, players must meticulously calculate their damage output and avoid interrupting the frontline and the control over the boss's engagement. Consequently, damage-dealing classes often find themselves in a rather stifling predicament when facing a boss. The phrase "just focus on dealing damage" is undoubtedly the most delightful news for any damage dealer. With Wang Yuan's command, the group wasted no time and unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower upon the incapacitated Liao Reich. Even the two support classes, Hope and Benevolent Invincible, charged forward with their weapons drawn. The pressure on Bai's damage output was instantly alleviated. In Thunderstorm City, within the Black Dragon Society's office, "What's going on?" Long Xing Tianxia eagerly inquired of his subordinates. Haha, the news of Neo Dali challenging the hellish dungeon has gone viral on the forums. The entire game community is aware of his endeavor to tackle the hell difficulty. The players of the Black Dragon Society were brimming with enthusiasm. We posted with exaggerated praise, and the threads have accumulated over 10,000 replies. If he fails after such grandstanding, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. Serves him right. That scoundrel, Longxing Tianxia seethed. To dare offend our Black Dragon Society, he should know the consequences. Damn it. Even if we can't eliminate him, we must ensure his reputation is tarnished. Hehe. You wouldn't believe it. The official game forum has opened betting, and the odds have skyrocketed to 1 to 500. What? That's insane. Long Xing Tianxia's eyes lit up. Indeed, everyone chimed in. Who knows which fool wagered 10,000 gold on their success? Clearly someone with too much money to waste 10,000 gold. Long Xing Tianxia's eyes widened. Who is this fool, throwing money away like that? Who knows? There's even someone who bet 1,000 gold. Tu Long remarked that it seems there truly are many affluent individuals around. Long Xing Tianxia couldn't help but reflect, as a player running a commercial guild in the game. Long Xing Tianxia was not impoverished. Yet compared to those throwing around money carelessly, he certainly felt a disparity. Let us place a bet too. Long Xing Tianxia gritted his teeth. Bet on them losing. The odds are too low. It's not worth it. Yin Zhongyi shook his head. No, let us bet on them winning. Long Xing Tianxia insisted. Isn't that just wasting money? Yin Zhongyi scoffed. Those betting on them to win are simply rich but foolish. You have money, boss, but you're no fool. It's no problem. I'll bet a single copper coin. How much could I possibly lose? Long Xing Tianxia chuckled. Consider it our friendly sponsorship. After all, you're the boss. You sure know how to humiliate people. Upon hearing Long Xing Tianxia's words, the others couldn't help but laughed at a single copper coin. This isn't about having too much or too little money. It is plainly a blatant insult. All right. I'll bet a copper coin too. Tu Long exclaimed excitedly. The others quickly followed suit. I'll bet a copper coin as well. We cannot let that scoundrel be humiliated without us. In Holy Light City, within the office of Huaxiao Longting, what is the status? Where are we with the strategy? Long Tongue Si Hai, present in the office, remained ever vigilant regarding the dungeon progress. The second boss has been defeated, and we are on the verge of finishing off the final skeleton king. Soon, joyous news arrived from the dungeon. Really? So smoothly? Long Tongue Si Hai was elated upon seeing the message. If all goes well, Huaxiao Longting will be the first guild to conquer the elite difficulty Shadow Castle. It's worth noting that at this stage, not many guilds have even completed the normal difficulty of Shadow Castle. And elite difficulty remains a daunting challenge that no one dares to attempt. Longting Si Hai's only regret was that the first completion of normal difficulty Shadow Castle was not achieved by Huaxiao Longting. As the top guild in the national server, Longting Si Hai couldn't afford to fall behind this time. That if they could secure the first completion on elite difficulty, other guilds would undoubtedly be overshadowed by Huaxiao Longting. In that case, Huaxiao Longting would solidify its position as the foremost guild in the national server. Yes, the elite difficulty is indeed a bit more challenging, with a greater number of monsters, but the dungeon mechanics remain largely unchanged. Fortunately, we brought enough potions this time. Liao Reich will soon be finished, and there's still 10% left. The captain of the strategy team reported the progress to Long Tongue Si Hai with confidence. Excellent. Keep it up. Thank you all for your hard work. When we clear it, come to me for your rewards. Long Tongue Si Hai enthusiastically encouraged. Thank you, boss. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yuan announced in the dungeon. Everyone, let us give it our all. After we clear it, we'll go to the boss for our rewards. All right. The prospect of real money invigorated the crowd once more, and they unleashed their skills upon Liao Reich as if they were free from any cost. Seeing your expression, the progress must be good. Feng Wujiu Tian, observing Long Tongue Si Hai's cheerful demeanor, inquired with a smile. Wait for the server announcement. We're about to be on television. Hiki. Long Tongue Si Hai chuckled, radiating excitement. I wonder how that fellow challenging the hell difficulty is faring. However, Feng Wujiu Tian's brow furrowed in concern. What can happen? A total party wipe. Do you really need to ask? That is hell difficulty. Long Tongue Si Hai replied without hesitation. A bunch of nameless youngsters, thinking they can take on hell difficulty. What a dream. They're just using it for publicity. I know. Feng Wujiu Tian remarked. However, the issue is, to my knowledge, they haven't died yet. How do you know? Now, the entire game knows about it. Countless players are watching the resurrection point. Once they die, there will definitely be news on the forum. They aren't just stalling at the dungeon entrance, are they? Long Tongue Si Hai pondered. Haven't there been a few publicity seekers who did just that? They stayed at the dungeon entrance for hours after entering. And others thought they had been fighting for hours. That's a valid point. It's not impossible. Hearing Long Tongue Si Hai's words, Feng Wujiu Tian's expression brightened, her furrowed brow relaxing. Indeed, in this era of big data, there are countless individuals seeking fame. While those with genuine skill are exceedingly rare, this group of fellows is likely just a bunch of amateurs. Otherwise, would they dare challenge hell difficulty? Even a prestigious guild like Huaxia Longting only dares to challenge elite difficulty. How could a few obscure individuals possibly surpass the elite team of the top guild in the national server? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. System announcement. The team of Wang Wuqian from Huaxia Longting Guild has successfully completed the elite difficulty Shadow Castle for the first time. Their deeds will be forever recorded in history. System announcement. Huaxia Longting Guild. System announcement. Within the elite difficulty of Shadow Castle, as Alreich fell. The system announcement heralding the successful first completion of the elite difficulty Shadow Castle resonated across the entire game. The massive golden announcement text flashed 3 times in the sky. Players witnessing the announcement were left in awe. What the hell? The elite difficulty has been cleared? I haven't even completed normal difficulty yet. And someone has already conquered elite difficulty. Truly, Huaxia Longting is the top guild in the national server. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. But isn't there's still someone on the forum attempting hell difficulty, or their boasting. Their contention. Immediately, someone brought up the ongoing hell difficulty dungeon event on the forums. What nonsense are you spouting? Clearing hell difficulty at this stage. Do you believe that? The illustrious Huaxia Longting has merely just conquered the elite difficulty. And you dare to believe that those sensationalists could triumph over the hellish difficulty? Are you genuinely foolish? Or have you never played the game? How naive. You should first conquer a normal difficulty. Soon, a cacophony of insults erupted, drowning out that voice. What on earth? You startled me. I thought that group of scoundrels had succeeded. Within the Black Dragon Society's office, Longxing Tianxiao felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. This sudden announcement was indeed unexpected. Boss, you truly worry too much, the bald-headed dragon echoed, still shaken. Damn it. Huaxia Longting certainly knows how to choose their moments. Yunzhong Iha muttered curses. They seized the opportunity while others were basking in the limelight. And now all the attention is on Huaxia Longting. Indeed, it seems that Longting Sihai, that scoundrel, has profited from the situation. Longxing Tianxiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. It was true. The hottest topic on the forum right now was the challenge dungeons, and with Huaxia Longting's first conquest of the elite dungeon at this juncture, they had undoubtedly used Wang Yuan and his gang as stepping stones. The crux of the matter is that the hype surrounding Wang Yuan's group was orchestrated by the players of the Black Dragon Society, in other words, the Black Dragon Society, intent on making Wang Yuan look foolish. Inadvertently became a ladder for Huaxia Longting. What a splendid case of the clam and the snipe fighting, while the fisherman benefits. Fortunately, it was Longting Sihai who reaped the rewards. However, upon deeper reflection, Longxing Tianxia felt somewhat relieved. After all, Huaxia Longting is the premier guild in the national server, and it is only reasonable that they would seize such an opportunity. If it were a lesser guild, Longxing Tianxia would have felt even more disheartened. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Everyone, return to my office to claim your red envelopes. At that moment, within the Huaxia Longting Guild office, Longting Sihai was grinning from ear to ear. Fenwu Jiutian and the others were equally exhilarated. Although the initial completion of the dungeon brings little direct benefit, at most, a slightly higher equipment drop rate, it holds immense significance for a major guild. It serves as a direct demonstration of prowess among the various guilds. A guild's strength is not solely determined by its dungeon clearing capabilities. Without strength, it is impossible to be the first to conquer a dungeon. If a guild can accomplish what others cannot, it stands as proof that this guild possesses greater strength than its competitors. A powerful guild will secure more resources, and with an abundance of resources, it can attract more skilled players, leading to an even stronger guild. This creates a self-sustaining cycle. Thus, those who engage in guild play are naturally inclined to compete for first place. Whether it be the first to establish a guild, the first to clear a dungeon, set speed records, or even initiate a guild war, the struggle is fierce. After all, being first ensures that one is remembered. Having lost the first place in the normal difficulty dungeon, Huaxia Longting has now redeemed itself at a higher difficulty, and the feelings of its members are certainly to be imagined if all goes as expected. This record is unlikely to be broken within a week. Huaxia Longting basks in self-satisfaction. Following the elite difficulty, the next challenge is the hard difficulty. At this stage, Huaxia Longting's team has no confidence in tackling it, and other guilds will have to wait at least a week or more to even consider challenging it, and that merely grants them the qualification to attempt. Whether they can clear it remains to be seen. Indeed, by that time, We will likely already be at level 30, Fengwu Jiutian remarked. We can challenge the next dungeon now. The other players of Huaxia Longting readily agreed, their expressions brimming with pride. System announcement. Player Niodali's team has successfully completed the Shadow Castle at Hell difficulty for the first time. Their deeds will be eternally recorded in history. However, just as all members of Huaxia Longting were celebrating their guild's achievement in clearing the elite difficulty, a sudden system announcement echoed through the sky once more. The announcement, like before, repeated thrice, the golden letters gleaming brilliantly against the backdrop of the heavens. The moment the system announcement sounded, all players in the game momentarily paused, and then an eerie silence enveloped the game. What did the announcement just say? It seemed to indicate that the Hell difficulty dungeon had been cleared. That group of sensationalists. They cleared it? A bug. It must be a system bug. In an instant, the mood shifted from confusion to astonishment, from astonishment to disbelief, and then from disbelief to skepticism. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huaxia Longting claims to be the premier guild in the national server, having only just conquered the elite dungeon. How could these nameless players possibly clear the Hell difficulty? On what grounds? Exactly, what grounds? In the eyes of ordinary players, such an event is utterly unfathomable, akin to a clumsy player advancing through the finals of a top-tier online games S-level competition with 4 mere bystanders. Defeating all the world's experts and claiming the championship, a scenario that defies comprehension and trust. It is hard to believe that this isn't due to a bug or a script. What is happening? Meanwhile, within the Huaxia Longting office, Longting Sihai was utterly bewildered. The hellish first clear. Are you joking with me? How could this happen? Were those individuals not merely sensationalists? Fengwu Jiutian was equally perplexed. The Huaxia Longting players, who had been celebrating moments ago, now appeared utterly deflated. The excitement they had felt moments ago was replaced by profound disappointment, and they even began to question their own existence. After all, Huaxia Longting boasts the title of the premier guild in the national server, and its elite team is undoubtedly among the top players in the nation. They had invested immense effort to finally conquer the elite dungeon, and before they could even celebrate, they had been eclipsed by others. Such feelings are indescribable. It is akin to cultivating for a millennium to ascend to immortality, only to be ambushed by 100,000 heavenly soldiers, who then effortlessly dismantle a mere 3-year-old monkey demon. The stark contrast led all members of Huaxia Longting to question whether they truly were the foremost guild. Of course, at this moment, the most bewildered were the members of the Black Dragon Society. They cleared it. Within the Dragon Xing Tianxia Guild office, an oppressive silence fell, the sound of a pin dropping echoing clearly. Loxing Tianxia and Yunzhongyihe exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a tableau of disbelief. How could they have cleared it? How is that possible? That was the Hell difficulty of the Shadow Castle. How could these mere minnows have succeeded? Where did the process go awry? What is most unbelievable is that Wang Yuan's group cleared it in one attempt. Clearing a dungeon on its initial run is no trivial feat, even for a low-level dungeon like the Shadow Castle. It requires players to repeatedly challenge it, sacrificing lives to carefully map out a comprehensive strategy for success. To illustrate, while Wang Yuan was still rummaging for corpses in the novice village, Huaxia Longting's dungeon exploration team had already begun their strategy. They spent 2 full days, failing over 20 times, before finally achieving success today. What does Hell difficulty entail? It is a return to the most authentic combat experience, where the difficulty escalates from gameplay to real-life scenarios. It is akin to having you slay a few wolves in-game, and then asking you to face a pack of wolves in reality. The degree of difficulty is nothing short of astronomical. Not only are the monster attributes and quantities enhanced, but the battle AI also improves dramatically. Compared to normal and elite difficulties, it is a dimensional strike. Even a top-tier guild like Huaxia Longting is currently hesitant to venture into the Hell difficulty, as they are acutely aware of the resources required to tackle the Shadow Castle at that level. To formally initiate exploration, their members must all be at least level 30, with skills and equipment adequately prepared. Yet, Wang Yuan's group not only ventured into the exploration, but succeeded on their first attempt. The impact on the members of the Black Dragon Society is undoubtedly immense. Why is Loxing Tianxia so desperate to publicize this matter? In his mind, Wang Yuan's chances of successfully pioneering were less than 0.001%, almost infinitesimally close to zero. Thus, he endeavored to undermine Wang Yuan, hoping that after his challenge failed, he would crash and be humiliated. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Yuan actually succeeded. That moment, Long Xing Tianxia's feelings were beyond description. What is a silent loss? What does it mean to swallow broken teeth? What does it mean to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? Shock, doubt, resentment, fury, and regret surged simultaneously, amalgamating into a profound sense of terror and fear. What manner of monstrosity was this Nyo Dali? Could he possibly be a walking humanoid bug, compared to before, when he had been humiliated by Wang Yuan at the resurrection point? Long Xing Tianxia now felt an even deeper dread. After all, it was evident to any discerning eye that Wang Yuan, challenging the Black Dragon Guild single-handedly, had effectively manipulated Long Xing Tianxia's psychology, leading him into a trap and allowing Wang Yuan to take the lead. Although Wang Yuan's true strength was formidable, it was not excessively so. He had merely defeated Long Xing Tianxia a few times in one-on-one encounters and ambushed some ordinary players from the Black Dragon Guild. However, now that Wang Yuan had cleared a hellish difficulty dungeon, it represented an entirely different concept. The monsters within the dungeon could not be outsmarted by Wang Yuan. To succeed in clearing it required genuine strength. This indicated that Wang Yuan and his companions' current prowess completely outclassed the elite teams assembled from the resources of all top guilds, placing them in an entirely different dimension compared to the current players. Previously, Long Xing Tianxia's group had been disheartened, feeling that their squabble with Wang Yuan had allowed Huaxiao Longting to reap the benefits. Now, it was clear that it was not merely a case of Huaxiao Longting benefiting. Wang Yuan had effectively swept them along with him. First, the Black Dragon Guild had generated buzz for Wang Yuan, followed by the top guild in the national server stepping onto the stage, creating yet another climax. Ultimately, they found themselves thoroughly trampled underfoot by Wang Yuan and his group, with Huaxiao Longting becoming merely a stepping stone. It was a resounding victory, to say the least. Long Xing Tianxia had intended to suppress Wang Yuan's reputation through this opportunity. Yet instead, he found himself unceremoniously cast aside. Damn it. Long Xing Tianxia felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. The only silver lining was that each of them had placed a single copper coin on the bet with the surname Yo, yielding a profit of 500 times. Yunzhong, he was a humorous soul. Even at this moment, he did not forget to find a way to amuse himself. Enough of that. Upon hearing Yunzhong, he's light-hearted comment, Long Xing Tianxia was on the verge of tears. Not to mention, it was a matter of winning or losing. At most, it would be a matter of enduring a humiliating defeat. The mere mention of this incident made Long Xing Tianxia feel even worse. It would have been better if they hadn't won at all. It was not just that he did not wish for Wang Yuan and his group to succeed. The crux of the matter was that he had indeed won, yet ended up with just a copper coin. It was akin to buying a lottery ticket and not winning anything at all. If you spent $1 on a ticket and won 500, you would be furious with yourself for not buying more. Wang Yuan's success in pioneering was already a bitter pill for Long Xing Tianxia to swallow, and now he was suffering yet another psychological blow from within. 500 copper coins were a blatant mockery of himself. We succeeded. Did we truly succeed? Meanwhile, within the shadow castle of hellish difficulty, the group known as the Invincible Benevolent stared blankly at the lifeless form of Liao Reich on the ground, clearly still in shock. Did they really take down the final boss so easily? The unmatched Brave was equally incredulous. The once ferocious boss had been so effortlessly vanquished by their team. Of course. If it weren't for Brother Nyo's control of the situation, do you think it would have been so easy? The Grim Reaper, known for his ruthless demeanor and few words, astutely pointed out the crux of the matter. Indeed, according to Wang Yuan's 3 skeleton soldiers, the third phase of Liao Reich was exceptionally difficult to handle. Although Liao Reich's attack, defense, and resistance diminished, his agility surged tremendously. His speed and reaction time surpassed that of a level 30 boss. Not only the current players, but even those at level 30 would appear as fragile as paper in front of the third phase Liao Reich, riddled with vulnerabilities. The best strategy to deal with Liao Reich was control. And it had to be precise control. After all, with Liao Reich's speed, hitting him was no easy feat if it weren't for the 3 skeletons being seasoned veterans with ample experience against Liao Reich. Controlling him would have been far from simple. It's important to note that even with all 3 skeletons working together, they could only barely manage to control him. Their output fell short, and without additional support. It was merely a matter of time before the 3 skeletons would be counter-killed by Liao Reich. Ultimately, their levels were too low, and their attributes too disparate. In such circumstances, experience and skill began to falter. Upon hearing the Grim Reaper's words, everyone instinctively turned to Wang Yuan and the 3 skeletons by his side. Wang Yuan, however, appeared completely at ease, as if it were not he who had just controlled and suppressed Liao Reich with 3 skeletons. This only deepened their respect for him. Readers familiar with monster hunting know that when one focuses intently on battling a creature, it consumes a significant amount of mental energy. That a high-intensity battle can be more exhausting than a day spent grinding ordinary monsters. The Necromancer controlling his battle pets experiences an even greater strain than other professions. Simultaneously managing 3 battle pets in combat is certainly more than thrice the mental toll. Yet, Wang Yuan remained composed. His expression relaxed, showing not a hint of fatigue. What kind of extraordinary individual was he? Of course, what the others could not see was the 3 skeletons cursing furiously. Damn it, we almost got counter-killed by the boss. Mawson felt a lingering fear. Of course, who knew the skeleton soldiers had such low attributes? I almost ran out of mana. Xiaobai grumbled. Comrades, we must learn from this. Next time we encounter such a situation, we must not act recklessly and assess our own capabilities first. By summarize the experience. Nonsense. The key is whether Brother Nyo can assess himself. He probably thinks we are superheroes. Xiaobai retorted with dissatisfaction. You are not allowed to speak ill of my Brother Nyo. Mawson shot back. Hey, you scoundrel. Airbai was taken aback that it seemed this was not the same fellow who had previously intended to take down Wang Yuan to take a girl as his leader. Bah, Wang Yuan secretly despised, thinking, they all boast of being elites, and yet they nearly flipped over against a mere Liao Reich, claiming to be experts. If others heard this, Wang Yuan, the one standing there without a care, would surely be beaten to the ground. Good heavens, to think that a 30-level dark gold boss could be referred to as merely a mere 2 words. Such audacity was akin to a toad yawning, not knowing who had given him such courage. To be fair, if we were to discuss skill, Liao Reich indeed wouldn't stand a chance against the 3 skeletons. The crucial issue remained that they were simply too low level. Skeleton soldiers were not particularly formidable creatures to begin with, and being at a mere level 10, even if they could barely suppress Liao Reich with skills, their mana would not keep pace with the frequency of skill usage. According to the game's settings, the Necromancer's undead level cannot exceed that of the player. Why were the 2 skeletons at such low levels? It was simply because Wang Yuan himself was at a low level. Ultimately, it all came down to Wang Yuan's own shortcomings. Quick, see what dropped. Randomly shooting, the excitement in his tone was palpable, his demeanor one of eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, the others also displayed expressions of expectation. After all, in dungeon runs, compared to other matters, what loot the boss drops is what players are most eager to know. Brother Nyo, hurry and loot. The crowd urged Wang Yuan to search the corpse. Well, I'm going to loot then. Wang Yuan walked straight up to Liao Reich and began to search. A blade of the damned emerged. The unmatched brave clasped his hands together. A sacred light crossbow dropped as well. The invincible benevolent made a cross gesture in front of him. Come on, give me a bow, give me a bow. Randomly shooting clenched his fists, murmuring incantations. Although the Grim Reaper said nothing, his eyes could not hide their longing for a staff. Hoping aloud, he mused. I wonder if the Skeleton King's outfit isn't appealing. Could it drop a Paladin's angel wings instead? Shui Linglong gritted her teeth in frustration. How dare you unleash a dagger? I won't let this slide. Wang Yuan remarked. Good heavens. In the eyes of this motley crew, Liao Reich is hardly regarded as a boss. Rather, he is seen as a mere turtle in the wishing well. While wishes for swords and staves might be somewhat acceptable, the audacity of requesting a cross from the Skeleton King is beyond reason. The so-called benevolent victor even dares to propose that undead creatures could potentially be slain by a cross. Demanding a cross as loot is hardly excessive, is it? Especially that rascal, Hope. He's simply insufferable. The most outrageous of all is Shui Linglong, who has ceased to communicate like a rational being. Amidst the banter, Wang Yuan began to rummage through Liao Reich's remains, soon extracting a smooth, white staff from his corpse. Bone Jade category. Staff quality. Golden attack. 47 magic. 59 intelligence. 15 spirit. 14 whisper. Passive skill. Reduces casting speed by 30, cooldown by 30, and skill consumption by 30. Jade chapter. Passive skill. Increases skill power by 30. Lord of the Undead. Passive skill. Triggers undead enhancement when health falls below 30. Lasting 30 seconds, during which damage is increased by 100. Usage requirement. Mage, Priest, Necromancer level requirement. 15 item description. An artifact refined from the spinal bones of the Skeleton King, Liao Reich. Possessing terrifying magical power to command the forces of the undead. Good grief. This is preposterous. Why is it always a mage's loot? The moment Wang Yuan displayed the staff's attributes, the crowd nearly erupted in chaos. They had already witnessed an exquisite golden robe for mages drop, and now another golden staff. Is this game particularly biased towards mages? Even the Grim Reaper struggled to suppress his laughter with each chuckle. His already abstract visage contorted further. Wang Yuan couldn't help but muse whether this fellow had allocated all his charm points to his character instead that it was one thing for him to be fortunate with his own weapon drops. But for others to pilfer loot from boss encounters, they might as well let this chap handle all the bosses henceforth. The attributes of this bone jade staff eclipsed even the fiery robe of Baal's apprentice. What is paramount for a mage? First, damage. Second, mana efficiency. And third, casting speed. This staff perfectly amalgamates all the exceptional attributes a mage could desire. Not only does it reduce mana consumption, but it also decreases casting and cooldown times. While the Lord of the Undead skill effectively doubles damage output, paired with the fiery robe, a low-health mage could transform into an ironclad artillery piece. Alas, such is the protagonist's halo, the Grim Reaper. In his elation, could not help but flaunt his hidden pretentiousness. I can wield it too. The benevolent victor shot a middle finger at the Grim Reaper, unwilling to let him off the hook so easily. You already possess a staff. The Grim Reaper retorted urgently that I do not. Wang Yuan replied, raising the shabby wooden stick he held. Indeed, Brother Nyo has exerted such effort. It would be unreasonable not to pass this first piece of equipment to him. The others, witnessing this, erupted in excitement. Heh, this equipment is clearly suitable for Brother Nyo as well. The benevolent victor chuckled. The Grim Reaper, observing the scene, looked at Wang Yuan, who was nearly in tears. Indeed, the reduction in mana consumption, cooldowns, and casting times are essential for all magic professions. This staff would fit Wang Yuan seamlessly. After all, it was Wang Yuan's skeleton that had vanquished the boss, and with him still wielding a novice wooden stick. This equipment should rightfully belong to him. Wang Yuan found himself in a quandary. After all, the wooden stick was indeed a novice's tool, and the bone jade's attributes were undeniably impressive. However, he did not play a damage-dealing role, and claiming this staff felt somewhat wasteful. Moreover, the Grim Reaper's attire would synergize better with this weapon. Yet, he could acquire it for Dabai. Dabai's staff could be his own. However, just as Wang Yuan contemplated seizing the staff, he suddenly heard the voices of Dabai and others. What good is this rubbish? Doesn't everyone know that Li Ao Reich is most renowned for the king's sword? That's a universal weapon. Can archers use it? Get lost, you contrarian. The king's sword? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, handing the bone jade staff to the Grim Reaper. Dada, Brother Nyo. The Grim Reaper was momentarily speechless upon receiving the staff from Wang Yuan. Utterly flabbergasted. Brother Nyo, is it really wise to spoil him like this? The others were almost in a frenzy, wishing to snatch the staff away at a golden staff of exceptional quality, and its attributes were nothing short of extraordinary. Not to mention the market value. This was an irresistible temptation for anyone in need of it. Wang Yuan, still clutching a novice wooden stick, was handing over such a premium piece of equipment to someone else. This act was more astonishing than Wang Yuan soloing a boss. In the gaming world, the value of equipment surpasses even life itself. Countless friendships have been severed over a piece of gear, and many have turned against one another for the same reason. Yet, Wang Yuan was bestowing a premium item to another, showcasing an extraordinary spirit. The onlookers felt a mixture of admiration and discontent. They were touched by Wang Yuan's integrity, respected his actions, yet felt disgruntled that they were not mages, especially the Grim Reaper, whose expression was now that of a true specter, tears welling in his eyes. Brother Nyo, I shall not say anything more. From now on, your affair shall be my own. Such a trifling matter. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. In my current situation, being empty-handed is no different than wielding a weapon. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, the crowd felt as though they had received a heavy blow. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed true. Wang Yuan was a necromancer, his entire prowess resting upon his undead minions. The staff's damage-boosting attributes held little significance for him, yet his candor was a bit too blunt. The truth can often wound pride more deeply than a lie. Wang Yuan continued to rummage through the remains. The crowd resumed their hopeful prayers. Suddenly, Wang Yuan paused, a bemused expression crossing his face. What is it? What have you found? The others gathered around, intrigued. Is it not a weapon for warriors? Nonsense. Look at Brother Nyo's expression. It must be a cross. Get lost. I believe it's a staff. Grim Reaper, do you not have any shame? Can't you just die for a moment? Why not a bow, as long as it's not a dagger? Shui Linglong said gravely. However, before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yuan had already drawn a dagger from Li Ao Reich's chest. Death Reaper category. Dagger quality. Golden attack. 60 magic. 37 strength. 13 agility. 14 soul mark. Passive skill. Each attack on a target will stack a layer of soul mark, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Soul harvest. Active skill. Activates soul harvest, converting soul marks into the holder's health, with each layer converting to 5 health. Soul detonation. Active skill. Activates soul detonation, converting soul marks into damage, with each layer translating into 5 damage. Ineffective against bosses. Class requirement. Assassin level requirement. 15 item description. A dagger forged from the ribs of the skeleton king, Li Ao Reich. Infused with powerful soul energy, possessing the might to slay its targets. Good grief. Shui Linglong was nearly beside herself. After one dungeon run, she had transformed from wielding a single dagger to possessing 4. Each one a masterpiece with unique attributes. How could she possibly choose? Even dual wielding would only allow her to carry 2. Good grief. The others were equally on the brink of collapse. This dungeon seemed tailored exclusively for her. Incessantly dropping daggers. Wasn't this a blatant waste of resources? Even if she were a level 15 VIP, could she truly be afforded such preferential treatment? Were the rumors that spending money increases drop rates genuinely true? Alas, Wang Yuan is rendered speechless. One cannot help but ponder the fortune of Shui Linglong. To praise her would be to wield daggers, while to criticize her would be to acknowledge that each dagger is exquisite. Meanwhile, she clutches a mere stick. Fear not, Lingzi, perhaps in the future you shall wield dual weapons for your feet. Renjiwu Di offers comfort from the sidelines. Can one truly equip dual weapons for their feet? Shui Linglong is adorably foolish to know. That cannot be. Then what nonsense are you spouting? Can you not see that I am envious of you? Away with you, scoundrel. The two engage in yet another round of mutual disparagement and insults. Brother Nyo, can you not touch a single piece of warrior equipment? Yangzhe Wu Shuang is on the verge of tears. This is absurd. The skeleton king is, after all, a warrior. Why is it that he possesses neither mage gear nor assassin attire? Does this fellow lack any sense of integrity? A bow would suffice. Randomly shooting would be quite exhilarating. That I desire the wings of an angel. The unreasonable demands begin. Yet everyone is too apathetic to respond to this individual. I shall take a look. Wang Yuan casually touches something. With a flash of light, a piece of armor appears in his hand. Undead holy armor category. Armor, plate, defense, 60 magic resistance, 60 constitution, 15 spirit, 15 undead guardian. Passive skill. Grants a life bonus of 15 undead redeemer. Passive skill. Increases health recovery by 20 undead immortal. Passive skill. When health reaches 0, enters an immortal state for 15 seconds. Upon expiration, death follows. Cooldown. 3,600 seconds. Class requirement. Warrior, Paladin level requirement. 15 item description. The personal armor of the skeleton king, Leoric, once imbued with necromantic magic, possesses the ability to transcend life and death. Good heavens. This is the artifact of a berserker. Wang Yuan cannot help but be taken aback that it is well known that weapons of the second evolution lead to the berserker class, which boasts a blood rage skill. When activated, it causes continuous health loss. With greater attributes as health diminishes. Thus, berserkers revel in the act of drug use while slashing at foes. This armor not only enhances the berserker's survival in melee combat with its health recovery bonus, but also elevates the equipment's worth with its unique undead immortality trait. The lower the berserker's health, the higher the attributes. Theoretically, when health is depleted, the attributes peak. With the ability to remain immortal for 15 seconds after reaching 0 health, this effectively grants the berserker a window for maximum output. The first 2 attributes may be deemed ordinary for warrior equipment, yet the last attribute instantly transforms this armor into a divine artifact. Upon witnessing the armor's attributes, everyone is momentarily stunned, only to see Yangzhe Wu Shuang leap up and embrace Wang Yuan, showering him with kisses. I swear, Brother Nyo, you are truly my dear brother. Hit him, strike him down. Furious, Wang Yuan commands the 3 skeletons to pry Yangzhe Wu Shuang off him and pin him to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, while others seize the opportunity to kick him a few times to vent their frustrations. Simultaneously, Wang Yuan withdraws a long sword from Leoric's corpse with a swift motion. A dark golden light bursts forth as the sword is drawn, This is dark gold. Upon seeing the radiant effect of the equipment, everyone is visibly shaken. Even Wang Yuan trembles slightly. Dark gold equipment. Though players have reached the necessary levels for dungeon raids, those capable of clearing them remain exceedingly rare. The majority of players possess only the basic whiteboard gear from shops. Players with bronze equipment are already considered quite rare. Only elite teams from major guilds can clear dungeons and acquire silver equipment. However, under the dismal drop rates of Dawn's Break, even silver gear drops are astonishingly low to date. No one has managed to assemble a complete set of silver gear. Even super-rich players like Shui Ling Long, who openly offers tenfold the price for gear, possess scant silver equipment. Golden gear is even rarer. And the scarcity of higher-tier dark gold equipment is unimaginable. It is no exaggeration to assert that the dark gold item in Wang Yuan's possession may very well be the first of its kind in the game. What attributes, Brother Nyo? As Wang Yuan delays in revealing the attributes, the group grows anxious, especially Yongzhe Wu Shuang, who exclaims in excitement, "Hurry and display the attributes. I can hardly contain myself. Away with you." The crowd collectively raises their middle fingers. Clearly, this is a sword, likely warrior equipment, prompting Yongzhe Wu Shuang to be even more impatient. Wang Yuan ponders briefly. "Wu Shuang, if something arises, can you hold your ground?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yongzhe Wu Shuang nods fervently. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Can we each call you father?" Rinzhe Wu Di interjects from the side. "Calling you grandfather would suffice." "Brother Nyo, hurry up." Yongzhe Wu Shuang grows more anxious. Haha. Observing Yongzhe Wu Shuang's eagerness, Wang Yuan chuckles heartily and promptly displays the attributes. Sword of the King category, longsword quality, dark gold attack, 75 magic, 75 all attributes, 15 monarch's aura. Passive skill. Grants a 20 attribute bonus to all summoned units. Dominion aura, passive skill. All summoned units inherit an additional 20 attributes from the player. Undead aura, passive skill. When summoned undead units' health reaches 0, there is a 50 chance they will revive after 4 seconds, restoring 50 base health and 100 maximum mana. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Royal Command. Active skill, activates Royal Command, boosting all allied units' attributes by 100. Consuming 5 maximum mana per second. Cooldown, 3000 seconds. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, none. Item description. The sword wielded by King Leoric in life, imbued with powerful magical energies, has not decayed despite being tainted by death's power, instead enhancing its efficacy against the undead. Indeed, it is a divine artifact. Wang Yuan silently rejoices, grateful for the reminders from Da Bai and Xiao Bai, for this sword of the king is indeed more suited to him than the previous staff. This sword is practically a dedicated sidearm for necromancers. It not only enhances the attributes of summoned units by 20, but also grants an additional 20 attribute inheritance as a high priest of necromancy. Wang Yuan inherently possesses 10 more attribute inheritance than other necromancers, and with this sword, he gains an extra 20. It is worth noting that a level 10 necromancer's second-tier skeleton possesses only 80 in attribute inheritance. Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons now achieve a staggering 110 in inheritance, further augmented by their growth traits. At this moment, the attributes of Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons surpass those of other necromancers' 4th-tier skeleton warriors. What Wang Yuan finds most practical is the undead aura. Unlike other necromancers who must locate corpses to resummon their fallen, Wang Yuan's undead can resurrect infinitely due to the Book of Heroes. However, there is still a cooldown period for resurrection, requiring a 5-minute wait after a skeleton's demise. In ordinary circumstances, 5 minutes is not overly lengthy, significantly more convenient than searching for a corpse to resummon. Yet in the heat of battle, 5 minutes can feel interminable. Now, with the undead aura, Wang Yuan's undead gain an opportunity for revival, vastly enhancing their endurance in combat. As for the final royal command, it is undoubtedly a formidable skill at this stage. Alone, its power may not be fully realized, but in a guild of thousands, imagine the scene when royal command is activated, doubling attributes for 20 seconds. The terror of such a display is unfathomable. Compared to increasing casting speed and reducing cooldowns of the staff, this sword of the king is in a league of its own. By heavens. Upon observing the attributes of the sword of kings, the expression of the valiant hero, Yongzhe Wu Shuang, shifted dramatically. Initially intending to celebrate, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately managing only a feeble exclamation. "Huh. Excellent." The others, witnessing Yuanzhou Wushuang's reaction, could not suppress their glee at his misfortune. While the equipment had yet to come into their possession, it certainly had not fallen into Yuanzhou Wushuang's hands either, which provided a sense of psychological balance as for the fact that Wang Yuan had acquired it. No one felt the slightest discomfort. Everyone was acutely aware of Wang Yuan's contributions to the team. Without his intervention during the first act, they would have faced annihilation. Moreover, Wang Yuan had single-handedly subdued Li Ao Reich, bolstered by his skeletal minions in every facet. Be it leadership, personal prowess, or character and charisma, Wang Yuan commanded profound respect. Remarkably, prior to this moment, he had still been wielding the novice wooden staff granted at character creation. There could be no dissent regarding the sword being awarded to Wang Yuan. Even Yuanzhou Wushuang conceded that if he could not obtain the sword, no one else was worthy of it. As the equipment was examined, the body of Li Ao Reich began to dissipate. With his disappearance, a blue heart materialized in Wang Yuan's grasp. The system announced, "You have slain the Dark Gold Boss, Li Ao Reich, and obtained a unique item, Heart of the Fallen." Heart of the Fallen category, quest item description, an energy entity imbued with potent undead power, crafted through the necromantic magic of the 9-star mage. Ball. Unique item. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes. It appeared that this quest was, in fact, a uniquely hidden one. Just as he was about to stow the quest item and exit the dungeon, an unexpected commotion erupted. The crowd turned to find a small chest had mysteriously appeared upon Li Ao Reich's throne. The chest gleamed in golden hues, covered in intricate engravings. Wang Yuan quickly approached, seizing the chest, that moment. It opened automatically, releasing a radiant light. As the brilliance faded, a black token lay quietly within the chest. Token of Thundercliff category. Special item description, the residence token of Thundercliff, the stronghold of Thunderstorm City. My goodness, it's a guild residence token. Upon seeing the token in Wang Yuan's hands, the others immediately recognized its significance, without needing any further explanation from him. After all, the name of the guild residence token was known to every player. In the world of Dawn's Breaking, players could register a guild by paying a fee, but the system would not issue a residence until they possessed a guild residence token. Only those guilds that secured such tokens could undertake residence-related quests, thereby establishing themselves as true guilds. Thus, the guild residence token was a coveted prize for all major guilds. Every sizable guild aspired to be the first to obtain a residence, as the first guild to do so would forever be recognized as the pioneer. Regardless of the might or scale of subsequent guilds, the distinction of being first was a lifelong ambition for any guild. Presently, the forums were abuzz with offers from large guilds willing to pay exorbitant sums for a guild residence token. Yet, until now, no one had succeeded in acquiring one. Who would have thought that the first guild residence token would materialize in a hellish dungeon? Thundercliff. Could it truly be Thundercliff? Not only were Shui Linglong and her companions exhilarated, but even Dubai could not contain his excitement. I asked that the sanctum of the undead. Ma Sanner inquired in astonishment. Indeed. Moreover, it serves as a crucial bastion for the human federation, strategically situated and difficult to assault. Years ago, the Necromancer Zul single-handedly repelled the onslaught of the beast army at Thundercliff for 16 years, Xiaobai added, equally thrilled. Who would have imagined that the token of Thundercliff would be in the possession of Li Ao Reich? What is there to be surprised about? Li Ao Reich is the lord of Thunderstorm City. It's only natural for him to possess the token, they mused. The pressing question now is how Wang Yuan would handle this token. He wouldn't consider selling it, would he? Upon hearing Dubai's remark, Ma Sanner and Xiaobai exchanged glances. Indeed, upon witnessing Wang Yuan present the residence token, the Grim Reaper and Hope immediately approached him. This item is of no use to us, they stated. True, it holds no utility for us. Rinjawudi concurred. We don't even have a guild, and there are only 7 of us. Do we really need a guild residence? Renting a 1 gold office, we can hardly fill it, he continued. What shall we do with this token then? The inquisitive voice of random shooting broke in. What else? Sell it. Yuanzhou Wushuang suggested. Let me handle the sale. We can split the proceeds, and you can take a commission of 1%, he added with a smirk. Bah, what's the point of selling it? It won't fetch much anyway, Shui Linglong retorted. Rolling her eyes. Is 10,000 gold not considered a sum? The group responded with exasperation. Does it? Shui Linglong asserted with conviction. Fine. If you say it doesn't count, then it doesn't. The others had no choice but to relent. Shui Linglong turned to Wang Yuan, asking, Old Nyo, what do you think? Should we sell it? Whoever said Shui Linglong lacked intellect was mistaken. She was quite perceptive at this moment. I also believe we shouldn't sell it. Wang Yuan mused. stroking his chin thoughtfully. In truth, the moment he had revealed the token, his first instinct had been to sell it, to post it on the forums and inflate the price, potentially earning 2,000 gold. However, upon reflection, he realized that this token was too valuable to part with, as he genuinely needed a sanctuary of his own. As the apocalypse loomed, strength was undoubtedly important. But a safe haven was even more crucial. Possessing a secure refuge was essential for any future development. Hearing the conversation among the three skeletons only reinforced Wang Yuan's conviction. Thundercliff was not only a sanctum for the undead, but also a strategic stronghold. Making it a prime location for a refuge, it would be unwise to relinquish such an advantageous sanctuary to another party. Furthermore, from their dialogue, it was evident that Thundercliff served as a pivotal fortress between humans and beasts. Entrusting such an important stronghold to others was far less prudent than retaining it himself. Nyogu isn't selling it. Good. Truly worthy of our leader. Visionary. A talent. The three skeletons sighed in relief upon realizing Wang Yuan's decision not to sell the token. Not selling, collecting it instead? This item holds no collectible value. Yuanzhou Wushuang remarked, puzzled. The others were similar expressions of confusion, uncertain of Wang Yuan's intentions that a guild residence was something only major guilds required. For ordinary guilds, having an office sufficed. The fact that Wang Yuan, who did not even possess a guild, was clinging to a guild residence token seemed wasteful, especially when others might eventually secure their own and diminish the uniqueness of his token. We should establish our own guild residence, Wang Yuan declared with conviction. The group was taken aback. Just the 7 of us. Are you suggesting we establish a residence with just our few members? That seems rather extravagant, Rinjawudi questioned, furrowing his brow. A guild residence entails more than simply setting one up. It requires regular maintenance, engaging in residence tasks, and contributing to the guild, which is quite cumbersome. Wang Yuan replied. He was not one to enjoy being constrained. The others, being free spirits, shared similar sentiments, while creating a guild could foster camaraderie. The subsequent responsibilities tied to maintaining a guild residence could feel more like a job, straying from the very essence of gaming. Moreover, considering the value of a guild residence, it would be a waste of resources for just 7 individuals to have one. I firmly believe it is necessary. Wang Yuan spoke softly. Having a guild residence is akin to possessing one's own private domain. While it may seem inconsequential now, one can never predict when it might play a pivotal role in the future. He yearned to inform them that the apocalypse would descend in a month's time. However, uttering such words would undoubtedly render him a madman in the eyes of others, and it would hardly be realistic. He could only hint at the truth as subtly as possible. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Rinjawudi appeared momentarily bewildered before responding. All right, since Brother Nyo wishes to utilize it, I shall certainly support you. For some reason, I feel you are right, though I wonder what others think. I concur with Brother Nyo's suggestion. He must lead the guild. Shinigami was the first to raise his hand, now a devoted admirer of Wang Yuan. I agree as well, Suabian Wansha added. Though I believe it to be futile, I have faith that Brother Nyo would not lead us astray. How about you all? Wang Yuan then inquired of Yongzhou Wudi and Shuang. I still want to earn some money to buy outfits, but having a guild residence would certainly enhance our prestige. Shuang chuckled. If I say I'm unwilling, they might kill me, so of course I'm on board. Yongzhou Wushuang replied candidly. And you? Wang Yuan turned to Shui Linglong. What a redundant question. You shouldn't even need to ask. Shui Linglong shot Wang Yuan a fierce glare. Very well, I shall take this token for now. Wang Yuan nodded, placing the token into his backpack. Subsequently, the scene before them shifted as they exited the dungeon. As soon as Wang Yuan and the others emerged from the dungeon, radiant golden light erupted from within them. The Shadow Castle, set at the held difficulty, was a dungeon designated for players above level 30, with all experience points calibrated to correspond to high-level dungeons. Moreover, the first clear granted double rewards, making the experience gained exceedingly bountiful, far surpassing that of the ordinary difficulty Shadow Castle. Wang Yuan and the 3 skeletons behind him instantly ascended to level 15. Shui Linglong and the others also leveled up several times, with Suabian Wansha, who was already above level 20, rising to level 21. Witnessing this spectacle outside the Shadow Castle, players were left in awe. Did they just level up so many times from one dungeon? Of course. Do you know who these individuals are? Who? Neo Dali, the one who cleared the held difficulty? No wonder. Upon learning the identities of Wang Yuan and his companions, the players' astonishment transformed into admiration. Some have already conquered the held difficulty Shadow Castle, while others can't even handle the normal difficulty. At level 15, Wang Yuan equipped the Silent Knight and the Sword of Kings, experiencing a significant enhancement in his attributes, although he had distributed his points evenly across all attributes. His exceptional gear and the bonuses from the Heroic Chronicle rendered his stats on par with other class players. His attack power, defense, and speed were all impressively high. The only drawback was his lack of offensive capabilities. Under the influence of the Sword of Kings, Wang Yuan's attribute inheritance surged to an astounding 110, and with the enhancement from his equipment, the attributes of the three skeletons experienced a qualitative leap. At this moment, the three skeletons were, in terms of attributes alone, wholly comparable to players equipped with gear above level 20. Particularly, Xiaobai's health surpassed 5,000 points. It is worth noting that, among players of the same level with full constitution builds, the maximum health typically hovers around 3,000 points. The enhancements to their other attributes were equally impressive. If the current three skeletons were to face off against Leoric again, they would undoubtedly avoid the previous embarrassing scenario and might even gain the upper hand throughout the encounter. What truly defines a heroic spirit? Beyond a substantial boost to their attributes, the three skeletons, upon reaching level 15, automatically comprehended their class skills. The skill learned by Dabai was called Chain Fireball, an advanced version of Fireball, allowing for the simultaneous release of 10 fireballs to strike a target. The higher the skill level, the more fireballs could be unleashed, making it the most potent single-target damage skill for mages in the early game. Xiaobai acquired the skill Taunt, a core ability for shield warriors apart from Shield Bash, which forcibly redirects the target's attacks onto itself. Ma San gained the skill Tracking Arrow, while its damage does not surpass that of Focus Shot. It can follow the target, serving as a finishing move. Excellent. Excellent. Wang Yuan was immensely pleased as he closed the attributes panel. A true master appears as but one person, yet is, in fact, for brothers, shall we go for a drink? After their fruitful dungeon run, Rinjawu Di proposed a celebration upon returning to Thunderstorm City. Let us go, brother Nyo, it's on me. Shinigami enthusiastically beckoned Wang Yuan. Come on, brother Nyo, from now on. We are all brothers, Yongzhou Wushuang chimed in. Clearly, their impressions of Wang Yuan had undergone a meteoric rise following this dungeon run. It must be noted that prior to entering the dungeon, their perceptions of Wang Yuan were not particularly favorable. Despite Wang Yuan's achievement of soloing the Black Dragon Society, his manner of speaking often seemed disconnected and brash, which was quite irksome for them, especially for this group of skilled players. Hearing Wang Yuan boast about how he could solo dungeons if not for the player limit nearly provoked them to verbalize their disdain. One can imagine how irritating it is when an apparent novice attempts to act grandiose in your field of expertise. For instance, it would be akin to someone who has never read a novel instructing an author on how to write one. Claiming their debut would outshine even the top-tier platinum authors in the industry. The audacity of such words, the flippancy of their tone, suggests that the craft is trivial and their arrival would constitute an overwhelming dominion. Such arrogance not only belittles themselves, but also tramples upon the dignity of all authors, making any author hearing such claims feel utterly devalued. Rinjawu Di and his companions initially shared similar sentiments towards Wang Yuan. It is important to recognize that these individuals were also skilled players, known for their peculiar tempers. Had it not been for Shui Linglong's influence, they would have likely walked away. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly arrogant pretender was, in fact, genuinely impressive? Not only did he command tactics that enabled the few to triumph over many, but his personal prowess was also capable of suppressing the ultimate dark gold boss, particularly in the distribution of loot. He showcased what it truly means to embody a master. Both his strength and character earned the admiration of all. These individuals were typically proud, having never before acknowledged another player in such a manner. All right, but I must first complete a quest. Wang Yuan smiled, accepting their invitation. In gaming, one is never alone. The apocalypse is not a solitary hero's domain, whether it be Shui Linglong or the present company of Rinjawu Di. Wang Yuan held a favorable impression of them. Although this group could be quite raucous, often engaging in friendly banter, it was evident they were loyal friends. After all, to rally from various main cities at Shui Linglong's behest to assist against a major guild is a feat that would be difficult to achieve even among real-life acquaintances. In time, these individuals would undoubtedly become his companions in the apocalypse. Great. We'll be waiting for you at the tavern. The group dispersed at the city gate. Wang Yuan made his way directly to the Alchemy Association. At this hour, it was the peak of leveling activity, bustling with players. Lillian was surrounded by a throng of shameless suitors. Little sister, how old are you? Not even 34? With those looks, you must be at least 36. Little sister, can I hold your hand? What a spectacle. Each impressive individual had their own flair, while the less appealing ones were utterly predictable. Their tone mirrored that of Ma San. Thanks to holographic simulation technology, this was far more exhilarating than mere entertainment. Old Ko, I'm back. Wang Yuan squeezed through the crowd, approaching Clyde. In an era where one's values seemed to be dictated by their appearance, the elderly man's disadvantages were starkly overshadowed by the allure of the 36-year-old Lillian. Clyde huddled in a corner, resembling a forlorn elder abandoned by his descendants. Fortunately, he seemed to enjoy the tranquility. Nyo Dolly, how did it go? Have you procured the materials I requested? Upon seeing Wang Yuan, Clyde's eyes instantly lit up. Look. Wang Yuan chuckled and retrieved all the materials he had brought back from the Shadow Castle. Indeed, the magical essence within the fang of the Shadow Wolf is even more abundant than I had anticipated. The blood of the Blood Clan, such a stable source. This is the resurrection herb. The heart of the dead truly is the heart of the dead. Clyde was utterly astonished at the materials Wang Yuan had brought back. Are these not the materials you sought? Wang Yuan, somewhat bewildered, queried. The old man specifically requested these materials, and after much effort, Wang Yuan had delivered them. Yet, Clyde appeared as if he had never seen them before. But you actually brought me the genuine heart of the dead. Did you venture into hell? Clyde asked, incredulously. Hell? Wang Yuan paused for a moment, then nodded. Well, sort of. The hell Clyde referred to as likely the so-called hell difficulty of the Shadow Castle. Indeed, that explains everything, Clyde exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he gazed at Wang Yuan. That I merely instructed you to gather materials from the Shadow Castle. I never anticipated you would directly enter hell and procure the authentic resurrection herb and heart of the dead. Remarkable. If it were those feeble replicas, I could at best elevate my potion making to intermediate level. But now, with the genuine resurrection herb and heart of the dead, my research can leap to a higher echelon. Phew. Upon hearing Clyde's words, Wang Yuan immediately understood the situation. It turned out that these materials could be acquired in a normal difficulty dungeon, and he had overthought it by venturing into the hell difficulty dungeon. However, according to the game's design, materials obtained in normal dungeons are mere replicas, while those acquired in hell difficulty dungeons are authentic replicas, regardless of their abundance of energy or stability, pale in comparison to the true items found in hell difficulty dungeons. Particularly with the resurrection herb and the heart of the dead, their effects are worlds apart. According to the original quest, the materials Wang Yuan had gathered would only allow Clyde's potion making to progress from beginner to intermediate level, while the materials he now possessed could at least enable Clyde to advance to an advanced level, possibly even to mastery. Did this mean that he had exceeded the task expectations? The thought filled Wang Yuan with joy. This could be considered a fortunate happenstance. Of course, it is an excess, Clyde remarked, gazing at Wang Yuan with admiration. Then the reward should be doubled, Wang Yuan replied, rubbing his hands in anticipation, before Clyde could respond. Dabai and Xiaobai erupted into laughter. Our brother Nyo is truly like Sangha capturing a giant lizard, utterly inescapable. Ha ha. Unfortunately, this time he has met his match. Old Clyde is notoriously stingy. Doubling the rewards. At best, you might avoid a penalty for failing the task. Wang Yuan was left in a state of utter confusion. Indeed, upon hearing the phrase double rewards, Clyde's expression froze, shifting from admiration to disdain. What are you thinking? When did I ever say that if you exceeded the task, I would double your rewards? You did this on your own accord, not because I asked you to. Damn it. You old fool, Wang Yuan retorted angrily. Clyde continued. What I wanted were replicas. Who told you to bring me the genuine articles? By rights, this task cannot even be considered completed. It would be generous of me to grant you any reward at all. Humph. See, I knew that old fool would say something like this. It's just a matter of getting used to it. The older they are, the lower their standards. Zua is the same. Bad people just get older. The three skeletons were unsurprised by Clyde's remarks, appearing rather accustomed to the situation. It seems the historical accounts of the alchemical masters indeed depict them as lacking in character. Of course, if this were directed towards other players, they might simply accept their fate. Yet, our brother Nyo is not the type to be taken advantage of. Fine. Good. Upon hearing Clyde's words, Wang Yuan chuckled. Then return my materials, and I shall go find you some replicas. What? Clyde was taken aback. Young man, do you even realize what you are saying? You wish to take back what you have given me? What is this? You're not planning to rob a player. Are you? Wang Yuan's expression darkened as he drew the Sword of Kings, declaring, I have already slain Leoric. I am not concerned about you. Huh? Clyde laughed heartily. Young man, are you truly considering taking action against me? As he spoke, Clyde displayed his level. Upon seeing Clyde's LV-90 hovering above him, Wang Yuan fell into contemplation. What on earth? Is the system out of its mind, assigning such a high level to an alchemist? Humph. You old rogue, Clyde replied coldly. You are not the first to wish me dead. Very well. You are ruthless. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I may not be able to defeat you. But are you truly unafraid of anything? I have already recorded your earlier threats. I shall now report you to the game company. You might not understand what that means, but it implies I will inform the creator, requesting that he directly terminate you. If the game company ignores it, I will sue them. At worst, I shan't play this game, but I will ensure they format you. Let's see who ends up worse off. As a level 90 NPC, Clyde evidently possessed high AI. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clyde was momentarily stunned, his smug expression visibly twitching before he replaced it with a benevolent demeanor. Haha, young man, I was merely jesting. You didn't take me seriously, did you? Clyde asked with a grin. What do you think? Wang Yuan retorted coldly. I am, of course, jesting as well. Well, that's good to hear. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Clyde replied. Let us do this. I shall consider your task complete, and as for the reward, you may request whatever you desire, and I shall provide it. That's so. I fear you might not comply. Wang Yuan replied with a smile. If you ask for money, I certainly do not possess any. You must ask for something I have. Clyde stated. I am certain you have what I desire, Wang Yuan asserted. What is it? Clyde inquired with curiosity. Quite simply, once you elevate your mastery, I wish for you to impart your potion-making knowledge to me. Wang Yuan smiled slightly, revealing a cunning expression. The adage teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish holds true. No matter how many high-level potions one purchases, they will eventually run out. Acquiring potion-making knowledge would provide endless resources. You greedy rascal. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's request, Clyde was evidently incensed. You dare to ask to learn my potion-making secrets. Does this not imply you possess it? Wang Yuan retorted. Indeed. Then will you grant it? Clyde began to hesitate that I would prefer not to, but this fellow before me is not easy to handle. Very well. Since you are unwilling to give it, return my materials, and let us pretend we do not know each other. Observing Clyde's expression, Wang Yuan continued, I am ever humble, elegant, and principled. I do not engage in coercive tactics. You need not feel too pressured. Potion making is not exclusive to you. As long as the materials are in my possession, any alchemist can achieve breakthroughs with them. All right, I shall grant you. As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, Clyde decisively seized him, saying, You must promise not to seek out others. Upon witnessing Clyde's demeanor, Wang Yuan could not help but let out a cold laugh. It must be said that the game Dawn of the Breaking Day has truly invested considerable effort. The intelligence of its advanced NPCs rivals that of real human beings. Clyde was no different from the unscrupulous merchants of the real world. Those who are miserly are invariably greedy. Individuals like Clyde, driven by avarice, fear two things above all: the inability to earn money and the prospect of their rivals profiting instead. Although the Alchemy Association boasts few potion researchers, Clyde is not the sole alchemist. Moreover, in terms of potionology, this grand alchemist may not surpass his peers by much, considering they all experiment with low-level concoctions. If Wang Yuan were to hand these materials over to someone else, not only would Clyde fall behind in potionology, but he would also gain a competitor for the title of Grand Alchemist. More critically, without intermediate or higher potions, Clyde would surely earn less than other potion researchers. Faced with the prospect of imparting his alchemical knowledge to Wang Yuan, Clyde knew all too well which scenario was more terrifying: lacking income or watching a competitor thrive. As he spoke, Clyde retrieved a black notebook from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yuan. Clyde's alchemical manuscript category, special item description, the alchemical insights of a grand alchemist, chronicling Clyde's lifetime of research achievements. What on earth? How did Nyogo manage to acquire alchemical insights from Clyde? Upon witnessing Wang Yuan obtain the alchemical manuscript from Clyde, the three skeletons stood dumbfounded. As aspiring elites, they were quite familiar with Clyde, the legendary Grand Alchemist. Historical records indicate that while this old fellow excels in alchemy, his character is utterly deplorable, miserly, ungrateful, and exceedingly selfish. The fact that his greed is documented in history attests to the extent of his absurdity. Since the apocalypse began and potionology vanished, nearly a year has passed. Yet the number of renowned individuals who have fallen victim to Clyde's schemes is in the hundreds. Moreover, it is precisely because of Clyde's complacency and singular focus on profit that a malignant competition has arisen among potion researchers. Everyone is engrossed in their own studies, unwilling to share or develop their knowledge, leading to the eventual demise of the Potionology Association and the complete disappearance of the discipline. The extinction of potionology forced humanity into a passive role during the century-long war against monstrous beasts, ultimately culminating in their annihilation. Clyde, the grand alchemist, can indeed be deemed the root of all evil. Yet, it is utterly astonishing that even such a miser, a paragon of avarice whom everyone despises, has divulged his means of sustenance to Wang Yuan. What manner of person could accomplish this? Thankfully, we are on Nyoji's side. The typically arrogant Masaner, witnessing this turn of events, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and utter a sigh of relief. Goodness, if he were our enemy, it is difficult to fathom the extent of our misfortune. If only you had done this sooner, Wang Yuan exclaimed as he received the notebook, clapping his hands together. The notebook transformed into a beam of light and entered Wang Yuan's body. System notification. You have learned advanced alchemy. Advanced alchemy, active skill, allows for the crafting of advanced magical equipment and potions of advanced level or lower. Current unlocked magical equipment blueprints. None current unlocked potion formulas. None. What the heck? Do I still need blueprints and formulas? Upon reading the description of alchemy, Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he not learn the technique for crafting potions? Why must there also be blueprints and formulas? How novel. Clyde, with a sinister grin, replied, I never claimed that my alchemy would include my formulas, nor did you request them. Wang Yuan fell silent. Clyde was not entirely incorrect. It is akin to studying medicine. Medical skills are distinct from the prescriptions, and these are fundamentally separate matters. What he learned was merely the craft of healing, not the formulas themselves. Naturally, if he hadn't acquired advanced alchemy, even possessing the formulas would not allow him to learn. It seems he has underestimated the depth of the subject due to his youth. In this exchange, both parties found themselves at an impasse. Neither truly lost, yet neither could claim victory. Do you desire the formulas? Clyde's expression suddenly morphed into a lecherous grin as he inquired, how might one procure them? Wang Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. Wasn't his pursuit of alchemy precisely to enable himself to concoct potions? The formulas were the very treasures he sought. Heh. Money, of course. Clyde opened his robe, revealing a multitude of formulas densely packed within. What a profit-driven character. One can only wonder about the mental state of the game designers when they created these NPCs. Low-level life potion, 1 gold. Low-level magic potion, 2 gold. Low-level gale elixir, 5 gold. Low-level wisdom elixir, 5 gold. Low-level titan elixir, 5 gold. Such exorbitant prices, Wang Yuan gasped in astonishment. 1 gold piece equates to 1,000 currency units. To learn a low-level formula costs a minimum of 1,000. Thank goodness he knows the apocalypse is imminent. Otherwise, had he approached this with the mindset of a typical player, he would have certainly turned and walked away. Expensive, were it not for your acquisition of my alchemy. I would not sell to anyone else, Clyde retorted, his expression revealing sincerity. Why are they all low-level? Wang Yuan pressed further. If you're going to learn, why not aim for the advanced? Learning low-level formulas would be a waste of silver. I haven't developed any advanced ones yet. If you wait a month, I can produce them. Right now, I am in dire need of funds. How about you invest 1,000 gold pieces, and in half a month, I can complete the research. You provide the money, and I will provide the effort. An academic partnership that ensures mutual benefit. Wouldn't that be splendid? Goodness, what audacity. This fellow not only has the gift of persuasion, but also possesses an insatiable greed. Get lost. Wang Yuan's expression darkened, and he casually spent 18 gold pieces to acquire all the low-level formulas at a grand total of 18,000 currency units for merely 5 low-level formulas. Had this occurred previously, Wang Yuan would have questioned whether he was being swindled. However, he now increasingly suspects that the so-called impending apocalypse is merely a sophisticated scheme by game companies to extract money from players. Haha. Clyde pocketed the gold coins Wang Yuan tossed his way, his demeanor softening considerably as he smiled. Young man, do visit again next time. His expression bore an uncanny resemblance to a street vendor in a narrow alley. Wang Yuan suddenly entertained thoughts of reporting him to the Light Temple. curious about the potential bounty the Light Church might offer for his capture. After leaving the Alchemy Association, Wang Yuan made his way to the church graveyard, where he learned a level 15 skill for necromancers from Zhuyer, skeleton life enhancement, summoning passive skill, increases summoned undead's health by 10. Soul fire. Curse active skill, conjures soul fire to scorch the target, inflicting 120 magical damage. Finally, an offensive skill. As he gazed at the soul fire in his skill tab, tears streamed down Wang Yuan's face, and he subsequently headed to Han's tavern. Nyogo, we have struck it rich. As Wang Yuan stepped through the tavern door, he was met with the exuberant voice of Suibian Luanxi. What? Is there a lucrative business opportunity? Wang Yuan asked, bewildered. Lucrative? You're a billionaire now, Nyogo. Suibian Luanxi exclaimed loudly. Come, let us divide the spoils. Instantly, all eyes in the tavern turned toward them, where a multitude of money bags covered the table, red gold bags numbering in the hundreds, completely obscuring the surface. Suddenly, the entire tavern erupted into a frenzy. Having played the game for so long, this was the first time they had witnessed such a vast sum of money. Players greedily eyed the bags on the table, their minds bubbling with nefarious thoughts. Brother, let us rush in and grab one. We'll never have to worry about food again. Some players began to stir restlessly. That makes sense. We'll snatch one and run. Dante looked back. I suggest you all remain calm at that moment. Someone pointed toward the entrance. The crowd turned to the entrance. They beheld a robust necromancer, flanked by 3 even more imposing skeletal warriors. The fog of greed that had clouded their minds dissipated instantly. What was happening? A young man appeared unfamiliar with Wang Yuan. You don't know who this is? Who is it? Do I need to know? Neodali. Oh my. The one who single-handedly challenged the Black Dragon Society yesterday, and today conquered the hell difficulty of the Shadow Castle. Indeed, that is he. Suddenly, a sense of contentment washed over them. There seemed no need to risk life and limb for wealth. Yet, upon seeing the coin pouch on the table, Wang Yuan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Approaching the table, he curiously inquired of Renjiwu Di. What is going on? Renjiwu Di appeared the most reliable among the group, offering a more coherent explanation than the erratic remarks of the others. Brother Nyo, do you know how much the odds for our previous wager have surged? Renjiwu Di asked excitedly. Wager? Wang Yuan was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that he had placed a bet of 1,000 gold coins. Oh dear, I almost forgot. What are the final odds? 1,000 gold coins. And you say you forgot. The crowd fell silent. Though given that the 1,000 gold coins were a gift from others, it was understandable that Wang Yuan was nonchalant about it. After all, one must acknowledge the disparity in circumstances. 500. A staggering 500 times. Renjiwu Di exclaimed. You stand to gain 500,000 gold coins. 500,000 gold. At this revelation, Wang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The official exchange rate for game currency was 1 to 1,000. And the black market price was over 900,500,000 gold, equated to a staggering 450 million. Just 3 days prior, Wang Yuan had been a mere unemployed drifter, his sole motive for gaming being to support his family. To think that within a mere 3 days, he had transformed into a billionaire, even having weathered great storms and experienced immense highs and lows, and possessing 3 time travelers as subordinates, he could not help but feel a jolt of shock. Ha ha ha. I've merely gained 5,000 gold. The erratic one beamed with delight, now immensely grateful for having gone all in earlier, placing all his cash on the line, now reaping a 500-fold return. I am left with just 500. My feelings are rather complex. Although a small profit was indeed a cause for celebration, in comparison to others, it felt rather tragic. This middle ground of fortune was the most lamentable. It was likely to haunt him with regret for a lifetime. Damn it, why did I spend so much on fashion? What is the point of these useless outfits? He began to question his taste for the first time, lamenting his plight, having only wagered 10 silver coins. Well, earning something is certainly better than losing it all. Let us be content and happy. The Grim Reaper maintained a commendably positive attitude, tossing a gold coin to Shui Linglong. That sentiment resonates with me, Renjiwu Di remarked. You see, I have nothing further to add. Naturally, you placed a bet of 50 gold. The crowd collectively raised their middle fingers in response. Some even wagered 10,000 gold. Renjiwu Di's resentment shifted towards Shui Linglong. You lot are truly overly fixated on wealth. What is money, really? Shui Linglong scoffed dismissively. Such words, spoken by another, would surely be seen as pretentious, but from her lips, They carried a weighty resonance. After all, to casually pull out 10,000 gold to wager on a seemingly hopeless bet was a bold move that few could muster. You should take back your money. I cannot bear to see this erratic one in despair. Hearing Shui Linglong's words only deepened his gloom. Sister Ling, would you allow me to share some of your burden? The shameless Yuanzhou Wushuang queried Shui Linglong. To hell with you. My money is mine alone. Not a single coin will I part with, Shui Linglong proclaimed, sweeping her hand across the table, leaving it bare. 500,000 gold indeed befitted a woman capable of influencing the global financial system. Gazing at the empty tabletop, Wang Yuan could not help but feel a wave of reflection. Although he had no knowledge of Shui Linglong's true wealth in reality, this 500,000 gold was already enough to sway the economy of an entire region. It was known that Shui Linglong was not one to be stingy. When purchasing equipment or items, she would bid in multiples of 10, treating teleportation scrolls as mere transportation tools, discarding 10,000 gold as if it were nothing. Her spending habits, rather than diminishing her wealth, seemed only to amplify it. Truly, she was destined for prosperity. By the trajectory of history, it seemed this woman was fated to become the richest in the world. Indeed, some individuals are born into fortune. All right, old Neo, what do you intend to do with the outpost token? Shui Linglong evidently had little desire to dwell on matters of money for too long. Before the conversation could linger further, she deftly shifted the topic. Outpost token? Wang Yuan had yet to respond when players nearby perked up, their faces alight with excitement as they opened their friend lists. Boss. Major news. What news? Longxing Tianxia was still immersed in the melancholy of Wang Yuan's accomplishment in conquering the Hell difficulty dungeon. Someone possesses an outpost token. The informant exclaimed. Outpost token, if you dare to jest with me, I shall make you regret it. Upon receiving the news, Longxing Tianxia's spirits lifted. Of course not. I'm currently in the tavern, he replied. Ask him if he is selling. If not, we'll take it by force. Longxing Tianxia maintained his domineering stance. Force? Boss, I suggest you remain calm. We probably won't be able to take it. The informant responded with trepidation. Nonsense. Your name is Shunfeng Che Chi. Not Shunfeng Che Dan. In Thunderstorm City, we of the Black Dragon Society can seize whatever we wish. Longxing Tianxia bellowed in fury. Take a look. The informant casually snapped a photo and sent it to Longxing Tianxia. Before long, Longxing Tianxia replied. About that. You mustn't provoke him. I'll go negotiate. You plan to establish a guild? Surely not. Inside the tavern, the crowd was taken aback by Wang Yuan's intentions. How boring, the erratic one remarked. Wouldn't we be bound to the guild every day? Exactly, Yuanzhou Wushuang concurred. With our abilities, would we lack invitations to join a guild? It's simply that we dislike the atmosphere of guilds. Indeed, when there are too many people, it becomes cumbersome, Shui Linglong added, echoing the sentiment. Wang Yuan understood their collective feelings very well. Though they had only recently met, he recognized that these individuals shared a similar disposition with him. They were all free spirits, unbound by constraints. Guilds required daily logins for tasks and participation in guild activities, and in the event of a guild war, one might even be roused from sleep to engage in PKs. While enjoying the resources of a guild, one also becomes tightly bound by it. Most players revel in such an environment. However, for Wang Yuan and his fellow players, who cherished their freedom and were not particularly in need of resources, a guild felt like a prison. As Yuanzhou Wushuang noted. With their strength, why bother forming a guild when they could easily join any existing one? Moreover, in a larger setting, the dynamics become far more complex. With their current small group of 7, they shared everything openly, fostering trust and camaraderie. They were indeed good brothers. Yet, as the number of individuals increased, cliques would inevitably form, and it was entirely possible that even the bonds among the current 7 could fracture under the weight of more people. This was precisely what they most wished to avoid. Thus, upon hearing Wang Yuan's intention to form a guild, their immediate reaction was one of resistance. Even the Grim Reaper, who had consistently supported Wang Yuan, couldn't help but express, I despise guilds, but if you insist on establishing one, I won't object. Just uncertain how long I can remain. Fear not. Observing the group's reaction, Wang Yuan smiled and reassured them. I merely wish to find us a place to call home. I have no intention of recruiting many members, for now. Aside from us, I do not wish for anyone else to join a guild of 7. The crowd was further bewildered. It's not about Nyo Ge. With just 7 of us, we could easily establish a guild channel without wasting a residence token. Are you not aware of how expensive those tokens are? Of course I am, Wang Yuan replied. But having our own space brings a sense of security. Security? Ren Zhawudi frowned and said, Nyogu, I understand that you wish for everyone to have their own territory, but the issue is, a guild residence isn't simply given upon submitting a token. One must also conquer the residence. At this point, Ren Zhawudi seemed to have a sudden realization, his expression turning pale, and he exclaimed, Nyogu, you can't be suggesting. Exactly. Wang Yuan nodded affirmatively. With the 7 of us, we should be able to take down the guild residence. The certainty etched on his face was palpable. What? The 7 of us attacking the guild residence. Upon Wang Yuan's declaration, everyone was rendered speechless. Even Shui Linglong, taken aback, remarked, Neo, are you genuinely not joking? Assaulting a guild residence is no trivial task. According to the game's design, every guild residence is guarded by monsters. And players must eradicate all the monsters to occupy the residence and become the new lord. It is worth noting that every guild capable of seizing a guild residence task is a top-tier guild. Even so, conquering a guild residence demands an enormous cost. Many large guilds have suffered total annihilation during attempts to assault a guild residence. This is the combined strength of a premier guild. This illustrates the extreme difficulty of such an undertaking. Even hellish difficulty dungeons pale in comparison. The notion that merely 7 individuals could attack a guild residence was unfathomable. Wang Yuan boldly asserted that no one dared to grasp the implications of this idea. Despite having successfully guided them through hellish difficulty dungeons, how could anyone be so audacious? What could possibly be going through his mind? One day, he single-handedly took down a major guild. The next, he conquered a hellish difficulty dungeon. And now he proposes that 7 of them attack a guild residence. How audacious must one be to even contemplate such actions? If this continues, will they be facing a divine-level boss tomorrow to complete the game? There must be a limit to absurdity. Does this uninspired author even comprehend what he is writing? This is supposed to be realistic literature, not a whimsical novel. Do you not believe in me? Wang Yuan countered. Nyogu, please do not take it that way. Everyone hastily replied that we do not doubt your strength. We merely question our own. Indeed, it was unprecedented for such top-tier experts to express doubts about their abilities. The audacity of 7 individuals daring to assault a guild residence was comparable to Li Yunlong leading 7 men to attack Pingan County. Everyone couldn't help but question their capabilities. My word, how highly does Niu Dali think of himself? Even Shui Linglong, the one who relished the spectacle, couldn't help but say, I'll just drag you down later. Yet Wang Yuan merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, Don't worry, I can manage. The group nearly choked on their disbelief. If there were such a thing as online bullying, Wang Yuan's words would undoubtedly qualify. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Wang Yuan was not blindly confident. The reason he dared to assault Thundercliff with just 7 individuals was because he had to buy the skeleton. Bai had previously aided Zul in defending against the demon army at Thundercliff. He was intimately familiar with the layout of Thundercliff. When Wang Yuan had just acquired the Thundercliff residence token, Bai had boasted about having obtained the defensive map of Thundercliff while assisting Zul's undead army. Having memorized all the hidden mechanisms, and even knowing a secret passage leading to the council chamber, that it was precisely for this reason that Wang Yuan resolved to seize the residence. After all, during discussions among the 3 skeletons, Wang Yuan learned that Thundercliff was one of the 10 strongholds of the impending apocalypse, second only to the Dwarven Ironforge in terms of fortitude. It was not only filled with traps, but it was also the battlefield of ancient gods and demons, housing countless ancient remains, revered as the holy land of the undead. Zul had rapidly assembled the undead army during the invasion of the beast horde. Relying on the ancient remains of Thundercliff to withstand the onslaught for 16 years. 1. Must understand that the undead are immortal beings that require no sustenance and obey commands without question. Had Zul not been assassinated by a demon assassin, Thundercliff could have protected humanity for decades. Now, should Wang Yuan take Thundercliff, those ancient remains would belong to him. Nyogu, I heard you have a guild residence token. What is your asking price? Just as Shui Linglong and others were mulling over this, Wang Yuan suddenly received a message from Long Xing Tianxia. Upon seeing Long Xing Tianxia's message, Wang Yuan was not surprised at all. Instead, he cast a glance at the player from the Black Dragon Guild who was eavesdropping in the corner. Then, Feigning astonishment, he inquired, "How did you know?" One of our guild members heard it at the tavern." Long Xing Tianxia responded, "Niugu, we are familiar faces. Please do not sell the guild token to another guild. I am willing to offer any price, because we are all citizens of Thunderstorm City. If our Black Dragon Guild acquires the guild residence, it reflects well on you too." Familiar faces, Wang Yuan thought, feeling a bit exasperated. Long Xing Tianxia was quite adept at bending the rules. It was unclear how he defined familiarity. Nevertheless, it was evident that he intended to secure the guild residence token and hoped Wang Yuan would refrain from selling it to others. His reasoning was that they shared the same main city and should possess a sense of collective honor. The Black Dragon Guild would gain renown, and the other players of Thunderstorm City would benefit as well. Wang Yuan, however, had no intention of selling the token and chose to decline outright. "What? Not selling? Then what do you intend to do?" Long Xing Tianxia asked, astonished. In the mind of a typical player, a solitary player like Wang Yuan, who did not even have a guild, would only acquire a guild residence token to exchange it for money. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources. To gain renown, Wang Yuan replied with a smiley face emoji, "I plan to use it myself. Rest assured, old Long, I am also a citizen of Thunderstorm City. If we take the guild residence, it reflects well on you too." "What?" Upon reading Wang Yuan's message, Long Xing Tianxia was left dumbfounded for a full half-minute, before eventually replying with a single word. At this moment, Long Xing Tianxia was utterly bewildered, questioning what on earth this fellow was up to, whether he had any serious intentions, and what thoughts occupied his mind daily. "What's wrong, boss?" Seeing Long Xing Tianxia's expression, Yunzhong Yi and others inquired with curiosity, "Did Niu Dali intimidate you again?" "Not at all." "What do you mean by intimidation? What do you mean by that?" Long Xing Tianxia retorted angrily. "Haha, don't mind the details." Everyone hastily added, "We were merely concerned because you looked so lost." Indeed, it was concern. They all nodded in agreement. "Boss, what's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to buy the guild residence token? Did that Niu Lion try to extort you?" "If only he had extorted me." Long Xing Tianxia waved his hand dismissively. "What do you mean?" everyone asked, perplexed. "At the very least, he should have given a price." Long Xing Tianxia lamented. "This rascal said he wouldn't sell. He wants to use it for himself to bring glory to Thunderstorm City." "Use it for himself?" They were all stunned. "Doesn't he have a guild?" Upon hearing Long Xing Tianxia's words, everyone was taken aback. It turned out this fellow did have a guild. No wonder he could conquer hellish difficulty dungeons. It seemed he had backing. "Does anyone know if he has a guild?" Long Xing Tianxia asked in return. "Doesn't he have a guild? What will he do with the residence token?" Everyone was even more confused. "He claims he will bring a few people to take down the residence." Long Xing Tianxia recounted truthfully. "What the hell? What? What?" The crowd was momentarily stunned, their faces a portrait of disbelief as they gazed at Long Xing Tianxia, as if they had just encountered some utterly implausible information. This fellow is simply too arrogant. Does he genuinely believe himself to be invincible? Indeed, he dares to rally a handful of individuals to attack the guild stronghold. How much disdain does he hold for the other major guilds? Or perhaps he looks down upon the system itself. This is tantamount to courting death. Undoubtedly, it is a reckless pursuit. After the initial astonishment, everyone began to voice their thoughts. However, only Yunzhong Yi, stroking his chin, mused, "Why does this sound so familiar? Did we not utter something quite similar before?" Upon hearing Yunzhong Yi's words, everyone fell silent, and in the next moment, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it was true. They had, at the very least, repeated these words on 2 occasions. The first instance was when Nidali single-handedly declared war on their guild yesterday. The second was when they heard about Nidali's intention to tackle a hellish difficulty dungeon today. Yet, the outcome was evident to all. How could this possibly be the same? Long Xing Tianxia retorted, "Yesterday, we were simply duped by that wretched trick. Otherwise, how could our guild possibly be outmatched by just one person?" Continuing, Long Xing Tianxia asserted, "Moreover, there are strategies to dungeon raids. They may have exploited some bug to conquer the hell difficulty dungeon, but attacking a guild stronghold is a siege battle, where cunning tricks are utterly impossible." That makes sense. Upon hearing Long Xing Tianxia's reasoning, Yunzhong Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Long Xing Tianxia's words held merit. Yesterday, Wang Yuan employed psychological tactics to seize the initiative, exploiting the mindset of the major guild leaders, which allowed him to act without fear. In contrast, dungeon raids are inherently technical. If one can exploit a bug, success is not entirely out of reach, provided one knows how to navigate the intricacies. However, attacking a guild stronghold is an entirely different matter. This is a serious frontal assault on fortified defenses, akin to a siege of a capital city. Throughout history, sieges have been notoriously difficult. Only forces that outnumber the enemy several times dared to launch an assault. Furthermore, considering the formidable terrain of Thundercliff, which is notoriously hard to breach, an ancient saying rings true. One man at the pass can hold back 10,000 at such strongholds, which benefit from defensive advantages, have always been fiercely contested, and the difficulty of breaching them is so high that even tenfold the enemy's strength may not suffice. That it truly demands a serious commitment. Even the most elite guilds, boasting thousands of members and ample supplies, would incur significant losses, up to 80%, when attempting to take down a guild stronghold. Wang Yuan's group consists of merely 7 individuals. For such a small number to contemplate a siege is not merely a disregard for the other major guilds, but a blatant dismissal of the game developers themselves. What course of action should we pursue now? Yunzhong Iha pondered for a moment before inquiring of Longxing Tianxia. What can we do? Enjoy the spectacle. Longxing Tianxia replied rather irately. Should we perhaps promote their endeavor further? Yunzhong Iha suggested, no need for that. Longxing Tianxia flatly rejected the idea. What if they actually succeed? Boss, you don't genuinely believe that's a possibility, do you? Yunzhong Iha's face was a picture of disbelief. What else? What do you think? Longxing Tianxia shot Yunzhong Iha a sidelong glance. Well, I can't guarantee anything, Yunzhong Iha stammered, as images of Wang Yuan flashed through his mind. Goodness gracious, to put it bluntly, that rascal is indeed uncanny. He exudes an aura of uncertainty. Once is manageable, but twice in succession is bewildering. Regarding this matter of the guild stronghold, no one dares to assert whether he can succeed or fail. We have no objections, but with just the 7 of us attacking the guild stronghold, I can't shake the feeling that this plan lacks credibility, commented Rinja Wudi and others from the tavern. Expressing their concerns, assaulting a stronghold is not the same as defending one, nor is it akin to dungeon raids. It is a serious endeavor that requires lives to expend. How can 7 individuals manage that? No matter how formidable one might be, it is simply implausible for 7 people to take down a stronghold. What I meant was that this is our guild of 7, not that only we 7 will be attacking. Wang Yuan smiled faintly. Duh. You have other allies? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. No. Wang Yuan shook his head. So, you intend to hire people for assistance? A light of realization flickered in their eyes. Wang Yuan is now a wealthy man, with 500,000 gold coins in hand. Hiring 1,000 or 1,800 individuals to assist would surely be a trivial matter. Not necessary. Yet, Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. We won't be spending money. Rather, we need someone to deliver funds to us. What? The moment Wang Yuan's words left his lips, everyone was left in stunned silence. Wait, bull brother, what do you mean by that? Is someone actually willing to pay to assist us? The sheer absurdity of this logic left them momentarily bewildered. Even the astute Rinja Wudi furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend this notion. Historically, individuals have always paid others to fight, for something as significant as attacking a guild stronghold. One would need to invest a considerable sum to find reliable allies. Wang Yuan's statement was baffling. What would be the incentive for paying others to do the fighting? That makes no sense at all. Even the 3 skeletons were unable to grasp this concept. What did Bull Brother mean just now? It seems he suggested that someone is willing to pay to help him assault the stronghold. If Bull Brother can say such a thing, I sense he is no ordinary individual. Dabai's voice trembled. The reason he was dubbed the unmatched old dog was that he possessed a knack for strategizing and a keen eye for problems, swiftly identifying the crux of any issue. Yet, at this moment, he found Wang Yuan's reasoning utterly inscrutable. How can he be so confident? Has he been stimulated in some way? Ma San'er, the newly subservient younger brother, was equally incredulous upon hearing this. They all found themselves questioning Wang Yuan's mental state, pondering what could possibly lead someone to voice such outlandish statements, paying others to work for you, and even offering them money. This defies all reason. Meanwhile, in the office of the Black Dragon Guild, Longxing Tianxia was on the brink of madness. Damn it, are we just going to watch this unfold? Longxing Tianxia felt utterly disgruntled. True to his nature, while he dared not confront Wang Yuan directly, if Wang Yuan truly intended to assault the guild stronghold, he would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Just as before, he could not allow Wang Yuan to have it so easy. However, having previously suffered a setback, not just Longxing Tianxia, but everyone in the Black Dragon Guild felt uncertain. Logically speaking, no matter how strong or clever Wang Yuan may be, he is categorically incapable of challenging a guild stronghold. A task meant for a collective effort. Yet, the issue at hand is that Longxing Tianxia had already suffered defeat at Wang Yuan's hands twice, leading him to conclude that this man is utterly devoid of logic. Normal reasoning simply does not apply in Wang Yuan's presence. Thus, Longxing Tianxia found himself in a quandary. To irritate Wang Yuan would risk a backlash, possibly resulting in a repeat of the previous fiasco. Conversely, not acting left him feeling quite unsettled, forced to watch someone he disliked flaunt their bravado, which was undeniably disconcerting. I know what to do. Just as Longxing Tianxia was embroiled in his internal conflict. Yunzhong Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, what do you have in mind? Longxing Tianxia eagerly inquired. Boss, do we really need to interfere with that Nadali? Yunzhong Yi posed the question. If not, am I supposed to help him? Longxing Tianxia replied irritably. That may not be a bad idea. Yunzhong Yi grinned mischievously. What on earth, old Yun? What are you scheming? Longxing Tianxia was thoroughly perplexed. Haha. Let us assist Nadali. Yunzhong Yi chuckled, proposing his idea. Assist Nadali? Have you lost your mind? You traitorous scoundrel. Longxing Tianxia erupted in rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Yunzhong Yi. Boss, please hold your fire. Let me explain first. Yunzhong Yi hastily called for a halt. Very well, I shall listen to your explanation. That if you cannot provide me with a reasonable justification, I shall take drastic measures. Longxing Tianxia glared at Yunzhong Yi, whom he deemed a traitor. Oh, you think Niodali can capture the guild's stronghold? Yunzhong Yi inquired. Logically, it should be impossible, yet one can never be certain. Longxing Tianxia pondered for a moment. And what about our Black Dragon Guild? Yunzhong Yi pressed further. The odds of success are at least 70%. Longxing Tianxia replied. But what use is that if we lack a stronghold token? He added. If we team up with Niodali, do you think we stand a chance? Yunzhong Yi asked again. That goes without saying. Of course we do. Those fellows are hardly pushovers. Longxing Tianxia retorted impatiently. Exactly. Yunzhong Yi grinned. The truth is, whether Niodali can seize the guild's stronghold has little impact on us. It might merely dampen your spirits. If we assist him in capturing the stronghold, it would be advantageous for everyone involved. How so? Longxing Tianxia became increasingly perplexed. Consider this. If our Black Dragon Guild and Niodali's group attack the guild's stronghold together, who do you think the other players will credit for the victory? Naturally, it would be us, Longxing Tianxia exclaimed. Precisely. Thus, you understand, as long as we can secure a win this time, the ultimate beneficiaries will still be us. Longxing Tianxia was taken aback. In truth, this concept is not difficult to grasp. People are inherently biased toward the strong. When they witness victory, they seldom concern themselves with the process and instinctively attribute the fruits of success to the perceived victors. It is akin to an author teaming up with a professional player in ranked matches. Even if the author carries the game, others overlook the process and merely see the win, subconsciously concluding that the author was merely carried by the professional. This is what is known as the first impression. Is Niodali's group strong? Indeed, they are formidable. Yet, they are but a handful of individuals. Under normal logical reasoning, no matter how impressive they may be, they cannot conquer the guild's stronghold alone. In contrast, the Black Dragon Guild boasts 2,000 elite members, each averaging over level 17. Such a colossal guild cannot be woefully inadequate when it comes to siege warfare. The side with greater numbers holds the advantage. Thus, according to reason, if the Black Dragon Guild and Niodali's group were to assault the guild's stronghold, the process would be inconsequential, as long as they succeed. Other players would naturally attribute the victory to the Black Dragon Guild. Take it a step further. Even if we fail to capture it, as the first guild to offer assistance, Niodali would undoubtedly owe us a favor. Right? There may have been past grievances, but with this matter, when we all gather in the main city, it would be hard not to acknowledge each other. Well said, Xiaoyun. Longxing Tianxia, realizing the implications, trembled with excitement. He had initially aimed to disrupt Wang Yuan, but never anticipated he could instead lend a helping hand. Moreover, it appeared that the benefits of assisting outweighed those of causing trouble. This is a clever ploy indeed. Yunzhong Yi chuckled with great satisfaction. I shall contact Niodali immediately. Longxing Tianxia promptly opened his friends list and sent a message to Wang Yuan. Brother Niu, should you require assistance in attacking the guild's stronghold, do not hesitate to speak up. As brothers in the same main city, it is our duty to strive for glory for the city. Haha. Upon reading Longxing Tianxia's message, Wang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. See, the fish has taken the bait. Wang Yuan did not rush to reply. Instead, he waited a while before responding. No need, old Long. Just now, several other guilds from different main cities have already contacted me, offering to assist us in attacking the guild's stronghold. Longxing Tianxia's heart sank at the sight of the message, and his expression darkened instantly. What happened, boss? Does he not agree? That would be quite disrespectful. Yunzhong Iha remarked in confusion. It seems we have been preempted. Longxing Tianxia grimaced. Damn it, I did not expect others to act so swiftly. Quick action is one thing, but what matters is their capability. Yunzhong Iha countered. No guild in Thunderstorm City is stronger than our Black Dragon Guild, and the other main city guilds certainly lack our advantage. That is indeed true. Longxing Tianxia conceded. From what Niodali suggested, it does appear that the assistance is indeed coming from guilds in other main cities. Then we must act quickly. Let us approach them directly. It is far better than sending messages. Yunzhong Iha quickly proposed. That makes sense. I shall go at once. Longxing Tianxia immediately rose from his seat and exited the office. It must be said that Yunzhong Iha was indeed a shrewd strategist. He could readily discern the advantages of the Black Dragon Guild and recognize the optimal course of action for this situation. However, the moment he decided to offer help, he had already walked into Wang Yuan's trap. Inside the tavern, Wang Yuan addressed Shui Linglong and the others. Everyone, please remain silent. Shortly, a friend will arrive to discuss a collaboration. Friend? Collaboration? Shui Linglong and her companions appeared utterly bewildered. Brother Niu, you are indeed here. Just as they were trying to make sense of the situation, Longxing Tianxia strode directly into the tavern and made his way to Wang Yuan with confidence. President Long, my apologies. Wang Yuan casually grabbed a stool and gestured for Longxing Tianxia to sit. What is going on with these two? Were they not just at odds with each other? The entire tavern was left in a state of confusion. Good heavens, were these two really the ones who were at each other's throats yesterday? Even Shui Linglong and the others were astonished. What on earth? Why is this guy here? Why is Brother Niu treating him so warmly? What brings President Long here? Wang Yuan feigned ignorance. I heard that you intend to attack the guild's stronghold. Longxing Tianxia replied, that I came to see if you needed any assistance. Good grief. Everyone was stunned by Longxing Tianxia's declaration, including the three skeletal warriors behind Wang Yuan, who gaped in disbelief, their heads filled with question marks. What is happening? Is someone really volunteering to help? That will not be necessary. Just now, several guild leaders from other main cities have already contacted me, offering to assist. Wang Yuan began to fabricate. Currently, only Longxing Tianxia, Yunzhong Iha, and a few core players from the Black Dragon Guild were aware of the plan to attack the guild's stronghold. Brother Niu, this is absurd, Longxing Tianxia exclaimed, slapping his thigh. How can we allow outsiders to interfere in our Thunderstorm City's affairs? Moreover, they are all outsiders. It is not easy for them to come and go. How can they be as convenient as our brothers? I agree, but I cannot help it if they are overly enthusiastic, Wang Yuan said with a hint of helplessness. Even if they are enthusiastic, they are still outsiders. We are the true insiders, Longxing Tianxia insisted, disregarding any semblance of pride. Everyone could not help but roll their eyes. Good grief, who knows which insider was trapped by Wang Yuan at the resurrection point yesterday? It was indeed impressive that the president could bend and stretch as needed. With a thick skin rivaling the walls of Thunderstorm City, I have already promised them. How can I refuse? I have already committed. And they are preparing to come over. Cross-regional teleportation costs a considerable amount of money. Wang Yuan shrugged. It's just money. Longxing Tianxia declared boldly, thumping his chest. How much do they need for travel expenses? I shall cover it. Let them return. The rest of the matter shall be handled by our Black Dragon Guild. However, Wang Yuan still looked troubled. Are you aware of Huaxia Longting? What? Is that scoundrel from Longting Sihai coming as well? Longxing Tianxia asked. You must not let him come. And Wang Dingzhong from Zhongyuan, Wang Yuan added. They said that as long as they can be credited, their entire team will arrive. Fengqi Longxi is also coming. Longxing Tianxia shouted angrily. Damn it, those rascals are indeed eyeing our main city. Brother Niu, you must not fall for their tricks. Wang Yuan looked helpless. Isn't it just a matter of attaching a name? Does it really matter? Does it matter? Of course it does. Seeing Wang Yuan's attitude, Longxing Tianxia boldly stated, Brother Niu, your affairs are our Black Dragon Guild's affairs. We are committed to helping you, as long as you allow us to assist. We are willing to contribute financially. How about 1,000 gold? That seems a bit excessive. I feel quite embarrassed. Wang Yuan hesitated. 2,000 gold. Please bring along the 100 gold coins for your travel expenses. Upon noticing Wang Yuan's wavering resolve, Longxing Tianxia clenched his teeth in frustration. Once again, the same sentiment echoed. Reputation is of utmost importance to guilds. It is inconsequential if one cannot acquire it oneself. Yet it is imperative to prevent other guilds from obtaining it. This is especially true concerning Huaxia Longteng and Wang Ding Zhong Yuan, renowned guilds within the national server. Should they acquire this prestige, it would render the resurgence of other new guilds exceedingly difficult. Even if it requires expenditure, this time, we must not allow other guilds to seize our position. What the hell? Is this for real? What kind of statement is that? Shui Linglong and Ren Zhiwudi's group were thoroughly bewildered. Just moments ago, Wang Yuan had mentioned that someone would spend money to assist, and everyone had thought he was merely jesting. They never expected someone would genuinely be willing to act as such a fool. Where on earth can this logic be justified? This is simply called advertising space for rent. Heh. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and replied in the team channel. He ought to thank us. Having said that, Wang Yuan helplessly waved his hand, stating, Since President Long is so sincere, it would be unreasonable for me to refuse again. Very well, I'll push the other guilds aside. Thank you. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Today, all expenses are on me. Longxing Tianxia waved his hand grandly, exuding exceptional magnanimity. At this moment, everyone, Dabai, Airbai, Ma San, and the three skeletons, exchanged glances filled with astonishment, culminating in a single thought. Damn. Our brother Niu truly is a remarkable talent. Fortunate for us, he is not our enemy. Henceforth, let us continue to associate with him honestly and refrain from harboring any ill intentions. Attacking a guild stronghold is no trivial task. Such large-scale guild missions require thorough preparation. Wang Yuan and Longxing Tianxia agreed to convene the following day. With Wang Yuan's endorsement, Longxing Tianxia departed elatedly, leaving behind a group of stunned individuals. Not to mention, Brother Niu, I believe you are not a necromancer. You are a shaman of curses, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Enough nonsense. I have never engaged in such practices. Wang Yuan glared at the speaker. See, he didn't deny it. He truly can. The speaker exclaimed, leaping into the air. Get lost. Ren Zhiwudi pulled the speaker aside, equally perplexed. I still cannot comprehend what Longxing Tianxia is truly after. Haha. Wang Yuan chuckled. In situations like this, you must consider what they desire and what they fear. I know. They want to be the first to capture the guild stronghold. Yongzhiwu Shuang raised his hand. They fear that others will seize the guild stronghold first, the Grim Reaper remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Precisely. Wang Yuan nodded. The group pondered this revelation. Then why would he spend money to assist you? Logically, he should be purchasing a token instead, Shui Linglong mused, unable to grasp the connection. If the two of us were to tackle a boss, who do you think would be the main force? Obviously you. That goes without saying, Shui Linglong asserted. Exactly, others shared this sentiment. Wang Yuan wore a knowing expression. Understood. I comprehend now. Ren Zhiwudi and the Grim Reaper exchanged glances. Following that, Yongzhiwu Shuang and Shi Wang also appeared enlightened. The speaker, though not entirely grasping the situation, seemed to discover some correlation. Only Shui Linglong remained utterly bewildered, cursing, You bunch of bastards, can't you articulate your thoughts more clearly? Damn it. Everyone. The humble, refined, and upright supreme deity Zen Heart once stated, to have others assist you, one must make them feel as if they are acting for their own benefit, even convincing them that you are aiding them. No wonder, truly, Brother Niu is something else. How devious. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's explanation, the three skeletons grew increasingly awed by him. Indeed, in terms of strength, this necromancer appeared weak compared to the three of them. Yet his meticulous thoughts and cunning methods surpassed all. Those who accompanied him daily remained oblivious to when he ensnared Longxing Tianxia in his schemes, effortlessly reeling in this sizable fish to serve him. He was simply a prodigy, expertly manipulating the psyches of everyone around him. When he wished for you to perform a task, You would find yourself unable to refuse without understanding why. How terrifying. It is no wonder the speaker claimed he could enchant the hearts of men. When Wang Yuan logged off, night had already fallen. Removing the gaming headset, he absent-mindedly wiped his greasy face before heading to the restroom. Knock, 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 knock. At that moment, strange sounds echoed from the living room. Shortly after, a piercing scream erupted from next door. It's Miss Liang from next door, Wang Yuan exclaimed in shock, rushing towards the door. Miss Liang, whose full name was Liang Fong, had been Wang Yuan's neighbor since his arrival, residing with her daughter. She typically supported her family through online streaming and occasionally brought Wang Yuan gifts from fans. Thus their relationship was quite amicable, and he would not stand idly by. The moment he opened the door, a strong, foul odor assaulted his senses. In the corridor stood a small, gray-green creature, dragging a spiked wooden club. Relentlessly pounding on the door of his neighbor's apartment. The wooden door had already been smashed to create a sizable hole. Liang Fong was on the other side, desperately pushing against the door. Her expression twisted in fear, with the cries of a little girl echoing from behind her. Hearing the child's cries only fueled the creature's aggression. Goblin, level, LV5, health, 100, mana, 50, skill, heavy strike. Monster description, a vicious creature inhabiting the monster forest. Known for its cruel and despicable nature. As Wang Yuan's gaze swept over, the creature's information appeared before him. A goblin. This is a monster from the game. Wang Yuan was momentarily stunned, although he had believed 7 or 8 parts of the news he had read earlier. He still harbored a degree of skepticism. After all, it was hard to digest the idea of monsters appearing in the real world. However, now, a monster from the game stood vividly before him, and his emotions were understandably tumultuous. It seems everything is true. The apocalypse is truly upon us. Of course, Wang Yuan felt no fear. He had mentally prepared himself, and besides, he had encountered far more ferocious creatures in the game than this goblin. A mere level 5 creature dares to act so brazenly before me. Dabai, Xiaobai, take care of him. Upon regaining his composure, Wang Yuan bellowed, issuing the attack command. Yet, the goblin's attention was now drawn to him, rendering his command futile. Damn it! Wang Yuan suddenly remembered he was not in the game, and his 3 bodyguards were not by his side. Cackling, the goblin turned to see the towering Wang Yuan and immediately abandoned its assault on Liang Fong. Clearly, in its eyes, a woman, though tender and soft, paled in comparison to the allure of a larger man. Damn! Wang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, cursing inwardly. Why did I choose to be a necromancer? In this situation, a warrior could have dispatched the goblin with a single strike, and a mage could have conjured a fireball. A necromancer without undead minions is just a large, supersized soldier. No, I have skills too. Don't underestimate a necromancer. With this thought, Wang Yuan silently chanted, "Curse." As he recited the incantation, he felt an inexplicable energy coursing through his body, ultimately converging in his palm to form a chaotic energy sphere. Wang Yuan hurled the sphere at the goblin, and it immediately began to slow down as if being pulled by an unseen force. It's effective. Wang Yuandao was filled with joy and was about to unleash his soul fire to scorch the goblin, when the creature swung its wooden stick at him. Before Wang could evade, a pink figure darted past him. A foot clad in crayon Shinchan slippers landed heavily on the goblin's face. Bang! A dull thud echoed. And in the next moment, the goblin was sent flying, crashing against the wall. 57, a massive blood loss number floated above the goblin's head, causing its health bar to plummet by half. What the heck? So fierce. Wang was taken aback and quickly glanced at the newcomer. Before him stood a young girl in pink pajamas, her expression serious as she surveyed the creature. She was petite, with short hair, and despite her loose attire, exuded an air of competence. Cackling, the goblin, struck in the face, let out a shriek, and swung its wooden stick at the girl. Unfazed, she sidestepped the attack at the very last moment, then executed a peculiar maneuver to position herself behind the goblin, delivering a swift kick to the back of its knee. Thud! The goblin crumpled to the ground, kneeling, as the girl seized its head from behind and twisted forcefully. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. The goblin's health bar was instantly depleted, and it lay motionless on the ground. Wang was left stunned, from evading the attack to the goblin's neck being snapped. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The girl's fluid and seamless execution left him in a It was worth noting that Wang commanded 3 top-tier experts from the future, and his standards had been raised considerably. Among them, Xiaobai was the most formidable in close combat, known for her speed and ferocity. Yet, for some reason, compared to this girl, Xiaobai's combat prowess seemed to pale. The level of skill displayed by this girl exceeded Wang's imagination. Could there truly be such a master in reality? Surely, she must be a player, and likely a fighter. However, as he pondered further, Wang felt a sense of unease. In the game Dawnbreak, the fighter class was notoriously difficult to master and, at present, languished in obscurity, regarded as nearly useless alongside the Necromancer class, while Necromancers could potentially rise in power later. Fighters seemed to lack any promising future. Thus, renowned players in the game were notably absent among the fighters. What on earth is this? As Wang's mind raced with thoughts, he heard the girl muttering. It doesn't seem like an animal, not a player. Upon hearing her words, Wang gasped in shock. Based on his own experience, if she were a player, she would have similar information about the monster as he did. There was no way she wouldn't recognize it as a goblin. This meant that she possessed the strength to slay a level 5 monster without the enhancements of the game. Incredible. Wang was utterly bewildered. It was common knowledge that monsters in the game were physically stronger than humans. Even an ordinary level 1 creature possessed strength surpassing that of an adult. Level 5 monsters were not something an average person could handle. Even he, as a 15-level necromancer enhanced by the game, would struggle without his skeletons. This seemingly frail girl had dispatched a level 5 goblin in just 2 moves. She was the true monster here. The world indeed harbored hidden talents. It looked like a goblin. Wang glanced at the now lifeless goblin on the ground. Goblin? What kind of creature is that? Is it a protected species? Am I breaking the law? What a world we live in, where assaulting humans is illegal, and so is harming animals. Am I going to have to move? The girl cursed under her breath before looking up to fix her gaze on Wang. Are you all right? I'm fine. Wang quickly shook his head. From her words, it seemed she had moved here to hide after a fight. If that's good. You won't tell anyone, will you? She asked again. I won't. Absolutely not. Wang shook his head vigorously. It wasn't that he feared her. Rather, it would be utterly dishonorable to blabber when she had come to their aid. Excellent. The girl turned to glance at Liang Feng, who was peering out from behind the door. You won't betray me, will you? Absolutely not. Liang Feng shook her head repeatedly. I'm grateful to the girl for saving us. All right. You both are good people. The girl extended her hand to Wang. I'm Wang Yujie. Your new neighbor, Wang Yuan da? He replied. We share the same surname. Perhaps we are distant relatives from 500 years ago. Perhaps. Luckily, you weren't born into my family. Wang Yujie chuckled lightly. You should clean this place up. I fear it may bring unnecessary trouble. If you need anything, just call me. I live in 1102. With that, Wang Yujie turned and returned to her abode, leaving Wang and Liang Feng exchanging bewildered glances. Wang Gu, what do we do now? Liang Feng trembled from behind the door, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. You don't need to worry about that. Wang waved his hand, signaling her to head back. Before approaching the goblin's corpse, swish, just then, the goblin's body vanished. Ding, a ring dropped from where the goblin had been. Goblin ring category. Accessory grade. Bronze attack. 6 magic. 3 strength, 3 agility, 1 goblin transformation. Active skill. Transform into a goblin. Duration 60 seconds. Class requirement. None level requirement. 5 item description. A magical ring that allows transformation into a goblin. It turns out that monsters in reality can respawn and drop loot as well. Wang fully accepted this new reality and donned the goblin ring. As he slipped the ring onto his finger, he could distinctly feel a surge of power coursing through him. This was the magic of equipment. He thought with delight. The enhancement from reality was far more pronounced than in the game. He wondered what changes would arise from the fusion of the 2 worlds. Hey, have you cleaned up so quickly? Just as Wang was about to head home, Wang Yujie suddenly reappeared. Yes, Wang nodded. I wanted to eat instant noodles, but I don't have any. Wang Yujie's cheeks flushed suddenly. Hot water, right? I have some. Wang quickly replied. I don't have noodles. Wang Yujie admitted shyly. Wang felt a wave of exasperation. Just say you don't have food to eat. I have plenty. Come on over. Wang called out. Of course I will. Wang Yujie rubbed her hands together as she approached. I can eat a lot. Puffed. Wang chuckled lightly, sizing up the girl. She stood at about 1.58 meters, appearing quite slender, and at most weighed around 40 to 45 kilograms. You can eat more than me. If I can't even afford instant noodles, Then my life must be truly miserable. No, sister. How many days has it been since you last ate? Half an hour later. Wang Yuan gazed at Wang Yujia, who sat before him alongside a pile of instant noodle packets, his eyes filled with trepidation. This bag and a half of instant noodles. Wang Yuan could consume only 2 bags in one sitting. And at most, 3 to yet. This petite girl, who weighed less than 100 pounds, had devoured 8 packages in one go, and fearing she might still be hungry, he had also prepared 6 eggs for her and casually grabbed a pack of ham. With all these provisions, Wang Yuan would need 2 days to finish them. Who could fathom how this small frame could accommodate such a staggering amount? It wasn't that Wang Yuan was stingy or reluctant to part with these items. After all, the young lady had just saved his life. His primary concern was that she might have gone days without food and risked bursting from overindulgence. Sigh. Wang Yujia shyly remarked, I usually can't eat this much. I just haven't had a meal since last night. Skipped dinner last night. Trying to lose weight? Wang Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. After paying rent, I have no money left, Wang Yujia shrugged, and I haven't found a job yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy as an unemployed youth himself. He fully understood the difficulty of job hunting in the current climate. It was tough for anyone, especially a young girl like her. If not, he wouldn't have been reduced to grinding away in a game. You don't seem like the type to be just an ordinary worker. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, pressing further. From their earlier skirmish, it was evident that Wang Yujia was far from inexperienced. Her skills were honed, not of the flashy variety, but truly practical and impressively effective. As the saying goes, the poor are learned in literature, while the rich master the martial arts that in today's society. Those who genuinely engage in rigorous combat training are seldom impoverished, and someone capable of dispatching monsters with such finesse surely wasn't an ordinary individual. Is it that you were kicked out of your home? Wang Yu just shrugged. Kicked out? Why? Wang Yuan asked. Intrigued, he had read tales and novels about martial arts heirs being driven away due to familial pressure to marry. Not quite. Wang Yujia waved her hand dismissively. I got into a fight and caused some trouble. Trouble? Wang Yuan was left speechless, suddenly recalling that Wang Yujia had indeed mentioned something about the legality of fighting. It seemed she had first-hand experience. Well, I broke the limbs of 3 people, and the leader was left incapacitated. My father said I was too ruthless and told me to go out and gain some experience. Wang Yujia stated casually, as if discussing something trivial. Wang Yuan was taken aback. Although he didn't know the specifics of how she had incapacitated someone, it was clear from her tone that it was far more severe than simply breaking limbs. What a formidable woman. Rest assured, I'm not the violent type. Wang Yujia noticed Wang Yuan's pallor and quickly clarified, I only act in self-defense. I wouldn't harm those who don't provoke me. Especially not ordinary folks like you. Ordinary folks? Wang Yuan scratched his head, realizing that in Wang Yujia's eyes, he was merely an average person. By the way, what's your occupation? Wang Yujia's gaze wandered around Wang Yuan's room. Her curiosity piqued about his identity. A necromancer. Wang Yuan blurted out, what? Wang Yujia looked utterly bewildered. I play games, Wang Yuan explained. Would you like to join me? Wang Yuan had witnessed Wang Yujia's prowess firsthand. Despite her being a girl, her skills were unparalleled, and he had never seen anyone like her. An ordinary person, unenhanced by game mechanics, could dispatch a level 5 creature in mere moments. Her abilities were extraordinary. If he could recruit her into his team, it would undoubtedly elevate their combat strength. With the impending apocalypse, low-level monsters were increasingly appearing worldwide, and such incidents would only grow more frequent. In reality, Wang Yuan had no bodyguards, and as a necromancer, he had only one offensive skill, making him somewhat vulnerable. Having Wang Yujia by his side would certainly bolster his safety. Can you really make money from gaming? Wang Yujia asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Clearly, this girl had been accustomed to a privileged lifestyle, unfamiliar with the struggles of lower-class people earning a living. Of course, some even become billionaires through gaming. Wang Yuan began to entice her. This wasn't mere boasting. The esports industry had matured significantly. Those skilled enough to reach a professional level possessed considerable commercial value. It wasn't just the top-tier players. Even second-tier competitors and retired professionals could command fortunes in the millions. If he could convert all the gold in his possession, he too would be a billionaire. Is that true? Wang Yujia's interest was clearly piqued. While the notion of becoming a billionaire didn't particularly entice her, her immediate goal was simply to fill her stomach. Absolutely. Besides, there's another advantage to the gaming world, Wang Yuan continued. What advantage? Tell me. Wang Yujia's eyes lit up. In the game, killing is not a crime. Slaying monsters is a daily task. The more you kill, the more famous you become. Wang Yuan was unaware of how his words would impact Wang Yujia in the future. You mean we can fight freely without concern for the consequences? Even if we kill someone, it's no big deal? Upon hearing this, Wang Yujia leapt off the sofa, her excitement palpable. Dude, take me to play games with you. Wang Yuan understood well how to persuade others. Although his intention was to recruit Wang Yujia as a teammate, she was now eagerly seeking him out for the opportunity. Sure, Wang Yuan replied with a slight smile, readily agreeing. However, to play, we need to invest in some equipment. The cheapest helmet costs 5,000 yuan, but you can pay in installments. I'll cover the down payment for you, and you can pay me back as you earn. Thank you, Wang Yujia exclaimed, visibly thrilled. With a grateful heart, Wang Yujia left Wang Yuan's residence, and after her departure, he once again opened the Dawn of the Rising forum to search for the user ID Dahai Wuliang. As expected, the individual had posted again. I can't believe I conjured a fireball. Although it's not as large as in the game, it has indeed formed. Below the post was a photo of a fireball resting in the palm of his hand. It was about the size of an egg, a pale red hue, with the fire element appearing quite diffuse. Haha, this kid is really into it. He has made it look so real. How on earth did he do that? Beneath the post, the echoes of mockery continued unabated. Yet, Wang Yuan could discern at a glance that this fiery orb bore an uncanny resemblance to the gray energy sphere he had conjured. It seemed that he, like this mage known as Dahai Wuliang, had experienced a fortification of both body and mind in the real world through the game, from the current circumstances. Wang Yuan surmised that such enhancements in reality manifested only after certain attributes within the game reached a specific threshold. As it stood, players who ranked higher in the game had likely undergone some degree of enhancement. The reason Dahai Wuliang was the only one posting about it might be that the majority remained oblivious to their newfound strength. After all, extreme point allocation was predominantly the domain of physical classes like warriors. Other classes tended to have a more balanced distribution. For instance, assassins and archers would supplement their strength to boost attack power and critical hits, while mages would invest in agility for kiting. And priests would enhance their spirit or constitution to improve survivability. Clearly, Dahai Wuliang was a mage who had allocated all points to intelligence. The physical enhancements were hardly perceptible to the reclusive gamers, who typically led sedentary lifestyles, but the improvements in cognitive capacity were acutely felt at all times. As for Wang Yuan himself, although he distributed his points evenly, the bonuses from his equipment ensured that both his intelligence and strength were comparable to those of players who had invested heavily in one attribute, allowing him to manifest curses. Closing the gaming forum, Wang Yuan searched for news regarding anomalous creatures. As he had anticipated, lower-tier monsters had begun to invade the real world. Just yesterday, there was a single incident of monster intrusion. And today, the news featured dozens of similar reports. This did not even account for the encounter Wang Yuan had faced. The creatures mentioned in the reports were primarily goblins and slimes, typical low-level adversaries. And these incidents occurred in public areas, swiftly dealt with by groups of people, resulting in no casualties among humans. Of course, it was also possible that casualties went unreported. Everything pointed ominously towards an impending apocalypse. A secure haven was urgently needed in the real world. Wang Yuan's neighborhood, though old and dilapidated, was a military housing complex built to military standards. After the former military residents moved out, it became a settlement for individuals like Wang Yuan, who were facing economic hardships. For now, it seemed quite secure. After all, the goblin had been hammering at the door for quite some time and had merely managed to create a hole in the wooden door, which was surprisingly sturdy. One could only imagine how resilient a security door would be. With Wang Yujia as a formidable ally, lower-tier monsters would find it impossible to breach their defenses before the apocalypse arrived. The crux of the matter lay within the game. All players remained blissfully unaware of the changes occurring in reality. In the minds of ordinary individuals, the game was merely that, a game. Logging in to battle monsters and logging off to sleep was the norm. Apart from the larger guilds, no one would consider establishing a sanctuary within the game. When the apocalypse struck, ordinary people and players alike would be the first to be eliminated, unable to find refuge. Conversely, guild players with established bases or offices would weather the initial wave of catastrophe sheltered within their sanctuaries. Thus, Wang Yuan's decision to retain that guild base token was undoubtedly sagacious. To attack a guild base, one must first possess a guild. Upon logging in the next day, Shui Linglong and her companions were already waiting for Wang Yuan at the tavern. Once everyone was online, the seven made a beeline for the municipal hall to register the guild. Please confirm if you wish to establish a guild. Please confirm if you wish to establish a guild. After Wang Yuan submitted the registration paperwork, a message flashed before the eyes of the seven. Confirmed. Everyone unanimously clicked the confirmation button. Then, another message appeared. Please name your guild. What should we call it? Wang Yuan glanced around the room. Lightbringer. Virtuous and Invincible raises a hand. Agreed. Hope expresses support. Pa. That sounds utterly repulsive. The others wore expressions of disdain. What rubbish is this Lightbringer? Sounds like a damned cult. I think we should call ourselves the Blood Brothers. Someone interjected. We are forever young. Damn it. Why does that sound like we're heading for annihilation? Everyone frowned, involuntarily conjuring images of their leader, Chun, meeting his demise within mere moments of his appearance. What about Hell's Messenger? The Grim Reaper whispered. Hi. You can suggest names, but it should be down to earth, not from the underworld. Shui Linglong was the first to express her reluctance. Hi. Wang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Don't you know the Grim Reaper is called Li Dahai? The name is utterly ridiculous. Casual remarks erupted into laughter at the Grim Reaper's name. Haha. Wang Yuan chuckled. The name indeed had a certain rustic charm. Let us just call ourselves the Livestock Pen. You lot are deserving of such a name. Blood Brothers is quite noble. Damn it. If you don't speak, people won't think you're mute. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, pummeling the one called Blood Brothers. Stop. Stop. Wang Yuan pleaded, while also delivering a couple of kicks. System notification. Guild Great Strength, Miraculous Creation, has been successfully established. Amidst the chaos, a game notification suddenly chimed in, announcing the successful establishment of the guild. What the hell? The crowd gasped in shock. It wasn't me. Wang Yuan spread his hands. Isn't that a fine name? Shui Linglong retorted. Garbage, nonsense, what a terrible name. The group erupted in a chorus of curses. Old Nyo, what do you think? Shui Linglong turned to Wang Yuan. Completely ignoring the others' complaints, I think it's quite all right. Wang Yuan was rather pleased, especially with the first two words of the guild's name. Which word do you find unappealing? He asked the others with genuine sincerity. Well, I suppose it's not entirely unusable. The Grim Reaper scratched his head. Exactly. Upon reflection, the name has a certain poetic quality. Someone chimed in. Excellent. Great Strength, Miraculous Creation is a fantastic name. Virtuous and Invincible began to sing its praises. Others also expressed that the name resonated well with their own personas. Who will be the guild leader? Wang Yuan inquired again, and no need to ask. The guild name has already determined that. Everyone replied in unison. Such courtesy? Wang Yuan was taken aback. These rascals would bicker over the smallest things, yet they voluntarily relinquished the position of guild leader. At that moment, another message flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Guild leader confirmation. Nyodali, please pay 50 gold coins for the guild establishment fee. Damn, you bunch of bastards. Wang Yuan's forehead was lined with black lines. Nyogu, you're the guild leader now. Aren't you supposed to treat us to drinks? Now that the guild has been successfully established, everyone gathered around to ask with cheerful smiles. Drink what? Wang Yuan scoffed. Having just been swindled out of 50 gold, Wang Yuan was feeling quite disgruntled. If you're not treating us, then we'll mark it down. You owe each of us 1 gold coin. Blood Brothers pulled out an abacus from nowhere. Support. Agreed. Upvote. Everyone chimed in. Wang Yuan sighed and said, I've heard other guilds require a membership fee. Isn't 2 gold coins per person reasonable? Ha, no go. Saying that is just being formal. We are brothers. Exactly. By the way, when do we start applying to attack the base? Blood Brothers and the others quickly shifted the topic upon hearing this. In no hurry. We wait for someone. Wang Yuan waved his hand. Wait for whom? Everyone was puzzled. Who else have you contacted? Nyogu, didn't you say you had no friends in the game? In reality, Wang Yuan clarified. Male or female? Shui Linglong's curiosity piqued. The crowd was momentarily taken aback that I was just asking. Shui Linglong quickly clarified. Hey, we want to know too. Blood Brothers and the others suddenly wore mischievous grins. Haha, I'm quite curious as well. M.A. Sanner, equally stirred, clenched his fist, only to be met with by Ayer's scornful derision. What does it matter to you, whether male or female? You don't even possess that thing. Damn, you two wretches, I shall sever ties with you for 5 minutes. Ma Sanner retorted angrily. Is this truly significant? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow. Of course it is. Rin Zhiwu Di interjected. Males are undoubtedly experts, while females can provide a modicum of emotional value, akin to having multiple aids or a buff added. In the realm of gamers, the contribution of female players is generally perceived as inferior to that of their male counterparts. After all, not everyone possesses the financial prowess of Shui Linglong, who, with sufficient funds, could summon a formidable player even while being incapacitated. The inclusion of female players primarily serves to introduce an entity that offers emotional value within the team. Should we await male players, our team could potentially boast several skilled experts. However, with female players, the male players' attributes would receive a 20 boost. Everyone adjusts their mindset based on the objective at hand. Thus, whether the awaited assistance is male or female holds considerable importance. Female, expert. Wang Yuan nonchalantly uttered those 4 words. A wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. Even Shui Linglong couldn't help but chuckle. Even she, as a female player, had unconsciously acquiesced to this common understanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't be mingling with a cadre of male players. Truly, a woman, Ma Sano exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Resembling a skeleton soldier grinning wildly. Female players, Dabai and Xiaobai expressed their disappointment upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Ma Sanner inquired, puzzled. Setting aside the current age, how many formidable women existed in our time? Dabai retorted. Ma Sanner stammered, momentarily taken aback that it's not that we're discriminating against women, but combat is inherently not a woman's domain. Xiaobai added, in our era, the total number of female practitioners in frontline combat across all major cities in the East Asia Federation barely exceeded 1,000. We are not embarking on a leisurely outing. We are attacking a guild stronghold. How can we afford to let a woman jeopardize our mission? Xiaobai, usually composed, was visibly agitated, indicating his profound discontent regarding Wang Yuan's decision to wait for a woman. Ma Sanner found himself at a loss for words. That Xiaobai's assertion was not baseless. In the game, gender did not confer any attribute disparities. The gender dynamics were relatively balanced. However, once the game intertwined with reality, the physical differences between genders became apparent. Even the most formidable female practitioners could only barely endure the training intensities of third-tier male practitioners, with virtually no presence of women in the frontline combat ranks. This merely scratched the surface of physical disparities. Combat entails not only powerful attributes, but also real-time tactical execution, psychological factors, and a myriad of other aspects, wherein female practitioners invariably fell short compared to their male counterparts. Thus, in the future, women, akin to children and the elderly, would assume protected roles, with only logistics and support roles, such as light priests, predominantly occupied by women. The gravity of attacking a guild stronghold rendered Wang Yuan's decision to wait for a woman all the more contentious for Dabai and Xiaobai. It is imperative to recognize that, in their eyes, Wang Yuan was the destined savior of humanity. Their subservience to him stemmed not merely from his provision of equipment, but also from their perception of him as a cunning strategist. A leader of such caliber should not allow trivial matters to impede significant undertakings. Throughout history, leaders who faltered due to their infatuation with women have been condemned to the annals of humanity's disgrace. As their recognized commander, how could he jeopardize the monumental task of saving humanity for the sake of a woman? At this moment, Dabai and Xiaobai were filled with disappointment and disillusionment towards Wang Yuan. While Dabai refrained from voicing his concerns, even the usually good-natured Xiaobai was agitated, underscoring the extent of the impact on them. Wang Yuan could only manage a bitter smile, uncertain of how to articulate his reasoning. Nyogo, when will we start? We're ready. On another front, Longxing Tianxia had also sent a message. After returning yesterday, Longxing Tianxia notified all guild members that today they would be launching an assault on the guild stronghold. Regardless of circumstances, everyone must be online today, or face penalties for absenteeism. By 10 o'clock in the morning, over 2,700 players from the Black Dragon Guild were already assembled, awaiting Wang Yuan's command. No rush, just come to the tavern first, Wang Yuan casually replied, then led Rinja Wu Di and others back to the tavern. What? We must wait for a woman? Upon arrival at the tavern, Longxing Tianxia, accompanied by Yunzhong Yihe and others, was met with the news that Wang Yuan intended to wait for a woman, prompting reactions nearly identical to those of Dabai and Xiaobai. Especially Yunzhong Yihe, whose expression darkened. Nyoga, we are attacking a guild stronghold, not merely indulging in leisure. We must present our best state. Otherwise, how about I treat everyone to a foot massage after we finish? I can even arrange for a few more technicians for you. Nyoga, Long Xing Tian Xia chimed in with a suggestion. Speaking of technicians, I usually prefer number 8. Upon hearing this, several others' eyes lit up as they gathered around. Wang Yuan remarked, herein lies the divergence in people's pursuits. Renja Wu Di and his companions seek joy within the game. As long as they are happy, the method of play is inconsequential. Even a woman, or 10 women, would only enhance their enjoyment. In contrast, Long Xing Tian Xia's group is focused on guild development and domination. While women may be welcomed, they must not hinder the core mission. In such scenarios, not only women but even male players lacking prowess cannot be included. Otherwise, if they hold the team back and fail to seize the guild stronghold, all efforts would be rendered futile. It's not as you presume. This is an expert. Wang Yuan clarified, an expert. Female players can also be experts. Long Xing Tian Xia's group stared incredulously at Wang Yuan, as if questioning the veracity of his claim. See, what did I tell you? Yong Zhiwu Shuang shrugged. This is pretty much common knowledge that on the topic of disparaging female players, Renja Wu Di and Long Xing Tian Xia's groups found common ground. The author has never harbored such thoughts. Female readers should direct their ire towards Long Xing Tian Xia, not the author. Once she arrives, you will understand. Wang Yuan refrained from further explanation, knowing well that everyone believes what they wish to believe. Unless they experience it firsthand, no amount of explanation would suffice to dispel their skepticism. If he had not demonstrated his strength, they would surely not regard a low-level necromancer as capable of single-handedly challenging an entire guild. All right, everyone is here because of Wang Yuan's determination to attack the guild stronghold. Naturally, he should take precedence. Even if others are disgruntled by Wang Yuan's decision to wait, they cannot voice their discontent openly. Especially Long Xing Tian Xia's group, who had paid for their spots. They would be reluctant to engage in a dispute with Wang Yuan. They could only grumble privately. Damn, I thought this Nyodali was some kind of hero. Turns out he's just a loser. I was foolish to regard him as someone significant. Long Xing Tian Xia harbored the most significant grievances against Wang Yuan. Historically, great achievers do not dally with women. True experts are individuals of character, ambition, and principles. Yet Wang Yuan, for the sake of a woman, kept so many waiting, resembling a pathetic loser seeking validation by playing with women. This would forever confine him within the bounds of mediocrity. Regardless of his strength. Trash. Loser. At this moment, Wang Yuan's image had completely shattered in Long Xing Tian Xia's eyes. The aura of mystery and strength had crumbled, replaced by that of a pathetic loser who yearned for female attention. Alas, whether he is a loser or not is inconsequential. Yunzhong, he lamented. I now fear someone might drag us down. The opportunity to establish a foothold for the guild was indeed purchased with a substantial sum. Intended to leverage Wang Yuan's prowess, akin to a hen laying eggs, to elevate the Black Dragon Guild's reputation. Should the challenge be met with success, the guild would undoubtedly gain renown in a single blow. However, if a female player were to inadvertently hinder progress, it would be more than just a waste of money. The Black Dragon Guild would likely become the subject of ridicule once more. Yun Zhongyi could already envision posts on the forum mocking the Black Dragon Guild for daring to emulate others and challenging a guild stronghold. How embarrassing. Clearly, they lacked self-awareness. On the other hand, Shui Linglong and Rin Zhawudi's group did not react as vehemently as the Black Dragon Guild, though they were somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought that Brother Nyo was merely a lowly player attempting to boost his rank alongside a female companion? Indeed, even at my level, I would never stoop so low. Brother Nyo has proven to be even more pathetic than I imagined. Truly surprising, truly surprising. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Damn it, I'm in the group. Wang Yuan sent a message featuring a middle finger emoji. All right then, let's create a new group and continue, Wang Yuan remarked, realizing that while these players envied his casual leveling with a girl, when push came to shove, they could discern the main priority at hand. At that moment, the most vocal were the two skeleton warriors. San Air felt a sense of camaraderie with Wang Yuan and thus refrained from speaking out. Bai Dao and Xiao Bai were filled with righteous indignation. Wang Yuan's ancestors had been thoroughly insulted by these two, despite the fact that Wang Yuan had never known his parents. The disparity in their sentiments was simply too great. The factions of Long Xing Tian Xia and Rin Zhiwu Di, who once regarded Wang Yuan as a skilled player, now viewed him as a pathetic sycophant. leading to unexpected and harsh criticisms in the hearts of Airby. Wang Yuan was a strategist with a grand vision, destined to lead humanity in vanquishing the demonic forces and saving the world. Yet, this recent behavior of his had plummeted him from grace. The abrupt shift felt akin to discovering that the humble and refined author one admired was, in fact, a reclusive hermit who never ventured outside, an undeniable shock to accept. As Wang Yuan listened to his two underlings hurl invectives in his direction, he could only endure in silence. What could he do? He certainly couldn't dismiss these two from his summons. Soon, they would learn that there were always greater talents beyond their comprehension. They should never underestimate modern players. In the dawn of a new day, the novice players were leveling up at a pace that was not particularly rapid, yet not exceedingly slow either. An hour passed, then 2.3 hours, 0.5 hours. Everyone was on the verge of losing patience. Just as Long Xing Tianxia was about to erupt with frustration, a familiar figure appeared at the tavern entrance. The individual was of modest height, with short hair and a gentle, sweet appearance. Clad in a tattered dress bestowed by the novice village, her hands were adorned with beginner gear, and she was barefoot, exuding an air of pitiable innocence. This was none other than Wang Yuan, who had spent the previous night grinding levels. Upon logging in that morning, Wang Yuan had received her friend request, prompting him to invite her to join the assault on the guild stronghold. Over here, Wang Yuan beckoned to Wang Yuan. This is your so-called expert. Upon seeing Wang Yuan, everyone was taken aback. A novice player reaching level 10 would typically possess at least a few pieces of white gear. To reach level 10 still clad in starter equipment was truly unprecedented. How could this possibly be considered an expert? Brother Nyo's discerning eye was somewhat commendable, not to mention, she was quite attractive. Brother Nyo was indeed fortunate. The others were envious of Wang Yuan's real-life friendship with such a beautiful girl. Beauty is of little consequence, just a pretty face, scoffed the disdainful dragon Xing Tianxia, secretly ridiculing Wang Yuan for his apparent infatuation. What a dreadful place. Why is it so hard to find? At this moment, Wang Yuan had approached the group, exclaiming, I searched for at least an hour. Hearing her words, everyone was momentarily stunned, then collectively turned their gaze towards Wang Yuan. Is this girl blind? In the game, every city has two main thoroughfares, Central Avenue and Commercial Street. The tavern is situated in the most prominent location on Commercial Street. Toss a bone, and even a dog could find it. How could she take an hour to locate it? Is she perhaps lacking in intelligence? Wang Yuan too was left dumbfounded. He had witnessed Wang Yuan's skills firsthand and knew her to be quite formidable. Yet, he never anticipated that she would be so directionally challenged. You mentioned you had a quest. Why are you still here? Wang Yuan inquired, noticing the peculiar expressions of those around her. Isn't it waiting for you? Wang Yuan replied, Isn't it true that I can't start the quest without you? Wang Yuan countered. A collective wave of exasperation washed over everyone, a large bead of sweat trickling down the back of Wang Yuan's neck. What a peculiar interpretation. But, have you never played a game before? Shui Linglong, generally tolerant of female players, found herself unable to hold back at this point. Being directionally challenged was one thing. Lacking the basic understanding of quests was a clear indicator that she was indeed a novice. Yes, this is my first time playing a game, and I didn't expect it to be so enjoyable. Wang Yuan replied enthusiastically, her excitement evident. Clearly, her experience in the novice village had been quite delightful. So, this is the expert you found, huh? Shui Linglong rolled her eyes at Wang Yuan. The others shared her incredulity. Although they had prepared themselves for a potential liability, they never imagined Wang Yuan would summon such a monumental one. All right. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Being the eldest, Rinzhiwu Di, with his more mature demeanor, quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Since they were friends of Wang Yuan, it would be unthinkable to send them away. Rather than harboring grievances toward Wang Yuan, it would be better to show him some respect in front of the girl. All right. Yunzhong he tugged at Long Xing Tianxia, with a hint of frustration. Long Xing Tianxia issued a command in the Black Dragon Guild's channel to assemble for a journey to Thunder Bluff. Wang Yuan was also drawn into the party by Wang Yuan. Coco Sweetie has joined the party. Upon seeing Wang Yuan's ID, the group was once again engulfed in disbelief. Her name sounded like that of a player who would only follow behind and leech off others. They don't seem very welcoming, Wang Yuan observed, sensitive to the atmosphere. It's nothing. They're just wary of strangers. Wang Yuan offered in a low voice to reassure her. Wang Yuan nodded, seemingly unfazed. Finally, with everyone in attendance, Wang Yuan, as the guild leader, submitted the guild's stronghold token at the city hall. After the war between gods and demons, Thunder Bluff has been occupied by the undead demon. Are you certain you wish to reclaim human territory and become the Lord of Thunder Bluff? Confirmed. Wang Yuan clicked the confirmation button with ease. System prompt. Your guild has accepted the large-scale guild mission, Thunderlord. Mission level, S. Mission objective. Defeat the demons occupying Thunder Bluff and successfully seize control of the territory. Mission reward, Thunder Bluff territory. Mission note. This is a large-scale guild mission with extreme difficulty. Failure will require the guild stronghold token to re-accept the mission. As Wang Yuan accepted the task, everyone activated the task-sharing feature. Upon seeing the mission prompt, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. It turned out to be a one-time task. In other games, although a guild-based token is required, players can regroup and continue their assault after a failed attempt until they conquer the base. Little did they expect that in Dawn of the Breaking Day. Failing the task precludes any further attempts. One must find a second token to challenge it again. This means that the task does not afford players the opportunity to fail, nor does it allow for any strategic maneuvering. Victory in the first attempt is imperative. This revelation caused great alarm among the group. After all, none had previously undertaken such a daunting task, and who could guarantee success on the first try? However, having already accepted the mission, it was too late to reconsider. 30 minutes later, Wang Yuan and his companions, accompanied by all the players of the Black Dragon Guild, arrived at the location marked for the guild mission, Thunder Cliff. Thunder Cliff is situated at the forefront of Thunderstorm City. Historically, it is recorded as the military stronghold of Thunderstorm City, having become the final battleground during the divine and demonic wars 3 millennia ago, where countless deities and demons perished and innumerable human heroes met their demise. The lingering souls and resentful spirits coalesced here, creating an atmosphere of unease, rendering it uninhabitable and transforming it into a desolate ruin over time. Later, under the corruption of deathly powers from the Shadow Castle, those who had perished at Thundercliff were resurrected as formidable undead beings, claiming dominion over the area. The Lord of Thunderstorm City had once dispatched troops to subdue Thundercliff. But the unrelenting strength of these undead, coupled with their immortality, led to ever-increasing numbers, resulting in repeated disastrous defeats for the city's forces. Henceforth, Thundercliff became a forbidden zone for Thunderstorm City, teeming with level 30 undead creatures, including high-ranking liches and black knights, as well as spectral monsters. Even the highest-level players dared only to explore the fringes when Wang Yuan and his group arrived at Thundercliff. He finally comprehended why it was regarded as a fortress second only to Ironforge. Thundercliff is nestled against the towering Thunder Mountain range, forming a flat, circular valley ensconced mid-slope, with the entrance to the valley exceedingly narrow. Merely a dozen meters wide, flanked by towering cliffs, at the end of the mountain path, stands a black stone wall soaring several dozen meters high, marking the entrance to Thundercliff. This stone barrier seals the entire entryway, leaving only a grand gate that looms imposingly. The siege instruments atop the city walls have weathered, yet it is evident that, had they not suffered catastrophic damage, a single squad could have effectively defended the entrance against any number of assailants. Wang Yuan was nearly moved to tears. Goodness, this is the epitome of a stronghold that is easy to defend yet difficult to assault. 1 need not even enter. The mere sight evokes a profound sense of security. In a world ravaged by calamity, to find such a refuge is simply exhilarating. This is undoubtedly the sanctuary he had long yearned for. Your guild's players have arrived at the task territory. Would you like to initiate the siege task? Just as Wang Yuan was reflecting on the strategic advantages of Thundercliff, a prompt flashed before him. Is everyone ready? Wang Yuan inquired of the group. We have been ready for ages, Longxing Tianxia quipped with sarcasm. We've been waiting for you to give the word, Brother Niu. Then I shall commence the task. Wang Yuan, disregarding the sulking Longxing Tianxia, promptly clicked to initiate the mission. System prompt. You have initiated the siege task. Preparation time is 10 minutes. The siege battle will officially commence in 10 minutes. All players must remain online. Disconnection or death will be deemed as elimination. If the number of participating players falls below 1, the siege task will be declared a failure. Players must breach Thundercliff and seize the stronghold crystal to achieve victory. The siege duration is 24 hours, with a 10-minute rest period every 3 hours. Failure to occupy the stronghold crystal within the task time frame will result in mission failure. System prompt. Countdown begins. Players may log off freely for 10 minutes. It must be said that although this task is rather punishing as a one-time endeavor, its design is somewhat considerate. After all, with a duration of 24 hours and 10 minutes of preparation and rest every 3 hours, players can log off to check their networks, use the restroom, or even pacify their spouses, just in case. Otherwise, imagine being in the midst of battle and losing internet connection, running out of battery, needing to use the restroom, or having one's helmet removed by a spouse. Such scenarios would be utterly tragic. What? You say you have no spouse? Fine. You are beyond redemption. As he gazed towards the towering city walls and the narrow gate at the far end of the mountain path, Ma San'er peered inside, not to mention the gate. Even this narrow mountain path is a natural fortress. Will they be able to traverse it safely?